In a world of martial prowess, where monstrous beasts roam unchecked. After 8 centuries of martial arts history, Jiang Fan arrives through the ages, bearing a mysterious seal, only to become an unawakened waste of potential. With parents favoring his younger brother, who is nothing but a schemer, even the gene serum he painstakingly acquired is coveted. Unable to endure any longer, Jiang Fan resolutely overturns the table and declares his departure from home. In his dire predicament, the seal activates, allowing him to gain cultivation by slaying monsters. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Azure-Scaled Giant Python, absorbing XX points of life energy. With each monster slain, he gains an increase of 1 in vitality points. While others toil and struggle to cultivate, my advancement is solely reliant on scavenging. There is no strongest, only stronger exists, and my vitality knows no bounds. During the college entrance examination, Jiang Fan unleashes a punch that shatters the testing device, stunning all present. From that moment onward, he slays formidable foes, tramples on prodigies, battles the 9 great academies, sweeps through 5 major war zones, and pierces the lairs of monstrous beasts, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. One day, as Jiang Fan becomes the beacon of hope for humanity, people are left astonished to discover that the abandoned scion of his family has transformed into an unparalleled powerhouse. Chapter 1. Exploiting bugs in the martial world. Beneath the dim sky, a colossal city enclosed by high walls stands resolutely upon the earth. A chilling roar reverberates as flames spread across the horizon, tinting half the sky with a crimson hue. Beep, beep, beep. Alert! Alert! Flying beasts have been sighted in the outer city, located 2 kilometers west of the city. City Defense Forces respond immediately. City Defense Forces respond immediately. Several combat helicopters ascend from within the city, soaring over the high walls, tilting slightly to adjust their trajectory, and then charging forth with a thunderous momentum. Minutes later, alert lifted. Alert lifted. City Defense Forces proceed to investigate the life signs of the beasts, located 2.5 kilometers northwest. Patrol team, responsible for accommodating the refugees outside the city. Bang! In the western forest of the city, a tremendous body crashes heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Broken branches and fallen leaves scatter, resembling a green rain curtain. The beast's body, riddled with wounds from the cannon fire, oozes blood from a gaping hole the size of a bowl. In the shadows, a lean figure glides through the thorns, stealthily approaching the beast from behind. As he draws near the beast, feeling its labored breaths, Jiang Fan's heart races. He silently inhales, concealing himself behind a tree, keenly observing the creature's movements. Once he confirms that the beast is incapacitated and on the brink of death, Jiang Fan selects a suitable branch from the ground and quickly prepares it. He then carefully aims for the beast's vulnerable spot and thrusts it in with force. Roar! The beast, in agony, struggles violently, flinging Jiang Fan away. That hurts, he exclaims as he crashes to the ground, feeling as if his body is shattered. Yet, disregarding the pain, he struggles to rise while keeping his gaze fixed on a massive shadow. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the target, earning 53 points of life energy. The notification chimes unexpectedly. Jiang Fan exhales deeply, and simultaneously, a radiant light begins to flow. It appears as if a crystal-clear glow is drawn from the beast's body, continuously infusing into Jiang Fan's brow. In no time, the brilliance dissipates. Jiang Fan hastily erases any traces on the ground and sprints into the distance. As he dashes through the forest, the sound of rustling beneath his feet echoes. Faintly, he hears commotion from behind. Huh, is it dead? Our firepower just now should not have been enough to kill it, right? Behind it. Behind it. Not again. How many times has this happened this month? Jiang Fan sprinted along the narrow path. As he approached the city gates, he beheld the tents of the displaced outside the walls, illuminated by flames that leapt towards the heavens. The anguished cries resonated through the evening sky with haunting clarity, most likely a consequence of the recent devastation wrought by the aberrant beasts. Nevertheless, he dared not linger for a moment, pressing onward with unwavering determination. Just in the nick of time, he dashed through the gates as they were closing. Upon entering the outer city, he noticed the residential structures were considerably improved. Albeit somewhat disheveled, they were no longer mere tents, but rather akin to a village. As he traversed the inner city gates, the scenery transformed once more. Towering edifices loomed overhead, with bustling streets teeming with vehicles, exuding an unparalleled vibrancy that unmistakably evoked the essence of a grand metropolis. Jiang Fan hailed a taxi with a casual gesture, instructed the driver of his destination, and settled back in the rear seat to rest his weary eyes. 20 minutes later, Jiang Fan arrived at a residential building. He stealthily entered his room, took a shower in the bathroom, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a thumb-sized seal materialized before him. The seal's handle was intricately carved into a lifelike, auspicious beast, its lines flowing naturally and exuding an air of antiquity. Hovering above the seal, the words Unlock Progress 98.9 appeared in the void. What on earth could this be? Jiang Fan was consumed by curiosity. This seal had serendipitously come into his possession during his time on Earth. 3 months prior, after being unexpectedly transported to this martial world, the seal inexplicably appeared in his consciousness. Eliminating foes allows for the absorption of life energy. This was the first function he had discerned from the seal. Life energy increases, unlocking progress advances. He discovered this to be the second function of the seal. He had once experimented at a slaughterhouse, hoping to absorb life energy through the butchering of livestock, but the gains were woefully limited. In desperation, he resorted to cunning tactics, exploiting glitches to harvest the remnants when aberrant beasts appeared nearby. Surprisingly, although this method was somewhat perilous, it proved effective. For instance, during this recent endeavor, harvesting a flying aberrant beast had elevated his unlocking progress by nearly 3, an exhilarating accomplishment. The next opportunity should lead to a full unlock. Once that occurs, he would resolutely depart from this so-called home. Contemplating this, Jiang Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. While others reincarnated as martial prodigies or scions of illustrious families, he had the misfortune of being reborn as a commoner, and worse yet, as an unawakened wastrel. Moreover, within this utterly mundane household, he found himself particularly unappreciated. Yes, he had not awakened. Yet, according to the memories of his predecessor, he had been treated differently from a young age, regardless of any awakening or lack thereof. Initially, he had hoped to leverage the privileges of being a time traveler to activate his golden finger and elevate his entire family. But now, let's go. I must leave. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Fan, it's time for dinner, came the voice of his mother, Su Exen. Jiang Fan rose from his bed, tidied his attire, and opened the door. Upon entering the dining room, he found the table laden with dishes. His father, Jiang Jihe, and younger brother, Jiang Li, were already seated. Come, Fan, try this braised pork, your favorite. Su Exen affectionately urged him to sit, then began serving meat into his bowl with fervor. Jiang Fan felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. In the limited memories of his predecessor, this was the first instance of Su Exen serving him food. Jiang Fan picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his mouth, his demeanor far from cordial. If there's something to discuss, speak plainly. The previous host character had been reclusive and weak, submissive to adversity, and often suppressed, resulting in his near silence at home. After his arrival, he had also grown indifferent to this family, who treated Jiang Fan as if he were invisible, leading to minimal communication between them. Today, Su Exen's unusually solicitous behavior was unprecedented in the memories of his predecessor, and one would be hard-pressed to believe it was without ulterior motive. Su Exen hesitated momentarily, then spoke softly. Fan, I heard you received a vial of genetic serum at school. Your brother has recently awakened and needs to unlock his genetic potential. I was thinking, perhaps you could let him use it first. At her words, Jiang Fan's expression turned cold, and he immediately set down his chopsticks. That is unlikely. I will need it for myself. Su Exen appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Jiang Fan's refusal, her expression shifting to one of sorrow as she grasped his hand. Fan, please, I beg you, for your mother's sake. Her plea only intensified the chill in Jiang Fan's demeanor. He fixed his gaze on Su Exen, feeling the warmth of her hand, yet his heart remained a frozen abyss. In this world, martial prowess was paramount. To cultivate as a martial artist, one required genetic serums to unlock the limits of human potential. He had toiled through countless nights of study, exchanging his efforts for this vial of first-level genetic serum. Just because I have yet to awaken my potential, I am to relinquish my chances to this so-called younger brother? How does this differ from extinguishing his future? Is this the act of biological parents? This is the accolade I earned for achieving first place in the written examination. If he desires it, let him strive for first place himself. Unfilial son. As Jiang Fan's words hung in the air, a thunderous roar erupted beside him. Jiang Ji's forehead was veined with fury as he glared at Jiang Fan with seething anger. You are already a failure. At 18, with a mere 0.8 in vitality, you cannot even reach the average for your senior year. And having failed to awaken twice, what use is this to you? Your brother has successfully awakened. Let him have this vial of genetic serum, for he still holds the hope of elevating the family. In due time, you will undoubtedly reap the benefits as well. Otherwise, with your constitution, using it would be akin to pouring it down a toilet. Upon hearing Jiang Ji's heartless remarks, Jiang Fan's blood boiled within him. Chapter 1 of The True Essence of Martial Arts states that the awakening serum activates one's innate talents and abilities. Each individual is allotted 3 opportunities for awakening before the age of 18. Failing all three results in a judgment of lack of talent. I have only failed twice. Are you already declaring me a failure? Is it that the true essence of martial arts is insufficiently clear, or have you devised a new martial arts system of your own? Chapter 2. If you don't wish to eat, then none of you shall eat. Jiang Ji and was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his eldest son's audacious defiance. However, once he regained his composure, a wave of fury surged through him, and he reached out, intent on striking Jiang Fan across the face. At that moment, his younger brother Jiang Li's timid voice broke through the tension. Father, please don't blame brother. He still has one opportunity for awakening. Let him have it. Besides, brother is right. I can earn it through my own academic efforts. Although it may require more effort and time, I have faith that brother can do it. And so can I. Jiang Li's words, rather than soothing the situation, only served to inflame Jiang Ji and further. Look, Ali is 2 years younger than you. Yet he demonstrates more understanding and consideration than you do. Jiang Fan merely smiled coldly at this. If he is so considerate, then let him take the exam on his own. Why must you all contend with me here? As he spoke, a mocking expression danced across his face. However, I must clarify, it is not a matter of letting me use it. This is inherently mine, and I shall use it as I please. Just as you said. Even if I were to dispose of it in the toilet, that remains my right. No one has the authority to dictate my actions. At that moment, a chilling indifference coursed through Jiang Fan. Though he had traversed into this world, he had inherited all the memories of the original owner. Throughout his upbringing, every occurrence in this household had revolved around his younger brother. As the eldest son, he was entitled to superior treatment. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary. In his childhood, when his brother fell from the sofa while playing, it was he who bore the blame, unjustly accused of having pushed him. In elementary school, any new toy was invariably first handed to his brother, and only after his brother had grown weary of it was he allowed a fleeting moment to touch it. In middle school, as his brother indulged in fine food and drink, growing nearly to his height, he had not worn new clothes since. In high school, when his brother pilfered money from their home to associate with unsavory youths, upon being discovered, the blame fell squarely on him. Punished without hesitation based solely on his brother's word. In a desperate bid for their attention, Jiang Fan exerted himself academically, consistently achieving first place in his grade. Yet, regardless of his accomplishments, they remained blind to his efforts. What was even more egregious was the audacity to seize the genetic serum he had labored to obtain for the sake of his brother. Surely, there could be no parents more unreasonable than these. At times, he questioned the very blood that coursed through his veins. Why was it that, despite his brother's transgressions, the repercussions always landed upon him? What justification existed for relinquishing that which was rightfully his? Today, you shall either give it to me or face the consequences of never entering this household again. Jiang Ji and declared, his countenance darkened. Jiang Fan cast a derisive glance at him. What? Do you intend to come over and seize it by force? Jiang Ji and appeared momentarily taken aback. His outstretched hands suspended in midair. The term seize unsettled him, leaving him to ponder whether he was willing to accept such an accusation. Fan, your father doesn't mean it that way. He only wishes for the prosperity of the family. Although your elder sister possesses remarkable talent, she is, after all, a girl. The family's future ultimately rests upon you and your brother. And you. Su Xian's seemingly feeble words struck Jiang Fan like a dagger to the heart. Can't even utter the word useless? For the family's prosperity? For my benefit? Compared to Jiang Ji, and his disdain for this so-called mother was far greater. She feigned a facade of impartiality, yet her actions were utterly intolerable. Whenever Jiang Ji and unleashed his wrath, she merely acted as a bystander, offering no intervention. And at times, her words only served to stoke the flames of his fury. Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of indignation for the original owner. Initially, he had intended to endure a little longer in this situation, but now, he could no longer restrain himself. Do not even think about it. I will not part with this bottle of genetic serum. With that, he shot a glance at Jiang Ji and, if you are determined to seize it, be warned, should it accidentally fall to the ground. His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Should they attempt to take it by force, he would shatter it. Jiang Ji and slammed his palm on the table. You dare? The force of his hand sent the dishes on the table bouncing, some of the soup spilling out of the bowls. Try it, Jiang Fan retorted, raising the bottle of genetic serum high above his head. Instantly, the eyes of the other three in the room widened in disbelief. This was an exceedingly precious level 1 genetic serum. Within the martial arts system of Blue Star, awakening serums activated one's innate talents, and only after awakening could one train to become a novice martial artist. To further advance, one required genetic serums to unlock the human genetic code, and this level 1 genetic serum guaranteed an unobstructed path to break through before reaching the tier 3 martial artist level. Although they were a branch of the Jiang family, having languished in Jiang City for years, this bottle of level 1 genetic serum, while affordable for the Jiang family, would still demand a significant expenditure from Jiang Ji, and the thought of Jiang Fan smashing this serum was simply unacceptable to them. Fan, please don't be hasty. Just put it away. Let us eat first. We are all family. There's no need to make things unpleasant. As she spoke, Su Xian rushed to Jiang Fan's side, pulling him down to the dining table while eagerly serving him a variety of sumptuous dishes. Come, try this rib soup that mother made. You must taste it. Jiang Fan observed this scene with a cold gaze, the sight of Su Xian's obsequiousness suddenly striking him as profoundly absurd. After all these years, this was the first time she had lowered herself in such a manner before him, and the motivation behind it was solely for the sake of Jiang Li. Jiang Ji and Jiang Li glared at him with a fervor that suggested they viewed him as a loathed enemy. Jiang Fan felt a surge of melancholy and disinterest on behalf of the original owner. After sipping the rib soup, he abruptly set down his bowl and chopsticks. The soup was indeed good, but it was not to his liking. What? Is the food to your disliking? If you don't wish to eat, then don't eat. Jiang Ji and shot Jiang Fan a disdainful glance, scoffing. Jiang Fan cast him a flat look, rising to his feet. In a sudden motion, he reached under the table and flipped it over with a forceful sweep. Crash! The entire dining table toppled, food and dishes scattering across the floor. Then let none of us eat. Chapter 3. The spilled soup drenched Su Xian, while the table half collapsed onto Jiang Li, who began to wail in fright. Ignoring her soiled attire, Su Xian rushed to Jiang Li's side, pulling him from beneath the table and anxiously checking for injuries, her voice filled with concern. Little Li, does it hurt? Are you hurt anywhere? Jiang Ji, and, taken aback by Jiang Fan's audacity, momentarily stunned, quickly extended his hand to strike Jiang Fan. Yet, as his hand moved, it froze in midair. Jiang Fan held the level 1 genetic serum aloft, the dark green liquid within it casting an almost magical hold over Jiang Ji, and Jiang Li, who had been crying moments before, now halted, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fan with trepidation. Observing the expressions of the three, a smirk played at the corners of Jiang Fan's mouth as he mockingly proposed. How about I present you with a choice? The three perked up, their attention peaked, tension palpable in the air. First, I keep this bottle of genetic serum for myself, and you continue to be my parents. They frowned slightly, uncertain of Jiang Fan's intentions, and Jiang Ji growled, state the second option, seemingly anticipating this. Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Second, I give this serum to Jiang Li, and from that moment on, we sever all ties. Choose one. At this point, he had abandoned all hope for these individuals, and in doing so, he sought to provide a sense of closure for the original owner. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, several individuals exhibited a glimmer of excitement in their eyes, with Jiang Jiha fixating intently on him. Is that truly so? Jiang Fan cast a mocking glance at the two. So what is your decision? As soon as his voice faded, Jiang Jiha rushed toward him, extending his hand. Quickly, bring forth the serum. The implication was unmistakable. Their choice was to procure the genetic serum for Jiang Li's use. Jiang Fan regarded him for a moment before turning to steal a glance at Su Xian, who was still comforting Jiang Li. As Su Xian caught Jiang Fan's eye, she awkwardly lowered her head. In that instant, Jiang Fan comprehended everything. He truly held no value within this household. A faint smile crept upon his lips. He reached out, seemingly poised to hand over the serum to Jiang Jia. Observing this, Jiang Jia hastily extended his hand to receive it. However, before he could grasp it, Jiang Fan had already released his hold. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all present, the immensely precious vial of genetic serum shattered upon the floor. In an instant, the ground was awash with a verdant hue, enveloped in a profound silence. Once Jiang Jia regained his composure from the shock, fury consumed him, and he no longer held back. A punch landed squarely on Jiang Fan's chest, the force of a second-tier warrior rendering him airborne like a cannonball. He crashed through numerous fragile ornaments in the room before colliding violently with the wall. As he slid down from the wall, Jiang Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his chest caving inwards. In his weakened state, he hazily surveyed the room. Jiang Jiha knelt on the ground, attempting to recover the serum. Meanwhile, Su Xian continued to embrace Jiang Li, tidying his belongings. No one directed their attention towards him. A sudden grin broke across his face, and he burst into laughter. Then, in a frenzy, he stumbled toward the exit. Crack! Lightning cleaved through the sky, its accompanying thunder deafening. Rain poured down in torrents. Jiang Fan dragged his weary consciousness in a singular direction, his steps heavy. He stumbled, fell, and rose again. As he regained consciousness from his stupor, a gentle female voice reached his ears. How are you? Are you awake? Then a gruff voice interjected, don't rush. The doctor is attending to you. Desperately, Jiang Fan sought to open his eyes, but despite his efforts, he could only manage a narrow slit. Through this faint opening, he discerned, within a modest dwelling, a plump woman seemingly wiping away tears. Who could be so cruel as to harm a child to such an extent? Beside her, a towering figure rumbled, humph. Who else but your brother-in-law? A few days prior, the child had mentioned acing a written exam at school, earning a vial of first-tier genetic serum. Upon returning today, it was nowhere to be found. Was that not obvious enough? It must have been seized to benefit your nephew. Jiang Fan parted his lips, yearning to call out to them, but no sound emerged. He attempted to lift his hand, but felt an apparatus being applied to his arm. Water. I need water. Jiang Fan succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Sunlight streamed through the low windows, illuminating Jiang Fan's eyelids. Overwhelmed by the brightness, he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. A familiar, humble room. Is this my aunt's home? How did I end up here? He struggled to recall, and suddenly, the events of the previous night unfolded before him like a film reel. So, I staggered away from the Jiang residence, grievously injured and in a daze. Sought refuge at my aunt's house. Jiang Fan attempted to move, but as he raised his arm, he froze in place. Pain. He gasped sharply. Though it was merely a simple motion, his chest was still excruciatingly sore. He glanced down to find his torso bandaged like a zongzi. Don't move. Just as Jiang Fan bravely bore the pain to sit up, a startled exclamation rang from the doorway. A plump woman rushed in, placing the bowl of medicinal soup on the table before hastening to Jiang Fan's side. The doctor said it will take 100 days for your bones to heal. You've broken 4 ribs, and some of your organs are injured as well. You must rest properly. Jiang Fan shook his head. Aunt, I'm fine. I feel much better now. He scanned the room. Where's Uncle? And Xiaoning? Why haven't I seen them? Su Qingwan's brow furrowed slightly at Jiang Fan's insistence, but she soon relented. You can sit for a while, but be sure to rest afterward. In response to Jiang Fan's inquiries, she explained, today is not Sunday. Xiaoning went to school. Your uncle has gone out on patrol. Su Qingwan's gaze shifted away, causing a pang of concern in Jiang Fan's heart, and he quickly pressed for details. Where is he patrolling? What time is it? Su Qingwan forced a smile. Yes, just patrolling the usual areas. Oh dear. Why are you asking so many questions? Just rest a bit. I bought some exotic beast meat this morning and will prepare you a nourishing stew. As she spoke, she hurried out, leaving Jiang Fan with a sinking feeling. This is bad. Uncle Ma Jiang must have gone out to hunt exotic beasts. Chapter 4. Unlocking the Golden Finger. Jiang Fan's mind flashed back to the conversation he had overheard while unconscious. What did the doctor say? The doctor mentioned that the child is quite injured. He has stabilized his condition. However, to avoid any lasting ailments, he must undergo further examination at a hospital in the inner city. The inner city? Isn't that quite expensive? Indeed. But we must go. We only have 3,000 blue star coins left at home, and Xiaoning's tuition is due tomorrow. Should I have Xiaoning speak to her teacher about delaying it? It would be a bit unfair to her. Don't touch Xiaoning's tuition. 3,000 blue star coins isn't enough for medical expenses. You stay home and watch over Xiao Fan. I'll head out first thing in the morning. You. Rest assured, I will ensure my safety. Jiang Fan's heart trembled. If there were anyone in this world who cared most for his predecessor, it was undoubtedly his aunt and uncle. He often preferred to escape the Jiang residence in the inner city and seek solace at his aunt's home in the outer city. Here, although they subsisted on simple fare and dwelled in modest surroundings, he felt the warmth of family. His aunt and uncle were akin to his parents, and his cousin Ma Ning was as dear to him as a sister. Now, for the sake of his health, Uncle Ma Jiang was risking his life to join the hunting team for exotic beasts. This filled him with both gratitude and deep concern. Aunt, has Uncle gone out to hunt exotic beasts? Jiang Fan leaned against the doorframe, addressing Su Qingwan, who was bustling in the living room. Hearing his words, Su Qingwan froze, then turned around, flustered. You child, I told you your uncle has gone on patrol. Stop overthinking. Why are you up? Quickly lie back down. Jiang Fan's conviction in his assumption grew stronger as he waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. I feel much better now. After pondering for a moment, he approached the living room. Aunt, I need to step out for a bit. Su Qingwan was taken aback. What do you intend to do outside? It's almost mealtime. And you're still injured. Jiang Fan interrupted her concerns with an excuse. I feel considerably better. Being cooped up inside is a bit stifling. Su Qingwan glanced around their cramped home, hesitating. Are you truly okay? Jiang Fan quickly reassured her. I'm perfectly fine. Look, he bravely waved his arm despite the pain. Seeing this, Su Qingwan finally relaxed, though her worry lingered. Just don't wander too far. Be sure to return soon. All right? Take care. Jiang Fan nodded and stepped outside. He needed to find his uncle. If there were no funds, he would simply borrow some. In pursuit of 3,000 blue star coins, one must brave the perilous task of hunting exotic beasts. However, the stakes are high, and one must tread carefully. After stepping outside, Jiang Fan traversed the street to its very end, then meandered this way and that, eventually arriving at a marketplace resembling a bustling bazaar. This locale was, in fact, the exotic beast trading market of the outer city. The open-air stalls outside offered exotic beast meat for sale, while the buildings within served as bases for teams assembling to hunt these creatures. Unlike the professional hunting parties of the inner city, most of the groups here were makeshift teams formed by the impoverished residents of the outer city, eager to earn a livelihood. Those assembling to hunt were generally ordinary folk lacking awakened martial prowess or specialized hunting equipment, relying solely on their hunting experience to bolster their numbers. Consequently, the mortality rate among these hunting teams soared to over 80. Yet, despite such grim statistics, throngs continued to flock here. This was largely due to the desperate need for money, as many had been pushed to the brink and were willing to gamble their lives. If Jiang Fan sought to hunt exotic beasts, it was highly likely he would find companions here, enduring the market's unpleasant odors. He navigated through the stalls and entered the main hall of the central building. After surveying the area, he found no sign of Ma Jiang. Thus, he approached the front desk. "Hello, may I inquire if it is possible to access the registration information for those forming teams to hunt exotic beasts?" To maintain safety in Jiang City by eliminating surrounding exotic beasts, the authorities often issued hunting missions to encourage public participation. If Ma Jiang was indeed hunting, he might have also taken on a mission here, allowing him to profit from the slain beasts while earning additional rewards. Therefore, Jiang Fan deemed it prudent to verify whether Ma Jiang had embarked on a hunt, and, if so, when. At the front desk, a girl with freckles was munching on sunflower seeds. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's voice, she glanced up at him, perhaps noticing his relatively decent attire, which set him apart from the impoverished children of the outer city. Her demeanor was somewhat accommodating. "This registration is for internal records only and is not open for public viewing." Jiang Fan discreetly retrieved his meager sum of 100 blue star coins from his pocket, pressing it into his palm. While conversing with the freckled girl, he nonchalantly slid the coins towards her. The girl appeared taken aback, quickly snatching the coins and then turning the registration book in his direction, lowering her voice. "You need to be quick. If someone sees me, it will be troublesome." Understanding her implication, Jiang Fan swiftly took the book and began to peruse it. 2 minutes later, he returned the book to the freckled girl, uttering a brief thank you before departing. According to the information within, Ma Jiang had formed a 5-member hunting team that set off early this morning to Phoenix Mountain in search of exotic beasts, and 4 hours had already elapsed. Jiang Fan quietly calculated that Ma Jiang and his team should have reached their destination by now. However, when they would return remained uncertain. Unlike the swift professional hunting teams of the inner city, these ordinary individuals hunted without the advantage of being awakened warriors. They often relied on ambushes and traps to target exotic beasts, which necessitated prolonged waiting periods, ranging from half a day to potentially a week. This situation was becoming quite troublesome. Jiang Fan had initially hoped to find luck here, perhaps discovering that Ma Jiang had yet to assemble his team, allowing him to call him back in time. However, he had not anticipated that Ma Jiang had already departed. Phoenix Mountain was exceedingly far from here, its expanse covering several dozen miles. Even if there were only a few common hunting spots, searching for them would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, without having awakened, Jiang Fan's abilities were insufficient to reach there. He might even fall prey to exotic beasts before arriving at the destination. What to do? Jiang Fan's mind was heavy with worry. Ma Jiang had ventured out at great risk for his sake. Should anything happen to him, Jiang Fan would never forgive himself. Lost in thought, he unknowingly wandered back into the exotic beast trading market's stall area. Upon reaching the end, he instinctively prepared to turn a corner when suddenly, several people rushed past him. Make way, make way." Caught off guard, Jiang Fan stumbled, feeling his wound tear open, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. Just as he was about to voice his frustration, his attention was drawn to the object these individuals were carrying. It was an exotic beast. Moreover, it was alive. Jiang Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hurriedly followed them. The group placed the exotic beast onto a stall and promptly marked a price on a sign beside it. 50,000 blue star coins. A wave of despair washed over Jiang Fan. Even if he sold himself, he could not afford such a price. Although the Jiang family appeared affluent, residing in the inner city, Jiang Fan's familial standing meant he had little pocket money. The 100 blue star coins he had just spent on information had exhausted his entire funds. However, his intention was not to purchase the exotic beast, but rather to negotiate. "Excuse me, could you possibly lower the price for this exotic beast?" The most imposing member of the group, upon realizing Jiang Fan was merely a child, initially intended to rebuke him. Yet, observing Jiang Fan's attire, which seemed somewhat out of the ordinary, he changed his approach. "If you are genuinely interested, I can reduce it by 1,000, making it 49,000 blue star coins." Feigning curiosity, Jiang Fan extended his hand and inquired, "May I take a closer look?" The fierce leader frowned. "This is a scorpion-tailed wolf. It has barbed stingers on its tail, so be cautious. If you get hurt, we won't be responsible." Ignoring his warning, Jiang Fan focused intently on the scorpion-tailed wolf. This was a small exotic beast, not particularly large, yet agile and capable of inflicting considerable damage. The effort taken by the group to capture this creature was evident. At present, it lay on the ground, pierced by arrows, spears, and traps, barely clinging to life. During his studies on exotic beasts, Jiang Fan had learned of various weaknesses and vital points. Seizing the moment when the group was distracted, he stealthily applied pressure to the wolf's vital point with his palm. The scorpion-tailed wolf, already on the brink of death, succumbed instantly under Jiang Fan's strike. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped him. "Forget it, no need to buy it. Killing it myself is too much trouble." Jiang Fan concocted an excuse and prepared to leave. Just a few steps away, an inscription appeared before him. "Unlock progress 100. Would you like to unlock?" It must be said that Jiang Fan's luck was indeed remarkable. In this marketplace, encountering a living exotic beast was a rare occurrence. Running into one that was barely alive was even more improbable. Yet, he had experienced both. Even more fortuitously, he was knowledgeable about the scorpion-tailed wolf's vital point. It felt as though fate had aligned all the circumstances perfectly, allowing him to seize this unexpected opportunity. Previously, his progress had reached 989. After slaying the scorpion-tailed wolf, it surged directly to 100, a delightful surprise. He could unlock it, suppressing his excitement. Jiang Fan exited the exotic beast trading market. Upon reaching the street corner, he hesitated for a moment before abruptly turning back towards the inner city. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan found himself at the base of a large building. The sign above the entrance read, Thunderous Martial Arts Hall. As he stepped inside, the front desk girl, Bing Bing, greeted him warmly. Xiao Fan, you're here. Jiang Fan nodded. Sister Bing Bing, has Ming returned yet? Bing Bing smiled. He hasn't finished school yet. As she spoke, she suddenly looked surprised. Oh, why didn't you attend class today? Lei Ming and Jiang Fan are both students of Jiangcheng High School, sharing not only the same class, but also the same desk. It is morning, and while Lei Ming remains at school, how did Jiang Fan end up here? Jiang Fan awkwardly rubbed his nose, silently berating himself for being careless. Typically, he would visit Lei Ming after school, but he had refrained from going to school yesterday due to a severe injury. Caught off guard, he had absent-mindedly asked a question, only to be met with a counter-query from Bing Bing, leaving him momentarily speechless and forced to offer a vague excuse. Oh, there's a bit of a situation at home today. However, Bing Bing clearly had no intention of delving deeper. She merely smiled and nodded. Would you like me to arrange a training room for you? The Lei Ming Martial Arts School not only conducts martial arts tutoring classes, but also has separate training facilities available for public use. Many parents of high school students, in an effort to help their children successfully pass martial arts examinations and improve their performance, often take them to various martial arts schools for extra practice after school. By paying a fee here, they not only receive extracurricular martial arts training, but can also rent individual training rooms to hone their skills. The paid training rooms are significantly quieter than the communal training spaces at school. All right, thank you, Sister Bing Bing. Bing Bing waved her hand, a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes. Oh, don't mention it. You and Ming are like brothers. The boss has instructed that whenever you need it, we can open a room for you at any time. After saying that, perhaps worried that Jiang Fan might feel burdened, Bing Bing added, besides, there is hardly anyone around at the moment. They're all empty. Jiang Fan nodded appreciatively. Within a minute, Bing Bing had prepared the training room for him. All right, you're all set. Room 7. The code is 48673268. No time limit. Thank you, Sister Bing Bing. After expressing his gratitude to the receptionist, Jiang Fan made his way down the corridor toward the training room. He was quite familiar with the place and needed no guidance. Upon entering the training room, he input the code, opened the door, switched on the lights, and locked the door behind him. After completing these actions, Jiang Fan scanned the various equipment in the training room, but chose not to touch anything. Instead, he sat cross-legged. The stamp had just indicated that the unlocking progress was at 100, and he needed to find a private space to expedite the unlocking process. As an individual from Earth, Jiang Fan possessed a peculiar adaptability to these kinds of extraordinary abilities. The Jiang family had severed ties with him. He would not be returning. His aunt's house lacked privacy, making it an unsuitable choice. After considering his options, the Lei Ming Martial Arts School was the only viable place. Jiang Fan closed his eyes, and an exquisite stamp materialized before him. Unlocking progress at 100. Proceed with unlocking? Jiang Fan mentally urged, unlock. In an instant, his vision blurred, and he found himself in an ethereal void. As he surveyed his surroundings, a haze of white mist enveloped him, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. It seemed he stood at the center of a martial arts arena. What is this? Before he could ponder further, a voice resonated from all directions. The basic assessment begins. 10987. A martial arts space? Wait, I'm not ready. Before Jiang Fan could voice his thoughts, a shadow darted before him, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His consciousness abruptly returning to the training room. Had he just died? The sensation he experienced was akin to that of death. Had he been slain by a creature from this realm? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Although dying in this space would not result in actual death, his spirit would still return to reality. What if that had occurred in the real world? Would he have perished before even having a chance to react? Since arriving in this high martial arts world, Jiang Fan had inherited the memories of his predecessor. Aware that this realm was rife with extraordinary beasts, with humanity constantly resisting their encroachment. He also understood that the frontline battles were exceedingly fierce. However, all this knowledge had come from textbooks or hearsay. True combat, like that which ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken had never witnessed. Yet, that fleeting moment had allowed him to experience the brutality of battle firsthand. This was truly a struggle where it was either you or me. For someone like Jiang Fan, who had never faced life and death situations, he momentarily hesitated, but in the blink of an eye, he gritted his teeth and once again settled into a meditative position in the training room. His uncle Ma Jiang had ventured out of the city to hunt extraordinary beasts for his sake, and his fate remained uncertain. Although he had discovered the target's whereabouts, he was but an ordinary person and could not offer any assistance. For the first time, he felt the harsh reality of being an ordinary person. If only he possessed the power, could all this have been avoided? Was it merely a matter of dying once more? He was determined to uncover what lay within this realm. Chapter 6. The Time Flow Rate of Tenfold. Whoosh. Jiang Fan focused his mind once again, reappearing in the arena. Simultaneously, the countdown echoed throughout the space. 1098. Jiang Fan immediately summoned strength in his legs, moving to the edge of the arena, warily surveying his surroundings. He had been caught off guard and swiftly eliminated previously. This time, he was entirely concentrated. As the countdown concluded, a figure clad in a Zhongshan suit materialized in the center of the arena. The individual wore a pair of black-framed glasses, their gaze piercing and profound. Their stature was as imposing as a pine tree, broad shoulders filling out the contours of the Zhongshan suit, emanating a formidable aura. Jiang Fan was taken aback that the figure in the martial arts arena would be a person. Just as he was about to speak, the figure vanished from his sight. In the blink of an eye, they struck with the speed of thunder, appearing before him in an instant. In a moment of panic, Jiang Fan hastily attempted to block the attack. However, with just one move, he was sent flying, rendered incapable of action. The next second, he found himself back in the training room. This was outrageous. Jiang Fan rubbed his arm. Though unscathed, the sensation of a broken limb lingered painfully. How was he supposed to defeat such an opponent? Jiang Fan felt a headache coming on. According to his understanding, such martial arts space abilities could only yield rewards upon defeating the adversary. Yet, having yet to awaken, with only an energy value of 0.8, he was merely slightly stronger than an average person. Judging by the opponent's appearance, they had at least reached the level of a martial artist. How could he possibly stand against them? Despite this train of thought, Jiang Fan entered the martial arts space for a third time. He had failed to awaken twice. If he failed again, he would forever remain unable to become a martial artist. In this world, martial artists held the highest status. If he could not become one, he would be condemned to a life on the bottom rungs of society. Now that he finally had an opportunity, he could not afford to give up easily. After several seconds, as expected, Jiang Fan returned to the training room once more. This time, he opted to evade the opponent's attacks, only to be struck in the back. Jiang Fan rubbed the area on his back, his expression growing increasingly fierce. Then came the fourth, fifth, and sixth attempts. His head struck by an elbow, a fatal blow. His legs severed, left crippled, his throat crushed. Jiang Fan observed that with each challenge, his combat awareness gradually sharpened, and he was able to endure longer in the martial arts arena. 10 seconds, 18 seconds, 33 seconds, boom. Jiang Fan was once again sent flying, landing heavily at the edge of the arena, his consciousness swiftly returning. 5 minutes. He had finally lasted 5 minutes, yet he was utterly exhausted. This was his limit. After countless challenges, Jiang Fan's frustration began to mount. If he continued to challenge, he believed he could eventually defeat the opponent. But it would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. This was a training room. He could not monopolize it indefinitely. Perhaps he should wait for the next opportunity. Jiang Fan instinctively glanced at the timer in the room. 2,344. He was momentarily stunned. Only 23 minutes? He had challenged in the martial arts space at least dozens of times, and with the time he spent processing, it should have been at least 3 or 4 hours. As Jiang Fan pondered, the once still heart within him suddenly began to race with fervor. With a swift motion akin to a carp leaping from the water, he sprang to his feet and commenced pacing within the training room. If his conjecture held true, this golden key must pertain to the flow of time. In other words, the temporal flow within this space exceeds that of the outside world. He needed to verify the exact ratio. Eagerly, Jiang Fan retrieved a stopwatch from the training room, and at the moment he pressed the start button, his consciousness transitioned into the martial arts space. The foundational assessment commenced. 10,987, echoed a cold, mechanical voice. Jiang Fan steeled himself, bracing for the challenge. In the world of Blue Star, prior to awakening, all high school students uniformly practiced the martial arts techniques known as the true understanding of martial arts, body refinement. Through this body refinement, they honed their vitality and blood, enhancing their physical prowess and increasing the probability of awakening. Upon awakening, they would unlock their genetic potential, thereby discerning their innate talents. Subsequently, they would continue to refine their vitality until they reached the rank of a level 4 warrior, at which point they could study the corresponding techniques. As Jiang Fan had yet to awaken, he had not studied any martial techniques, nor had he partaken in any combat. However, in a moment of dire necessity, he had relied solely on the rudimentary knowledge of the 5 elements fist he had gleaned from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, engaging in battle with his opponent. Initially clumsy and disoriented, he soon began to fight with a semblance of competence. At this moment, as the opponent in the Zhongshan suit advanced, Jiang Fan skillfully evaded the attack and retaliated with a punch. The Zhongshan-clad adversary blocked with his arm, simultaneously striking out towards Jiang Fan's face. Jiang Fan adeptly stepped back to avoid the blow and began to maneuver around the arena. Although he remained at a disadvantage, he managed to exchange blows, shifting the tide from a one-sided affair to a more balanced confrontation. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fan was defeated. Upon his consciousness returning to the training room, his gaze immediately fell upon the stopwatch. A surge of elation washed over him upon seeing the time displayed as 32 seconds. Indeed, the temporal flow within the space differed from that of the outside world. He had just spent 5 minutes and 10 seconds within the space, while only 32 seconds had elapsed outside. Discounting his reaction time, it was precisely 101. He was elated. In that instant, Jiang Fan's confidence soared. He was determined to continue the challenge. He would not allow the Zhongshan-clad opponent to prevail against him through mere attrition. Bang! After what felt like several hours, Jiang Fan finally plunged a finger into the opponent's neck. In an instant, his body vanished. Jiang Fan collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Simultaneously, a prompt echoed through the space. Congratulations on completing the foundational assessment. Entering the martial arts demonstration phase. With a flash, the Zhongshan-clad opponent, defeated by Jiang Fan, reappeared. I am Fang Zhu, born into an ancient martial arts family. I began my martial training at the age of 3. By 8, I had glimpsed the path of martial arts, entering the realm of Mingjin. At 15, I traversed the continent, gaining insights and crossing into the threshold of Injin. By 26, I obtained this seal, and through it, became a revered grandmaster. Yet, as the world fell into ruin, I remained trapped in this realm, unable to explore its mysteries. Thus, I leave this legacy, hoping future generations may decipher it. As Fang Zhu recited, vivid images materialized before Jiang Fan. Though they appeared as fragmented snapshots, they chronicled every significant moment of Fang Zhu's life. These were derived from his memories. Thus, Fang Zhu was the previous master of this seal. While Jiang Fan contemplated in silence, Fang Zhu had already settled into a meditative posture. Innate breathing and qi guiding technique. Draw upon the natural energies and absorb them into oneself, refining essence into qi. Jiang Fan followed suit, sitting cross-legged, calming his mind, and dispelling distractions, keenly attuning himself to the sensations around him. Before long, he began to perceive a faint, almost imperceptible flow of energy coursing through his meridians. This energy was exceedingly subtle, yet it permeated every extremity of his being. Following Fang Zhu's method of guidance, Jiang Fan gradually observed these dispersed energies converging and intertwining, ultimately forming a gentle stream that flowed throughout his body. Simultaneously, he started to feel a warmth enveloping him, as if he were being gently steamed. As this stream traversed his entire being several times, he suddenly heard a faint pop, as though something within him had shattered. Chapter 7. Innate Breathing and Qi Guiding Technique. This technique, derived from this space, serves as the foundational practice for all qi refinement, harboring numerous remarkable applications. Should I acquire this technique, I would witness a new era unfold before my eyes, filled with delight. However, the world is flawed, rendering it impossible to refine the natural energies. Hence, I devised a unique approach, creating a technique to absorb life energy for my own use. Although this technique is formidable, few can master it, which is why I remain confined as a grandmaster throughout my life. Thus, I integrated this technique into this space. After imparting his legacy, Fang Zhu vanished from the space. Upon completing his study of the innate breathing and qi guiding technique, Jiang Fan rose. According to Fang Zhu, this technique was a legacy of the space, leaving behind a detailed pathway for its practice. Yet, the domineering technique that Fang Zhu himself had created bore no record of its legacy, but instead merged into the space. Could it be that the life energy he had previously absorbed from the remnants of the beasts was a result of Fang Zhu's formidable technique? However, as per Fang Zhu's description, Jiang Fan felt he was far from achieving the height of merging his own technique with the space. How had Fang Zhu accomplished such a feat? This seal's space was indeed perplexing, leaving Jiang Fan in a state of bewilderment. Nevertheless, this harvest left Jiang Fan immensely satisfied. Although uncertain of the specific benefits of the innate breathing and qi guiding technique, he surmised it to be significantly superior to the body refinement techniques currently taught in school. As for Fang Zhu, despite Jiang Fan's lack of understanding regarding the concept of a grandmaster, the memories of battles that could shatter mountains and split rocks painted a terrifying picture. The opponent he had just faced was surely not even a fraction of that power. Otherwise, he would have stood no chance of prevailing in combat. The purpose, it seemed, was merely to assess and impart a legacy. Legacy. As Jiang Fan contemplated this notion, he fell silent once more. Fang Zhu had mentioned the concept of legacy multiple times, implying that this seal was the source of that legacy. What mystery lay behind this legacy, and what did he mean by the world is flawed? He found himself at a loss. With a flicker, Jiang Fan's consciousness returned to the training room. In an instant, he sensed something amiss. After battling for over 10 hours in the space, he had always returned to reality feeling utterly fatigued. Yet now, he felt remarkably light. Just as he prepared to rise, he suddenly became aware that any pain from his previous injuries had inexplicably vanished. He pressed on the spots where he had been wounded, discovering they felt just as they had before his injuries. Raising his hand, he noticed his exposed arm was covered in a fine layer of grime. He wrinkled his nose and leaned closer to his arm, catching a faint, unpleasant odor. Ugh! Jiang Fan hastily dashed to the shower room. Skillfully applying soap all over his body and rinsing off, he emerged in a fresh set of clothes. Thankfully, Sister Bingbing at the front desk had provided him with an advanced training room equipped with a shower and disposable training attire. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to manage the dirt that had accumulated on him. Feeling relieved, Jiang Fan cranked the ventilation system to its maximum, taking the opportunity to inspect his body. Under the lights, his skin appeared exceptionally fair, and the dark moles that had once adorned his arms had inexplicably vanished. The wounds on his chest and abdomen had fully healed. He swung his arm, feeling an abundance of strength within him. Almost instinctively, he employed the breathing technique learned within the space, and in an instant, he sensed a gentle current flowing through his body. What is this? It felt like a powerful surge of energy. Jiang Fan's heart raced with excitement. In the world of Blue Star, there is a profound emphasis on transcending one's limitations through technological advancements. Consequently, whether it be awakening or progression, one requires the aid of technological potions. Jiang Fan, as the top scorer in the literary examination at Jiangxing Martial Arts High School, has unfortunately fallen from grace due to his inability to awaken, rendering him inferior even to the average person. Yet at this moment, within this space, he seems to have uncovered an entirely new cultivation system. He wonders if this newfound practice can shatter the shackles that bind him. With this thought, he swiftly rises, slapping his forehead, and approaches the testing platform. On the table lies a miniature blood vitality testing device, roughly the size of a suitcase, measuring around 40 centimeters in length and width. The upper section of the device features a small screen that records the testing results. In the middle, there is a circular aperture with a radius of about 10 centimeters, emitting a faint blue glow. The lower part consists of the device's support stand. This compact testing apparatus is provided by the martial arts school for various advanced training rooms. Although the results may not be exceedingly precise, they are notably convenient. Otherwise, one would have to queue at school for larger testing machines. Jiang Fan initiates the test. Rolling up his sleeve and inserting his hand into the aperture, the device's edge just grazing his wrist. The inner mechanism then begins to constrict, securing itself within an appropriate range. Suddenly, he feels a sharp prick at his fingertip as the automatic blood extraction needle does its work. Once the blood is drawn, the aperture relaxes, and Jiang Fan withdraws his hand, hastily grabbing a tissue to wipe away the remnants. Meanwhile, the numbers on the screen begin to spin wildly. After a few seconds, the data stabilizes at 0.98. Jiang Fan is momentarily taken aback. His original vitality value was merely 0.8. In just over 10 hours, it has surged by 0.18. This pace is akin to the effects of a powerful restorative potion. Wait, a realization strikes him. He has spent over 10 hours in this space, yet only a little more than an hour has passed in the outside world. In just over an hour, he has increased his vitality by 0.18. This is swifter than the effects of any restorative potion, at least in his current understanding. He has never witnessed anyone cultivate at such a rapid rate. Exhaling a long breath, Jiang Fan steps up to the combat power testing device. This machine resembles a strength tester found at amusement parks, with a sandbag suspended in front. By striking the sandbag, it rebounds and activates the sensor area to measure the force of impact. Jiang Fan positions himself before the machine, loosening up his body before delivering a powerful strike. Bang! A tremendous force collides with the machine, prompting the numbers on the screen to jump erratically, accompanied by the sound of a winding mechanism. After several seconds, the data comes to a halt. Jiang Fan gazes at the displayed number in disbelief. The combat power index reads 122. This figure has surpassed the threshold for a level 1 martial artist. With a vitality value of 1 and a combat power index of 100, one qualifies as a level 1 martial artist. Awakening is a prerequisite for becoming a martial artist. Hence, all students in high school, whether practicing body refinement techniques from martial arts texts or consuming potions, aim to elevate their vitality as close to 1 as possible before using awakening potions. Those who remain unawakened cannot become martial artists, nor can they surpass a combat power index of 100. This is an established law. However, Jiang Fan's heart races with excitement. This cultivation system truly works. Moreover, it seems to be more formidable than the so-called genetic potions. In just over 10 hours, he has managed to boost his vitality by 0.18, while he has yet to reach the critical point of 1 for a level 1 martial artist. He is confident that he now possesses the strength of 1. After all, vitality is not only linked to one's realm, but also closely tied to one's physical condition on that day. Having sustained injuries yesterday and not yet eaten today, he knows this must have some effect. As the thought of food crosses his mind, an overwhelming hunger strikes him. Xiao Fan, aren't you going to cultivate a bit longer? No, Bing Bingjia. When a Ming returns, tell him I stopped by. All right, do you need me to convey any message? Nothing, just tell him that. Understood. Jiang Fan departs from the training room of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, exchanging pleasantries with the front desk attendant, Bing Bing, before dashing outside. His speed is so remarkable that it nearly dazzles Bing Bing's eyes. Hee. This child. He appears quite composed, yet he behaves just as recklessly as a Ming. Bing Bing shakes her head in amusement. Exiting the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, Jiang Fan races through the city gates, swiftly returning to his aunt's home. I say, where have you been? Why did it take you so long? I've prepared the meat for you, but couldn't find you. Jiang Fan's eyes gleam at the sight of the meat on the table. I just came back from the martial arts school. Su Qingwan gasps. You were injured. Why would you go train? Jiang Fan loosens his shirt and smiles. Annie, my injury is healed. Su Qingwan stares in astonishment. Healed? Really? As she contemplates. She seems to connect the dots. Did you recover after taking that genetic potion? Jiang Fan, caught without an excuse, finds Su Qingwan has inadvertently provided one. And he nods eagerly. Yes. Su Qingwan's face lights up with joy. I didn't realize the genetic potion had such miraculous effects. Noticing Jiang Fan's ravenous gaze fixed on the dishes, she chuckles. Everything is prepared for you. Hurry and eat. Jiang Fan responds affirmatively, quickly taking a seat at the table and beginning to indulge heartily. In no time, he has polished off all the stewed meat. After finishing, he feels slightly unsatisfied. He has consumed 6 bowls of rice and a pot of stew, barely quelling his hunger. Seeing the table in disarray, he realizes he has left nothing for Su Qingwan and is instantly filled with shame. Just as he is about to speak, he looks up to find Su Qingwan in tears. What on earth? How could they mistreat children like this? Chapter 8, Jiangqing No. 3 High School. Auntie, why are you crying? Jiang Fan, noticing Su Qingwan's tears, is filled with alarm and hurriedly stands up. Su Qingwan quickly wipes her tears. It's nothing. Just got some sand in my eye. Are you still hungry? I can make you something else. Jiang Fan, glancing at the table, feels remorseful. Auntie, you haven't eaten. Su Qingwan smiles gently. I can't eat. Should I prepare another pot of meat for you? Seeing Jiang Fan's enormous appetite, she is taken aback. However, she soon rationalizes it as a necessity for nourishment given his recent recovery. Jiang Fan hesitates for a moment. I'll just need another pot of rice. Having consumed so much, he feels only half full. Yet, given his aunt's circumstances, he knows they cannot afford to provide him with more meat. Beast meat is costly. After much discussion, Su Qingwan refrains from cooking more meat. Observing her bustling in the kitchen, Jiang Fan cannot help but speak up. Annie, Uncle has gone to Phoenix Mountain. Su Qingwan pauses momentarily, feigning calmness as she turns to reply. Children shouldn't pry into adult matters. Your uncle has gone out to patrol. Jiang Fan clenches his teeth. I just visited the beast trading market, and I saw in the register that Uncle went to Phoenix Mountain. Su Qingwan's brow furrows. You went to the beast trading market? It's too chaotic there. There are all sorts of people. You should avoid those places in the future. Realizing that Jiang Fan is aware of the situation regarding Ma Jiang, Su Qingwan decides not to conceal any longer and instead reassures him in a different manner. It's all right. Your uncle has a friend who needs assistance hunting beasts. He'll be back in a few days. Silence ensues. Although Jiang Fan knows Su Qingwan is lying, he refrains from voicing his thoughts. The deed is done, and they cannot change it. He must trust that everything will be fine. Jiang Fan appears to be comforting Su Qingwan, yet he is also bolstering his own confidence. Jiang Fan had just finished a bowl of rice, barely reaching the point of being 8/10 full, before he finally paused. Have you eaten enough? If so, head to school this afternoon. You didn't attend this morning and surely didn't take a leave of absence, did you? Now that your health has improved, you should quickly go greet your teacher. As Jiang Fan set down his chopsticks, Su Qingwan urged him. Although he had initially intended to continue his training at the thunderous martial arts academy in the afternoon, he felt compelled to acquiesce to Su Qingwan's insistence, acknowledging that he should indeed make an appearance at school. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fan had vanished from sight, leaving Su Qingwan to shake her head in exasperation. This child. Her gaze fell upon the table, and a frown creased her brow. Both Jiang Fan and Ma Ning were in their adolescence, a crucial period for their physical development. If the family were in a better position, providing them with exotic beast meat daily might enhance their vitality and increase their chances of awakening. However, with Ma Jiang being the sole breadwinner working in the patrol team, his earnings barely sufficed to support Ma Ning alone. Now that Jiang Fan had evidently severed ties with his family, should he choose to stay, not only would daily access to exotic beast meat be impossible, but even basic meals might become a luxury. Alas, what to do? Thoughts of Ma Jiang deepened the worry etched on Su Qingwan's face. Before dawn, he had ventured out to hunt exotic beasts. Jiang Fan's health had improved. Yet Ma Jiang had already gone into the mountains. He was merely an ordinary man, though he appeared robust as a member of the patrol team. His physique was merely a facade, entirely crafted through rigorous training, lacking the true vitality of a warrior. His venture to Phoenix Mountain was fraught with peril. With the family's sole provider potentially in jeopardy, what then would become of them? As Jiang Fan exited the house, he slowed his pace, meandering toward the inner city. His school, Jiangqing Third Martial Arts High School, was situated at the edge of the inner city. It typically catered to students who, having performed poorly on the high school entrance exam, found no hope in applying to the first or second high schools and thus transferred here. The Jiang family's neglect of Jiang Fan was evident not only in daily life, but also in his education. With his scores, he could have easily gained admission to the first high school. However, after clandestine discussions, Jiang Ji and his wife chose to send him here instead. At the time, he was oblivious to their motives. Only much later did he learn that they had accepted benefits from Jiangxing Third High School in exchange for his enrollment, a truly despicable act. Jiang Fan cursed under his breath. While he acknowledged that his academic success relied primarily on his own efforts, a school with superior faculty would provide a richer educational experience. At the first high school, even a typical martial arts instructor might possess the strength of a level 2 warrior, whereas administrators could achieve levels as high as level 3. Their extensive experience in martial arts training would greatly enhance students' abilities to refine their vitality and improve their chances of awakening. What could the third high possibly teach? From what he understood, none of the faculty, top to bottom, exceeded level 1. They likely lacked a comprehensive understanding of what it meant to be a warrior, rendering them incapable of effectively teaching students. At best, they merely regurgitated the textbook content. Jiang Fan suspected that his inability to awaken stemmed from being hindered in this very institution. He traversed the main thoroughfare of the school. The sounds of excitement echoed from the squares on either side. Numerous classes must be engaged in martial arts lessons. In this world, all high schools were designated as martial arts high schools. The curriculum was divided into martial arts and cultural studies. The martial arts courses, as the name implies, focused on teaching the foundational techniques of martial arts, guiding students in refining their vitality with the goal of awakening as warriors. Cultural courses, on the other hand, provided knowledge related to martial arts, including its history, bestiaries, and genetic medications, among other topics. Although both subjects held equal weight in the college entrance examination, universities placed greater emphasis on martial arts scores during admissions. After all, in today's world, anyone below the level of a warrior was deemed insignificant. With the college entrance examination approaching, spirits were high. This could be the singular opportunity to alter the course of your lives. If not now, when? The hardships are but temporary. Endure this phase, and there will be ample time to relax in the future. Consider your parents. Do you wish to live as they have? As ordinary individuals languishing at the bottom of society? Warriors are your path to a brighter future. Alright, let us revisit the origins of martial arts. Lei Ming, would you share with us? In a classroom at 3rd Martial Arts High School, a bespectacled, somewhat short middle-aged man finished his lengthy monologue and called out names. In the back row, a youth, as sturdy as a tower, nervously stood up. 800 years ago, a colossal meteor fell to Blue Star, triggering a transformation. Shadows appeared in the sky, fissures opened in the earth, and when these shadows descended upon the land, the fissures expanded to the surface, unleashing exotic beasts. Humanity's attempts to repel these beasts with conventional weapons proved futile, leading to the downfall of countless towns and a drastic reduction of habitable land to less than 1/10 of the globe. 600 years ago, Dr. Z invented genetic medications, collaborating with hundreds of martial artists worldwide, and combining ancient techniques to formulate the true explanation of martial arts, allowing humanity to enter the martial arts era en masse, gradually reversing the dire situation. 300 years ago, humanity witnessed the emergence of the first level 9 warrior, who led others to cleanse towns, driving the beasts to the wilderness and granting humanity a space to settle. Subsequently, towns were established and technology was restored. Jiang Fan, peering through the crack of the back door, observed Lei Ming's hesitant responses, seizing the opportunity to quietly push the door open and slip inside. He tiptoed to his seat, barely having time to breathe a sigh of relief before a sharp voice called out, "Jiang Fan, stand up." Chapter 9, Homeroom Teacher Li Dongsheng. Li Laosher. Jiang Fan stood up, bracing himself, regretting his decision to come to class. The figure at the front was none other than their homeroom teacher for class 2. Li Dongsheng. He had not attended class that morning, initially intending to find Li Dongsheng in his office to explain his absence, but upon arriving, he found no one there, prompting him to come to the classroom instead. Unfortunately, his arrival had resulted in being caught red-handed. "I had some matters to attend to this morning and couldn't make it." His explanation was cut short by Li Dongsheng. Students must present themselves as such. The college entrance examination is fast approaching. While your cultural scores are commendable, look at your vitality. You have failed to awaken twice, yet lack a sense of urgency. Should you fail again, your future is at stake. With your grades, perhaps you could secure a clerical position, but isn't everything ultimately in service to the warriors? Lei Ming, drawn in by Jiang Fan's predicament, felt the pressure lift instantly. He discreetly tugged at Jiang Fan's sleeve from the back, relishing the moment. Jiang Fan promptly shrugged off his hand. "What? Are you still unconvinced? After class, come to my office." Jiang Fan's expression darkened. After nearly 3 hours of incessant lecturing, class finally concluded. "Jiang Fan, come with me." Li Dongsheng shot a glance at Jiang Fan before exiting the classroom. Just as Jiang Fan was about to follow, Lei Ming pulled him back. "Thanks, Xiao Fan." Lei Ming chuckled. Jiang Fan shot him an exasperated look. "You can't even memorize the content from the first page of the martial arts history lesson. And you still have the audacity to gloat. Lei Ming was left speechless. As Jiang Fan stepped out the door, the classroom erupted in whispers. Is Jiang Fan intent on giving up? He is even daring enough not to attend class now. If you were brilliant in cultural studies, but just couldn't awaken, would you feel the same? Ranking first in the grade. He was so impressive when he first entered high school. The teachers adored him. Now, warriors are above all. No matter how exceptional one is, if they cannot become a warrior, they will ultimately be surpassed by us. There's something exhilarating about trampling on the genius. As the crowd engaged in conversation, a sudden, thunderous roar interrupted them. Everyone, be quiet. Lei Ming's piercing gaze swept across the assembly. Do you all think you're special? Xiao Fan hasn't awakened, yet you presume to judge him? The probability of an ordinary person awakening is less than 5%. While we at Sangao have a 10% chance, there is only 1 among 10 of you who might awaken. So what qualifications do you have to speak of Xiao Fan? An immediate silence enveloped the classroom. Lei Ming was a close brother to Jiang Fan. They held no fear of him. However, Lei Ming hailed from a family that owned a martial arts school, having awakened upon entering the second year of high school. He now boasted an impressive vitality index of 12, a level not to be trifled with. Jiang Fan followed Li Dongxing to the office. Li Dongxing poured himself a cup of tea, crossed his legs, and after sipping, turned his chair to face Jiang Fan. Now, tell me what happened today. Jiang Fan fabricated a reason to deflect his inquiry. Thus, Li Dongxing transitioned into his teaching mode. Jiang Fan, it's not just me saying this. You ought to consider your future. When I mentioned you handling paperwork in class, it was merely a moment of frustration. Now that we are alone in this room, let me be candid. If you truly cannot awaken and walk the path of a martial artist, then handling paperwork is not a bad option. At least it's an office job, unlike those who struggle with academics and vitality, forced to toil as laborers. Jiang Fan felt overwhelmed and simultaneously puzzled by Li Dongxing's swift change in demeanor. However, reflecting on the past 3 years at Sangao, where teachers and classmates shifted from admiration to coldness and ridicule due to his inability to awaken, he felt he could accept anything. There is something I wish to mention. But if you're unwilling, just disregard it. You ranked first in your grade last week, and the school, in recognition of your achievement, rewarded you with a vial of genetic serum. Given your current situation, where you have not awakened, it seems unnecessary. I, on behalf of others, want to ask if you plan to sell this vial. Jiang Fan was taken aback, but quickly understood Li Dongxing's intentions. He replied nonchalantly, Teacher Li, I have already given that vial away. Upon hearing this, Li Dongxing's brow furrowed. If you don't wish to sell it, I won't insist. I'm merely inquiring on behalf of someone else. You need not fabricate excuses. The notion that such a precious item could simply be given away was ludicrous in Li Dongxing's eyes. Realizing that Li Dongxing coveted the genetic serum, Jiang Fan felt no desire to remain in the office any longer. Teacher Li, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Seeing Jiang Fan's demeanor, Li Dongxing slammed his hand on the table. Jiang Fan, what is this attitude? I'm considering your future. With your vitality at 8, if you cannot awaken, you will never become a martial artist. What use is that serum to you? Selling it could provide you with some financial comfort. You have earned quite a bit during your years at school. Jiang Fan's expression turned cold at this remark, interrupting him sharply. Teacher Li, the money I earned at school was through my own capabilities. I haven't engaged in any wrongdoing. Your words imply that I have deceived the school. At that moment, he disregarded the notion of respect for a teacher. A teacher with ethics is a true educator. One without them is merely an old fool. Bang. Li Dongxing struck the table forcefully. Repeat that. You were absent without cause this morning. Does that not violate school regulations? Jiang Fan could no longer be bothered to argue. If I have violated school regulations, then punish me according to the rules. A warning or a demerit would suffice. This has nothing to do with whether I sell the genetic serum. He paused to add, once again, I have already given that vial away. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After stating this, Jiang Fan exited the office without looking back, leaving Li Dongxing seething in place, trembling with rage. Xiao Fan. Li Dongxing didn't give you a hard time, did he? Shortly after Jiang Fan stepped out of the teaching building and reached the entrance, he encountered Lei Ming waiting for him. No, he just wanted me to sell the genetic serum to him, which I refused. Lei Ming nodded in agreement. You did the right thing. Don't sell it to him. His interest in buying that serum is merely a ploy for his own gain. Jiang Fan slightly nodded. I told him I had already given it away. Lei Ming burst into laughter. Good. Not selling it to him was the right choice. Come, let us return to practice. Chapter 10. Level 1 Martial Artist Ming. Xiao Fan, you're back? As Lei Ming and Jiang Fan entered the Lei Ming Martial Arts School, Bing Bing at the front desk greeted them. Sister Bing Bing, please open a training room for us. Of course. Before Bing Bing could finish, Jiang Fan interrupted. If there is an extra room, could you please arrange one for me separately? Bing Bing instinctively glanced at Lei Ming. Lei Ming was taken aback and hesitated. Xiao Fan, we can still train together in one room. I can help you. He quickly added an explanation. I didn't mean anything else. Usually, we train in the same room. Although Jiang Fan excels academically, his physical vitality lags behind, making him less proficient in martial arts than me. Therefore, we often exchange insights while training together. However, today, Jiang Fan suddenly requested a separate training room, which left Lei Ming puzzled. Fearing that Jiang Fan might misconstrue his intentions as stinginess, he hastily clarified. Seeing Lei Ming's anxious demeanor, Jiang Fan felt a surge of gratitude and fabricated an excuse. Ming, I experienced some insights today. I need a quieter environment. He could not allow anyone, even his best friend, to discover his mastery over space. Maintaining a low profile was essential, especially since he lacked the means to protect himself at present. Upon hearing that Jiang Fan's request was not due to trivial reasons, Lei Ming breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. All right, Sister Bing Bing, please open 2 adjacent training rooms for us. Turning to Jiang Fan, he added, does this work for you? If you have any issues, feel free to come to the adjacent room and ask me. Jiang Fan smiled and nodded, familiar with the layout. He entered the training room, instinctively locked the door, and eagerly sat cross-legged. With a thought, he entered the sealed space. Would you like to bind your identity? A cold, neutral voice echoed as he appeared on the arena. Bind identity. There was no such prompt during the last challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he decided without hesitation. Bind. As his voice echoed, a beam of light illuminated above his head. In an instant, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Please provide a name. Jiang Fan. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a panel materialized before him. Name, Jiang Fan. Bone age, 17 years. Bloodline, Huaxia. Cultivation, automatically adapted to current world apprentice martial artist. Techniques, innate breathing and guiding technique. 5-element fist minor achievement. Lifespan, 83. Upon viewing the information on the panel, Jiang Fan's brow furrowed deeply. He could understand the preceding details. Bone age and cultivation could indeed be detected through extraordinary means. The bloodline was also explicable, as he hailed from another world, Huaxia. However, what was this lifespan nonsense? Was he destined to live only to the age of 83? How was this determined? In the Blue Star world, following the transformation through genetic serums, the lifespans of individuals had significantly increased. Those above level 6 could, barring unforeseen circumstances, live past 150 years, while level 9 martial saints could surpass even 200 years. Thus, was this 83 years an estimation based on his current cultivation level? If that is the case, does it imply that an enhancement in one's cultivation would lead to an extension of life? Yet, what significance does lifespan hold within this realm? As Jiang Fan pondered, a voice echoed once more in the space. Binding successful. Inheritor, do you wish to challenge the next level? Inheritor. This terminology aligns with Feng Zhu's earlier remarks, suggesting that the primary function of this space is to bequeath knowledge. But why is this space utilized for such a transmission? What transpired in the past? Challenge. Unable to unravel certain questions, he chose to set them aside. According to Feng Zhu's assertions, if he continued to challenge, he would eventually uncover the truth. Thus, he resolved to press on with the challenges. He also needed to bolster his strength through these trials. Whoosh. As Jiang Fan's voice faded, the surroundings began to swirl and transform, commencing a countdown. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Fan instantly became vigilant, bracing himself against the ground and adopting a stance of confrontation. As the countdown concluded, a graceful figure lunged forth. Jiang Fan hastily attempted to block the attack. But in the next moment, bang, a tremendous force struck him, propelling him far from the arena. At the edge of the platform, it seemed there was an invisible wall preventing his fall. He did not land outside the arena, but rather slid down along this unseen barrier. Not dead. Jiang Fan felt a surge of joy and quickly turned his gaze towards his opponent. In the center of the arena stood a female cultivator clad in simple robes, reminiscent of ancient attire, though distinctly separated into upper and lower garments akin to modern fashion. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, preparing to rise, but suddenly, the scene before him blurred. In the next instant, he found himself back in the training room, unable to win. Jiang Fan chuckled wryly, yet he remained undeterred. He had not anticipated success in the challenge, although he was unaware of how many levels this martial arts space contained. He understood that the difficulty would exponentially escalate with each subsequent challenge. Having barely succeeded in the first level, it was inherently illogical to immediately attempt the second. For now, he decided to set aside matters of the space, focus on cultivation. Then, he would challenge the next level and unravel the secrets of the realm. With this thought, Jiang Fan once again concentrated, re-entering the space. Inheritor, do you wish to challenge the next level? Not challenging. After Jiang Fan's response, he sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. As he engaged in his breathing exercises, a dense mist enveloped his body in the external training room. It seemed that invisible energy surrounded him, forming a colossal cocoon. Within the space, Jiang Fan followed his cultivation route, continuously guiding his innate breathing technique for several hundred cycles. He then recalled the 5 elements fist techniques from the thunderous martial arts school, combining them with his insights gained from battling Feng Zhu, practicing the 5 elements fist several dozen times. Exhausted, he finally focused his mind and returned to the training room. As before, he felt invigorated in reality. devoid of any fatigue. He raised his arm, and indeed, dark matter began to exude from his skin. He hurried to the bathroom for a shower. Upon emerging, he eagerly swung his arm. Bang! The combat power testing device displayed the number 158. Following the procedure, he tested his vital energy. Beep beep beep. When the red number 117 appeared on the machine, Jiang Fan was ecstatic. Indeed, he had entered the ranks of first-level martial artists. This time, both his vital energy and combat power index met the standard. Did this signify that he had awakened? No, wait. Did this mean he no longer needed any genetic medications to traverse the realms of this world? Chapter 11, Cousin Ma Ning. Xiao Fan. Why not stay upstairs and play for a while before leaving? I just bought a gaming console, a relic from the era of advanced technology. It's exhilarating. Give it a try? Jiang Fan had cultivated for over 10 hours in the space, yet only about an hour had passed in the outside world. As he bid farewell to Lei Ming attempted to persuade him to stay, but Jiang Fan found an excuse to decline. Not today. I'm staying at my aunt's house for the next few days. They live in the outer city, and it would be too late to return. In the Blue Star world, exotic beasts were relegated to the wilderness, while humans resided in towns. At night, there was a possibility of beasts entering the towns. So the gates between the inner and outer cities had closing times. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming felt a twinge of regret. All right then, next time, I'll take you out earlier. After saying goodbye to Lei Ming, as Jiang Fan passed by the front desk, he waved to Bing Bing. Sister Bing Bing. I'm heading back. Xiao Fan, finished with your training? Bye-bye, Sister Bing Bing. When Jiang Fan returned to his aunt's house, night had just fallen. He knocked on the door, and a lovely face immediately appeared before him. Brother, you're back. His cousin, Ma Ning, took Jiang Fan's hand. Are you feeling better? I heard Mom say you're fine, but I didn't believe it. Let me see. She reached to tug at Jiang Fan's shirt. Jiang Fan awkwardly pushed her hand away. How can you just touch a boy like that at your age? Ma Ning giggled. You're not a man. Before Jiang Fan could respond, she quickly amended. You're not a stranger. You're my brother. Jiang Fan sighed in relief, but shot her a sidelong glance. Being your brother doesn't give you that right. Once inside, Su Qingwan rushed over. Xiao Fan is back? Was there nothing happening at school? Jiang Fan, not wishing to burden her with tales of his troubles at school, simply smiled and replied, nothing much. I explained everything to the teacher. Su Qingwan nodded, but then seemed to remember something and quickly pulled Jiang Fan closer. Are you really okay? Is there anywhere still bothering you? After returning to school that afternoon, Su Qingwan felt increasingly uneasy, convinced that Jiang Fan's recovery seemed rather too miraculous, leaving her somewhat concerned. I'm fine, Aunt, don't worry. Hearing this, Su Qingwan sighed in relief. That's good, very good. Then, as if recalling something, she addressed Jiang Fan and Ma Ning. You two wait a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly. Jiang Fan and Ma Ning were both high school students in their adolescence, with enormous appetites. Even a slight delay would leave them ravenous. At this moment, Jiang Fan was already feeling quite famished, though he had never eaten this much before. Having eaten a substantial lunch, he dared not appear overly greedy. Hence, he smiled and said, It's all right, Aunt, no rush. Su Qingwan headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Ma Ning sat across from Jiang Fan. Brother, you should just stay here from now on. I'm all alone when I come back every day. She whispered, Mama's always on my case about cultivating. I can't stand it. If you're here, you can help divert some of the pressure. Although her voice was low, Su Qingwan still overheard her. I'm pushing you for your own good. If you can become a martial artist and get into a good university, your future will be far better than ours now. Then I won't have to worry so much. Jiang Fan and Ma Ning exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. This was a familiar lecture from Su Qingwan, one they had heard so often that it felt like a well-worn record. However, Ma Ning was right. Xiao Fan, you should just stay here. If anything comes up, I'll talk to them. Ever since Jiang Fan was gravely injured, Ma Jiang and the others had agreed that he must not be allowed to return. Although they struggled, at least the child's life was not in danger. All right, Aunt. I've already severed ties with them. Yesterday, Jiang Fan came over, and by this morning, he had recovered. Yet Su Qingwan had not yet found the opportunity to inquire about his injuries. She and Ma Jiang had merely speculated a great deal based on their assumptions. At this moment, upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, she was momentarily taken aback before responding. All right. Not long after, Su Qingwan announced that the meal was ready. Together, the three of them helped to bring the dishes to the table. Today, Su Qingwan had prepared a feast of 3 dishes and a soup. Besides the home-style dishes, there was also a special exotic beast meat. Wow, today's spread is quite splendid. Ma Ning exclaimed, salivating. Your brother was injured yesterday and needs to recuperate. So, I bought some exotic beast meat from the market today. This is your chance to take advantage of your brother's situation. Upon hearing this, Ma Ning's face lit up with delight. Thank you, brother. Jiang Fan shook his head, serving Ma Ning a generous portion of the exotic meat from the table. That's enough. I can't eat that much. Though Ma Ning was quite tempted, Su Qingwan's earlier words served as a reminder not to overindulge, as that platter of exotic meat was primarily intended for Jiang Fan. Being a clever girl, Ma Ning quickly grasped the underlying message in Su Qingwan's remarks. Seeing Jiang Fan persistently serving her, she felt a pang of unease. Just eat. I had a large pot for lunch. I'm not hungry right now. Upon hearing this, Ma Ning felt somewhat reassured. The meal was unusually cheerful. Ma Ning had already awakened her potential, although she had not yet reached the level of a martial artist. Her appetite was immense, consuming a staggering 4 bowls of rice. Jiang Fan, wary of overeating, also managed to eat 4 bowls. Mom, when will Dad be back? After finishing the meal, Ma Ning inquired. After just returning from school, she had asked about Ma Jiang. Su Qingwan, employing the same excuse, deceived her by saying that Ma Jiang was out with the patrol team and would not be back for dinner. At that moment, with Ma Jiang still absent, Ma Ning began to feel anxious. He'll be back soon. He must have been delayed by something. You all should rest. Today, Xiao Fan will be staying in this room. Jiang Fan was taken aback, realizing this was Ma Ning's room. Noticing the confusion in his eyes, Su Qingwan explained. The small study was cluttered with miscellaneous items, but I tidied it up today for Xiao Ning. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned. After much discussion, he finally persuaded Su Qingwan to let him switch rooms. Upon entering the small study, Jiang Fan surveyed the surroundings. The clutter had been cleared away, and the tatami area was now furnished with a mattress and bedding. Although the space was somewhat cramped, it provided a private area, eliminating the need to constantly trek to the Lei Ming martial arts school. However, his arrival had inadvertently imposed numerous difficulties on his aunt's family. Their household was not affluent, and now they had to support both him and Ma Ning. Furthermore, Ma Jiang had risked his safety to hunt exotic beasts on Phoenix Mountain to treat his injuries. He needed to earn money quickly. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of regret for having discarded that vial of genetic serum. Chapter 12. Ma Jiang's severe injury. Jiang Fan practiced diligently throughout the night. When he once again faced failure in his challenges, his mind returned to the room. Noticing the faint light seeping through the window, he suddenly realized dawn had arrived. 9 hours had passed, equivalent to over 3 days of training in the space. During these 3 days, he alternated between sitting cross-legged to circulate the innate breathing technique and practicing the 5 elements fist learned from the Lei Ming martial arts school. Each time he felt a sense of progress, he attempted to challenge the second-level S figure in a simple dress. Yet, each time, he was thoroughly defeated. However, as time progressed, he had managed to engage in combat with her for nearly 10 minutes, at times inflicting minor injuries upon her. Yet, he often ended up sustaining more severe wounds. Next time, I should be able to do it then. Jiang Fan rose, feeling invigorated. Although he had not slept a wink, training in the space seemed to alleviate the fatigue of reality, making it akin to a restful night's sleep. This discovery filled Jiang Fan with exuberance. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 7 in the morning. It was time to rise. He had spent many nights here, so he was well aware of the timing to get up and reach school on time. After tidying his clothes, he quietly made his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Jiang Fan, foam in his mouth, opened the bathroom door to find Su Qingwan emerging from her room. Who is it? So early? He mumbled indistinctly. Su Qingwan shook her head before stepping forward to open the door. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. We failed to protect Brother Ma. As the door swung open, a few burly men appeared, carrying Ma Jiang. Su Qingwan was momentarily stunned, rushing forward with a trembling voice to ask, how did he get hurt like this? At that moment, Ma Jiang lay on the stretcher, looking weak, his right arm dangling limply, a thick bandage wrapped around the shoulder where it had been severed. Hurry inside. Su Qingwan beckoned the men to carry Ma Jiang in and place him on the living room sofa. I'm fine. It's just my arm. Before Ma Jiang could finish speaking, Su Qingwan interrupted him. Don't talk, just rest. After saying this, she turned her gaze to the other burly men. There were 3 of them in total. With tearful eyes, one of them recounted the events to Su Qingwan. It turned out that these men were members of the patrol team. Ma Jiang had expressed his intention to hunt exotic beasts the previous morning, and as loyal friends, they promptly responded. All of them had families to support. The meager wages from the patrol team barely kept them afloat. They had long contemplated taking a gamble. But Ma Jiang, being the older brother, had previously advised against it due to the dangers of the wilderness. This time, after much persuasion, they formed a 5-man hunting team and headed to Phoenix Mountain. However, shortly after arriving, they were attacked by a stone-armored wild boar. This beast was massive, covered in hard stone-like scales resembling armor, incredibly strong, and not sluggish in its movements. Even martial artists found it challenging to hunt such creatures, let alone ordinary people like them. The 5-man team suffered 1 casualty, and Ma Jiang had his arm bitten off by the stone-armored wild boar. Realizing the peril of Phoenix Mountain, they lost their appetite for hunting and hurried back. Upon reaching the clinic, the men pooled all their money to bandage Ma Jiang before bringing him home. Uncle, Dad. In the brief moment that followed, Ma Ning also emerged from her room, and upon seeing Ma Jiang's condition, rushed over alongside Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan could not hold back the tears that flowed freely, overwhelmed with regret. If it weren't for him, Ma Jiang would not be in such a state. If he hadn't been so concerned about that vial of genetic serum, and had simply given it to them, perhaps none of this would have happened. After seeing the men off, Su Qingwan returned to the living room. noticing Jiang Fan's dazed expression, and spoke soothingly, Xiao Fan, don't think too much. Although she said this, her face was also etched with worry. Ma Jiang would eventually recover, but what would happen afterward? Not to mention whether the patrol team would still want him. Just the medical expenses for his injuries would likely be overwhelming for their family. Moreover, Ma Jiang had insisted on hunting the exotic beasts, which had already cost them one life. With Ma Jiang's character, he would undoubtedly feel responsible for the family left behind. But where could he possibly find the funds to support them? Before leaving, the members of the patrol team had left behind a pile of medications, instructing how to care for Ma Jiang's wounds. Jiang Fan, Su Qingwan, and Ma Ning worked together to change Ma Jiang's dressings, while Su Qingwan hurried to prepare some food for him. As the bandages were changed, although Ma Jiang endured excruciating pain in silence, the violent tremors of his body and the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead revealed the depth of his suffering. This sight filled Jiang Fan with profound regret. Xiao Fan, you should head to school now. You'll be late otherwise. Your uncle is in my care. There's nothing to worry about, Su Qingwan said, bringing a meager bowl of stew made from exotic beast meat, feeding it to him as she spoke. Xiao Ning, there's no need to rush. I have some matters to discuss with you. After Su Qingwan ushered Jiang Fan out, he slowly made his way down the stairs. Faintly, he heard voices from inside. Xiao Ning, could you please speak to your teacher? We need to delay the tuition payment for next semester, Ma Ning said, her voice laced with tears. All right, Mom. I won't go to school. I'll stay home to take care of Dad, Su Qingwan scolded. Foolish child, you're about to enter your final year. Your studies are crucial. Your father is in my care. He will be fine. Jiang Fan clenched his fists tightly, his lips pressed together. After leaving his aunt's house, Jiang Fan did not head to school, but instead went directly to the Laming martial arts school. He knew that given Laming's habitual tardiness, he likely had not yet arrived at school. Indeed, it wasn't long before he saw Laming slowly descending the stairs. Xiao Fan, what brings you here? Although the two shared a good relationship, they had never gone to school together in the morning. This was a first. What's wrong? You look a bit off. Jiang Fan shook his head, indicating he was fine. Ming, can you help me ask Li Dongsheng for a leave of absence when we get to school? For about 2 days, I suppose. Laming frowned. What exactly happened? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan shared part of Ma Jiang's situation with Laming. Upon hearing this, Laming immediately patted his chest in assurance. All right, you take care of things at home. Don't worry about school. I'll speak to Li Dongsheng for you. Jiang Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. Thank you. Laming playfully punched his chest. Hey, we're brothers. No need for such politeness. Exiting the Laming martial arts school, Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and headed towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 13. Forming a team to leave the city, Jiang Fan returned to the exotic beast trading market. Approaching the front desk, he shamelessly inquired, Miss, are there any tasks available for teams heading to Phoenix Mountain? At this point, Jiang Fan believed that the swiftest way to earn money was to venture outside the city to hunt exotic beasts. With his abilities, as long as he didn't act recklessly and sought out a weaker level 1 beast, it should be manageable. The nearest place to hunt a level 1 beast was Phoenix Mountain. However, he was unfamiliar with the area, making team formation the best option. The front desk girl glanced up at Jiang Fan, her expression shifting as she recalled seeing him earlier that day when he checked the list of hunting tasks. She frowned. What do you want to know that for? She remembered him clearly. It was rare for someone of his age to appear in such places, especially after she had just recorded a profit of 100 blue star coins. Jiang Fan wore a smile. I'm hoping to try my luck and earn some money. The girl's frown deepened. Don't joke around. How old are you? It's dangerous outside the city. You're still in high school, aren't you? Go home. Had it not been for the recent profit, she wouldn't have bothered with such trivial matters. Jiang Fan continued, unabashed. I'm in need of money due to some trouble I got into. Before he could finish, the front desk girl interrupted. Would you prefer money or your life? Perhaps irritated by Jiang Fan, her voice rose, attracting a gathering crowd. Jiang Fan felt overwhelmed by the sudden attention, just as he contemplated slipping away to find another method. A rough voice called out from nearby. Little brother, are you looking to take on a task? Jiang Fan turned to see a towering man grinning at him. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, are there any tasks for Phoenix Mountain? The man's grin widened. Of course. Follow me. As Jiang Fan hesitated, the front desk girl interjected sharply. Yu Lao-san, are you still human? Why would you deceive such a young child? Yu Lao-san seemed somewhat intimidated by her, shrinking slightly, but quickly regained his bravado. Xiao Xian, that is a harsh thing to say. How can you call it deception? Just ask the young man if he wants to join me on a trip to Phoenix Mountain. The front desk girl, Xiao Xian, shot Jiang Fan a frantic glance, her eyes conveying a desperate warning. When Jiang Fan remained unperturbed, she resolved, this Yu Lao-san specializes in luring newcomers to join his team, sending them out to hunt exotic beasts as cannon fodder. Those who team up with him rarely end up well. Jiang Fan had already discerned that Yu Lao-san was not to be underestimated. However, he was in urgent need of leaving, so he chose not to be picky. I understand. I'd like to give it a try. Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback, her frustration boiling over. Fine. It's my fault for meddling. I hope you meet your end out there. Yu Laosan chuckled, throwing an arm around Jiang Fan's shoulders as they made their way away. Once outside the exotic beast trading market, Yu Laosan casually placed a hand on Jiang Fan's shoulder and led him to a secluded corner. Brother, don't listen to her nonsense. You're in good hands with me. I've been in this trading market for a long time and have hunted exotic beasts more than 10 times. My experience is extensive. Jiang Fan shrugged off Yu Laosan's hand and replied coolly, could I see the route to Phoenix Mountain? Yu Laosan paused, then nonchalantly retrieved a map. Here, just follow this path, through the forest west of the city, and enter the southeastern perimeter of Phoenix Mountain. Jiang Fan ignored his lengthy introduction and carefully studied the map. He sought a team to guide him to Phoenix Mountain specifically because he had never been there and was unfamiliar with the terrain. Although Yu Laosan was crafty and likely had ulterior motives for forming a team, he appeared to be below the level of a martial artist, leaving Jiang Fan unperturbed. Once they reached Phoenix Mountain and he familiarized himself with the area, he could easily shake him off to avoid further complications, Jiang Fan thought to himself. Due to Jiang Fan's apparent cooperation, Yu Laosan's team faced no obstacles in departing with him. In the wilderness, a dilapidated jeep sped forward. Inside the vehicle, Yu Laosan and Jiang Fan sat in the back seat. Apart from them, 2 others occupied the front seats, making it a small team of 4. The front passengers, Wei and Xiao Dao, appeared to be tough individuals. Brother, I've told you before, our team is experienced. Besides being seasoned, I should mention that our strength is formidable. In the back seat, Yu Laosan threw his arm around Jiang Fan's shoulders, his tone dripping with pride. Just consider our jeep. How many ragtag hunting teams have such equipment? Jiang Fan smiled silently. While Yu Laosan's words were somewhat boastful, it was undeniable that the vehicle made travel significantly faster. What would have taken half a day to reach Phoenix Mountain now took merely about an hour by car. Phoenix Mountain, named after the mythical phoenix, is said to have once been a dwelling place for these majestic creatures in ancient times, with numerous legends surrounding it that have perpetuated its name through the ages. The mountain stretches for dozens of miles, standing tall and imposing, although it may not rival other mountains in treacherous terrain. Its undulating landscape is adorned with ancient trees that tower skyward, often enveloped in thick mist. Exotic beasts frequently roam its slopes, rendering it perilously dangerous. In summary, it is a realm of mystery and peril, far less beautiful than its name suggests. Upon reaching their destination, several individuals disembarked from the vehicle, drained the gasoline, and transferred it into their portable containers before securing the vehicle with an alloy chain. Only then did they scrutinize the narrow mountain path. Heh, we can't drive in there, one remarked. Let's park the car here and return for it later. Jiang Fan observed the alloy chain on the ground. Locking the car. I can comprehend. But why drain the gasoline? Before Yu Laosan could respond, Xiao Dao interjected coldly, by siphoning the fuel, even if someone were to break the alloy chain, they still couldn't drive away with the car. Jiang Fan was momentarily rendered speechless. As they traversed Phoenix Mountain, Yu Laosan handed Jiang Fan a rusted iron sword. Take this. You know how to wield it, right? Jiang Fan took it in hand, gave it a casual shake, and executed a flourish, momentarily startling Yu Laosan. Oh ho, impressive. Stick close to us. Though this is the outskirts, there could still be small mutated beasts lurking about. Some may not pose a threat to humans, but they are incredibly swift. If they catch you by the face, it could prove troublesome in this desolate wilderness. As they walked, the group remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the surroundings. According to the map, they were nearing the territory frequented by the aberrant creatures, and thus heightened their alertness. Away, Xiao Dao, prepare your gear. Upon arriving at a relatively flat clearing, Yu Laosan examined a sticky substance on the ground, sniffed it, and then agilely climbed a nearby tree to survey the area. After a while, he returned to the ground and signaled to Wei and Xiao Dao, who promptly began excavating the earth. The robust individuals quickly dug out a 3-meter-deep pit. Subsequently, they began installing sharp implements at the bottom of the pit. Once several layers of deadly traps were set and camouflaged, it was time for the bait. Hey, brother. You're about to be a little inconvenienced. Just moments ago, Jiang Fan had followed them here, yet he felt somewhat useless as the others expertly arranged the trap. After they completed their setup, Yu Laosan grinned and approached him. Jiang Fan had been observing everything quietly and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, what can I assist with? I'm not a warrior and lack experience." Yu Laosan's smile deepened with an inscrutable quality. Experience is unnecessary. Soon, you will simply stand here and wait patiently. Jiang Fan chuckled. Wait for what? Don't I need to do anything else? Yu Laosan waved his hand dismissively. Haha, no need. Just help us lure the scorpion-tailed wolf. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan quickly stepped back, his steps faltering as if he were genuinely frightened. However, as soon as he moved, he found himself encircled by Yu Laosan. Away, and Xiao Dao. What are you trying to do? Jiang Fan exclaimed in terror. Xiao Dao replied coldly. Nothing much, just letting you play the bait. You don't think we brought you, this useless person, out here for your skills, do you? Yu Laosan wore an evil grin while chastising Xiao Dao. Don't scare Brother Jiang. He's still young. After that, Yu Laosan turned back to Jiang Fan. Brother Jiang, just follow my commands and cooperate with us. You won't come to harm. Rest assured. If anything goes wrong, we will definitely come to your aid. Look, our weapons are all set up right here. Jiang Fan scoffed inwardly. Given the nature of these individuals, they would certainly not concern themselves with his life or death. Even if he were fortunate enough to survive, he would likely be betrayed. After all, he was part of their team. Should they successfully hunt the aberrant creature, he would undoubtedly be entitled to a share of the spoils. Even if it were a meager portion, they would not allow him to escape with anything. However, considering the current situation, he was not well acquainted with Phoenix Mountain. And if leveraging their traps could eliminate the aberrant beast, it would save him considerable effort. He resolved to observe the unfolding events. But you must save me when the time comes, he murmured weakly. Seeing Jiang Fan capitulate so readily, Yu Laosan's face lit up with a smile. Since forming their group, they had led to the demise of dozens, and while none had ever returned alive, he found a peculiar affinity for teaming up with young adventurers chasing after dreams. Such individuals were easy to manipulate. Just like Jiang Fan, a seemingly frail high school student, he believed he could handle him with one hand. Once the aberrant beast arrived, they could slay it and dispose of this boy, an ideal plan. After their discussions concluded, Yu Laosan instructed Wei and Xiao Dao to conceal themselves. He then began briefing Jiang Fan on the task at hand. The scorpion-tailed wolf typically favored the canyon regions, known for its cunning nature and acute senses. Predominantly active during the night. As darkness falls, I will start a fire here, and you will sit tight, waiting for it to take the bait. Observing the terrain, I suspect the wolf will ambush from the eastern thicket. When it charges at you, run towards the trap. Fear not, the scorpion-tailed wolf is relatively small. As long as you evade quickly, it cannot harm you. Moreover, we will be watching over you from the shadows. To alleviate Jiang Fan's apprehensions, Yu Laosan downplayed the situation, making it seem as though the scorpion-tailed wolf was an easily conquerable foe. Yet, Jiang Fan was acutely aware that the most treacherous aspect of the creature lay in its venomous stingers. Even a mere scratch could lead to paralysis from poison. Additionally, this aberrant beast was exceedingly swift and ferocious. Once it set its sights on a target, it would not relent easily. For an ordinary person, evasion was nearly impossible. And even with his current strength as a level 1 warrior, he knew he must exercise utmost caution. Once all preparations were complete, Yu Laosan ignited the fire and concealed himself atop a nearby tree trunk. After signaling to Wei and Xiao Dao, he held his bow and remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. As twilight descended, Jiang Fan sat in place, practicing his innate breathing techniques. Instantly, he perceived his surroundings with remarkable clarity. I never anticipated this technique had such profound benefits. Jiang Fan thought with delight. Time passed slowly. While Jiang Fan continued to focus on his breathing, he became increasingly attuned to the subtle changes around him. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the thicket. Though faint, it was all too clear to Jiang Fan's heightened senses. His body tensed instantly. While keeping his gaze fixed on the direction of the thicket, he glanced at Yu Laosan and the others, noticing they remained alert. Evidently unaware that the scorpion-tailed wolf had already arrived. It seemed that since becoming a warrior, his perceptual abilities had vastly improved compared to an ordinary person. Following the agreed-upon signal, he picked up some twigs and added them to the fire. Yu Laosan and the others quickly scanned their surroundings and soon spotted the silhouette of the scorpion-tailed wolf among the bushes. A wave of excitement surged through them as they drew their bows to full draw. In the underbrush, the scorpion-tailed wolf seemed to sense the noise it had created, halting its movements momentarily before cautiously inching forward. After a short while, it froze again, clearly trying to assess the situation. Jiang Fan, attuned to its every movement, thought to himself, just as I suspected. It appeared the reports were accurate. The scorpion-tailed wolf was indeed cunning, even without heightened intelligence. It was wary of such a seemingly fragile human presence. After considerable effort, the scorpion-tailed wolf finally found an optimal position to strike. The instant Jiang Fan's finger brushed against a brittle twig, it sprang from the underbrush with a swift motion, poised to attack him. Jiang Fan had been anticipating this moment. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprinted towards the trap. The scorpion-tailed wolf, as a first-tier beast, possesses astonishing speed. However, when compared to the second-tier female cultivator in this spatial realm, its swiftness pales in comparison. Thus, as it lunged at Jiang Fan, he found its velocity rather sluggish. With thoughts racing, he deliberately controlled his own speed. Just as he approached the edge of the trap, Jiang Fan pivoted on his right foot, executing a highly difficult maneuver to evade the leaping scorpion-tailed wolf. At that moment, arrows rained down like a tempest from Yu Laosan and Xiao Dao, one after another. Jiang Fan's expression shifted, and he quickly dodged. Thud! The scorpion-tailed wolf was struck by multiple arrows, plummeting into the trap. Without delay, Yu Laosan and his companions leapt down from the trees, surrounding the pit, and turning the wolf into a pincushion in an instant. They ceased their assault only when the scorpion-tailed wolf lay motionless. Haha, brother, thank you. Yu Laosan grinned menacingly as he approached Jiang Fan. Chapter 15, Second-Tier Beast. Azure-Scaled Giant Python. What are you planning to do? Jiang Fan remarked coolly upon witnessing Yu Laosan and his group dispatch the scorpion-tailed wolf. Instead of clearing the battlefield, they began encroaching upon him. Haha, little brother, You'll help us out, won't you? Before Yu Laosan could finish his sentence, Jiang Fan surged forward with lightning speed. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist, unleashing a torrent of vital energy as he delivered a devastating punch. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Yu Laosan's back bulged. He was taken aback. He anticipated that Jiang Fan was a martial artist. The force of that punch felt like a hammer, displacing his internal organs and causing him excruciating pain. Blood dripped from the corner of Yu Laosan's mouth as he prepared to speak. However, Jiang Fan's right hand transformed into a claw, gripping Yu Laosan's neck with thumb and index finger like iron pincers, twisting with ferocity. Crack! A faint sound resonated as Yu Laosan collapsed to the ground. Eyes wide open in death, Jiang Fan's movements were swift, occurring in the blink of an eye. By the time Wei and Xiao Dao realized what had transpired, Yu Laosan was already lifeless on the ground. The two stood in stunned silence. This is undoubtedly a martial artist. They could not fathom how this youth, who appeared to be a mere high school student, had suddenly transformed into such a formidable fighter. In their panic, Wei hastily reached for the machete at his waist. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Xiao Dao frantically readied his bow. Observing their actions, Jiang Fan slid his right foot and instantly appeared before Wei, striking his head with a palm, propelling himself towards Xiao Dao in midair. Just as Xiao Dao had drawn his bow, he had no time to release an arrow before Jiang Fan, like a sword with his finger, swiftly plunged into his throat. Gurgle! Xiao Dao stood frozen in place, blood gushing from his neck. Having dealt with Xiao Dao, Jiang Fan wasted no time returning to Wei's side. Wei, still dazed from the blow, had just regained his senses when he saw Jiang Fan closing in, causing his soul to flee in terror. Brother, listen to me. I was wrong. Can you spare me? Jiang Fan picked up the machete that had been flung aside and casually hurled it. The blade embedded itself in Wei's chest. Wrongdoings come with a price, Jiang Fan replied coolly. Wei attempted to utter something further, but as he opened his mouth, blood gushed forth. He reached out, then collapsed, his body slowly tilting to the ground. Casting a glance at the others, Jiang Fan bent down to retrieve the water flask from Wei's belongings, leisurely washing his hands. He bore no psychological burden for slaying these individuals. Those who sought his life, he returned the favor. It was only just. Moreover, these men were notorious for their heinous deeds. On the way to Phoenix Mountain, their words had easily revealed that this was not their first time engaging in such vile acts. The aversion exhibited by others towards them in the beast trading market confirmed everything. Thus, he deemed this an act of ridding society of its scourge. After cleansing his hands, Jiang Fan wiped them on Wei's clothing. He then rummaged through the bodies, retrieving a map and a canister of gasoline from Xiao Dao. Subsequently, he turned to the trap, dragging the scorpion-tailed wolf out and tossing the corpses inside. Once these tasks were completed, Jiang Fan uncorked the gasoline, wrinkling his nose as he sniffed, then turned it upside down, pouring the gasoline over the remains. The fire he had ignited earlier to set the trap was now nearly extinguished due to the ensuing battle. Jiang Fan approached, picking up a smoldering twig, and flicked it into the trap. Boom! Instantly, a raging inferno erupted within the pit. Jiang Fan let out a cold smirk. This group was truly deserving of their fate. It was at this moment that he fully comprehended Yu Laosan and the others' intention in bringing the gasoline from their vehicle. They had evidently used that canister to destroy evidence before. Yet, regrettably, it had been used against them this time. By the light of the flames, he examined the map obtained from Yu Laosan with great care. At this point, he was nearing the heart of Phoenix Mountain, situated in the inner ring of the periphery. If he wished to exit, he must head in that direction. After extensive study, Jiang Fan discerned the route out of Phoenix Mountain. Although he had become a first-tier martial artist, the perils of the mountain were too great for him to linger. The hunt for the scorpion-tailed wolf, albeit a low-tier beast, could still fetch several thousand blue star coins, alleviating his immediate financial woes. As darkness enveloped the land, Jiang Fan, shouldering the scorpion-tailed wolf, made his way towards the outskirts. Along the way, he felt a pang of regret. During the hunt for the scorpion-tailed wolf, Yu Laosan and his companions had acted too swiftly, and before he could reap the spoils of the weakened beast, it had been slain by their arrows. Otherwise, he could have exploited a loophole to absorb a modicum of life energy. The wind whispered through the valley, as if secrets were being shared in hushed tones. Jiang Fan pressed on, exerting himself to run forward. Since ascending to martial status, his vital energy had surged, and the weight of the scorpion-tailed wolf on his shoulder did not hinder his pace in the slightest. Creak! The sound of a branch snapping echoed, and Jiang Fan abruptly halted, alert. Confirming it was merely the branch beneath him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he had grown accustomed to harvesting the remnants of beasts in the dense forests west of Jiang City at night, that area was still on the periphery, routinely patrolled by the city guards. Occasionally, a beast might emerge, but it would be swiftly dealt with. However, Phoenix Mountain was an entirely different realm. This place was a haven for beasts, driven to concealment due to the encroachment upon their living space. In terms of danger, it far surpassed the forests outside Jiang City. It was rumored that a fourth-tier beast had once roamed here, Fourth-tier beasts represented the pinnacle of combat strength in Jiang City. Even the president of the fifth-tier martial arts association might struggle to contend with one. As a mere first-tier novice, venturing into Phoenix Mountain would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, there were territorial divisions within the mountain. The high-tier beasts resided in the heart of Phoenix Mountain. As long as he remained on the outskirts, he generally faced minimal risk. Jiang Fan's speed accelerated, the trees whizzing by like mountains in retreat. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt stop. Fog enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Fan surveyed his environment. The mist was thick and viscous, constricting his field of vision. In the darkness, he sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Swish. Realizing the potential implications, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Chapter 16, Elimination. He had taken a wrong turn. Hurriedly, he attempted to retrieve the map. But this area was completely shrouded in fog, rendering visibility non-existent. It was an apt description to say he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. This is bad. Just moments ago, he had clearly been moving towards the periphery, yet it now felt as though he had unwittingly entered the very heart of Phoenix Mountain. Could it be that Old Man Yu's map was flawed? At this moment, Jiang Fan could not afford to ponder such uncertainties. The prickling sensation on his back rendered him exceedingly uncomfortable. He was certain that something sinister was fixating on him. What to do? His vision was utterly obscured. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, stinging his eyes with its acrid touch. He yearned to wipe his brow, but as he lifted his hand, he quickly halted. Under such scrutiny, he lacked even the courage to move. Sweat trickled down his forehead, slipping from his eyes to the corner of his mouth, tasting bitterly sour. Simultaneously, he could even hear a rustling sound near his ear. That entity seemed to be drawing ever closer. There was no time to waste. He needed to devise a plan. Moments ago, when he lost his sight, panic had consumed him, but now, calmness returned, and his mind raced with ideas. Yes, he recalled the innate breathing technique. Jiang Fan suddenly remembered how, during his battle with the female cultivator in the second trial, her speed had been so formidable that he could not discern her movements. Thus, he had employed the breathing technique to sense her actions. This situation bore a striking resemblance to that battle. It might be feasible. With this thought, Jiang Fan took a deep breath, resolved, and activated the innate breathing technique. In that instant, his hearing sharpened. A wave of relief washed over him as he quickly began to perceive his surroundings. In his blurred perception, there appeared to be an enormous creature approaching him from behind. A giant python. Jiang Fan's palms grew slightly clammy as he tightened his grip on the machete. He silently praised his foresight in keeping the machete handy. In case of danger, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, would the machete suffice against this behemoth? Just as that thought crossed his mind, he heard a swish. The colossal python lunged at him with lightning speed, clearly having lost patience in its pursuit of this human prey, launching the first strike. Jiang Fan had anticipated this moment. As the python moved, he swiftly propelled himself sideways with a powerful push from his legs. Bang! The python missed its target, its massive body crashing into a nearby boulder, shattering it into fragments. In the mist, sparks flew. Seeing this, Jiang Fan felt a wave of relief. It was a blue-scaled giant python, a second-tier beast. The sparks he had witnessed were from the python's hardened scales grinding against the rocks. Although Jiang Fan had never seen a blue-scaled giant python in reality, he had studied beast identification extensively. The blue-scaled giant python, despite its imposing size and ferocity, possessed relatively average combat capabilities, apart from its formidable defensive scales. It relied solely on brute strength for hunting. As long as one avoided being ensnared or struck, there remained a chance for escape. The most crucial point was that the blue-scaled giant python harbored a fatal weakness in its underbelly, a fact Jiang Fan was well aware of. If he could slay the blue-scaled giant python, would he not gain life energy? Originally, Jiang Fan had the speed to evade and escape after dodging that initial strike. But now, upon realizing it was a blue-scaled giant python, ambition stirred within him. The python, enraged by its missed attack, whipped its tail and launched itself at Jiang Fan once more. In the blink of an eye, he had formulated a plan. He quickly retreated until he reached the trees behind him, then suddenly pivoted, using his left foot to propel himself skyward. Upon reaching a sufficient height, he forcefully landed his right foot upon a tree trunk. Simultaneously, he gripped the machete tightly and thrust it downward. The blue-scaled giant python, undeterred, charged headlong into Jiang Fan's blade. However, as he approached, he twisted in midair, slipping beneath its massive body. Utilizing his instincts, he thrust the blade into its underbelly. Alas! The moment the blade met the python's flesh, Jiang Fan realized he had struck the wrong spot. The python's back was armored with scales, and although its belly was bare, the skin was still thick and tough. Even with his vigorous energy, he had merely punctured the surface. If he had struck the vital point, it should have been much weaker. Realizing his attack had failed, Jiang Fan hastily withdrew. Yet he was still too close. As he attempted to escape the python's striking range, a massive tail swept towards him, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing into the thicket. Thud! He spat out a mouthful of blood. That blow had nearly cost him his life. The blue-scaled giant python, despite lacking any special abilities, ranked among the second-tier beasts due to its immense strength. Most martial artists could scarcely endure a single strike from it. Even if one managed to withstand the blow, they would struggle to fend off subsequent attacks while wounded. However, Jiang Fan had faced formidable opponents like the female cultivator in the spatial trial and had been tempered by countless battles. Though his chest throbbed with pain, he still summoned the strength to rise and confront the charging python once more. Bang! Once again, Jiang Fan was sent flying. Fortunately, despite his serious injuries, he retained agility that surpassed that of the python, avoiding entanglement. Otherwise, he would have been in dire trouble. Thus, Jiang Fan was knocked down, then rose again, only to be struck down once more, repeatedly. In the dense forest, the sounds of clashing echoed through the air. Sparks erupted, and treetops swayed. After more than 10 minutes of this relentless battle, the blue-scaled giant python finally crashed to the ground, and Jiang Fan expertly plunged his blade into the python's vital point. To ensure it was truly dead, he twisted the machete vigorously. Only when the creature lay still did he collapse onto the ground. As soon as he reclined, a sound rang out. Congratulations, you have slain the target, earning 121 points of life energy. Instantly, a subtle stream of energy flowed from the blue-scaled giant python into his body. This energy was immensely potent. As Jiang Fan absorbed it, it gradually merged with his meridians. The once gentle flow within his meridians swelled, becoming robust. Once fully assimilated, this energy surged outward, aiding in the healing of his wounds and clearing the residual bruising within his internal organs. A portion of it infused his overall vitality, further strengthening his life force. This process lasted for approximately 10 minutes, and upon completion, Jiang Fan felt invigorated with newfound strength. He swung his fist, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. Were it not for being in the heart of Phoenix Mountain, he would have been tempted to challenge the female cultivator in the spatial realm immediately. The heart of Phoenix Mountain. Jiang Fan's expression shifted as this realization struck him, and he hastily glanced back at the map. Chapter 17, The Harvest. Once the giant python lay dead, the surrounding mist dissipated. Jiang Fan leapt into a tree and examined the map with his flint, finally confirming that he had indeed been led astray by Old Man Yu. Old Man Yu and his companions frequently traversed Phoenix Mountain and no longer required a map. Yet they had brought one along, evidently to prevent any bait from escaping unnoticed. Should the bait successfully flee and return to the city to report, Jiangxing would no longer be a safe haven for them. Thus, Old Man Yu and his group had deliberately marked the map in the opposite direction. Even if the bait attempted to escape, they would be led into the heart of Phoenix Mountain. Their companions were merely commoners, and once they entered that treacherous territory, survival was nearly impossible. With this second line of defense, even if the bait fled, they would perish within Phoenix Mountain, ensuring their plans remained concealed. Truly, a cunning and ruthless scheme. Jiang Fan silently marveled at their machinations. Had he encountered any other high-tier beast instead of the blue-scaled giant python, he might well have met his end here. Upon reaching this realization, Jiang Fan hastily climbed the tree, utilizing the faint light to discern his direction. Once certain, he promptly leaped down and, after a moment of hesitation, hoisted the scorpion-tailed wolf and the machete, making his way toward the outskirts of Phoenix Mountain. The Azure-Scaled Giant Python was far too immense for him to manage alone. Furthermore, the machete in his possession was insufficiently sharp to dismember the colossal serpent. His spatial storage could not accommodate physical objects either. Thus, despite the regrettable circumstances, he opted to abandon the pursuit. He was now close to the heart of Phoenix Mountain, where he could encounter even more formidable beasts at any moment. He needed to depart swiftly. Fortunately, after sprinting over 10 miles, Jiang Fan successfully emerged from the periphery of Phoenix Mountain. As the mountain had but a single exit, he easily located Old Man Yu's vehicle. Guided by his innate sense of direction, Jiang Fan, lacking knowledge of driving, found the city gates already closed upon his return. So he settled in the vehicle for a brief respite. However, it was not truly a nap. He remained alert, eyes half closed, wary of potential beast encounters in the wild. As dawn broke, Jiang Fan rose, taking advantage of the dim light to thoroughly rummage through the contents of Yu's vehicle. Discovering nothing of value, he lifted the scorpion-tailed wolf and strode purposefully toward Jiang City. At this moment, Jiang Fan's cultivation had increased, enabling him to traverse the terrain with remarkable speed. Although the distance was several dozen kilometers, he covered it in a mere 2 hours. Upon reaching the city gates, the clock struck 6 in the morning, the designated time for opening. Jiang Fan, dressed in tattered clothing and bearing the scorpion-tailed wolf, immediately attracted considerable attention. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, he made a beeline for the exotic beast trading market. The hunting teams typically ambushed prey at night and returned in the morning, making this time particularly bustling. Upon entering the market, Jiang Fan found the outdoor stalls teeming with people. Some hunting teams had displayed their successful catches for customers to purchase. However, as this was merely the outer city, most families faced financial constraints, often buying only minimal quantities to enhance their children's vitality. Jiang Fan's arrival did not go unnoticed. Yet he paid no heed. instead mimicking the hunting teams by placing the scorpion-tailed wolf on the sales table. After doing so, several individuals approached with inquiries. But upon learning he intended to sell the entire creature, they departed in disappointment. Growing increasingly impatient after lingering for a while, Jiang Fan swiftly approached a nearby stall. Do you purchase scorpion-tailed wolves? The individuals at this stall were evidently part of a hunting team, having already observed Jiang Fan. Initially intrigued by the sight of a young man carrying a scorpion-tailed wolf, they were taken aback when Jiang Fan approached them. The burly leader, momentarily stunned, retorted, "Did you not notice we are also selling?" Jiang Fan understood their misunderstanding but remained unfazed. "What I mean is, I wish to sell this scorpion-tailed wolf to you entirely. And you can resell it at a discounted price." Upon hearing this, not only did the eyes of the hunting team members light up, but others nearby also gathered around. "Sell it to me! Sell it to me!" A middle-aged member of the hunting team, familiar with the others, immediately shouted at the commotion, "Get lost!" He approached me first. Then, shifting to a more courteous demeanor, he addressed Jiang Fan. "I am Xiao Jiqiang. May I ask your name, young brother?" According to the rules of the exotic beast trading market, the first customer to approach had priority. Hence, when others heard Xiao Jiqiang's jovial reprimand, they ceased their competition and stood aside to watch the unfolding scene. "Old Xiao, you must offer the young brother a fair price. Do not take advantage of him." Xiao Jiqiang shot a glance at the onlookers. "Do I need to consult you all?" After speaking, he turned back to Jiang Fan with a smile. "Young brother, let us discuss this." Jiang Fan did not disclose his name, nor did he move, instead stating firmly, a flat price of 50,000 blue star coins. This price was based on the quotations he had received during his previous inquiries at the market, likely inflated. Indeed, Xiao Jiqiang's expression shifted upon hearing the offer. "Young brother, with this quote, I cannot make a profit." The others chimed in with laughter. "Ha, the young brother knows the trade." Jiang Fan gauged their reactions and quickly adjusted his offer. 48,000. If you want it, take it immediately. Observing Xiao Jiqiang's hesitation, Jiang Fan added, "No hunting required. No life-threatening risks, no butchering, and you can turn a profit of over 3,000. Such an opportunity is rare." The exotic beast trading market differed from the inner city. While the latter sold clean, butchered beast meat, the trading market showcased entire beasts for customers to process themselves afterward. Therefore, Jiang Fan's claim of no loss was not unfounded. Xiao Jiqiang appeared swayed by Jiang Fan's words. With onlookers keenly observing, he slammed the table. "All right, cash for goods." Once he received the cash, Jiang Fan exited the vendor area, faintly hearing voices behind him. "Old Xiao, well done. You've struck it rich. Time to treat us." "Yes, indeed, treat us." The onlookers speculated about Jiang Fan, noting his ragged appearance. Could this scorpion-tailed wolf truly be his kill? If so, he must be quite the formidable individual. How could he, appearing no older than a high school student, have the capability to hunt exotic beasts? One remarked, "I saw him with Old Man Yu and the others yesterday." Jiang Fan, having anticipated such inquiries, was unperturbed. As he exited the vendor area of the exotic beast trading market, he was met by the receptionist, Xiao Xian. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, her eyes widened, and she pointed at him, momentarily speechless. Chapter 18, Surge of Vitality. "Why you?" Jiang Fan forced a smile. "Hello." Xiao Xian, clearly astonished, scrutinized him from head to toe. "You're alive. Where's Old Man Yu?" Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. "He*s dead." Xiao Xian's voice suddenly escalated. "What? Dead?" She quickly covered her mouth in shock. "How did he die?" Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. "Their team took me to hunt exotic beasts, but they intended to use me as bait, so I fled. I then got lost and returned, only to find they had been killed." With a scorpion-tailed wolf lying in the trap, Xiao Xian gazed at Jiang Fan with a peculiar expression. After a moment's pause, she spoke with a meaningful tone. "Old Man Yu and his team often deceive those seeking quick wealth in adventuring to Phoenix Mountain. Their methods are crafty, and they have harmed countless individuals. Yet they ultimately met their demise." Shaking her head, she added, "Although they are despicable and their deaths may bring joy, they were solitary figures without allies to defend them. But could you please fabricate a more believable story?" Jiang Fan was taken aback, shrugging in response. With Xiao Xian's admonition delivered, she ceased further conversation and turned to open the main entrance of the hall for work. However, as she glanced back, she hummed a tune, appearing quite relaxed. "Thank you," Jiang Fan silently expressed as he departed. Having battled the Azure-Scaled Giant Python, his clothing had been considerably torn by branches. Although he had cleaned the bloodstains, he still resembled a beggar. He first casually purchased a set of clothing at the market, and after cleaning himself up, he proceeded to the morning market in the inner city to buy 10 pounds of exotic beast meat, spending nearly 10,000 blue star coins. With the meat in hand, he ambled slowly towards his aunt's house. At this moment, the time was just past 7 in the morning. Upon reaching the doorstep, he hesitated. Yesterday, he had been solely focused on hunting exotic beasts outside the city, only remembering to ask Laming for leave, while forgetting to inform his aunt that he would not be returning home that night. She must be worried sick. Just as Jiang Fan raised his hand to knock, the door swung open from the inside. "Xiao Fan, The one who opened the door was Su Qingwan. Upon recognizing Jiang Fan, she exclaimed, "Where did you go last night?" I was nearly frantic with worry. Coming quickly. At that moment, Ma Ning also emerged from the room. "Brother, where were you last night? Mom didn't sleep a wink and even went to the Jiang family to look for you, but you never came back." As she spoke, her gaze landed on the items Jiang Fan was holding. "What do you have there?" Jiang Fan raised his hand to show her. "Exotic beast meat." Ma Ning took the bag, glanced inside, and gasped, "So much? Where did it come from?" Su Qingwan looked at Jiang Fan anxiously. Jiang Fan replied with a faint smile. "Since my uncle was injured, I borrowed it from a classmate. I stayed at my classmate's house last night." Jiang Fan concocted a simple excuse, and then took out the remaining 40,000 blue star coins. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan and Ma Ning both sighed in relief. However, seeing Jiang Fan go to borrow money for Ma Jiang only deepened her unease. "Xiao Fan, you've worried about your uncle again. This money will be repaid once your uncle recovers." In the past, she would have never accepted Jiang Fan's money, but now, with Ma Jiang injured and in need of medical expenses, and Ma Ning's tuition due next semester, the necessity for this money weighed heavily on her. Sighing at the thought, she wondered when life would finally improve. Jiang Fan arranged matters at home, instructing Ma Ning to pay her tuition and urging his aunt to promptly settle the outstanding medical bills before he finally left his aunt's house. Although the financial situation at home remained tense, with the most significant gaps still unaddressed, there was a temporary alleviation. He pondered how he could earn more money to fundamentally change his family's circumstances. Yesterday, he had asked Lei Ming for a 2-day leave. Having only passed 1 day, he felt no inclination to return to school. Currently, he was activating his imprint space for training, which was 10 times faster than training outside. Moreover, continuously challenging himself within this space allowed him to enhance his combat awareness, making him reluctant to squander time at school. What could the school teach him? Aside from the body refinement techniques in martial arts, true explanation, and some knowledge from cultural classes, there was nothing more. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to request an extended leave from school. When Jiang Fan arrived at Lei Ming Martial Arts School, it was still early. After greeting Sister Bingbing, he headed straight for the training room. This time, his harvest from Phoenix Mountain had been substantial. In addition to earning over 40,000 blue star coins from hunting scorpion-tailed wolves, he unexpectedly hunted a green-scaled giant python, a level 2 exotic beast. After absorbing the life energy of the green-scaled giant python, he felt stronger than ever before. Hence, he was eager to ascertain, through quantifiable metrics, just how much this life energy had enhanced him. Previously, after hunting exotic beasts and absorbing their life energy, he could only see the progress of unlocking his imprint. This time, however, it was the first time it affected his body directly. He wished to understand the conversion standards, which would enable him to deduce which exotic beasts would be most beneficial for him in the future. With practiced skill, he drew blood for testing. Ding! The red light faded, and the blood vitality tester's electronic display showed a value of 47. Thump! Thump! Jiang Fan's heart raced. With a vitality of 47, he could easily overpower any high school student from Jiang City's 3 elite schools. If he recalled correctly, even some exceptionally talented individuals who had awakened early, with the aid of abundant supplements, barely exceeded a little over 20. While he was uncertain about the top geniuses in Jiang City, he was confident that achieving such significant enhancement in such a short time was remarkable. Even if those so-called geniuses were temporarily ahead of him, he felt no fear. Closing the gap was merely a matter of time. Jiang Fan calmed his tumultuous emotions and approached the combat power tester. Bang! He threw a casual punch. In front of the combat power tester, the red numbers flickered rapidly before finally stabilizing on the screen. Combat power value, 682. Seeing this number, Jiang Fan was taken aback. According to the rules of this world, the ratio of vitality to combat power was generally maintained at 1:1100. Although one could enhance their combat power through cultivation after awakening, it usually remained within a normal fluctuation range. This exaggerated ratio was something he had never witnessed before. Why was that? Chapter 19, Second Challenge Reward, Spirit Turtle Healing Soup. In fact, ever since Jiang Fan activated his imprint space, he had noticed this issue during his first vitality test. The initial ratio had not been so exaggerated, but now it seemed increasingly pronounced. After contemplating for a long while without clarity, he decided not to dwell on it. Sitting cross-legged, he focused his mind and entered the imprint space. Last time, after countless challenges, he managed to endure the second round for 10 minutes. Now that he had absorbed the life energy of the green-scaled giant python, he wondered if he could successfully challenge it again. Challenger, would you like to initiate the second round challenge? Challenge. With Jiang Fan's voice, a female cultivator appeared on the martial arts arena. Her expression remained indifferent. Through his recent challenges, Jiang Fan discovered that whether it was Feng Zhu or the female cultivator, they were mere life images left behind in this space, devoid of any memories. Even if he challenged them 1,000 times, they would still treat him as a stranger, only knowing how to fight. As before, the female cultivator launched the first attack. She suddenly exerted force with her legs, soaring into the air. delivering a kick towards Jiang Fan. This time, Jiang Fan did not evade. Instead, he gathered his vitality to meet her head-on. Bang! Their kick and punch collided, sending a wave of air rippling around them. Both retreated several meters to the edge of the arena. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed. In previous challenges, he had always relied on evasion and side attacks. This time, after his vitality enhancement, he wanted to gauge the difference in strength between himself and his opponent. The moment they collided, he realized that the opponent was not as formidable as he had imagined. Since that was the case, Jiang Fan pushed off the ground with his right foot, launching himself like an arrow towards the female cultivator. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist, the wind from his punch howling as it hurtled. My name is Qinghua, born into a life of modest means. At the tender age of 5, I became an orphan, my parents perishing in the ravages of war. I was taken in by Taoist Qingfeng of the Qingfeng Temple on Wugong Mountain, where I commenced my training in the Longfeng Divine Fist. By the age of 10, I had mastered the art to an extraordinary degree. At 15, upon the passing of my master, I departed the temple to embark on a journey, seeking wisdom from various masters, refining the Longfeng Divine Fist to its pinnacle. By the time I reached 30, I stumbled upon a profound legacy in Kunlun Mountain, which led me to practice the innate breathing and guiding method. At 45, my cultivation advanced rapidly, breaking through the acquired realm, yet the scarcity of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth hindered further progress. At 62, after extensive study and the refinement of medicinal herbs, I concocted the spirit turtle blood nourishing elixir. With this elixir, I transcended to the innate realm, living to the ripe age of 158. Fortuitously, the sages smiled upon me, selecting my elixir for continuation, should future generations inherit it. I hope they will cherish it. Jiang Fan sat cross-legged, a series of images flashing before his eyes, recounting the life of the female cultivator Qinghua in a matter of seconds. Simultaneously, the process by which she crafted the blood-nourishing elixir was indelibly etched into his mind. Upon receiving this legacy, Jiang Fan opened his eyes, lingering in contemplation rather than immediately returning to reality. He pondered the connection between the scarce spiritual energy mentioned by Taoist Qinghua during the second trial and the notion of a fragmented world alluded to by Fengju in the first trial. The favor of the sages, who could they be? What exactly is being passed down with the elixir? Their repeated references to lifespan, what significance do they hold? After much deliberation, a bold hypothesis began to form in Jiang Fan's mind, yet the validation of his conjecture would depend on the forthcoming trials. With time still on his side, Jiang Fan dedicated an entire day to his training in the cultivation room. In addition to practicing the innate breathing technique, he tirelessly refined the 5 elements fist until achieving its consummate form. Only then did he cease his exertions. Ding. Vitality, 53. Combat power, 721. Jiang Fan exhaled, a smile breaking across his face, although it quickly transformed into a frown. Despite the rapid advancements he had made in cultivating his vitality and sharpening his combat awareness thanks to the innate breathing technique, he realized he still lacked a formidable martial art. Currently, he possessed only the 5 elements fist, which was woefully inadequate. His last encounter with the Azure-Scaled Giant Python had been a narrow victory, primarily owing to his intimate knowledge of the creature's weaknesses. Without that advantage, employing only the 5 elements fist would have made it nearly impossible to breach the python's defenses. A higher-tier martial art, which would amplify his vitality during combat, could exponentially enhance his combat prowess. Yet, acquiring such a technique proved to be a formidable challenge. On one hand, he was not yet ready to confront the third trial. On the other, the rewards of each trial remained uncertain, making it difficult to ascertain whether success in the next trial would yield a martial art as a reward. He resolved to take action in the real world. With approximately a month remaining before the college entrance examination, if he could elevate his vitality to a new level, reaching the rank of a second-tier martial artist within this time frame, he would stand a good chance of being admitted to a top-tier martial arts university. There, he could seek esteemed masters to study advanced martial arts. Stepping out of the training room, Jiang Fan greeted Bing Bing at the reception desk. Upon exiting the thunderous martial arts hall, he unexpectedly ran into Lei Ming, who was returning from school. Lei Ming's brow was furrowed, his demeanor subdued, markedly different from his usual boisterous self. Jiang Fan felt a twinge of curiosity. Aiming, Lei Ming, burdened with his thoughts, halted abruptly upon hearing Jiang Fan's voice, lifting his gaze. Fangu, he replied, his expression grave. Jiang Fan clapped a hand on his shoulder, smiling. What troubles you? Lei Ming opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Jiang Fan playfully jabbed his chest. Come on, brother, what's on your mind? After a moment's hesitation, Lei Ming confessed. Fangu, you've been expelled. Chapter 20, Expulsion from School. What? Jiang Fan was taken aback. Expelled? Why? Though he had yet to awaken his full potential, academically, he ranked first in his year at Jiangxing No. 3 High School. Recently, he had even received a school award in the form of a first-tier gene serum, making the news of his expulsion utterly perplexing. Lei Ming stammered. Well, yesterday morning, I went to ask Li Dongsheng for leave, but he denied my request. I came to your house, and your dad said he didn't know where you were. Then, when you didn't show up these past 2 days. Li Dongxing treated it as an unexcused absence. Jiang Fan squinted. Even if it were an unexcused absence, surely they wouldn't expel me for just 2 days? Lei Ming shook his head. Exactly. It's all rather baffling. Suddenly, Jiang Fan chuckled. It's all right, Ming. You head home first. I'll go to school tomorrow and inquire about it. Perhaps it's just a misunderstanding. Upon returning to his aunt's home, Jiang Fan was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. After knocking and entering, he discovered the dining table laden with steaming dishes. In addition to a large pot of exotic beast meat, there was also braised pork and several vegetable dishes. Xiao Fan, come and eat. Su Qingwan beckoned him to the table. At that moment, Ma Jiang and Ma Ning were already seated. As Jiang Fan took his place, he inquired, Uncle, how is your health? Ma Jiang waved his left hand. I'm fine. My skin is tough, and I heal quickly. With the special medicine from the hospital, my wounds have stopped bleeding and are slowly healing. He attempted to stand, but was gently restrained by Su Qingwan. Ma Jiang chuckled awkwardly. In any case, I'm all right. I'll go back to work in a few days. Then, adopting a serious tone, he addressed Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan, you should stay here from now on and not return to that place. By that place, he referred to Jiang Fan's family home. Jiang Fan nodded with a smile. Ever since Jiang Fan had left the Jiang family, Ma Jiang had ventured to Phoenix Mountain to hunt exotic beasts that very night. Later, after sustaining injuries, Jiang Fan had hurriedly visited him before setting out to hunt as well. This marked the first face-to-face conversation between Jiang Fan and Ma Jiang since his departure from the Jiang family. Ma Jiang spoke with particular gravity regarding Jiang Fan's circumstances. Rest assured, Uncle, I want to return to that home. The meal prepared was quite abundant. With Ma Jiang recovering, and with Jiang Fan and Ma Ning, both growing adolescents known for their hearty appetites, Su Qingwan had steamed 3 large pots of rice, yet they barely made a dent in the feast. After the meal, Jiang Fan felt invigorated, as though his muscles were ready to burst with energy. Ma Ning, noticing Jiang Fan's increased appetite, curiously remarked, Brother, how come you eat more than me now? Her innocent inquiry, though straightforward, struck Su Qingwan as somewhat inappropriate, prompting her to interject, What do you know? Your brother is a boy, in the prime of his growth. It's entirely normal for him to eat more than you. Ma Ning, not fully grasping Su Qingwan's implication, continued to ponder aloud, but he used to eat less than me. Just as Su Qingwan was about to respond, Jiang Fan interjected with a smile. I've been cultivating my vitality lately, so my appetite has grown. The moment he spoke, the room lit up with excitement. Ma Jiang thumped the table with his remaining hand. Excellent. An increase in vitality is a good sign. Some boys develop late, but once they enter a growth phase, it's like riding a rocket. I believe Xiao Fan is one of those. He then turned to Su Qingwan. Tomorrow, you should prepare another pot of exotic beast meat for them. Consuming more meat will aid in boosting their vitality. This period is crucial. They must have sufficient nutrition. If Xiao Fan's vitality continues to grow, his third awakening will be a sure thing. At that point, we might even have 2 martial artists in our family, and who knows? We could move to the inner city, living among the esteemed families. Su Qingwan shot him a glance, admonishing him not to continually rely on the fortunes of the children. Martial artists are bound to enlist in the army, which is perilous. Compared to that, I would much prefer to remain here, where our family can be safe and sound. The recent grave injury to Ma Jiang had utterly frightened Su Qingwan. You lack experience and understanding. What do you know? After their meal, Jiang Fan and Ma Ning each retreated to their respective rooms to cultivate. Sitting cross-legged, Jiang Fan faintly heard the voices of Ma Jiang and Su Qingwan in the living room. Is your wound truly healed? You're returning to work next week. Will it have any impact? Perhaps you should rest at home for a few more days? It's fine, don't worry. I can move about freely now. A week's more rest will suffice. My job is quite easy, just strolling outside. Lying at home would be less invigorating. What if they refuse to take you back? How could they? I haven't committed any heinous acts, and I'm quite familiar with our team leader. There will be no trouble. Don't overthink it. After finishing, Ma Jiang spoke softly. Xiao Fan lent me a considerable sum for my treatment. I must get back to work swiftly to repay him. I cannot let the child be burdened. Moreover, I notice these 2 children have quite the appetite. Once we settle our debts and ensure our brothers' families are taken care of, if conditions allow, we should purchase some supplementary medicine for them. We may not afford the latest potions, but we can at least acquire some older products. In any case, we cannot let our children fall behind. Su Qingwan sighed. Xiao Ning possesses such remarkable talent and awakens so early, yet we cannot afford first-level genetic potions, hindering her from becoming a martial artist. We are delaying her. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth, his resolve intensifying. He needed to accelerate his cultivation and become a martial artist swiftly, earn money to help his aunt's family escape this life. And he must devise a way to procure a bottle of first-level genetic potion for Xiao Ning. Reflecting on the first-level genetic potion he had once carelessly discarded, he felt a wave of regret. However, he shook his head, quickly dismissing such thoughts, and focused entirely on his training. Chapter 21. confrontation and intimidation. Another night of cultivation passed. At dawn, Jiang Fan completed his morning routine. Su Qingwan called him to the living room for breakfast. "I'm not eating," Jiang Fan exclaimed, hastily grabbing 2 large buns, one in his mouth and the other in hand, before rushing out the door. "This child is so reckless," Su Qingwan chided from behind. If Jiang Fan's memory served him right, the first class of the morning was with Li Dongsheng. He couldn't inquire about his expulsion during class, so he had to intercept Li Dongsheng before the lesson began. Between the office building and the classroom building lay a long corridor. Jiang Fan waited there for about 10 minutes until he saw Li Dongsheng ambling his way. Jiang Fan stepped forward, smiling. "Teacher Li." Upon seeing Jiang Fan, Li Dongsheng's expression darkened immediately. "Jiang Fan, how dare you come back to school? Didn't T. Leiming inform you that you've been expelled?" Jiang Fan maintained his cheerful demeanor. "I know, Leiming mentioned it. However, I wish to understand why I was expelled." Li Dongsheng scoffed. "Why? You didn't show up for 2 days and still ask why you were expelled?" Jiang Fan replied coolly. "Firstly, I had Leiming ask you for leave on my behalf. Secondly, even if you didn't approve it, according to my absence, I would merely receive a warning at most. How could it escalate to expulsion?" Li Dongsheng's face darkened as he prepared to respond, but Jiang Fan interrupted him. "Surely, you haven't forgotten the school regulations? If you need a reminder, you can refer to page 28, Article 256 of the Jiangxing 3 Highs Regulations to see what it states." He had once held a degree of respect for Li Dongsheng, but that vanished upon learning of the latter's intentions regarding his genetic potion. Genetic potion. A sudden realization struck Jiang Fan. Could it be that after he declined to sell the potion to Li Dongsheng, the latter sought revenge? "Don't think that just because you excel in the humanities, you can act with impunity. You dare to defy me? In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Beneath martial artists, all are but ants. Regardless of your academic achievements, you are merely a waste incapable of awakening. Eventually, you will still serve the martial artists." As the conversation escalated, Li Dongsheng's tone turned sinister. "Expelling you is merely a light punishment. If you persist in this, angering powerful figures will bring consequences far beyond expulsion." Jiang Fan's heart stirred. This indeed related to the matter at hand. Li Dongsheng had previously used this excuse to demand genetic potions from him, and now he was reiterating it. It seemed Jiang Fan's suspicions were correct. It was all about the genetic potion. Was he warning him to be cautious? Threatening him with powerful figures? Yet, would a powerful figure truly covet a mere student's bottle of genetic potion? It seemed his homeroom teacher lacked intelligence. With a derisive snort, Jiang Fan let out a laugh. The commotion from their quarrel had attracted quite a number of passing students. Li Dongsheng, seeing Jiang Fan stand obstinately like a rock in a pit, scanned the crowd and fixed his gaze upon a towering figure. "Leiming, Jiang Fan is no longer our student at Sangao. Drag him out and throw him off campus. If he resists, treat him as an outsider trespassing on school grounds. And I'll commend you for your bravery." Upon hearing this, Leiming's eyes brightened, and he approached with a sinister grin. "Jiang Fan, did you hear that? Let us go." With that, he seized Jiang Fan's arm with a grip like iron. Jiang Fan frowned, exerting a gentle force, which sent Leiming staggering back 2 meters. "Oh, you've got some strength," Leiming exclaimed in surprise before advancing once more. Jiang Fan was notorious in their class for his lack of martial prowess, consistently testing at a subpar level, and he had yet to awaken. Meanwhile, Leiming had already awakened and recently acquired a first-level genetic potion, poised to become a martial artist once his vitality approached the threshold. Unexpectedly, this so-called waste with a vitality score of 0.8 managed to push him back. It must be luck. As he sensed the onlookers murmuring, Leiming's heart sank. "How dare you embarrass me in front of so many people? I must teach you a lesson." With that thought, he suddenly exerted force, turning his fist into a hammer aimed at Jiang Fan's face. Jiang Fan merely cast a casual glance at him, remaining motionless. After countless battles in the void, Leiming's speed now seemed akin to that of a child playing pretend before Jiang Fan. Is this Jiang Fan? Has he been stunned into silence? You should be afraid. Leiming is nearly a martial artist. After this punch, he will surely be bedridden for half a month. Jiang Fan was doomed. The surrounding crowd cast pitying glances his way. In that moment, Leiming's attack struck. The wind from his punch created a sharp sound, causing timid girls to cover their eyes in anticipation of the gruesome scene. A cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed as Leiming was suddenly hurled against the corridor wall, blood spilling from his mouth. This dramatic turn of events left all spectators wide-eyed in astonishment, particularly the girls who had shielded their eyes, peering through their fingers to see Leiming, the one injured. Their jaws agape in disbelief. Leiming attempted to say something, but quickly slumped to the ground. Having just instructed Leiming, Li Dongsheng had already walked a short distance when he heard the commotion behind him and felt something was amiss. Turning back, he was stunned to see Leiming sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, he swiftly positioned himself before Jiang Fan. "Jiang Fan, you are utterly reckless," he admonished, raising his hand to seize Jiang Fan. Yet, in an instant, he found his hand firmly grasped by Jiang Fan. Under the cold scrutiny of Jiang Fan's emotionless gaze, An inexplicable chill ran down his spine. Though he was a first-tier martial artist, yet to ascend to the second tier. His vitality value of 55 far surpassed Jiang Fan's meager 08. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, he felt a flicker of fear in the presence of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you are audacious. He sensed something was amiss with Jiang Fan, but still mustered the courage to speak with a fierce tone. Jiang Fan flicked his wrist, casting the man's hand aside, causing Li Dongsheng to stumble. Once he regained his footing, his face darkened to the point of resembling a stormy sky. Jiang Fan, you have assaulted a teacher. The evidence is irrefutable. You shall be expelled from the school. What defense do you have now? Jiang Fan stared at him for a prolonged moment, until Li Dongsheng felt an unsettling prickle across his skin, then suddenly smiled. Oh, expulsion, is it? Very well. I hope you won't come to regret this. Here, within the confines of the school, he could not resort to violence against Li Dongsheng. After chastising Li Meng and intimidating Li Dongsheng, his pent-up anger had significantly diminished. Expulsion? He felt no trepidation. With a vitality of 57, he would be welcomed at any high school in Jiang City like a prize gem. One day, when he flourished, he was eager to witness the grotesque visages of Li Dongsheng and his ilk. As Li Dongsheng watched Jiang Fan's figure recede, he stood there, his emotions fluctuating. An instinct told him that Jiang Fan was different now, yet he forcibly cast aside his chaotic thoughts and hurried towards the classroom. After taking only a couple of steps, he halted, turning to glance at Li Meng, who lay on the ground like a dead pig, a look of disdain crossing his face. You all, carry him to the infirmary. Jiang Fan exited the school gates, pondering which school to attend, when suddenly, a figure obstructed his path. You must be Jiang Fan, correct? I wish to discuss something with you. Chapter 22, The Deceived Principal. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses. His attire slightly wrinkled. Noticing Jiang Fan's gaze lingering on his clothing, he hastily adjusted his appearance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Xiaowu, the principal of Jiang City No. 5 High School. Jiang Fan was taken aback, unable to comprehend why this individual sought him out. You know me? He did not recognize the man, and was certain they had never crossed paths before. Yet, it was clear that the man was acquainted with him. Of course, Jiang Fan, the top student of Jiang City No. 3 High School. Your name resonates throughout. Jiang Fan's expression turned peculiar. May I inquire, Principal Luo, what brings you to me? Assessing the man's attire, which was far from impressive, even less so than Li Dongsheng's, Jiang Fan harbored skepticism regarding his claim to be a principal. However, he chose to remain discreet and observe the man's intentions. Well, you see, Luo Xiaowu adjusted his glasses, striving to appear more refined. I have heard that you are no longer at No. 3 High School. Might I ask if you have found a suitable place? Jiang Fan felt a surge of interest. Not at the moment. A smile brightened Luo Xiaowu's face. Then allow me to speak candidly. Would you be interested in joining us at No. 5 High School? Fearing rejection, he quickly added, though our school may be smaller and our facilities somewhat outdated, they are certainly adequate. You have excelled at No. 3. If you come to No. 5, I assure you, we will match the benefits you received at No. 3. Furthermore, I will personally guide you in your training. Seeing Jiang Fan's astonished expression, Luo Xiaowu proudly declared, I, too, am a third-tier martial artist. Initially indifferent, Jiang Fan's eyes flickered with intrigue upon hearing Luo Xiaowu's self-proclamation. It was known that only the principal and vice principal at No. 3 held such status, while the other teachers barely reached the second tier. Yet, the principal of the 5th school, reputed to be the worst in Jiang City, was also a third-tier martial artist? Jiang Fan was aware that No. 5 High School was infamous for its poor educational quality and subpar facilities, comparable to an elementary school. How could a principal of such a school possess third-tier prowess? Sensing Jiang Fan's skepticism, Luo Xiaowu hastily extended his hand, eager to demonstrate his abilities. Jiang Fan promptly interjected. Principal Luo, I have no doubt in your status as a third-tier martial artist. However, I fail to comprehend why you wish for me to attend No. 5. In truth, Jiang Fan was unconcerned about whether Luo Xiaowu was indeed a third-tier martial artist. At this stage in his high school career, especially before the college entrance examination, he required no guidance from anyone. Luo Xiaowu seemed prepared for Jiang Fan's inquiry, surveying the surroundings before gesturing toward a nearby restaurant. Jiang Fan, this matter is quite intricate. Would you have time to sit down and discuss it? I can elaborate on the details. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Fan nodded. Although he had not yet confirmed the man's identity, they were at the school gate, and he felt it should be safe. Having consumed only 2 buns that morning, he felt no qualms about accepting an invitation to dine. 18 meat buns and 4 bowls of porridge left Luo Xiaowu astounded. However, after the meal, Jiang Fan had confirmed Luo Xiaowu's identity and understood the purpose of his visit. In essence, Luo Xiaowu's intention was to recruit Jiang Fan to improve the school's enrollment rate for the upcoming college entrance examinations. No. 5 High School had fallen from grace. Previously a refuge for students who could not gain admission elsewhere, hoping to secure a chance at university. Over time, however, many discovered that sending their children there often resulted in failure to enter college. Consequently, when students could not gain admission to other high schools after the entrance exams, they opted to enter the workforce instead. The school's enrollment continued to dwindle, and it faced closure if it failed to achieve an enrollment rate above 0 in the upcoming college entrance exams. This prompted Luo Xiaowu to devise a strategy to recruit exceptional students to bolster their statistics, thereby preserving the school's standing for another year. Principal Luo, I understand your intentions. However, I wish to know how you obtained the information that I meet your criteria and that I am no longer at number 3. Luo Xiaowu appeared slightly embarrassed as he replied, I had dinner with a few old friends yesterday, and they shared this news with me. They mentioned that you are a genius, the best at number 3. Jiang Fan suddenly found Luo Xiaowu somewhat pitiable. Your friends seem quite impressive. Luo Xiaowu chuckled. We have been friends for over a decade. Naturally, our bond is strong. At this moment, Jiang Fan felt a hint of sympathy for him. Yet, he acknowledged that he was indeed somewhat tempted. With his expulsion from number 3, if he revealed his true abilities, he was confident he could gain admission to number 1. However, he would lack leverage in negotiations and be restricted in his freedom. Conversely, attending number 5 would offer a different prospect. Principal Luo, may I inquire if there are any incentives should I choose to transfer to number 5? Upon hearing the word incentives, Luo Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized Jiang Fan was negotiating terms. His heart surged with delight. There is potential. I can promise an additional reward on top of what you would receive at number 3. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively proposed. I could personally offer you a reward of 50,000 blue star coins. Jiang Fan pondered this for a moment. I have a few conditions. If you, Principal Luo, can agree, we can collaborate. First, a reward of 100,000 blue star coins, to be paid in full upfront. Second, I shall not attend classes before the college entrance exams, and the school cannot restrict my freedom. Third, please assist me in resolving the matter of my academic registration. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's proposal, Luo Xiaowu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a brief moment, seemingly having made up his mind. With a resolute tone, he declared, Very well, I agree. A smile graced Jiang Fan's face as he extended his hand, saying, Let us have a pleasant collaboration. Following this, Jiang Fan accompanied Luo Xiaowu on a brief tour of the 5th high school, merely going through the motions. After securing 100,000 blue star coins, he hurriedly departed. His decision to partner with Luo Xiaowu was driven by multiple considerations. On one hand, he no longer required the school's support. He merely needed a student status, as the location of his college entrance examination mattered little. On the other hand, he was in dire need of funds. Having acquired the spirit tortoise blood recovery soup from the spatial realm, he was eager to experiment, but faced the obstacle of needing to purchase medicinal materials. His previous earnings from hunting scorpion-tailed wolves on Phoenix Mountain had been exhausted, and venturing back to Phoenix Mountain to hunt exotic beasts was perilous at this stage. Thus, this arrangement seemed the most prudent. As for Luo Xiaowu being swindled by friends, he chose not to address it directly. As long as he secured an enrollment spot at 5th High, he considered it fulfilling his promise, leaving him without any psychological burden. Chapter 23, Ungshi Hall. Near the 3rd high school in Jiang City, a group of middle-aged men sat on the 2nd floor of a tavern by the window, engaged in lively conversation over drinks. A delectable roasted leg of lamb lay untouched on the table, as they continued to toast one another. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Come in. A young man of small stature, clad in coarse clothing, rushed in. Boss. Just now Luo Xiaowu and Jiang Fan. He had barely begun when he realized there were others present and quickly moved closer to the middle-aged men. One of them waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Just speak plainly. We are all friends here. The young man hesitated before continuing. Luo Xiaowu found Jiang Fan at the entrance of the 3rd High, and they had a meal at the nearby bun shop. A middle-aged man frowned slightly. Get to the point. The young man hurriedly stated. Luo Xiaowu has likely reached an agreement with Jiang Fan. I suspect he has successfully enrolled him in 5th High. The middle-aged man nodded and gestured for him to leave. All right, I understand. You may go now. Once the young man departed, the middle-aged man turned back with a smile. Luo Xiaowu has taken the bait. Instantly, laughter erupted among the men in the room. Jiang Fan exited 5th High in Jiang City and turned in a specific direction. After about 10 minutes, he found himself standing in front of a pharmacy. Ungshi Hall, one of the 3 major chain pharmacies in Jiang City, specialized in various recovery medicines for martial artists and also offered a wide array of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. The spirit tortoise blood recovery soup he obtained from the spatial realm required these herbs for preparation, and other places were unlikely to stock them. Thus, he chose the nearest of the 3 major chain pharmacies. Ungshi Hall boasted a vast area, spanning 3 floors, each serving distinct purposes. Generally, customers seeking medicinal items would visit the 1st floor. Upon entering, Jiang Fan observed a bustling crowd in the lobby. Please form a line, one at a time. A pharmacist dressed in white was attending to the queue at the left counter. Jiang Fan glanced at the shelves filled with an assortment of products. The left section featured ready-made blood recovery potions. The middle displayed various levels of gene potions, while the right housed everyday medications for the common folk. Shaking his head, Jiang Fan scanned the rest of the lobby, but found no sign of a section for purchasing traditional Chinese herbs. He approached the service desk. "Hello. Where can I find traditional medicinal herbs?" The receptionist, a beautiful young woman, greeted him with a professional smile. "This way, please follow me." Jiang Fan trailed behind her, winding through the pharmacy until they arrived at a narrow counter. Within the cramped space sat an elderly man dozing off. His hair was gray, and his skin appeared weathered. Jiang Fan could clearly see a puddle of drool on the wooden counter before him. The receptionist smiled at Jiang Fan. "This is the place. Generally, all purchases of Chinese medicinal herbs go through this door." Following her gaze, Jiang Fan noticed a small side door next to the herb counter. Realizing the situation, Jiang Fan understood. In this world, where medical technology was advanced, not only did martial artists require recovery medicines, but even ordinary people could obtain treatments for illnesses through various refined potions. Consequently, traditional herbs had fallen out of favor. It was only establishments like Ungshi Hall that preserved this line of business for the sake of heritage. Jiang Fan and the receptionist's arrival seemed to rouse the old man from his slumber. He rubbed his eyes and stretched. "Su Lao, we have a customer." The receptionist called out, nodding to Jiang Fan before departing. Su Lao glanced at Jiang Fan, yawning as he inquired, "What medicine do you need?" Visitors were rare here, and those who did come were often in dire financial straits. These individuals, unable to afford technological potions or medical care, resorted to traditional remedies. Su Lao instinctively categorized Jiang Fan among them. Jiang Fan handed over a slip of paper. "Do you have these herbs? Additionally, if you have equipment for brewing medicine, I would like to purchase a set." Su Lao took the paper, lazily scanning it. Upon spotting precious herbs like wild ginseng, he looked at Jiang Fan with surprise. "These herbs are rather pricey." Jiang Fan nodded nonchalantly. "As long as you have them, could you please calculate how much each item on this list costs?" Su Lao, noticing Jiang Fan's calm demeanor, which suggested he was not lacking in funds, brightened up instantly, shaking off his earlier lethargy. "Just a moment." He fetched a calculator and began tapping away eagerly, shedding his previous sluggishness. "One set will cost 5,266 blue star coins. If you wish to purchase them, I can round it down to 5,000 for you." Jiang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The price of the herbs was significantly lower than he had anticipated. Having inherited Qing Yu's knowledge of pharmacology, he recognized that many of these herbs were indeed valuable. Initially, he feared that his 100,000 blue star coins would not suffice, but it appeared he had underestimated the situation. After inspecting the dilapidated counter, Jiang Fan understood. This world's advanced medical technology offered him considerable opportunities. "I will take 10 sets," he declared calmly. "Also, if you have brewing equipment, please include a set." Su Lao's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Of course, I will fetch your herbs right away." After taking a few steps, he paused and looked at Jiang Fan, his gaze softening considerably. "Our pharmacy also offers a brewing service, and we can rent out equipment if you need it." Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, how does that work?" Su Lao, noticing Jiang Fan's interest, quickly crossed the counter to stand beside him. "You see, the brewing service means we prepare the herbs you purchase and then deliver them to you, for a fee, of course. Renting allows you to use our equipment to brew your own, but that also comes with a fee." Both options were not overly expensive, but could be quite inconvenient, which is why Su Lao typically did not recommend them. However, today, he was keen to retain Jiang Fan as a customer, having sensed his generous nature. If Jiang Fan purchased equipment to brew at home, it was uncertain whether he would return for herbs in the future. But if he rented equipment here, he would likely return for future brews. Jiang Fan understood Su Lao's intentions, but was not overly concerned, as he genuinely needed such an environment and equipment. After a little over 10 minutes, Elder Su prepared the medicinal herbs that Jiang Fan had purchased, and after kindly explaining the usage of the decoction room, he merrily exited the chamber. Jiang Fan had just spent over 50,000 blue star coins, sufficient to fulfill his monthly performance targets. The preceding months had been dismal in terms of business, leaving him desensitized to desire and ambition. This month, with Jiang Fan as a significant client assisting him in achieving his goals, it was indeed a delightful surprise. Once Elder Su left, Jiang Fan promptly locked the door. He then categorized the herbs and spread them out on the floor. After contemplating for a moment, he activated the decoction device and began to add the ingredients gradually. Following the steps of the Qingyue inheritance, due to temporal limitations, the Qingyue tradition employed clay pots for decoction. However, Jiang Fan now utilized an electronic decoction pot as a substitute. To avoid damaging the herbs, he first placed a single portion into the pot. The electronic decoction pot had the advantage of precise temperature control. Nevertheless, the process of brewing the spirit turtle blood nourishing soup was intricate, leaving him drenched in perspiration after completing just one batch. Approximately an hour later, the decoction was finished. Jiang Fan pressed the stop button and lifted the pot, pouring the elixir into a glass bottle he had prepared in advance. With a ratio of 1,001, he added about 2 liters of water, yielding 20 milliliters of highly concentrated elixir. After concentration, the liquid appeared brownish yellow, indistinguishable from other traditional Chinese medicines. After observing it for a while and finding it comparable to the finished product crafted by Qingyue, Jiang Fan lifted the bottle and drank it in one gulp. A surge of warmth coursed down his throat. However, within moments, he felt an unbearable heat rising within his body, as if his abdomen were ablaze, continuously radiating outward. He hastily sat cross-legged, employing the innate breathing technique to guide this energy in a circular motion. With each breath, it seemed as though a force was directing this energy, gradually infusing it into his meridians. The once gentle streams within his meridians began to converge and strengthen with the influx of energy. Subsequently, as was customary, part of it spread into his flesh, nourishing it, while another portion remained in the meridians. After 10 minutes, he exhaled a long breath. At this moment, he had refined the majority of the medicinal potency. He could distinctly feel a significant increase in his vitality. It works. Jiang Fan's face brightened as he gathered the remaining herbs, carelessly piling them together. After discarding the residuals from the electronic decoction pot, he began the second refining process according to the steps laid out. An hour later, 9 bottles stood before Jiang Fan. He portioned the spirit turtle blood nourishing soup into 9 servings of 20 milliliters each. Based on his recent experiences, he estimated that 1 bottle of the elixir would require at least a day to fully refine. This division was perfect, 1 bottle per day. In the following days, Jiang Fan feigned attending school during the day, instead secluding himself in the training room of the thunderous martial arts hall. At night, he practiced diligently in his room at his aunt's house. Training had become the central theme of his life, truly a relentless endeavor. As his vitality soared, the speed at which he absorbed the medicinal potency through the innate breathing technique increased as well. Initially, he required nearly a day to refine a bottle of the spirit turtle blood nourishing soup. Gradually, this transformed into half a day per bottle, and now he could refine nearly 4 bottles in a single day. In the training room of the thunderous martial arts hall, Jiang Fan opened his eyes and rose to his feet. During this period, he had exhausted all his 100,000 blue star coins. And aside from the 2 bottles he had on hand, all the refined elixirs were completely consumed. It was time to replenish his supplies. However, before venturing out, he decided to test his strength. He gently clenched his fist, and immediately, his muscles erupted, straining against his clothing. With a thud, he struck the combat power testing device, which displayed a dazzling number, combat power value, 1651. He had broken the 1,000 mark. A smile spread across Jiang Fan's face as he proceeded to test his vitality. When the red digits on the vitality testing device revealed a value of 112, his heart raced. His vitality had also surpassed 100. This signified that his strength had ascended to the rank of a secondary warrior. Suddenly, he felt as if he were in a dream. A secondary warrior, indeed. There were hardly many in the entirety of Jiang City. The average teachers at the prestigious Jiang City High School barely reached the level of primary warriors. Yet, he pondered, where would his newfound strength place him among the prodigies of Jiang City? Exiting the thunderous martial arts hall, Jiang Fan made his way directly to Angshi Hall. It was still before noon, and Elder Su had begun to doze off again. Jiang Fan entered through the side door and approached the counter, glancing at the table. Elder Su, rubbing his sleepy eyes, brightened upon seeing Jiang Fan. "Ah, young brother, you've come. What can I assist you with this time? Shall we proceed with the previous prescription?" After 2 collaborations, Elder Su was quite familiar with Jiang Fan's preferences. As his major client, Jiang Fan had already spent 100,000 blue star coins this month, allowing Elder Su to anticipate a substantial bonus. He would have gladly catered to Jiang Fan's every need. This time, "I am not purchasing any medicine. I wanted to inquire if you accept herbs here?" Elder Su blinked, momentarily taken aback. "Accept herbs? I must admit, I have never heard of such a thing. I certainly do not have the authority to accept them here. As for the establishment across the way, they typically produce their own potions in-house. I have never heard of them accepting external herbs. Are you planning to?" Elder Su inquired tentatively. Jiang Fan shook his head. Sensing that Jiang Fan was reluctant to elaborate, Elder Su, adhering to a customer-first principle, suggested, "You remember that young lady at the front desk I brought you to last time? Perhaps you could inquire with her?" Jiang Fan pondered for a moment. "All right, you continue your nap." Elder Su chuckled awkwardly as he watched Jiang Fan leave. Inside the hall of Angshi Hall, the atmosphere was bustling. A few elegantly dressed young individuals were curiously surveying their surroundings. As they looked around, they expressed their astonishment. "Xiaowei, I had no idea Angshi Hall was your family's establishment. My goodness, I've been your classmate for 3 years and never realized you were the heiress of Angshi Hall. Truly, you are modestly hidden. The wealthier one is, the more low-key they tend to be. I have witnessed it firsthand." The group encircled a fair-skinned, beautiful girl named Xiaowei. Upon hearing their compliments, a hint of a smile graced her face. "Come now, we are all classmates. You needn't speak so highly of me. I feel quite embarrassed. I merely believe that family background is family background, and one's self is one's self. There is no need to flaunt how wonderful one's family is every day, as that only serves to portray one's self as weaker. On the contrary, we should focus on personal growth, becoming warriors, and serving our nation. These are the truly honorable pursuits." Xiao Wei's words further ignited the enthusiasm of those present, eliciting a chorus of admiration. Well said. Such awareness is rare indeed. Indeed, Xiao Wei is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also strong. She must have recently broken through to primary warrior status, right? With the college entrance examination just around the corner, you will surely gain admission to an excellent martial arts university. Yes, I believe Xiao Wei's prowess could even secure her a place in the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Xiao Wei clearly cherished their compliments, yet she maintained an air of humility. As for Kyoto Martial Arts University, I still find it somewhat challenging. To be deemed a genius worthy of attending Kyoto, one must be close to the strength of a secondary warrior. While I have only just broken through to primary warrior status, how could I dare to hope for such a thing? The group continued to chat and laugh amiably within the hall. As Jiang Fan made his way from the herbal medicine section to this area, he cast a fleeting glance in the direction of a few individuals, their eyes briefly meeting. However, he paid little heed and approached the front desk attendant instead. Hello, may I inquire if you accept supplementary medicine? At that very moment, the lobby was relatively quiet, and his voice easily reached the ears of Xiao Wei and her companions. Instantly, a group turned to look at him. Chapter 25. Where did this fraud come from? Supplementary medicine? This. The front desk attendant recognized Jiang Fan. It was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. I have never encountered such an inquiry before. Would you mind waiting a moment while I ask? Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. The attendant stepped away for a few paces before turning back. What type of supplementary medicine are you referring to? Is it something akin to what we have on our counter? Something that has been concocted? Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment. No. It is crafted from traditional Chinese medicinal materials. However, it is highly effective. Upon hearing the mention of medicinal materials, the attendant hesitated. Yet, considering Jiang Fan's courteous demeanor, she responded politely, traditional Chinese medicinal materials are likely not permitted. Nonetheless, I shall inquire on your behalf. Just as she was about to take a step forward, a sharp voice interrupted. What are you asking for? No need to inquire. What sort of fraud has found its way into our Anshitang? Jiang Fan and the others turned to see a group of youthful students, led by a fair and beautiful girl, marching toward them with an air of hostility. The one who had just spoken was none other than Xiao Wei, the leader of the group. Miss. The front desk attendant greeted Xiao Wei hurriedly. Xiao Wei cast a disdainful glance at her and admonished. Do you have any common sense? A medicine made from traditional Chinese medicinal materials is fit for human consumption? And you believe it can replenish vital energy and blood? Do you really buy into that? The attendant fell silent in the face of her reprimand. After Xiao Wei finished speaking, she coldly fixed her gaze on Jiang Fan. Who are you to dare deceive us at Anshitang? Upon her words, her companions immediately echoed, exactly. Don't you realize where you are? Contemporary frauds are indeed audacious. To think someone so young would engage in such schemes. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes at the collective accusations, feeling a surge of indignation rise within him. To brandish someone as a fraud without discernment, this group truly deserved reprimanding. He stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Xiao Wei. You claim I am a fraud? Under the intensity of Jiang Fan's stare, Xiao Wei felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. It was as if she were being scrutinized by a predator, and goosebumps prickled her skin. Yet, recalling that she was within her own pharmacy, flanked by her friends, her confidence surged. Only the foolish would believe in a concoction made from traditional Chinese medicinal materials. There are countless who have met their demise after consuming such things. What is your intention in attempting to sell a brew made from these materials at my establishment? Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed with a fierce intensity as he prepared to respond. Just then, a figure rushed over, panting heavily. Xiao Wei, do not speak recklessly. This is our customer. The newcomer was none other than Old Su from the herbal medicine counter. Upon seeing Old Su, Xiao Wei's expression shifted slightly, but she still managed a polite greeting. Grandpa Su. Though Old Su appeared somewhat disheveled, he held a notable position within Anshitang. After approaching, he promptly apologized to Jiang Fan, then addressed Xiao Wei. You should apologize to this young man. Being asked to apologize in front of her classmates made Xiao Wei feel embarrassed. Why should I? Old Su frowned. This young man is indeed our customer and has already spent 100,000 blue star coins here. Your remarks are quite disrespectful. The group was taken aback by Old Su's statement. Although they all came from affluent families, none could possibly muster 100,000 blue star coins. Yet, Jiang Fan appeared to be of similar age, able to spend such a sum, a true testament to the adage that one should not judge by appearances. Who knows how he acquired his wealth? Xiao Wei muttered, but was swiftly interrupted by Old Su. Xiao Wei, despite her reluctance, she begrudgingly pouted, I'm sorry. Jiang Fan's expression softened slightly as he turned to Old Su and said, Old Su, it seems I am not particularly welcome here, so I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Fan strode away, leaving Old Su chasing after him, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Fan's figure had vanished from sight. In the lobby of Anshitang, at the foot of the staircase leading to the second floor, a scholarly-looking elder accompanied by a group of middle-aged men descended with joviality. Judging by their attire, they were all well-to-do individuals. My dear brothers, I appreciate your assistance this time. If all goes well, there will surely be generous rewards for you. Upon reaching the lobby, the scholarly elder bowed to the middle-aged men. They quickly returned the gesture, exclaiming, "Elder you flatter us. It is our honor to alleviate the burdens of Anshatang. Indeed, Elder you are far too gracious." After a round of mutual humility, the gentleman referred to as Elder gestured for them to proceed, and they all strode through the lobby toward the exit. As they passed by Xiao Wei and her companions, the scholarly elder cast a glance their way, prompting Xiao Wei to call out, "Grandfather." Elder nodded in acknowledgement without pausing, escorting his guests to the entrance. Once the guests had departed, Elder lingered for a moment, deep in thought, before turning to re-enter the lobby. However, just as he did, he spotted Old Su rushing back, breathless. "Old Su, what's the matter? Why the fluster?" Old Su's demeanor was somewhat unnatural in the presence of his superior. "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of a misunderstanding earlier." Elder did not press for details, but teased, "At your age, you shouldn't be taking everything upon yourself. I'll arrange for an apprentice to assist you, allowing you to take a proper rest." Old Su had been a long-time employee of Anshatang, having grown up alongside Elder so their bond was strong. While the field of herbal medicine was not particularly prestigious, Anshatang had retained his position out of respect for their long-standing relationship. "Oh, I hardly need that. Just look at me now, I'm quite spry." Old Su quickly waved his hands in denial. Elder shook his head. "You always say that." The two laughed as they re-entered the lobby. Upon seeing Elder enter, Xiao Wei immediately dashed over, feigning innocence. "Grandfather." Recognizing her demeanor, Elder smiled knowingly and asked, "What's the matter? Are these your classmates?" Xiao Wei nodded, introduced her friends to the elder, and embellished the earlier incident with great flair. "I told you he was a fraud, but Grandpa Su insisted he was our customer." Elder evidently aware of his granddaughter's tendencies, turned to Old Su and asked, "Old Su, is that the case?" Old Su sighed and recounted the details of Jiang Fan's procurement of medicinal materials. As Elder listened, his brow furrowed with growing concern. He glanced at Xiao Wei's classmates before softening his tone. "It's nearly noon. Why not stay for lunch?" Xiao Wei, see to it. Upon hearing Elder suggestion, Xiao Wei's classmates quickly shook their heads. No, we really must be going." Coming from affluent families, they were quick to recognize the subtle signals. Elder offer was clearly a ploy to encourage their departure. Thus, they politely excused themselves one by one. Once all had left, Elder expression turned serious as he cast a glance at Xiao Wei. "Come with me." Chapter 26. If only I could obtain that prescription. Yujun led Yu Baiwei up to the third floor, arriving at a room adorned with antiquity. Yujun settled into the main seat at the head of the table. "Xiao Wei, do you know why our Anshatang has flourished in Jiangqing over the years?" Yu Baiwei pressed her lips together. "It is due to the tireless efforts of our ancestors at Anshatang." Yujun shook his head, then nodded, his expression tinged with disappointment. "That is but one aspect. However, the most crucial factor lies in the steadfast adherence to our established principles at Anshatang. Do you remember what is stipulated in Article 26 of our regulations?" Yu Baiwei furrowed her brow in contemplation, then hesitantly replied. "Article 26 states that every customer entering the store must be greeted with sincerity and warmth, devoid of any neglect or indifference." As she spoke, Yu Baiwei's complexion gradually paled. "Grandfather, Yujun sighed and shook his head. "Old Su was right just now. You should not have treated that individual in such a manner." After a moment's thought, unsure of the young man's age, he echoed Old Su's sentiment. "One should not adopt such a demeanor towards that young brother. Even if he is not our customer, his presence in our establishment signifies support for Anshatang. Not to mention, he spent 100,000 blue star coins here." Yujun earnestly imparted his wisdom until Yu Baiwei felt a wave of shame wash over her, prompting him to pause. He gazed out the window and let out a long sigh. "Alas, I am growing old. Your parents left this world too soon, and ultimately, I must pass this mantle to you. When will you be able to uphold it?" Yu Baiwei, sensing his distress, quickly spoke with a tremor in her voice. "Grandfather, I was wrong." Yujun cast a glance at Yu Baiwei, his heart sinking once more. He understood his granddaughter all too well. She was quick to admit her faults during reprimands, yet failed to amend her ways afterward. With this trajectory, he truly hesitated to pass Anshatang on to her. Sigh. Now, Jinyao Pharmacy and Miaofeng Pavilion have both developed new blood tonics, which outperform our third-generation products by approximately 20, and at a lower price. I am currently searching for formulas outside, hoping to develop a competitive product, but have yet to find one. Our third-generation products are the foundation of Anshatang. If we fail to locate a new formula this time, we may lose our standing among the three major pharmaceutical groups. Yu Baiwei sighed. "I had you study pharmacology from a young age, with the hope that you would excel in this field and retain these core technologies within our grasp. Yet, the newly launched blood tonics from the other two companies were all developed by their third-generation members." At this, Yu Baiwei felt even more ashamed. "Grandfather, I will start researching immediately." Upon hearing her declaration, Yujun felt a surge of frustration. If it were that simple to develop a solution, there would be no need for such effort. "Forget it, it is too late now. I have already contacted friends to gather formulas, hoping to obtain one that satisfies the criteria for a fourth-generation product. As Yu Baiwei emerged from the room, her expression transformed from one of distress to one of fierce determination. It's all that bumpkin-'s fault for causing me to be scolded by grandfather. Even if he is a customer, it does not alter the fact that he is a fraud. How could traditional Chinese medicine possibly concoct a blood tonic? Ordinary ailments like fever and cold are often not even resolved. She huffed, trying to deceive Anshitang. I shall not permit it. With this thought, she pivoted in the direction of the herbal decoction room. The traditional Chinese medicine decoction room was singular, and typically, it would remain unvisited. According to Old Su, Jiang Fan was concocting medicine at Anshitang, so he must be there. Although she was uncertain when Jiang Fan had last been there, she was determined to uncover some clue to prove his deceitful nature, and then she would see what her grandfather had to say. The passwords for the decoction room were uniform. Despite having rarely visited, she effortlessly gained entry. Upon entering, her brow furrowed, while the room appeared orderly. A strong odor of traditional Chinese medicine assaulted her senses, a lingering scent from the decoction equipment that could not be eradicated. Since childhood, she had detested this smell above all else. Modern pharmaceutical agents are colorless, odorless, and remarkably clean. In comparison, she perceived this place as a den of filth. Yu Baiwei hesitated for a moment, steeling herself as she pinched her nose and began inspecting the equipment. After several minutes of inspection, her brow knitted tightly together. The equipment in the room was pristine, even more so than those she had previously used. But it shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't traditional Chinese medicine practitioners be as disheveled as Old Su? Unwilling to concede, Yu Baiwei re-examined the room. Once she confirmed there were no issues, she stood in place, her emotions fluctuating. Someone must have tidied up. If that is the case, I shall return another time and expose him on the spot. With that thought, she decided not to linger any longer and prepared to inform Old Su to give her a heads up if Jiang Fan arrived again. However, just as she took a couple of steps forward, her gaze was drawn to a small glass vial nestled in the trash bin on the table. Her eyes brightened as she approached, bending to examine it, then pulled out 2 paper towels, layering them, and somewhat disdainfully wrapped the glass vial. This was the vial Jiang Fan had used during his second attempt to concoct the blood tonic, left behind in his haste after testing its efficacy. After a few days, most of the liquid within had evaporated, yet a small amount remained at the bottom. Yu Baiwei picked up the vial and scrutinized it under the light. Then, she retrieved a sealed plastic bag from the side, carefully placed the vial inside, sealed it, and stowed it in her pocket. Once she completed her task, she approached the sink and washed her hands several times until she felt no lingering odor, and then she hurriedly exited. A few minutes later, Yu Baiwei appeared in the pharmaceutical research lab. Miss. Upon her entrance, several researchers clad in white lab coats greeted her promptly. Yu Baiwei nodded in acknowledgement. Professor Su, I have a vial of residual medicine. Could you assist me in testing it for toxicity? Professor Su, the chief professor at Anshitang, focused on developing new pharmaceutical agents. Noticing Yu Baiwei's serious demeanor, he quickly donned gloves, accepted the vial from her, and placed it on the countertop. He proceeded to prepare various devices, carefully extracting a portion with a pipette and transferring it into a new test tube. Next, he diluted it with water and introduced various other agents for testing. After more than 10 minutes, Professor Su's expression grew increasingly grave. Yu Baiwei, observing this, felt a surge of hope. Professor Su, has the result come in? Is there any toxicity? Professor Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Miss, where did this medicine come from? This vial contains no toxins, and I have discovered it harbors tremendous energy. Even though I have diluted it several times, the energy within is nearing that of our third-generation product. His excitement escalated with each word. If we can secure this formula, our fourth-generation product at Anshitang will undoubtedly surpass the other two. Yu Baiwei stood frozen in place, taken aback by Professor Su's mounting enthusiasm. Chapter 27, Legendome. Jiang Fan exited Anshitang, hesitating for a moment before returning to the Laming Martial Arts Hall. The attitude of Anshitang had illuminated a clear truth for him. These pharmaceutical groups possessed no genuine understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Their ingrained biases prevented them from even entertaining the notion of opening their eyes to the possibilities. Thus, if he were to visit the other two pharmacies, the outcome would undoubtedly mirror this one. Now, if he wished to sell this vial of medicine, he would have to explore alternative avenues. However, he harbored little contemplation regarding his attitude towards Yu Baiwei. Such is the nature of this world, a rigid hierarchy where the weak are devoured by the strong. It is only natural to be looked down upon by others before one reveals their true prowess. He would not stoop to complicate matters with Yu Baiwei over this. Those who possess a narrow view shall ultimately pay the price for their ignorance. Upon arriving at the Laming Martial Arts School, Sister Bingbing greeted him warmly at the front desk. Xiao Fan, you're here. Shall I prepare a training room for you? Jiang Fan shook his head gently. No need. Sister Bingbing, I'm here to see Uncle Lei about something. After some contemplation, Jiang Fan realized that to launch this potion, he could only rely on the Laming Martial Arts School. After exchanging pleasantries with Sister Bingbing, he ascended the staircase to the second floor. This level was designated for the students' training at the Laming Martial Arts School. In the past, before his awakening, he often came here to observe the students practicing their punches. And it was here that he learned the 5 elements fist. Recently, he had been preoccupied with his own training, thus rarely visiting. Xiao Fan, you've come. Numerous students, long-term practitioners at the Laming Martial Arts School, recognized him, and many greeted him as he appeared on the second floor. After returning their salutations, Jiang Fan inquired, "Where's Uncle Lei?" A robust young man, clad only in shorts and glistening with sweat from hitting the sandbag, paused and wiped his brow, gesturing towards the interior. "Yes, in the office." Jiang Fan nodded and proceeded towards an office in the corner of the second-floor hall. This was Uncle Lei's office. Lei Zhendong, the father of Laming and the head of the martial arts school, was also a second-tier martial artist. Previously, when Jiang Fan was unwelcome at home, he often lingered here after school. Lei Zhendong not only welcomed him, but also encouraged him to visit frequently, even granting him free access to the training rooms and allowing him to observe the practice sessions, treating him like family. However, since he had not awakened previously, Lei Zhendong had not imparted much knowledge regarding martial arts to him. Otherwise, he would not have been limited to just the 5 elements fist. The office door was ajar, and as Jiang Fan approached, he peeked inside. Lei Zhendong sat with his back to the door, holding a cup of tea and gazing out the window. Jiang Fan knocked gently. "Uncle Lei." Upon hearing his voice, Lei Zhendong turned, saw Jiang Fan, and promptly set down his cup. "Ah, it's Xiao Fan. Please, have a seat." Jiang Fan complied and settled into the chair opposite him. To Jiang Fan's surprise, Lei Zhendong's demeanor was not as jovial as usual. Instead, he appeared serious as he spoke. "I've heard about your situation from Amin. Rest assured, I will help you find a better school." Realization dawned on Jiang Fan that Laming had informed Lei Zhendong of his expulsion from school. "Uncle Lei, it's all right. I've already found a school." Lei Zhendong frowned. "Are you referring to Wugao? What kind of education can that institution provide? You aren't attending school daily. Who is supervising you? Their graduation rate is 0. Attending there would ruin you." Hearing this, Jiang Fan felt troubled that Laming had shared this matter with him. "Uncle Lei, I'm fine. I can manage my own training." The two engaged in a prolonged debate until Lei Zhendong finally sighed. "Very well. You have your own ideas, and I shall not interfere. As long as you take responsibility for your decisions." Jiang Fan nodded repeatedly. He was genuinely touched that Lei Zhendong took this matter to heart and volunteered to assist him. He did not wish to impose further. However, attending Wugao at least provides you with the qualification for the college entrance examination. Here's what we'll do. If you have time in the future, come and train here. If you encounter any issues, feel free to ask me. After all, I am a second-tier martial artist, and I believe I have some qualifications compared to the teachers at Wugao. Jiang Fan remained steadfast in his position, and Lei Zhendong refrained from pressing further. Although he shared a close bond with Laming, he recognized that Jiang Fan was still an outsider and could not exert the same level of guidance over him. With that topic settled, Jiang Fan hesitated before speaking again. "Uncle Lei, I actually came to find you regarding another matter." As Lei Zhendong lifted his teacup once more, he paused at Jiang Fan's words and placed it back down, curiosity piqued. "What is it? Speak freely. I will assist in any way I can." Having been childhood friends with Laming, Lei Zhendong was well aware of Jiang Fan's family circumstances. He had always operated under the principle of helping whenever possible. Jiang Fan then retrieved a vial containing the blood-replenishing potion from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Uncle Lei, this is a blood-replenishing agent I obtained by chance. I wish to sell it. Do you have any connections?" Lei Zhendong was taken aback, his gaze falling upon the vial Jiang Fan had provided. "This is a blood-replenishing agent? The ones available on the market are generally colorless. However, this one you present is rather dark, making me hesitate." Jiang Fan nodded affirmatively. "This is a blood-replenishing agent made from traditional Chinese medicinal materials. Before he could finish, Lei Zhendong furrowed his brow. Traditional Chinese medicinal materials. While he was not particularly knowledgeable about potions, he understood that such materials were seldom utilized. Even ordinary people rarely employed them. Given Jiang Fan's presentation of this vial, could it be reliable? However, recalling his earlier promise to assist Jiang Fan with anything, he found it hard to decline. "What's the efficacy of this potion?" Lei Zhendong inquired. Jiang Fan replied with conviction, "Exceptional. It surpasses the 3rd-generation blood-replenishing agents currently on the market." Initially intending to help Jiang Fan with inquiries, Lei Zhendong hesitated upon hearing this proclamation. After mulling it over, he devised a polite refusal. "The efficacy of your potion remains unverified. If it were to be marketed, I suspect." Jiang Fan interjected swiftly, "We can arrange for someone to try it. I have 2 bottles. One can be used for testing." Caught in a dilemma, Laming was unsure of how to proceed. After several moments of contemplation, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "All right, follow me." Chapter 28. This business is beyond my grasp. Lei Zhendong led Jiang Fan outside and beckoned. "Li Hui, come here." The robust man who had greeted Jiang Fan earlier paused his activities, hastily wiped his hands on his clothing, and approached briskly. "Try this blood-replenishing potion." Lei Zhendong handed the vial to him. Li Hui hesitated, eyeing the potion with uncertainty. Lei Zhendong, growing impatient, nudged him with his foot. "It's brewed from traditional Chinese medicine. Don't worry, it won't kill you." It is widely known that remedies made from traditional Chinese medicinal materials typically lack significant potency and are also not highly toxic. In the worst-case scenario, consuming such a small amount would likely result in mild discomfort. Li Hui chuckled at Lei Zhendong's words, accepting the vial without further questions and downing its contents. How does it feel? Any sensations? Both Lei Zhendong and Jiang Fan watched intently. Li Hui spread his hands in confusion. Master, what is this? It's just a bit bitter. Nothing else feels different. Just as he uttered these words, his expression shifted dramatically as he felt an intense warmth erupt in his lower abdomen, surging outwards like a burst of flame. Within seconds, his body became overheated. This reaction startled Jiang Fan as well. Although he possessed the ability to guide his breath and would not face any issues, he was concerned about the martial artists in this world, who were accustomed to technological training. Whether they would experience complications was uncertain. He had overlooked this aspect. In a state of urgency, he quickly told Li Hui, try practicing the boxing techniques Uncle Lei taught you. Amidst the searing sensation, Li Hui, upon hearing Jiang Fan's suggestion, disregarded the potential efficacy and immediately began to practice the boxing techniques right there. As he practiced, a white mist-like substance gradually emanated from his body. After repeating the motions 5 or 6 times for over 10 minutes, Li Hui came to a halt. Lei Zhendong hurriedly inquired, how is it? Are you feeling better? Not only was Jiang Fan startled, but even he was somewhat taken aback. Such a significant reaction from Li Hui over an inconspicuous vial of potion had never occurred before. Li Hui clenched his fist and waved it excitedly, exclaiming, Master, I'm fine now. I feel my strength has increased. He continued with fervor, Master, is this the latest product from the 3 major pharmaceutical groups? It feels far more potent than any medicine I've encountered before. Even now, I still feel a fiery sensation in my lower abdomen, as if the effects of the potion have yet to be fully absorbed. Lei Zhendong's expression shifted, clearly caught off guard by the situation. Follow me, he commanded, addressing the other onlookers. Continue your practice. Do not crowd around. Leading Jiang Fan and Li Hui to the testing equipment on the 2nd floor, he gestured towards it. Let's measure. Li Hui's eyes gleamed with excitement as he delivered a punch towards the apparatus. A few minutes later, both Lei Zhendong and Li Hui stood dumbfounded before the displayed numbers. 0, 2. Master, my vitality has increased by 0. 2. My combat power has also risen by approximately 20. After recovering from their astonishment, Li Hui joyfully embraced Lei Zhendong. I measured it just this morning, and now it's increased by 0. 2. Where did this potion come from? I must have it. Li Hui's exhilaration was understandable. As a first-tier martial artist, he had awakened his abilities using a first-tier gene potion to unlock his 13th gene lock. However, his vitality had been growing sluggishly. Prior to today, he had not experienced any increase in vitality for an entire month. This sudden surge of 0, 2 was almost as exhilarating as his initial awakening. Lei Zhendong, filled with excitement, composed himself and shot Li Hui a glance. You should head back for now. I'll speak with you later. With that, he returned to his office with Jiang Fan. Once Jiang Fan was seated, Lei Zhendong closed and locked the door, fixing a serious gaze upon him. Xiao Fan, tell me honestly, where did you acquire this vial of potion? Jiang Fan's heart sank, hesitating over whether to disclose the information. Noticing Jiang Fan's dilemma, Lei Zhendong waved his hand dismissively. All right, I want to press you on the source of the potion. But how many more of these potions can you obtain? Jiang Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. If he had enough raw materials, he could produce a sufficient quantity of potions. He added, they're all common medicinal materials. At that moment, Jiang Fan no longer feared revealing his background to Lei Zhendong. On one hand, Lei Zhendong had treated him well. On the other, he aimed to leverage Lei Zhendong to promote the potion and secure training resources, making this issue unavoidable. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lei Zhendong's eyes. Can it be mass-produced? Jiang Fan replied, it can, but it must be done manually. The procedures involved are quite intricate. He paused before adding, however, if some steps could be simplified or improved, it might be possible to automate production, though the efficacy would likely diminish. Recalling Qing Yue's memories, he recalled methods to simplify the potion's preparation under complex conditions. The simplified potion would require fewer materials and be easier to handle. Yet its effectiveness would be considerably reduced. Jiang Fan realized that such a simplified potion could indeed be produced by machines. As Lei Zhendong listened to Jiang Fan, he rose and began pacing the room. After several laps, he sighed in resignation. Although I am eager to enter this business, the pharmaceutical sales channels in Jiang City are dominated by the 3 major pharmaceutical groups, making it exceedingly difficult to break in. Moreover, I am an outsider. It seems a daunting task. In that moment, he recognized the immense potential of the situation. Based on Li Hui's reaction, the efficacy of this potion far surpassed that of the 3rd-generation products from the major pharmaceutical groups. Jiang Fan had described that each vial cost approximately 5,000 blue star coins, while the 3rd-generation products were priced at 50,000 blue star coins each, a tenfold profit margin that was hard to resist. Yet, once he calmed down, he quickly realized that this was not a venture he could pursue alone. After a lengthy contemplation, Lei Zhendong concluded, there is only one way forward. We must collaborate with one of the three major pharmaceutical groups. Jiang Fan's heart raced. Initially, he had only intended to sell the vial to procure raw materials and refine potions for his own training, never considering collaboration. However, hearing Lei Zhendong propose the idea, he felt that this approach could indeed be beneficial. If he had a partner, he could avoid the hassle of back-and-forth negotiations. As for profit-sharing, he knew that his journey would not end there. A modest initial concession could accelerate his strength without causing him too much concern. How do we collaborate? Jiang Fan asked, intrigued by Lei Zhendong's suggestion. Lei Zhendong chuckled. How we collaborate will naturally depend on their response. Chapter 29, The Underground Auction. Jiang Fan was puzzled. Lei Zhendong shook his head and explained, if you were to approach these so-called pharmacies now, you would likely struggle to even gain entry, let alone demonstrate the potion's effects. Even if you did manage to showcase its efficacy, how could you negotiate favorable terms by approaching them directly? Therefore, the best course of action is to let them come to you. Jiang Fan nodded. It made sense in theory, but practically, his current connections were insufficient to navigate this path. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Zhendong continued, your first step is to ensure this vial of potion reaches the market. Only by showcasing its value will they seek you out. However, the pharmaceutical market is tightly controlled by the three major groups. Thus, we have no choice but to resort to the underground auction. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow, having little knowledge of this realm. The idea of an underground auction did not sound particularly appealing. Understanding Jiang Fan's concerns, Lei Zhendong smiled reassuringly. For now, this is our only option, but fret not. I have a friend at the underground auction. I will speak to him, and he will assist you with the subsequent arrangements. Jiang Fan gazed at Lei Zhendong in astonishment. Uncle Lei, will you not accompany me? Lei Zhendong laughed heartily, patting Jiang Fan on the shoulder. While I would certainly love to partake, as I mentioned earlier, I lack the strength to handle this business. As for the auction, it's merely a matter of convenience. It wouldn't be right for me to benefit while being your uncle. He then added with a playful tone, however, I cannot entirely forego some preferential terms. If this endeavor succeeds, no, regardless of its outcome, you must ensure that your Uncle Lei receives a sufficient supply of this potion. Rest assured, you need not worry about the raw materials. I only require this upgraded version. Jiang Fan felt a warmth in his heart at Lei Zhendong's words and smiled. Of course. After some conversation, Jiang Fan took the address Lei Zhendong provided and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, Lei Zhendong called him back. From his drawer, Lei Zhendong pulled out a stack of cash. Here are 50,000 blue star coins. Take them. Jiang Fan hastily shook his head, but Lei Zhendong insisted on placing the money in his hands. You currently possess only one vial. Once you arrive, you'll certainly need to present a sample for evaluation. Otherwise, how can you auction it off or create a buzz? Use this money to procure more potions as a backup. Since we just used one, consider this payment for your vial. Jiang Fan was about to articulate further thoughts when he was abruptly interrupted by Lei Zhendong. Enough, you rascal. Stop being so coy. Like a timid woman. After his outburst, Lei's expression suddenly turned grave. However, remember this. The underground auction house is a chaotic place. Do not reveal your identity before the three major pharmaceutical groups show up. Those companies are legitimate and unlikely to resort to unscrupulous methods. But given the tumultuous nature of the underground auction, it's wise to exercise caution. If anything arises, seek me out promptly. Upon exiting the Lei Ming martial arts hall, Jiang Fan immediately made his way to the Jinyao pharmacy. Given the attitude he had encountered at Enshurtang previously, he had no intention of returning there for concoction. Although the mere 50,000 blue star coins he intended to spend would hardly impact Enshurtang, the thought of going there was distasteful to him. Thus, he preferred to travel a bit farther to find a more agreeable establishment. Fortunately, the service at Jinyao Pharmacy was quite satisfactory, and the entire concoction process proceeded smoothly. After purchasing the medicinal herbs, Jiang Fan divided the elixir into 10 vials. After keeping 9 for himself, he disguised the last 2 and set off towards the address provided by Lei Zhendong. The address Lei gave him was located on Qibao Street in the inner city. Despite its grand-sounding name, Qibao Street was, in reality, the most dilapidated street in the inner city. It earned its name from the many scavengers and the prevalence of shops dealing in obscure trades such as paper pressing and antiques. Due to the disarray, very few ventured here. Jiang Fan was taken aback to discover that the so-called underground auction house was concealed within this very street. As he walked along the uneven, crumbling pavement, observing the derelict buildings cloaked in a musty aura, he couldn't help but frown. This place was far worse than the impoverished districts of the outer city. Although the outer city was run down, at least it was clean. Here, it was both decrepit and filthy. Following the address, Jiang Fan inquired along the way until he finally arrived at a relatively orderly tavern. Wangquan Tavern. This was the place. He stepped inside, and immediately, a young man resembling a server approached him. Hello, welcome, esteemed guest. Please, this way. Jiang Fan cast a glance at the interior. It was not particularly large. Roughly 70 to 80 square meters. Aside from the counter, there were several neatly arranged tables. The server guided him to a table in a corner. Noticing the absence of other patrons, Jiang Fan felt no reservations. Once seated, he inquired directly, "Hello, may I ask if Lu Bo is here?" Upon hearing Jiang Fan's question, the server's professional demeanor vanished instantaneously, as if he had grown accustomed to such inquiries. "Oh, you're looking for Uncle Lu. Please, have a seat. I will inform him." After a few minutes, the server returned. "Follow me. Uncle Lu is on the second floor." Jiang Fan followed the server up the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, the wall directly opposite the staircase silently slid open, and the server gestured for him to enter. Looking down, Jiang Fan noticed that behind the wall lay a staircase leading further down. He followed the server down 6 flights of stairs, finally arriving at a quaint corridor. The corridor was interconnected all around, encompassing approximately 200 square meters. Peering down from the corridor, he beheld a grand hall that appeared to be a bidding venue for the auction. Alongside the corridor were various rooms. "Uncle Lu is just across," the server indicated. Jiang Fan followed him to Lu Bo's room. After knocking and seeking permission, the server gestured to Jiang Fan before retreating. Upon entering, Jiang Fan saw a gaunt middle-aged man seated in a classical armchair. His skin was parched and appeared malnourished. "You must be the lad introduced by Lei Zhendong?" Jiang Fan nodded. Lu Bo acknowledged him with a slight nod, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Fan's disguise. "Where's the item?" Jiang Fan produced a vial and handed it over. The withered hand accepted the vial, which Lu Bo held up to the light for inspection. After opening it and inhaling the contents, his brow furrowed slightly. "Are you certain this elixir is effective?" Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, "It can be tested." Lu Bo nodded, clapped his hands, and shortly after, a young man hurried over. "Uncle Lu." Lu Bo inclined his head slightly. "Take this to Zhang Chong and inform me of the results." The young man respectfully accepted the vial and swiftly departed. Jiang Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had expected a procedure similar to that of Lei Zhendong, where someone would test it on the spot, but instead, the instruction was given outright. Lu Bo seemed to gauge Jiang Fan's thoughts. "Rest assured, young brother, our underground auction house has a professional assessment department. They will swiftly evaluate the value of your elixir. If this vial proves effective, we can arrange for an auction without delay." Jiang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, the young man returned, handing Lu Bo a piece of paper. After reviewing it, Lu Bo's expression turned serious. He waved his hand, and the young man bowed and retreated. The elixir's efficacy was indeed, as Lei Zhendong had claimed, twice as effective as the third-generation products on the market. After a moment's contemplation, he appeared resolute. "Leave the other vial here. I will arrange for the auction procedures. If all goes well, we can schedule it within 3 days." He added, "However, prepare yourself mentally. I cannot guarantee how high the final auction price will be. Though its efficacy is excellent, it is only twice that of the third-generation products available. I will do my utmost to notify the 3 major pharmaceutical groups, as this elixir holds the greatest value for them." Jiang Fan nodded slightly. For the average individual, the elixir's worth would only be at most double that of the third-generation products, a mere trifle. However, for the 3 major pharmaceutical groups, it was akin to gold. Securing it would enable them to pioneer new products derived from the elixir, thus gaining a significant advantage. After exiting the underground auction house and relaying the auction details to Lei Zhendong, Jiang Fan immersed himself in the training chamber. He still had 9 vials of the spirit turtle blood replenishing elixir, which should suffice for 2 days of training. Once he completed his training, it would coincide perfectly with the auction's commencement. This way, the funds from the auction could be used to procure more herbs, ensuring an uninterrupted training regimen. Inside the training room, as Jiang Fan consumed vial after vial of the spirit turtle blood replenishing elixir, heat radiated from his body. When the last vial was drained, Jiang Fan opened his eyes and rose. After 2 days, he felt a significant enhancement in his vitality. With a casual punch, the combat power tester displayed a reading of 2,185. Meanwhile, the vitality tester's screen settled at a value of 163. This vitality level was sufficient to surpass the vast majority of the top-tier instructors. He pondered whether this vitality value would allow him to challenge the 3rd level. With that thought, Jiang Fan settled back into a meditative posture. With a focused thought, he returned to the space within. The notification sounded, "Air. Do you wish to challenge the 3rd level?" "I accept the challenge," Jiang Fan confirmed. Since completing the challenge against Qing Yue, he had been diligently training with the spirit turtle blood replenishing elixir and had discovered the joy of cultivation through the use of potions. The significant surge in vitality brought him immense satisfaction. However, he had yet to attempt the challenge of the 3rd level. Based on his analysis of the first 2 levels, he understood that each subsequent challenge would present a progressively daunting increase in difficulty. As he endeavored to conquer the 2nd level, he had already approached the mid-tier of a 1st-level warrior, yet it took him an extensive amount of time to barely succeed in the challenge. Thus, upon entering the realm of the 2nd-level warrior, he aimed to challenge the 3rd level, with little hope of success. However, the surge in his vitality instilled in him a significant amount of confidence. Regardless of whether he could prevail, he resolved to give it a try. As Jiang Fan's voice resonated, the space around him shifted. Suddenly, a figure clad in ancient official robes materialized in the arena. dressed in a splendid flying fish robe. The attire exuded both grandeur and a chilling aura. The intricately embroidered patterns, crafted with meticulous stitches, conveyed an air of authority that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. His robust physique stretched the fabric of his upper garments tightly, as if brimming with an explosive power. At his waist hung a slender embroidered spring knife. And at that moment, his right hand gripped the hilt firmly, with Jiang Fan's gaze fixated on his hand, faintly discerning the glimmering cold light that emerged between the hilt and the sheath. It was a member of the Jinyui. Moreover, he was armed. Encountering an opponent wielding a weapon for the first time, Jiang Fan, unarmed, felt a surge of tension, his eyes locked onto every movement of his adversary. Whoosh! In an instant, the Jinyui propelled himself forward with tremendous force. Simultaneously, his hand, clutching the spring knife, shot out like lightning. The knife was drawn with a sharp, piercing sound, aimed at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's expression shifted as he keenly observed the opponent's actions and swiftly evaded. Once he regained his footing, he noticed the adversary launching another assault. Just as Jiang Fan prepared to dodge again, a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his head, followed by a dizzying sensation that sent his consciousness spiraling back to the training room. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Fan appeared bewildered, rubbing his still throbbing head. He remained in a daze. It seemed he had not even come into contact with the Jinyui, with the tip of the knife still 3 meters away. Yet during his second attempt to evade, it felt as though something struck him, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. What exactly was that? Unwilling to succumb to superstition, Jiang Fan resolved to initiate a second challenge. Moments later, he found himself back in the training room. At this point, he could finally ascertain that he must have been struck by some form of ranged attack from the Jinyui. What could it possibly be? If that were the case, how could he continue to challenge ahead? A sudden headache began to assail him. Jiang Fan had been diligently studying at the thunderous martial arts academy. After several unsuccessful attempts at challenges, he decided to set aside the matter and focus on his training. Unbeknownst to him, the hours slipped by, and before he realized it, it was around 10 o'clock in the evening. He glanced at the clock in the training room, quickly tidied up, and headed back to his aunt's home. Upon his return, he found Su Qingwan had already prepared dinner. Ma Ning and the others had already eaten. Xiao Fan, why are you back so late today? I saved some food just for you. Hurry and eat. Jiang Fan offered a brief explanation before sitting down to devour his meal. Since his appetite had increased, he now required at least 6 bowls of rice at each meal, and this time, Su Qingwan had left him an entire pot. He finished his food with the speed of a whirlwind and, noticing Ma Zhang's absence, inquired, "Where's my uncle?" Su Qingwan smiled and replied, "He has to return to the patrol team tomorrow, so I told him to get some rest tonight and adjust his schedule." Jiang Fan frowned at this news. So soon to be back at work? Why not stay home and rest a bit longer? Su Qingwan shrugged her shoulders. I said the same, but he can't sit still. Just let him be. Jiang Fan recalled their previous conversation in the living room, hesitating for a moment before nodding. At this point, if Ma Jiang didn't go to work, he would likely be more anxious at home. A breath of fresh air would do him good. As for finances, the 50,000 Blue Star coins he had given previously should not have been fully spent. After the upcoming auction, there would be more income, and he would find a suitable reason to give Su Qingwan some more. After finishing his meal, Jiang Fan watched as Su Qingwan went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. He was about to return to his room when Ma Ning stealthily emerged from her own. Why are you still awake? Jiang Fan asked, surprised. Ma Ning usually went to bed early, typically at this hour. She whispered, I was waiting for you to come back. As she spoke, she quietly slipped something into his hand. Jiang Fan opened it to find himself stunned. What is this? He asked, as the item resembled a restorative medicine. Ma Ning whispered, this is a reward from the school for my academic excellence. It's a second-generation restorative medicine from Jinyao Pharmacy. Although it's not the latest version and its effects may not be as profound, it should still help you enhance your vitality, and perhaps you might successfully awaken. In that instant, Jiang Fan felt a surge of emotion, his eyes misting. A profound sense of guilt washed over him. Ma Ning, now a second-year student at Jiangqingno, one high school, had less than 1 vitality herself. Though she had successfully awakened, she still needed genetic agents to unlock her genetic potential. This vial of restorative medicine could provide her with a solid foundation, enabling her to elevate her vitality further once she gathered the funds to unlock her genetic potential. She was in dire need of this restorative medicine, yet in her current situation, her concern for him left Jiang Fan feeling utterly ashamed. In contrast, he had become so engrossed in cultivating after concocting the spirit turtle blood restoration soup that he had neglected to consider Ma Ning's own needs. It was indeed shameful. I can't take this. You should keep it for yourself. Jiang Fan, his eyes glistening, attempted to return the vial to Ma Ning. You're at a crucial stage for laying the foundation. Don't be stubborn. I am already a warrior and do not require this. Upon hearing Jiang Fan refer to himself as a warrior, Ma Ning grew anxious. Don't try to deceive me. Just as she began to protest, Jiang Fan gently pushed her back to her room. Listen to me. Hurry back inside. As he nudged Ma Ning towards her chamber, he smiled and added, use this medicine first. In a couple of days, I'll bring you something good. With the auction proceedings underway, If he could successfully auction that vial of medicine, once he secured the funds, he would undoubtedly concoct a few more vials for Ma Ning. Should he successfully partner with the three major pharmaceutical groups, he would accumulate sufficient finances to procure a first-level genetic agent to unlock her genetic potential, and the restorative medicine would become a continuous supply. As for his cultivation system, he had no intention of teaching it to Ma Ning just yet. Firstly, he was uncertain of the path's outcome. Secondly, unlike him, Ma Ning did not possess any extraordinary advantages, making it uncertain whether she could even cultivate. If one day he were to uncover the secrets hidden within this extraordinary advantage, he would address the future then. The following day, Jiang Fan ventured to the thunderous martial arts academy. From a distance, he spotted the young man from the auction house loitering at the street corner. As Jiang Fan approached, the young man hurriedly came forward. "Hello, sir. Uncle Lu would like to speak with you." Jiang Fan followed the young man to the underground auction house on Qibao Street, where he encountered Lu Bo once more. Lu Bo got straight to the point. "The auction for the restorative medicine is scheduled for tomorrow night at 8. If you have the time, you're welcome to attend. Our auctions are highly efficient. If successful, you'll receive your earnings in less than an hour." Jiang Fan was less concerned about this matter and instead inquired, "What about the three major pharmaceutical groups?" Lu Bo rarely smiled, but now he did. "Rest assured, I've already informed them. They will all be in attendance. Judging by their reactions, this product is evidently in high demand for them. Currently, several pharmaceutical groups are investigating the source of this product. This time, I believe not only will we secure a good price, but you will likely achieve your goals as well." Jiang Fan nodded slightly, just as Lu Bo had anticipated. Within the ranks of the three major pharmaceutical groups, discussions regarding this matter were already in a fervor. Jinyao Pharmacy, a middle-aged gentleman, clad in a suit and exuding an air of refinement, sat in the chair of his office. He was none other than Xia Qingyang, the current helmsman of Jinyao Fang. Before him stood several weary individuals. "Have you uncovered the origins of the potion?" one among them inquired. "Not as of yet," came the response. "However, according to intelligence we gathered from the auction house, this potion is purported to possess efficacy surpassing even that of our fourth-generation product." Xia Qingyang's brow furrowed deeply. "Continue your investigation," he commanded. "Yes, sir." At Miaofeng Pavilion, a woman dressed in a qipao and adorned with high heels stood by the window, a glass of red wine in hand, gazing silently at the undulating skyline of Jiangxing. She was Xikong Yao, the general manager of the Jiangxing branch of Miaofeng Pavilion. At that moment, the door swung open, and a young girl in professional attire entered, escorting an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat. "Boss, Professor Zhang has arrived." Xikong Yao turned with a smile. "Professor Zhang, I trust you have heard about the happenings on Qibao Street? What do you make of its credibility?" Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses. "Madam, it is difficult to ascertain. However, based on my experience, the likelihood seems slim. Our two pharmaceutical giants, Miaofeng Pavilion and Jinyao Fang, have invested countless researchers and resources in the development of our fourth-generation product. To suddenly have a new product emerge that surpasses ours feels rather suspicious. On one hand, I find it hard to believe that anyone besides Tang could concoct a potion of superior potency. On the other hand, the source of this news raises doubts." Xikong Yao swirled the wine in her glass and took a sip. "Nevertheless, since the word is out, we must pursue it. The competition among the three major pharmaceutical groups is fierce. Even if it turns out to be false, we cannot afford to overlook it. Better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it." With a wave of her hand, she added, "Professor Zhang, you may withdraw for now. I shall arrange for others to follow up on this matter." Meanwhile, in the office of Yujun on the third floor of Tang, surprise etched itself across his face as he exclaimed, "What? You say you have encountered such a potion? Where?" He stood abruptly from his chair, visibly astonished. Before him stood Professor Su in a white lab coat, confidently asserting, "Indeed." Yujun stepped forward eagerly. "When? Where?" Professor Su hesitated before responding. "Approximately 3 days ago. At our Tang." At that time, he recounted the incident when Yu Baiwei had taken the potion to him. "I cannot be certain if this potion is the same as the one to be auctioned tomorrow, but the one I witnessed is undoubtedly stronger than our third-generation product, even surpassing the fourth-generation products of the other two companies." Yujun's expression grew serious. "How could you have kept such a crucial matter from me?" Professor Su's countenance faltered. "Miss Shi." Before he could finish, Yujun interrupted, turning toward his assistant with urgency. "Fetch Xiaowei immediately, no matter where she is." In the Chinese medicine brewing room of Tang, Yu Baiwei slammed a vial down onto the table with a resounding thud. The contents within were dark and viscous. Clearly a failed concoction. "What is wrong now?" she exclaimed, her hands flailing in frustration. After a brief moment of venting, she paused. "I must ask Grandpa Su if he provided me with the correct formula." Taking a few steps, she noticed a dark stain of potion on her right hand. Rushing to the sink, she turned on the tap with her left hand and began to wash vigorously. After rinsing, she brought her hands to her nose for a sniff, still detecting an odor, prompting her to continue washing. After several rounds, she grabbed a paper towel from the table to dry her hands. As she exited the room, she adjusted her clothing on her shoulders, leaning in to sniff it, only to wrinkle her nose in disgust. How revolting. Initially planning to head downstairs to find Grandpa Sue, she abruptly changed course, deciding to change her clothes first. Such a smell was intolerable. However, just as she took a couple of steps, a voice called out from behind her. "Miss, the master requests your presence immediately." Yu Baiwei turned slightly, waving her hand dismissively as she continued on her way. "I will be there shortly." The attendant, feeling pressured, pressed on. "The master insists you come at once." Yu Baiwei halted again, her impatience bubbling over. What could possibly warrant such urgency? Before the attendant could respond, she insisted, "I am changing my clothes. I will be there shortly. Just tell him it was my request." With that, she swiftly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Yu Jun waited impatiently for over 10 minutes, growing increasingly agitated at the absence of Yu Baiwei. "Where is she already?" he demanded, prompting a subordinate to rush out to inquire. Just at the door, he encountered the returning attendant, barking, "Did I not instruct you to find the young lady? Where is she?" The attendant replied meekly. "The young lady was in the brewing room. She said she would come up after changing." Yu Jun frowned. "Did you not inform her that I required her presence immediately?" The attendant fell silent, feeling the weight of his gaze. I did." Yu Jun inhaled sharply, letting out a resigned sigh. "Then we shall wait." Approximately 10 minutes later, Yu Baiwei finally made her appearance, now dressed in a different outfit, her hair still damp, suggesting she had taken a shower. "Grandpa, you called for me." Suppressing his anger, Yu Jun maintained his composure. "Yes." He then cast a languid glance at Yu Baiwei. "Xiaowei, I wish to inquire about an incident that transpired approximately 3 days ago in the lobby. Did you not drive away a young man? Was he not in the brewing room, utilizing the equipment to concoct a batch of potion?" Yu Baiwei momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by her grandfather's inquiry. She shot a glare at Professor Sue, feeling a surge of irritation. "Did we not agree to keep this from Grandpa?" She felt betrayed. Professor Sue, unable to meet her gaze, stood silently by. "I am addressing you." Yu Jun's keen observation caught Yu Baiwei's subtle movements, escalating his frustration. "Speak." Yu Baiwei, startled, quickly replied. "Yes, that person. She initially intended to label him a fraud, but reconsidered. Someone capable of crafting such an effective potion could hardly be dismissed as a charlatan. That individual indeed brewed potion within our facility." Yu Jun took a deep breath. "And then, relate to me every detail of the occurrences during this time. Do not omit a single detail." Faced with the exposure of her actions, Yu Baiwei refrained from further concealment. "After you scolded me that day, I went to the brewing room to confirm if that person was indeed a fraud. I found a vial with potion residue in the trash, and to verify its toxicity, I sought out Professor Sue." Yu Baiwei recounted the situation to Yu Jun, aligning closely with Professor Sue's account. "You are well aware that we are in the process of developing a 4th-generation potion. Discovering a potion that surpasses the efficacy of our 3rd-generation product should have been your first duty to report to me. Why did you withhold this information?" Yu Jun's expression darkened with displeasure. Yu Baiwei hesitated. "I thought, Grandpa, you were seeking the formula for the 4th generation? If I could analyze the components of this potion, it would be my contribution." Upon hearing this, Yu Jun's anger flared, and he rose abruptly from his chair. "And what is this contribution of yours? You think you can claim it as your own? Do you possess no common sense? Such a potion, which process in its creation is simple. Do not presume to compare yourself to us. Even the foremost research teams of the 3 major pharmaceutical conglomerates would require a stroke of fortune to replicate this elixir. Who do you think you are?" Yu Jun was genuinely furious this time. Jin Yaofeng and Yaofeng Pavilion had already launched their 4th-generation products, while Enshurtang remained conspicuously silent. His agitation had reached its peak. The revelation that his granddaughter had driven away a potential collaborator and deliberately concealed news of a possibly groundbreaking potion left him unable to contain his ire. If this were merely childish antics, he might have turned a blind eye, considering she was his only granddaughter. However, this matter was of great importance to the family's future, and it was beyond his tolerance. Upon witnessing Yu Jun's genuine anger, Yu Baiwei's tears of grievance began to flow. "Grandfather, I was wrong." Yu Jun, gazing at Yu Baiwei's pitiable demeanor, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately sighed, waved his hand dismissively, and replied impatiently, "Enough, you may leave." Once Yu Baiwei exited the room, Yu Jun murmured to himself, "We absolutely must attend this auction." Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the following evening. In order to avoid the crowd, Jiang Fan departed an hour early, arriving at the underground auction house on Qibao Street around 7 p.m. To his surprise, he discovered that the hall was already filled with a considerable number of attendees. Individuals were continuously entering and exiting at the entrance. Among them, most were elegantly attired members of the upper class, with only a few appearing relatively modest. As Jiang Fan was the consignor of the items being auctioned, a servant guided him through the bustling venue. As they walked, Jiang Fan inquired, "Is it not risky to host such a grand event underground? Aren't you afraid of inspections from above?" In Jiang Fan's view, an underground auction house should operate discreetly, shunning the limelight. His initial visit had indeed revealed a level of meticulousness, but today's atmosphere was unexpectedly vibrant and ostentatious. The servant, hearing Jiang Fan's query, smiled slightly, and replied, "Although this is an underground auction house, the higher-ups are well aware. As long as no major issues arise, they generally turn a blind eye. By keeping an eye on some illicit dealings here, they feel more secure." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan suddenly understood. In essence, it was one of their means of maintaining stability. As he followed the servant around the circular corridor, he was abruptly brushed past by a hurried individual, and their shoulders collided. Ouch! The other party yelped in dismay. Jiang Fan, his body hardened through rigorous training, felt as though he had struck steel. Although he was in a state of passive defense, he had still caused injury, prompting him to turn and apologize. "I'm sorry." However, as he turned, both he and the other person froze in surprise. "Jiang Fan, what are you doing here?" The individual he had collided with was none other than Jiang Li. At that moment, Jiang Li was equally astonished to see Jiang Fan, inadvertently dropping the pretense of familiarity and addressing him directly by name. Jiang Fan cast a cool glance in his direction. "Where I am is precisely where you are." Jiang Li was about to launch into a tirade when he noticed Jiang Jie seated in the hall, causing his smile to turn peculiar. "What is this? You're healed? How has it been living without a home these past days?" TSK, you look as though you've dressed like a beggar from outside the city. Did you run out of clothes when you left home?" Jiang Fan's attire, purchased casually in the outer city, was not much different from that of most people in the area. Yet, through Jiang Li's lens, it transformed into the garb of a destitute wanderer. Jiang Fan recognized that Jiang Li intended to provoke him. Nevertheless, he felt no stirrings of emotion. Now that he had severed ties with that family, he was no longer troubled by past grievances. He regarded Jiang Li coolly. "You would do well to silence yourself now. Otherwise, utter another word, and I shall make you regret it." Jiang Fan's icy tone momentarily stunned Jiang Li. However, the years of bullying had fortified Jiang Li's confidence. He pointed at Jiang Fan and burst into laughter. "Ha! Now that's the funniest thing I've heard all day. A useless waste like you, incapable of awakening, dares to challenge me? I could take you down with a single hand. I advise you, this is an auction, not a place for you. Go back to your outer city." Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed. In a flash, he darted in front of Jiang Li. In the next instant, he clawed at Jiang Li's throat, causing the latter's face to flush crimson. "You're courting death." Jiang Fan now regarded Jiang Li as a complete stranger, and he saw no reason to hold back in teaching him a lesson. "Sir, the auction is about to commence. This way, please." Just as Jiang Fan prepared to escalate his aggression, the servant cleverly intervened, gesturing for him to follow. Meanwhile, he lowered his voice. "Sir, we do not permit personal disputes at our auction house. It would lead to complications. Any grievances can be settled after the auction concludes." Jiang Fan scrutinized Jiang Li for a moment until the latter felt a chill run down his spine. Then he retracted his hand and turned away. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Li remained rooted to the spot, gasping for breath. The servant deliberately lagged behind a few steps before turning to cast a cold glance at Jiang Li. "This gentleman is a highly esteemed guest invited by our auction house. No one else has the right to ask him to leave." After saying this, he turned and departed, leaving Jiang Li in a state of bewilderment. What did the servant mean by that? Jiang Fan was the auction house's most significant customer? By what right? The thought of Jiang Fan's terrifying expression sent shivers down Jiang Li's spine, as he found himself transported back to the time when he had been overshadowed by Jiang Fan's accomplishments. His complexion turned ashen, nearly dripping with despair. Jiang Fan had initially expected the servant to arrange a private room for him. However, to his dismay, he ended up in the corner room of Lu Bo. Upon realizing this, he felt a touch of embarrassment. It appeared he had overestimated his worth. The value of a single vial of potion was insufficient to warrant a private room on the second floor at the auction house. He had merely been riding on Lu Bo's coattails. Upon seeing Jiang Fan enter, Lu Bo offered a slight nod. Once Jiang Fan was seated, he spoke. "The auction will begin shortly. The three major pharmaceutical groups arrived an hour early. They truly value this potion." Jiang Fan nodded slightly. The product they most urgently required left them no choice but to be anxious. Lu Bo, rare as it was, smiled. "Typically, our auction house only attracts casual buyers or those with questionable backgrounds. The three major pharmaceutical groups usually disdain coming here. However, this time, we owe it to you. They are here specifically for your potion, so we will place your item as the final lot. As a gesture of goodwill, we will reduce the commission from 20 to 10 for this auction." Jiang Fan instantly grasped his implication. The underground auction house was a hub for all manner of individuals, and it was uncommon to host significant clients like the three major pharmaceutical groups, since their focus was on Jiang Fan's potion. Placing it at the end of the auction would ensure that earlier items would pass before the eyes of the pharmaceutical giants, potentially enticing these esteemed guests to spend. Otherwise, if we were to commence with the auction of potions right away, what incentive would there be for our esteemed guests to remain? Naturally, this is not an issue. The time swiftly approached 8 in the evening. In the subterranean auction hall, the voice of the host echoed through the air. "Esteemed guests, good evening. We welcome you all to this auction event." Lu Bo rose, beckoning to Jiang Fan, and the two took their seats at a table by the window. Looking through the glass, Jiang Fan observed that the auction hall was already filled to capacity. He glanced over and inquired, "So, Are representatives from the three major pharmaceutical groups present below? Lubo shook his head. Of course not. They are all in the box diagonally across from us. Jiang Fan peered in that direction and indeed saw figures moving behind the windows of several boxes. Lubo explained, our esteemed guests deserve the treatment befitting their status. If we can make these distinguished gentlemen comfortable, they might be inclined to indulge in our offerings, potentially generating a month's worth of revenue for us in just this one evening. Jiang Fan marveled inwardly. He was unaware of the monthly revenue of the underground auction house. But given the scale of the event, it surely would not be negligible. To think that a single night's consumption could equal a month's earnings. What prodigious wealth that must entail. As their conversation unfolded, the host concluded his opening remarks. Now, let us welcome our first item for auction. With his words, a sturdy box was hoisted onto the stage by two burly men. Once the box was set down, its doors swung open, revealing a small, lethargic tiger cub. The host approached and announced loudly, the first item is our golden tiger cub, born only about a month ago. The golden tiger, known for its formidable physique and defensive capabilities, prompted Jiang Fan to gasp in surprise, exclaiming, this is a golden tiger. A cub of a second-tier extraordinary beast. What purpose does it serve to purchase it? At merely a month old, how much meat could it possibly yield? Even utilizing the blood essence of an extraordinary beast for concoction would seem rather scant. Lubo observed the scene with indifference and remarked, naturally, it is meant to be kept as a pet. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Isn't it illegal to privately raise extraordinary beasts? Lubo chuckled softly. Just because it's prohibited doesn't mean no one is keeping them. Similarly, the ban on trade does not imply there is no trade. This is precisely the kind of business we conduct at our underground auction house. Chapter 34. The Auction of the Spirit Turtle Blood Replenishing Soup. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. The primary reason for prohibiting the private keeping of extraordinary beasts is their uncontrollability. While they are manageable in youth, like this golden tiger with no offensive capabilities, once they mature into second-tier extraordinary beasts, a moment's lapse could pose a significant threat to the entire city. Sensing Jiang Fan's apprehension, Lubo spoke in a hushed tone. Within the circles of the powerful, there exists a method of taming beasts, ensuring that extraordinary beasts behave as docile pets. Lubo left his statement hanging. Jiang Fan nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. Initially astonished, he soon regained composure, recognizing the inherent nature of this world, the survival of the fittest, where strength equates to privilege. It is not surprising, then, that the rearing of extraordinary beasts, or even more extravagant creatures, occurs without scandal. The starting bid for this golden tiger was set at 50,000, with minimum increments of 1,000. The auction begins now. 550,000. 560,000. Bidders in the audience raised their paddles in succession. Moments later, the golden tiger was secured by a young man for 860,000 blue star coins. After the transfer of the golden tiger, the auction continued. The second item was a fragmentary martial arts manual. However, the bidders below displayed little enthusiasm for the manual. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, felt a surge of desire. Ever since he obtained his spatial abilities, his cultivation speed had accelerated dramatically. Yet, he lacked a suitable manual to practice. Currently, he only possessed the 5 elements fist learned from the Thunderous Martial Arts Academy and the basic techniques from the True Understanding of Martial Arts. Although he had observed and assimilated some fragmented moves during his battles with Feng Zhu and Qing Wei, these were disjointed and lacked a cohesive structure, making it difficult to optimize his strength. With an appropriate manual, his power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, this manual was incomplete and priced in the tens of thousands. It was simply not suitable. Jiang Fan had no choice but to suppress his impulse. Ultimately, the manual went unsold and was returned. The subsequent items included maps, herbs, antiques, and a myriad of other offerings. Finally, after the 9th item was auctioned, they reached the final segment. Now, we shall commence with our last and most significant item of the day. As the host introduced it, a slender female attendant approached, bearing a tray adorned with exquisite red silk. The host lifted the silk, revealing a glass vial of approximately 50 milliliters, filled with a brown liquid, seemingly half full. In an instant, every gaze in the room fixated on this vial, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiang Fan could even distinctly perceive the silhouettes in the diagonally opposite box of the 3 major pharmaceutical groups, standing abruptly. This vial contained a concoction brewed from traditional Chinese herbs, renowned for its exceptional ability to enhance vitality. A mere 20 milliliters of this liquid could elevate a martial artist's vitality by approximately 0.3, with slight variations depending on individual differences, but generally remaining within a normal range. Let the auction commence. The starting bid is 50,000, with minimum increments of 5,000. No sooner had the host finished speaking than the audience erupted in a frenzy. 60,000. 65,000. The commotion continued as bids poured in. 70,000. The host rapped his gavel for silence. One at a time, please. Amidst the cacophony, A chime rang from the diagonal box. The crowd's attention was drawn to the window, where a bold 100,000 was displayed. This was a special effect reserved for the esteemed guests at the underground auction, symbolizing privilege and status. It would be quite unbecoming to bellow like the commoners below, wouldn't it? Ah, we see Anshatang has bid 100,000 blue star coins. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The hall fell into silence. Initially, they had come for the vial, hoping to strike a lucky deal. After all, the underground auction house's marketing was exceptional. Yet, even with its allure, it was only marginally superior to the fourth-generation products of the three major pharmaceutical groups. Those fourth-generation products could be sold for 80,000 blue star coins per vial. Thus, bidding slightly above 50,000 was appealing, but anything over 80,000 seemed impractical. After all, the efficacy of this vial remained merely a legend, while the fourth-generation products from the pharmaceutical groups came with a guarantee of standardization and quality. Once the crowd withdrew from the bidding, the competition naturally fell to the three major pharmaceutical groups: 110,000, 120,000, 150,000. Following Anshatang's bid, Jiang and Miaofeng Pavilion eagerly followed suit, raising the stakes incrementally. Within the box occupied by Jiang, Xia Qingyang sat composed by the window, while an anxious-looking assistant beside him fretted, "Boss, the price has already reached 260,000. Should we continue to bid?" Xia Qingyang's gaze remained steady. Of course we should, regardless of the product's efficacy. If there is even a chance that it surpasses our fourth-generation offerings, we cannot allow Anshatang and Miaofeng Pavilion to obtain it. Keep bidding. The assistant promptly replied, "Understood." In the box of Miaofeng Pavilion, Sikong Yao squinted slightly, gazing out the window as she murmured to herself, "Heh, for a bottle of dubious potion. The price has escalated to such heights. Both Xinyao Pharmacy and Anshatang have truly lost their minds. Nevertheless, I must keep bidding." With that, she waved her hand, instructing her subordinates to continue raising the bid. Within Anshatang's private chamber, only Yu Jun and Yu Baiwei were present. Yu Baiwei timidly remarked, "Grandfather, this price has already reached a considerable height. We could purchase 5 bottles of our third-generation product with it." Yu Jun retorted sharply, "Keep bidding. As long as they quote a price, we will match it." Yu Baiwei hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns. But Yu Jun turned and shot her a fierce glare. "We have no path of retreat now. Both companies have developed their fourth-generation products, and there is still a chance. If we fail to secure this, we will be left with no opportunities at all. Can you not comprehend this yet?" As he spoke, his agitation grew. Originally, Anshatang could have effortlessly acquired this potion, even potentially forming a collaboration with the other party. Yet now, it was all due to his indulgence of his granddaughter, who still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Truly, a decayed wood that cannot be carved. Seeing the change in Yu Jun's expression, Yu Baiwei quickly replied, "All right. I will bid." Chapter 35, The Final Ownership. As the three major pharmaceutical groups vied for supremacy, the price of the potion continued to soar. 510,000. When Anshatang made its final bid, the atmosphere in Jinyao Pharmacy and Miaofeng Pavilion fell silent. The host glanced towards that direction. Anshatang bids 510,000. Is there any further bidding? If not, I shall begin the countdown. Noticing the lack of response from the competitors, the host felt a tinge of disappointment. All right, 3, 2, 1. Sold. Congratulations to Anshatang for acquiring this potion. The hall erupted into a cacophony. Wow, 510,000. That is quite a sum for just a simple potion. You don't understand. For us, it may seem like a mere potion to enhance vitality, but for the three major pharmaceutical groups, it represents a beacon of hope for research. Exactly. If they can uncover something from this potion, it could significantly enhance their product development. How could they not invest heavily? Enough. Let us not concern ourselves with the affairs of the pharmaceutical giants. They are businessmen. Surely they can manage their own accounts. Indeed. Lu Bo observed the final price of the potion with a faint sense of disappointment. This is considerably lower than I anticipated. Based on my estimations, the three major pharmaceutical groups would have fought tooth and nail. Initially, the bidding was fierce, with each party refusing to yield, driving the price upward. However, once it reached 500,000, the bids from Jinyao Pharmacy and Miaofeng Pavilion abruptly ceased. The disparity between expectation and reality was difficult for him to accept. Jiang Fan, standing nearby, chuckled. That is quite normal. Securing this price is already quite an achievement. Lu Bo looked at Jiang Fan, surprised to see him seemingly unfazed by the outcome. What do you mean? Jiang Fan replied with a calm demeanor. The purpose of their bidding for this potion is twofold. First, they aim to acquire this legendary potion for their own research, preventing it from falling into the hands of the other two companies. Second, they hope to establish a connection with the owner of this potion to explore potential collaboration. Initially, all parties indeed sought to claim the potion, but in the end, they realized that only one could emerge victorious. Being pharmaceutical groups, they are acutely aware of the complexities involved in reverse engineering a potion from a single sample. Rather than invest heavily in that slim hope, it would be wiser to approach from the second angle, directing their resources towards the owner of the potion, which might yield a more immediate outcome in terms of collaboration. If I am not mistaken, they will soon come to inquire about the identity of the potion's owner. Therefore, I must take my leave. Lu Bo listened to Jiang Fan's analysis, his expression growing serious. You certainly see things clearly. Despite looking no older than a teenager, Jiang Fan exhibited a remarkable understanding of the situation, which left Lu Bo quite impressed. However, he was taken aback by Jiang Fan's next words. Aren't you going to meet them? Jiang Fan waved his hand as he stood up. No. How could I allow them to meet me so easily? I shall keep them in suspense for a few days. Upon reaching the door, he turned back to Lu Bo. Uncle Lu, I must trouble you this time. Please keep my identity confidential for now. Let them know in 3 days. He paused, adding, perhaps you might gain something from this as well. Lu Bo's face broke into a rare smile upon hearing this. Very well. You should hurry along. I will handle the rest. The proceeds from this potion will be transferred to your account within the hour. As the auction concluded, guests began to disperse from the hall. Jiang Fan exited Lu Bo's room, circumnavigated the corridor, and ascended the stairs at the opposite exit. Just as he reached the top, members of the 3 major pharmaceutical groups rushed out of the corridor. Old Yu, congratulations on winning this potion. Old Yu, congratulations. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao offered their congratulations. Their steps unceasing. Yu Jun and Yu Baiwei walked ahead, with Yu Jun perfunctorily responding, congratulations to all. Now that the auction has concluded, shouldn't you return? Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao exchanged glances. Of course, we wish to see what this legendary potion is like. Old Yu wouldn't begrudge us a glimpse, would he? Yu Jun replied coldly. That would indeed be quite inconvenient. As the group walked and bantered, they soon passed the exit. Just as Yu Baiwei followed closely behind Yu Jun, she instinctively glanced up the staircase and immediately spotted Jiang Fan's figure. Her brow furrowed in thought as she paused. Why does that figure seem so familiar? As she halted, Yu Jun was inadvertently dragged back. Noticing 2 persistent flies lingering nearby who had even moved ahead of them, Yu Jun expressed his annoyance. Why are we stopping? Yu Baiwei regained her composure, opening her mouth to speak, but hesitated, fearing her uncertainty. She quickly fell back in line. It's nothing. Yu Jun frowned. Then why not hurry up? Thus, Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao clung to Yu Jun like a stubborn adhesive, never straying far from him. From payment to the transfer of the potion, and inquiries about the identity of the client, they remained inseparable. Finally, they inquired about the whereabouts of the person in charge. Yu Jun, neglecting the other 2, swiftly made his way upstairs towards Lu Bo's room. A few minutes later, what? You say the client was just in your room? Where is he now? The leaders of the 3 major pharmaceutical groups exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Bo wore a beaming smile, appearing quite humble. Indeed, he was just here. However, after the auction concluded, he left. Lu Bo pretended to ponder for a moment. Considering the time, it must have been nearly 20 minutes ago. The group felt a wave of regret. They should have come to find Lu Bo immediately rather than lingering over the potion. Blame it on that host. Adamantly refusing to disclose the location of the responsible party, Yu Jun smiled faintly, striving to appear calm. Brother Lu, could you kindly share the information about the other party? I would be most grateful. At this juncture, Yu Jun understood that he could no longer avoid the other 2 individuals, so he decided to confront the situation head-on. Dismissing any lingering regret over the potion he had bid on, he boldly inquired about it, reasoning that since he could not shake them off, it would be prudent to gather intelligence together, ensuring a fair competition and preventing the other 2 from scheming in secrecy. The other 2 regarded Lu Bo with hopeful anticipation. Lu Bo slightly bowed, expressing sincere apologies, stating that without client authorization, their underground auction house could not disclose the identity of the consignor. The group exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. Just then, the voice of Yu Baiwei chimed in nearby. That grandfather. Everyone turned their attention towards her. I think I saw him just as we were coming downstairs. What? The room erupted in a chorus of high-pitched exclamations. Chapter 36. Why did you not mention it sooner? Yu Baiwei was about to speak when Yu Jun interrupted her in a timely manner. Let us discuss this later. Yu Baiwei promptly fell silent. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao stared anxiously at the pair, their brows knitted in concern. They had assumed everyone was on the same starting line, confident in their knowledge. However, the current situation suggested that Tang had access to more information than they did. Moreover, with the potion acquired by Tang, there was a significant likelihood of it being researched. It seemed they had been rather careless. The group pressed Lu Bo for quite some time. Yet he ultimately refrained from revealing any information regarding Jiang Fan. Consequently, they had no choice but to depart in unison. Lu Bo observed their retreating figures, smiling to himself. It appeared Jiang Fan was indeed correct. He would be able to reap some benefits this time, which could be considered a commission for Jiang Fan. Yet, he resolved to wait a little longer. After all, when one fishes, it is essential to whet the appetite. The longer they were kept in suspense, the greater his rewards would be. Upon returning to the shop, Xia Qingyang immediately dispatched 2 groups. The first group was tasked with investigating the identity of the consignor of the potion at the auction. The second group was to explore the connections between the consignor and Ensure Tang, particularly why Yu Baiwei recognized the consignor. Meanwhile, Yu Jun took Yu Baiwei directly to the third-floor room. Tell me every detail about your encounter with him, Yu Jun demanded earnestly. Hearing this, Yu Baiwei bit her lip. As we were exiting the auction room to settle at the auction platform, I believe I saw him at the exit of the second-floor corridor. At that moment, Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao were beside her, and she hesitated, uncertain of the figure she had glimpsed from behind. Yu Baiwei recounted her sighting of Jiang Fan's silhouette. Reflecting on it now, the timing coincided perfectly with the account provided by the auction attendees. It was indeed when he departed. Moreover, his attire was of a coarse fabric typical of those from the outer city. He had donned similar clothing during his last visit to Ensure Tang. As Yu Baiwei detailed each nuance, Yu Jun took a deep breath. Why did you not inform me at that moment? Yu Baiwei replied, feeling aggrieved. I wasn't entirely sure. Besides, the other two's leaders were nearby, and Yu Jun's expression darkened. He pointed a trembling finger at Yu Baiwei. This granddaughter, so foolishly oblivious. At such a critical moment, she exhibited no discernible awareness. The entire world was searching for the owner of this potion, and she had the opportunity, yet allowed uncertainty to hinder her. What did the presence of the other two leaders matter? Could she not have discreetly signaled me? We could have seized the chance to divert them. It was utterly infuriating. Yu Jun was suddenly engulfed by a sense of sorrow. Was this truly the lineage of the Yu family? Was fate conspiring against them? He found himself devoid of any strength to continue chastising Yu Baiwei. Go summon Professor Su. The priority is the matter at hand. On one front, he needed to arrange for Professor Su to analyze the potion acquired at the auction, while on another, they needed to utilize the precise information provided by Yu Baiwei to search various high schools. Since the individual appeared to be a high school student, they could not escape scrutiny from these institutions, thus narrowing their search. This was the distinct informational advantage that Ensure Tang held over the other two, and it needed to be fully leveraged. With this thought, Yu Jun regained his confidence. Jiang Fan, oblivious to the unfolding events, departed the auction and walked along Qibao Street towards the Laming Martial Arts Hall in the inner city. Upon reaching the intersection near Jiangxing No. 3 High School, he was suddenly called from behind. Jiang Fan. Turning around, he saw Jiang Li and Jiang Jihe behind him. Jiang Jihe, with a serious demeanor, spoke. I heard you attended the underground auction? That's not a place for you. Don't harbor any delusions about finding a bargain. Such fortune does not exist. Jiang Fan cast a cold glance at the two before turning to walk away. Stop. Jiang Jihe quickly stepped in front of him. What kind of attitude is that? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Step aside. Jiang Jihe's expression darkened. How dare you speak to me like that? Jiang Fan let out a cold laugh. If memory serves, we have no relationship at present, do we? Jiang Jihe's anger flared. You are my son. No matter how much you wish to deny it, that fact remains unchanged. Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed. A week ago, I was effectively dead in the Jiang household. I have shown great restraint by not seeking revenge. You best not provoke me further. Or else. His gaze swept over Jiang Li, who instinctively recoiled. Previously, at the underground auction, when Jiang Fan had gripped Jiang Li's throat, that suffocating sensation still haunted him. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Jiang Jihe momentarily felt at fault. However, his anger quickly reignited. Provoke you? What can you do? Jiang Fan could not be bothered to engage further. Get lost. With that, he turned to leave. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, prepared to retaliate should Jiang Jihe make any sudden moves. Jiang Jihe hesitated, raising his hand, but after a moment's deliberation, he lowered it, remaining rooted in place. His mood fluctuating. Upon returning home, Jiang Fan immediately sensed a tense atmosphere. Su Qingwan and Ma Jiang sat at the dining table, with Ma Ning also present. Seeing Jiang Fan return, Su Qingwan forced a smile. Xiao Fan is back. Come eat. We've saved you some food. As she spoke, she exchanged a glance with Ma Jiang, who began to retreat to his room. Take your time eating, Xiao Fan. Jiang Fan looked over at Ma Ning, who seemed to be on the verge of saying something, but hesitated. What is the matter? Jiang Fan stood still, sensing the peculiar ambience in the room. Noticing Jiang Fan's discomfort, Su Qingwan quickly waved her hand. It's nothing, just eat. Jiang Fan frowned. Given the situation, it was evident something had gone awry, and he turned his gaze to Ma Ning. Under Jiang Fan's probing gaze, Ma Ning finally spoke. Dad was dismissed by the patrol team. As her words fell, Su Qingwan stiffened, and Ma Jiang halted his steps toward the room. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, but relief washed over him. So that was what it was. That was manageable. However, just a few days ago, Ma Jiang had mentioned he was well acquainted with the patrol team leader. Why did this happen? Jiang Fan inquired, puzzled. Ma Jiang turned around, exhaling deeply. Sigh. Now I've become a disabled person. The patrol team claims it affects their work. He chuckled ruefully. I should have anticipated this. If I were the captain, I wouldn't want a disabled person on my team either. Su Qingwan, hearing this, could no longer contain her anger. And you're still defending the patrol team leader. Is there such a captain? You once saved his life. Is this how he repays you? He knows our family's circumstances. And this is merely pushing us to the brink. Su Qingwan, Upon realizing that Jiang Fan was already aware of the situation, ceased to hold back her grievances. Her complaints cascading forth like a relentless barrage. Ma Jiang sighed in despair beside her, while Ma Ning wore a troubled expression. The occurrence of such an incident at home effectively severed their source of income. Initially, Ma Jiang had expressed a desire to hasten his return to work in order to repay the money Jiang Fan had borrowed from his classmates, as well as to procure some medicinal supplements for the two children. Now, however, he lamented, the tonics I rewarded myself with a few days ago remain untouched. Tomorrow, I shall sell them. Ma Ning interjected suddenly. The group's attention swiftly focused on her. Chapter 37, Spending Like Water. Absolutely not. The others exclaimed in unison. Ma Jiang's brow furrowed deeply. You are currently at a crucial juncture for replenishing your vitality. It would be a shame to waste the rewards from your school. You must use them promptly to establish a solid foundation. Once the situation at home improves, I promise to buy you a vial of first-tier genetic medicine, so you can aspire to become a martial artist sooner. Su Qingwan chimed in supportively. Indeed, do not act recklessly. The matters at home are for us adults to handle. You two, Xiao Fan and Xiao Ning, your sole focus should be on practicing diligently to enhance your vitality. Once you both attain martial artist status, life will surely become easier for our family. Noticing the heightened emotions of Ma Jiang and Su Qingwan, Jiang Fan quickly stepped forward. Indeed, Xiao Ning, keep that tonic for yourself. Do not concern yourself with family matters. They are not as dire as they seem. We have the means. As he spoke, he retrieved a substantial wad of cash from his pocket. Aunt, uncle, please, take this money for your needs. The funds, amounting to a staggering 459 million, were those earned from the auction of the spirit turtle blood nourishing soup. When the others beheld the thick stack of cash Jiang Fan placed on the table, their eyes widened in disbelief. It appeared to be at least 70 to 80,000, more than Ma Jiang's annual salary. Where on earth did Jiang Fan acquire such wealth? Su Qingwan snapped back to reality, her tone laced with anxiety. Xiao Fan, where did you get this money? Have you borrowed from your classmates again? How much is this? Return it immediately. Simultaneously, Ma Jiang regarded Jiang Fan with a grave expression. Xiao Fan, return the money to your classmates. Do not burden yourself with family matters. If the patrol team does not want me, I can always find another job. Once I secure employment, I will promptly repay the money you borrowed. Observing the anxious demeanor of his family, Jiang Fan shook his head with a smile. Aunt, uncle, please do not worry. I earned this money through legitimate means. Moreover, the debt to my classmates has already been settled. Noticing their eager expressions, he briefly recounted the process of selling the medicine. You mean to say you obtained a formula, and the concoctions you created are superior to the fourth-generation products of the three major pharmaceutical groups? And you sold a single vial for hundreds of thousands? Ma Jiang felt his worldview shatter. However, he soon furrowed his brow again. But where did you acquire that formula? Jiang Fan had no choice but to concoct a story, skillfully navigating the conversation until he managed to deflect their suspicions. Afterward, he retrieved a few vials of medicine from his pocket and placed them on the table. Addressing Ma Ning, Aunt is right. Your primary task now is to enhance your vitality and swiftly become a martial artist. I have several tonics here, along with a vial of first-tier genetic medicine. Complete this task first. On his way back, he had also stopped by the Jinyao pharmacy to purchase a few vials of fourth-generation tonics and a vial of genetic medicine, spending a total of 250,000. The others were once again taken aback. Su Qingwan felt a pang in her heart, tears welling in her eyes. My child, having money does not mean you can spend it so recklessly. This is an enormous sum. Ma Jiang similarly shook his head, pushing the money back toward Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan, keep this money. We cannot use your funds. He hesitated for a moment. As for the medicines, since Xiao Ning has awakened, we will keep the vial of first-tier genetic medicine for her, and the rest you may use for yourself. Although I am no longer with the patrol team, I can still seek employment. Jiang Fan interrupted Ma Jiang. Uncle, please do not decline. This amount is insignificant. I possess the formula, and the three major pharmaceutical groups will undoubtedly seek to collaborate with me. If I can mass-produce this medicine, our income will be limitless. Not to mention, we could purchase a house in the inner city and enjoy a more comfortable life. Su Qingwan and Ma Jiang exchanged glances, bemused by Jiang Fan's lofty dreams. Amidst their hesitation, Ma Ning sweetly exclaimed, Thank you, brother. A smile instantly illuminated Jiang Fan's face. Seeing Ma Ning so pleased, Ma Jiang and Su Qingwan reluctantly acquiesced to Jiang Fan's assertions. However, Ma Jiang's expression turned serious. When collaborating with the three major pharmaceutical groups, you must remain vigilant. They are crafty business people. Do not let them take advantage of you. Jiang Fan promptly reassured him, Do not worry. I will be cautious. Ma Jiang nodded, pausing briefly. Nonetheless, do not shoulder too much pressure. There are only two men in this family. You cannot bear the burden alone. I will seek work starting tomorrow. Jiang Fan was left dumbfounded. Is this never-ending? With the economic crisis at home seemingly resolved, the atmosphere lightened considerably. After chatting with his family for some time, Jiang Fan retreated to his room to practice. The following morning, the breakfast spread was lavishly abundant. Jiang Fan devoured his meal ravenously, leaving Su Qingwan and the others utterly speechless. Xiao Fan's vitality must be increasing, hence his appetite has grown. From now on, we must prepare more food. Ma Jiang observed Jiang Fan's hearty appetite, his spirits lifted. With financial worries alleviated, only one concern remained, Jiang Fan's awakening. If he too could awaken, their family would boast 2 martial artists, which would be truly perfect. Jiang Fan chose not to disclose to Ma Jiang that he had already become a martial artist. After all, such rapid progress was difficult to explain. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he had a more coherent narrative. After leaving home, Jiang Fan headed straight to Jinyao Pharmacy to procure materials for the spirit turtle blood-nourishing soup, and upon completion of the concoction, he immersed himself in the training chamber of the thunderous martial arts academy. 3 days later, within the training chamber, Jiang Fan opened his eyes. As he concluded his breathing technique, a radiant aura seemed to swirl around him before dissipating into his body. Rising to his feet, he approached the combat power testing device. Clenching his fist, he struck the machine. Bang! The display fixed at 4,435. Soon after, the results of his vitality test emerged. 352. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Jiang Fan's eyes. At this pace, with sufficient funds, he could ascend to a 3rd-tier martial artist within a month. Yet, his resources were struggling to keep up with his training expenses. A full 150,000 blue star coins had vanished in merely 3 days. Cultivating martial arts truly consumed wealth akin to a bottomless pit. No wonder the impoverished found it so challenging to ascend the social ladder. It seemed the first hurdle of cultivation was insurmountable. He shook his head, realizing it was time to meet the representatives of the 3 major pharmaceutical groups. Chapter 38. The gathering of the 3 major pharmaceutical groups. In the span of 3 days, the 3 major pharmaceutical groups had achieved nothing. The personnel dispatched by Jinyao Pharmacy and Miaofeng Pavilion, having exhausted all methods of investigation, were unable even to ascertain whether the client was male or female. Xia Qingyang and Xikong Yao were left seething with rage. However, neither of the 2 families had any substantial information regarding Jiang Fan, rendering their search akin to a futile endeavor in the vast ocean. Both Xia Qingyang and Xikong Yao were acutely aware of this predicament. Hence they refrained from placing undue pressure on their subordinates. Ultimately, in light of their circumstances, they were compelled to alter their strategy, assigning all available personnel to monitor the other 2 families. Having already developed the 4th-generation potion, they held a distinct advantage. As long as they ensured the other families made no progress, they would remain in an invulnerable position, a strategy not without merit. Conversely, Enshurtang found itself at a disadvantage compared to Jinyao Fang and Miaofeng Go, despite having acquired a potion and possessing a general understanding of Jiang Fan's information. Their efforts yielded no results even after several days of scrutiny, leaving Yujun increasingly anxious. Haven't we found anything yet? There are only 5 high schools in Jiangqing, totaling merely a few thousand individuals. Can we truly not locate someone with such clear information? Currently, Enshurtang was the sole entity yet to develop the 4th-generation potion. And if this stalemate persisted, their situation would inevitably worsen. As a result, Yujun shed his usual composure, his voice rising in agitation. The subordinates remained silent, fearful. Boss, we've exhausted all avenues of investigation. But if he is deliberately concealing his identity, it becomes exceedingly difficult for us to ascertain the truth. Yujun shook his head, his expression grave. This is indeed a conundrum. However, do you not have any ideas? Offering rewards, indirect inquiries. Must I personally instruct you on these methods? The staff could only remain timidly mute. Observing their apprehension, Yujun sighed in disappointment. What news from the underground auction house, Lu Bo? Have they shown any signs of cooperation? The subordinates hesitated briefly. Not yet. From what I gather, he seems inclined to observe the bids from the other 2 families first. Yujun slammed his hand on the table, causing tea to splash. Nonsense. How much have we invested? Only for him to withhold any information. What a rogue. The subordinates attempted to console him. Boss, if he refuses to share with us, he certainly won't divulge anything to the other 2 families. According to our informants, they are also seeking information, and evidently, they too have not received any accurate details from Lu Bo. Hearing this, Yujun felt a slight alleviation. That is true. Yet, he sighed, we are not like the other 2 families. They can afford to wait, but we cannot. With that, he rubbed his temples in frustration. The potion they had acquired had already undergone testing, confirming its efficacy was approximately 50 superior to the 4th-generation products from the 3 major pharmaceutical groups. Based on the feedback from Old Su regarding the formula, the cost of the medicinal materials was merely about half that of the 4th-generation products. This immense profit margin was infuriating, especially since they were unable to decipher the production process or locate the potion's owner. Most critically, the circle of old acquaintances he had previously reached out to for assistance in locating the 4th-generation formula had also reported that it would be challenging to identify the corresponding recipe in the near future. If this continued, Enshurtang would fall hopelessly behind the other 2 families. Was heaven truly determined to doom Enshurtang? Once the subordinates exited, Yujun sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the ground, his thoughts drifting far beyond. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Boss. One of the recently departed individuals rushed back, breathless. Seeing this, Yujun stepped forward eagerly. What is it? Is there news? His face lit with excitement, his body instinctively leaning forward. The subordinate gasped for breath. Just now, someone from the underground auction house came by, saying the client is willing to meet with us. What? Yujun stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Jin Yaofeng and Miao Fenggu received the news, and Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao hastily arranged their affairs before rushing to the underground auction house. An hour later, at the underground auction house, Yujun encountered the hurried Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao. His heart sank. What brings you here? Sikong Yao smiled. Mr. Yu, whatever brought you here, we have come for the same reason. Yujun narrowed his eyes, instantly grasping the situation. He felt a sense of treachery from the unseen orchestrator, who consistently summoned all three families, presenting bait without feeding them, watching as they plotted against one another. It was likely that they awaited the moment when they would be in a fierce competition, only to reap the benefits thereafter. How cunning. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao shared similar sentiments. With heavy hearts, the trio walked along the corridor. Xia Qingyang proposed. The mastermind behind this must be a strategist of great skill. This time, they have exerted considerable effort to lure us through the auction house, remaining in the shadows. And now summoning all three of us at once. Clearly, they have grand schemes in mind. Therefore, I suggest that regardless of the bait they present, we should refrain from making any bids. Sikong Yao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, Yujun clearly disagreed with Xia Qingyang's perspective, or rather, he had no faith in either of them. Why not bid? Should we simply wait for the two of you to procure the formula? Your affairs do not concern me, nor do mine concern you. With that, he quickened his pace, distancing himself from the two and providing them no opportunity to respond. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao exchanged glances. Perplexed, this old fellow has lost his mind, Sikong Yao remarked, frowning. Xia Qingyang shook his head with a wry smile. It seems that Enshurtong's failure to develop the fourth-generation product has truly distressed Mr. Yu. We should hurry along. With that, they quickened their steps toward Lu Bo's room. Upon reaching the room, they found Yujun already seated, engaged in conversation with Lu Bo. Upon noticing Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao's arrival, Lu Bo greeted them with a broad smile. Gentlemen, please take a seat. Following Lu Bo's invitation, they settled down, and Sikong Yao glanced around. Where's the client? Lu Bo chuckled. No need to rush. Since this is a business negotiation, the party in question will undoubtedly be present. Surely, I understand this principle. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Brother Jiang, please come out. At his call, Jiang Fan emerged from the adjacent room, nodded at the guests, and naturally took a seat beside Lu Bo. Yujun's expression hardened upon witnessing this. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao were utterly bewildered. What is this? A high school student? Are we being toyed with? Chapter 39, Negotiation. It was hardly their fault. Jiang Fan was indeed quite young, his visage still bearing a hint of youthfulness. Particularly after practicing breathing techniques, his skin appeared remarkably delicate, amplifying his youthful charm. It was only natural for misunderstandings to arise. Sikong Yao, momentarily taken aback, ventured a question. Who is this? Lu Bo smiled gently. This is our client, Brother Jiang. After introducing Jiang Fan, Lu Bo stood. Well, now that Brother Jiang has arrived, my task is complete. The rest is up to you. He glanced at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan nodded, and upon receiving the signal, Lu Bo exited, closing the door behind him. Sikong Yao opened his mouth, intending to speak, but Lu Bo had already thoughtfully closed the door. Frowning, Sikong Yao muttered. This old fellow wouldn't have just pulled someone in to string us along, would he? All three had offered Lu Bo considerable benefits in exchange for the client's information. Lu Bo had accepted these incentives, promising to facilitate an introduction. Instead, he had gathered all three families together, presenting them with a young high school student, leading anyone to believe he was merely dismissing their concerns. Thus, it was hardly surprising that they voiced such grievances. After she finished speaking, she cast a glance at Xia Qingyang, who remained contemplative and did not reply, seemingly engrossed in thought. Jiang Fan picked up the tea beside him and took a sip, then spoke nonchalantly. Oh, if Boss Sikong believes that Lu Bo is merely toying with you, then you are free to leave. Upon hearing this, Sikong Yao's expression shifted dramatically. She instinctively felt the urge to retort, but something seemed to occur to her, and she restrained herself. Xia Qingyang looked at Jiang Fan with surprise. Although Jiang Fan appeared to be a mere high school student, his tone and aura were anything but typical of someone his age. To maintain such composure in front of the three heads of pharmaceutical groups was a testament to Jiang Fan's extraordinary character. Noticing that Sikong Yao had fallen silent, Jiang Fan chuckled lightly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Fan. As you can see, I am indeed a high school student. However, I must assert that the potion in this bottle was indeed concocted by me. As soon as Jiang Fan finished speaking, Yujun hastily interjected. Brother Jiang, I believe you. You are absolutely right. Those who do not believe can leave. Sikong Yao's face flushed with anger. You. But in an instant, she noticed Yujun's unusual demeanor and forced a smile. How could that be? I was merely speaking off the cuff. Please forgive me. Xia Qingyang was aware that Yu possessed more information than they did, and although he found it somewhat unbelievable, Yu's reaction indicated that Jiang Fan was likely the person they were seeking. Thus, he disregarded the bickering between Xikong Yao and Yu and smiled at Jiang Fan. Brother Jiang, allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Xia Qingyang, the head of Jingyao Workshop. I have long wished to meet you, and today, I finally have this opportunity. I believe you are aware of our intentions. We are all here to discuss business, so I will speak plainly. We are quite interested in the potion you hold. I wonder if you might consider selling your formula? Upon Xia Qingyang's words, Yu and Xikong Yao ceased their quarrel and turned their attention to Jiang Fan simultaneously. Jiang Fan smiled lightly. Since Boss Xia is so forthright, I shall be equally candid. I do indeed have the intention to collaborate. Otherwise, I would not have agreed to meet with you. Upon hearing this, the others were immediately filled with excitement, exchanging glances. Jiang Fan shook his head. However, when I speak of collaboration, I do not mean selling the formula to you. Rather, I propose a joint development of a new product. The trio was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Jiang Fan's unexpected response. It was well known that the three major pharmaceutical groups controlled the industry resources of Jiang City, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to intervene. Their usual method of collaboration involved acquisitions, with no notion of genuine joint development. What grounds did a mere high school student have to propose collaboration with them? Xikong Yao chuckled derisively. Young brother Jiang, you may not fully grasp the structure of our pharmaceutical groups. We have never had a precedent for collaborating with others or institutions. I am willing to offer 5 million for that potion. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes. On one hand, he found Xikong Yao's address to him quite offensive, and on the other, he swiftly judged her to be utterly naive. 5 million. Did she truly consider him a child? Ignoring her, Jiang Fan turned his gaze towards Xia Qingyang and Yu. Do you two share the same sentiment? Xia Qingyang and Yu hesitated momentarily. Well, Jiang Fan chuckled lightly. I trust both of you are aware of the efficacy of this potion. It has half the cost of an ordinary fourth-generation potion, yet exceeds its efficacy by 50. The three nodded in agreement. Since Yu had acquired the potion and confirmed its efficacy, this information had ceased to be a secret among the major pharmaceutical groups. Jiang Fan continued, his gaze sweeping over them. Since you are already aware, I presume you can calculate the profit involved? Xia Qingyang spoke up. Brother Jiang, if you are willing to sell, I would gladly offer a reasonable price. However, if it comes to collaboration, I currently cannot make that decision. He emphasized the word reasonable, subtly jabbing at Xikong Yao. Xikong Yao's irritation was palpable, yet she refrained from confronting Xia Qingyang in front of others. Jiang Fan, uninterested in their petty dynamics, turned his attention to Yu. What about you, elder Yu? Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation, wrestling with his thoughts before hesitantly asking, Brother Jiang, what does your collaboration entail? Xia Qingyang and Xikong Yao exchanged incredulous glances at Yu's question. They had anticipated that this old fellow would complicate matters, and indeed, he was proving them right. Yu, sensing their gazes, shot them a fierce glare. It was not that he wanted to break the rules, but rather that he found himself with no other options. Jingyao Workshop and Miaofeng Pavilion both had fourth-generation products as a safety net, whereas Anshitang had nothing. If he aligned himself with Xia Qingyang at this moment, it could potentially jeopardize the very existence of Anshitang, leaving no room for concerns about rules. Jiang Fan, noticing the situation, smiled slightly. It's quite simple. I will provide the formula and refining techniques, while Anshitang will handle production and sales. The profits will be split 55 to 45. Yu's expression shifted dramatically at the mention of 55. No way. 55 is too high. Jiang Fan shrugged. As far as I am aware, Anshitang currently lacks any fourth-generation products. If this potion is brought to market, not only can it address the issues associated with fourth-generation products, but it can also alleviate Anshitang's future concerns. Jiang Fan paused before adding with a smile, most importantly, mass-produced products can undergo corresponding modifications, although their efficacy may slightly diminish. The production costs will decrease, yielding greater profits. Yu, astonished, stared at Jiang Fan. It can be reduced further? Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, of course. Costs can be reduced by half, while maintaining efficacy that surpasses fourth-generation products by about 20. Yu's eyes brightened, and after sitting in contemplation for a long while, he still shook his head. 55 is still too high. If it were 46, I could make the decision. Chapter 40, is it settled just like that? Isn't it too hasty? Jiang Fan pondered briefly. 46 is not out of the question, but I will need you to allocate resources for me when I require medicinal materials. Jiang Fan would inevitably continue to refine potions, and having Anshitang's assistance would certainly simplify matters for him. As for whether it was a 40 to 60 or 50 to 50 split, it was sufficient for his needs. His future ambitions extended far beyond Jiang City, so there was no need to be overly fixated on such details. Yu slammed the table. It's a deal. Xia Qingyang and Xikong Yao looked on, bewildered at how quickly the two had reached an agreement. They had never considered collaborating on a product with anyone, yet if the situation called for it, they were open to negotiations. However, at that moment, Jiang Fan had left them no opportunity, striking a deal with Yu Jun that caught them off guard. Suddenly, both felt a sense of panic. If Yu Jun were to obtain the formula for that potion, it would be a significant loss for them. Not only would their fourth-generation products face suppression, but their plans to annex Anshitang could also fall through. Brother Jiang, we have yet to discuss. How can it be? If cooperation is an option, we can certainly talk, Jiang Fan remarked, observing the flustered expressions of Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao, and chuckled. Would both of you be willing to entertain a 46-54 split? Hearing this, Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao regained their composure. While they were reluctant to see Yu Jun acquire the potion, a 46-54 split was something they simply could not decide upon. Jiang Fan looked at them, his tone steady. Since you are unwilling, I must kindly ask you to leave. Xia Qingyang and Sikong Yao departed, begrudgingly. As Jiang Fan finalized the details with Yu Jun, he prepared to take his leave when Yu Jun smiled and said, Last time you were at Anshitang refining medicinal materials, there was an unfortunate incident with Xiaowei, and I have since reprimanded her. Here, I must also extend my apologies. Xiaowei has been under my care since her parents passed away when she was young, and I have been somewhat lax in my discipline. So, Brother Jiang, please do not take offense. Jiang Fan suddenly recalled the incident at Anshitang. It's merely a trifling matter. There is no need for concern. For Jiang Fan, these were indeed insignificant issues. However, in Yu Jun's eyes, his admiration for Jiang Fan only grew. At such a tender age, he possessed such poise, and during the negotiation, he did not seem like a high school student at all, but rather like a cunning old fox, keenly grasping the weaknesses of those present. Remarkable. Which high school does Brother Jiang attend? Yu Jun inquired, testing the waters. Jiang Fan smiled slightly. Wugao. With that, he waved his hand and prepared to depart. Old Yu, I shall leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. Once the contract is ready, notify me, and I will cooperate with the RD personnel. Yu Jun nodded eagerly. After regaining his composure, he was left in a state of astonishment and wry amusement. Wugao? If you were to deceive me, at least concoct a more plausible story. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Fan and Yu Jun finalized the cooperation contract, with Jiang Fan securing a 40% profit share and obtaining the rights to the dividends from the product. Naturally, he also imparted the formulation and mass production methods to Anshitang's RD personnel. On the 3rd floor of Anshitang, Yu Jun was in high spirits. Ha ha ha, Brother Jiang. So your name is Jiang Fan. A broad mind leads to extraordinary achievements. What a splendid name. Jiang Fan could hardly bear the flattery from Yu Jun and chose not to engage further. Old Yu, I will rely on you for the subsequent matters. Yu Jun nodded with a smile. Rest assured, this concerns the very lifeblood of Anshitang, and I shall endeavor with utmost diligence. Jiang Fan inclined his head slightly and inquired. Old Yu, has Professor Su's team already grasped the mass production steps for this potion? Based on a typical production cycle, how long do you anticipate it will take for the potion to hit the market? Yu Jun pondered for a moment. Generally speaking, it takes about a month for a new product to launch. However, the products developed by the 3 major pharmaceutical groups have primarily been compounded medicines, which are relatively straightforward to produce, and the equipment is already well established. This time, the traditional Chinese medicine we are producing requires training and standardization in the process, and the equipment must also be updated. I estimate it may take around 3 months before it can be released. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. 3 months. He had originally intended to profit from this formulation to provide himself with cultivation resources and hope to secure a residence in the inner city. If it takes 3 months, he might face a food shortage in the short term. Jiang Fan contemplated for a moment. Old Yu, would it be possible for me to withdraw a sum of money in advance? Yu Jun was taken aback, then chuckled. Of course. How much do you need? Jiang Fan silently calculated. For my cultivation over the next few months, I would require several million, and along with the cost of purchasing a house, it would amount to a substantial sum. 5 million. Even though Yu Jun was somewhat prepared for this, he was still taken aback. Chapter 41. Pathways to moving into the inner city. However, considering that Jiang Fan had already provided the formulation to Anshitang, and that both parties had signed a contract, he quickly reconvened his thoughts. He beckoned and instructed, bring Xiaowei here. His subordinate received the order and promptly went to fetch her. A few minutes later, Xiaowei entered, dressed in a light green dress. Grandfather, Brother Jiang. This form of address was instructed by Yu Jun. After Anshitang reached a cooperation with Jiang Fan, Yu Jun immediately called Xiaowei to dispel the misunderstanding and advised her to refer to Jiang Fan as Brother Jiang from now on. Although Xiaowei felt awkward, she did not dare defy Yu Jun's wishes. Seeing Xiaowei treating Jiang Fan with a degree of courtesy as per his instructions, Yu Jun nodded slightly. You will withdraw 5 million to give to Brother Jiang. Xiaowei was taken aback, wanting to say something, but she was sternly silenced by Yu Jun's gaze. He smiled nonchalantly. Brother Jiang, you and Xiaowei are both young. I hope you will spend more time together. I may often be quite busy with social engagements. If you require anything and cannot find me, feel free to reach out to Xiaowei. Jiang Fan nodded and asked, Old Yu, I have a question for you. Yu Jun smiled. What is it? Speak freely. Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment. If I wish to purchase a house in the inner city, what conditions must be met? Or is it simply a matter of having money? Jiang Fan wanted to buy a house in the inner city, but was rather uninformed about the requirements. As the conversation turned to this topic, he decided to inquire further. Yujun suddenly appeared enlightened. So, Jiang Fan seeks to withdraw this sum for the purpose of purchasing a house. It is as follows. Yujun began, then tentatively continued. Brother Jiang, may I ask, do you intend to buy this house for yourself? Or Jiang Fan smiled. For myself. Yujun nodded slightly. Generally, there are 3 pathways to acquiring property in the inner city. First, one must become a martial artist. Upon doing so, one gains the qualification to purchase property in the inner city. Second, one must be employed in a government-related department, which also grants access to internal quotas. Third, being recognized as a contributor of special merit to Jiang City will also yield privileged quotas. If you observe closely, you will find that those with fixed residences in the inner city typically fall into one of these 3 categories. Of course, these are merely the qualifications. Once you have obtained them, you will still need sufficient funds to buy a house. This often requires a significant amount of money. I wonder. Brother Jiang Fan furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that purchasing a house in the inner city would be so complicated. Becoming a martial artist grants the qualification to buy property? Yujun nodded, smiling. Indeed, martial artists are the most valuable talents in our huaxia. Crucial for combating alien beasts and defending the city. They certainly deserve to be afforded ample privileges. However, this so-called martial artist must be certified by the Martial Arts Association and awarded a medal to qualify. As Yujun spoke, he seemed to open up. Brother Jiang, you may not be well acquainted with this matter. The Martial Arts Association offers various preferential policies for martial artists of different levels. For example, secondary martial artists can have jobs arranged for their family members, while tertiary martial artists may receive a villa in the inner city, etc. The specific benefits depend on the martial artist's level. Jiang Fan's heart stirred. A villa as a gift? Arranging jobs for family members? This seemed worth a try. Yujun, seeing Jiang Fan deep in thought, assumed he was troubled by these conditions, so he chuckled and said, Brother Jiang, if you trust me, I happen to have some resources. Perhaps I could secure a special contribution quota for you, though it may take some time. Jiang Fan smiled lightly upon hearing this. Thank you, old you. But I do not require it for now. Should I need assistance, I will consult you again. Yujun nodded slightly. After Xiaowei brought Jiang Fan the 5 million cash check and saw him off, she returned to Yujun's office. Upon entering, she expressed her indignation. Grandfather, why did you give him 5 million? Yujun responded with a smile, gesturing for her to sit. Xiaowei stood stubbornly to the side, refusing to take a seat. Yujun took a sip of tea and said, Brother Jiang is our partner, rescuing Anshitang from dire straits. Although he was rather audacious in his demands and took a considerable share of the profits, it is only fair. He is indeed our benefactor. You should understand that this potion, once launched, could yield substantial profits. If he were to request 5 million, even 1 million, I would comply. Xiaowei exclaimed anxiously. But however, after much deliberation, he could not articulate his thoughts and could only express his frustration. Upon acquiring the funds, his immediate inclination was to purchase a property, fixated solely on expenditure. Such a mindset truly complicates our collaboration with him, sighed Yujun. Yet, he possesses a prescription, which is indeed a valuable resource. Yu Baiwei opened her mouth, unable to counter, and could only voice her disdain. What sheer luck! As she spoke, an idea struck her, and she began to mock. He even inquired in such detail about the treatment for martial artists, truly believing he could become one. Yujun shook his head and admonished, Xiaowei, remember, no matter how much you disdain him, he is still our partner. We must maintain a courteous demeanor in his presence. As for whether he is a martial artist, I believe the answer will soon reveal itself. If he is determined to purchase a house, but fails to secure a quota, he will undoubtedly seek us out. Chapter 42, Jiangsheng Martial Arts Association. Jiang Fan emerged from Anshitang and instinctively headed towards the Laming Martial Arts School. However, halfway there, he abruptly halted. Presently, he possessed a considerable sum of 5 million, sufficient to cover several months of training needs. Even as his vitality increased, leading to a greater demand for medicinal substances. And after reserving some for Ma Ning and Laming Martial Arts School, it would still suffice until the college entrance examination. These were foreseeable matters. And he was not particularly anxious. What preoccupied him now was the information he had just received from Yujun regarding the efficacy of martial artist certification in purchasing property in the inner city. Furthermore, Yujun had mentioned that second-level martial artists could be granted employment for their family members. Was this information genuine? These uncertainties loomed over Jiang Fan like a suspenseful weight in his heart. Unaccustomed to such feelings, he pondered briefly before changing direction towards the Martial Arts Association. Currently, Ma Jiang was grappling with employment anxiety, and if martial artist certification could resolve this issue, then pursuing that certification was indeed imperative. The Jiangsheng Martial Arts Association was located just a couple of streets adjacent to the Laming Martial Arts School. Jiang Fan had already traversed about half the distance. So after altering his course, he arrived at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association in under 10 minutes. Compared to the towering buildings surrounding it, this structure was rather modest, reaching a maximum of 4 stories, yet it occupied a significantly expansive area, spanning the distance of 2 streets, which showcased the prestigious standing of the Martial Arts Association. Without lingering at the entrance, Jiang Fan strode into the association's hall. At that moment, the hall was sparsely populated. He approached the front desk. "Hello, may I inquire about the registration process for martial artist certification?" The front desk was attended by a young lady in professional attire, whose beauty was striking. Upon seeing Jiang Fan's youthful appearance, she momentarily froze. "You wish to pursue martial artist certification?" Generally speaking, very few high school students achieve martial artist status. Over 80 of high school students struggle to even awaken their potential. Among the rare few who do manage to awaken, they must invest a significant amount of time in training and a considerable fortune in purchasing supplements. After painstaking efforts to reach a vitality value close to 1, they must then procure first-level genetic agents to unlock the 13th-level genetic lock. This represents yet another substantial expense. Therefore, to attain the status of a martial artist, one requires not only ample talent, but also immense financial backing. Under these 2 conditions, those who awaken to become martial artists are exceedingly rare. Although Jiang Fan appeared to be a high school student dressed in the garb of a commoner from the outer city, she was uncertain of his innate talent and did not believe he possessed sufficient financial resources to reach the level of a martial artist. While she too was from the outer city working here, her assessment was purely objective, devoid of discrimination. Upon hearing the inquiry from the front desk, Jiang Fan responded, puzzled. "Yes, is that possible?" The front desk girl regained her composure and offered a professional smile. Of course, regardless of her internal thoughts, she maintained adequate professional decorum on the surface. She skillfully flipped through a stack of documents on the desk, pulled out a sheet, and handed it to Jiang Fan. "Please fill out this form. Then I will take you to the assessment room." Jiang Fan took the form and glanced over it. It contained basic personal information. Aside from age, height, and weight, there were also familial relations and other non-essential fields. While filling it out, the front desk girl caught a glimpse of Jiang Fan's entry regarding his age. 17. Indeed a high school student. However, she refrained from commenting further. Working here, she often witnessed young individuals lured by the promises of the Martial Arts Association coming to try their luck, believing that if their vitality was close to 1 or on the cusp of it, they had a chance at passing the martial artist assessment. However, the reality often served as a sobering lesson. The martial artist assessment is a rigorously executed process. Even a slight failure to meet the standard would preclude certification as a martial artist. She had repeatedly implored those young hopefuls harboring a lucky mentality, but it seemed her words fell on deaf ears. Consequently, she chose to remain silent. "If you wish to certify, then certify. If you need to fill out a form, then fill out a form. I will do my job properly. As for passing the assessment, that is entirely dependent on personal capability." Once Jiang Fan completed the form, the front desk girl reviewed the required fields and, finding everything in order, smiled. "Please wait a moment. I will register you." She began typing swiftly on the computer, and moments later, she looked up. "Mr. Jiang Fan, correct?" Jiang Fan nodded. The front desk girl continued, "As it stands, we have already reached 57 applicants for martial artist assessment today, of which 12 have completed the process. Based on the current pace, if you wish to participate in the assessment, you may need to wait for at least 3 hours. Would you prefer to schedule it for tomorrow?" Jiang Fan checked the clock in the hall. It was already 3 p.m. If he had to wait 3 hours, it would be well past 6 p.m. by the time he would be assessed. He was concerned whether the association would still be open after 6 p.m. He preferred not to have to undertake the process a second time if it could be completed in one go. While he was indifferent to the waiting time, he was worried that, should he wait that long, others might finish their shifts. The front desk girl chuckled. "You need not worry. Although our martial arts association has closing hours, all who register on the same day will complete their assessments. Typically, if we cannot accommodate the number of assessments, the chief examiner will notify me to halt further registrations. I have yet to receive such a notice." Jiang Fan nodded. "All right. Please arrange the assessment for me." The front desk girl took the registration form, circled around the desk, and approached Jiang Fan. He followed her, and in a blink, he noticed a group of students emerging from around the corner. This group was flanking a boy and a girl in the center, showering them with compliments. "Brother, how you? Sister mooching, that was impressive. You passed the martial artist certification in one go. You have a real shot at entering one of the top martial arts universities in Huaxia." "Indeed, I have never seen anyone achieve martial artist certification so early. And brother Haoyu is only 18, while sister mooching is merely 17. With such potential, those universities will surely be vying for you. Alas, if only I were as strong as my seniors. It's a pity I didn't pass this time. I wonder when I'll get another chance. It's truly difficult to elevate one's vitality." "Exactly. My father prepares all the potent supplements for me daily, yet I struggle to absorb them. I feel so ashamed. Once you both achieve success, don't forget about us." Indeed, the boy on the left, though not particularly tall, had a handsome face and an upright demeanor. The girl on the right, strikingly beautiful, despite wearing a uniform, could not hide her impressive figure. This was evidently the Haoyu and Mooching that everyone spoke of. Su Mooching felt a tinge of distaste for their flattery. However, Brother Haoyu, the one praised, seemed to relish it. Ha! Thank you, thank you. In truth, there are many formidable individuals. We do not consider ourselves among the best. The esteemed martial arts university still seems a distant aspiration. As a few of them strolled and conversed, they inadvertently passed by Jiang Fan. After walking a few meters, Su Mooching abruptly halted and turned back, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Jiang Fan. Chapter 43. Su Mooching. Su Mooching gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Fan's retreating figure. Noticing her reaction, the others also came to a stop. Senior Brother Haoyu followed Su Mooching's gaze and observed that her attention was fixed on an unremarkable boy. Do you know him? Su Mooching's brows knitted tighter, but she refrained from answering. Senior Brother Haoyu's jealousy surged. He appears to be an outsider. Does he aspire to participate in the martial artist certification? What a fanciful notion. The emergence of any martial artist necessitates substantial financial backing, and regardless of his talent, he would be hard-pressed to afford it as an outsider. The other students, witnessing Senior Brother Haoyu's remarks, immediately chimed in with flattery. Indeed, how could an outsider possibly afford the gene serums? Those from the outer city are merely the discarded remnants of genes, their talents woefully inadequate. If one were to awaken at all, it would be a miracle. Look at him. He seems like a student. Could he possibly be from our esteemed First High? Don't be ridiculous. Have you ever seen someone like him from First High? He is probably from one of those third-rate schools. They can barely afford their meals. Being able to attend school is already a feat, let alone affording the tuition for First High. These individuals are mostly sycophants. Wu Haoyu, a prominent figure at First High, hails from a well-to-do family in the real estate business. His generous nature ensures that those who flatter him receive ample benefits. Thus, this group of opportunists is well-versed in such dynamics. In contrast, while Su Mooching possesses extraordinary talent, she originates from an ordinary family in the inner city. Her parents are merely civil servants with no significant influence. They treat Su Mooching with courtesy primarily because Wu Haoyu harbors a slight interest in her. Hence, they are keenly aware of whom to prioritize. Now that a divergence of opinion has arisen between the two, they naturally lean toward Wu Haoyu's perspective, and thus they unleashed a torrent of disparagement toward Jiang Fan. Unlike before, this time Wu Haoyu did not feign politeness to restrain them. Instead, he crossed his arms, relishing the mockery while keenly observing Su Mooching's reactions. Su Mooching, initially preoccupied with pondering Jiang Fan's presence, felt her expression darken upon hearing the malicious comments from the crowd. There is no need for such harsh words. He is not an outsider. Upon hearing this, Wu Haoyu's eyes narrowed, his jealousy intensifying. Even if he is not an outsider, not everyone can qualify as a martial artist. Among so many of us, only we two have passed the certification. I'm eager to see if he can indeed pass the assessment. With that, he beckoned to the service staff at the beverage area. Bring us each a cup of coffee. Then, he led the group toward the seating area. Su Mooching instinctively felt that he was rather unhinged. Why direct animosity toward someone who hadn't provoked him? She almost wished to walk away immediately. However, recalling her family's arrangements, she reluctantly followed. After all, she had some matters to discuss with Jiang Fan, which she could conveniently address here. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan followed the front desk girl as she navigated a corner into the inner corridor. After making 2 right turns, they arrived outside a room, where the girl carefully knocked on the door. Come in. Upon hearing the voice from within, the front desk girl turned to Jiang Fan and said, Please wait here for a moment. With that, she entered the room holding a form. Through the slight gap between the doors, Jiang Fan observed that the room was expansive, nearly 200 square meters. In the center, various instruments were arranged, along with a section temporarily cordoned off with tape, cushioned with soft mats. Along the walls, rows of seats were occupied by numerous students, as well as some older men, presumably participants in the martial artist assessment. At the front of the room, a row of tables served as the judging panel for the certification. Once inside, the front desk girl approached the examiners and handed over the form. A middle-aged man with slightly graying hair took the form, glanced at it, and then placed it beneath a stack of papers on the table. He exchanged a few words with the front desk girl, who nodded and quietly retreated. She opened the door, stepped outside, and pulled Jiang Fan to a slightly distant spot. Advising, You're in luck today. You're the last one. Just now, Team Leader Wang mentioned that no more candidates would be accepted today. Soon, you can go in. Find a seat against the wall, and wait for your name to be called. Seeing her arrangements were thorough, Jiang Fan nodded appreciatively. Thank you. The front desk girl's face brightened with a smile. In previous assessments, she had encountered many privileged youths who looked down on others. Even those who came hoping for luck often exhibited poor temperaments. Jiang Fan's politeness was indeed a rarity. In an instant, she found herself harboring a hint of fondness for this student-like young man. After the front desk girl departed, Jiang Fan returned to the door of the room. After knocking and receiving the prompt to enter, he scanned the surroundings before making his way to a relatively unoccupied seat against the wall. As he walked, he attracted the attention of many within the room. Who is this? He appears to be a student, and possibly an outsider. Is he here for the assessment? Certainly. If he weren't here for the assessment, how could he enter this room? But he looks rather frail. Does he have the stamina for this? Can he really pass? I've heard many tales of people trying their luck here. He must belong to that category. If that's the case, he'll likely face some hardships. The chief examiner this time is Team Leader Wong, known for his temper. If he realizes he's being toyed with, he's bound to explode. What the outcome might be was uncertain, but during the third round of combat testing, it was likely he would endure some physical punishment. Jiang Fan chose to ignore the idle chatter, calmly reaching his intended seat. Silence. The chief examiner, Team Leader Wong, frowned from the front. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence. His stern gaze swept across the assembly before briefly resting on Jiang Fan, only to return impatiently to the central assessment area. The assessment continues. Next, Chen Xiangzhuang. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive, muscular man sprang up from his seat and swiftly made his way to the center of the room. Chapter 44, The Martial Artist Assessment. The Martial Artist Assessment consists of 3 components. The first is the Vitality Test. The second is the Combat Power Test. The third is the Practical Assessment. The Vitality and Combat Power Tests are relatively straightforward, akin to Jiang Fan as usual operations, utilizing instruments to evaluate whether the candidates meet the required standards. Only upon achieving satisfactory results in both the Vitality and Combat Power Tests can one proceed to the third component. The Practical Assessment involves direct confrontation with members dispatched by the Martial Arts Association. Following the conclusion of the bout, regardless of the outcome, the panel of judges will assess the candidates' performances and assign either a passing or failing score. Given the subjective nature of the third component, it allows for greater variability and poses a more formidable challenge for ordinary individuals. Chen Xiangzhuang approached the vitality testing area, and the staff promptly assisted him with the blood draw. Once completed, the blood sample was placed into the tall vitality testing device for analysis. A few minutes later, the machine emitted a series of beeping sounds. The blood vitality tester flickered with a crimson light, accompanied by an audible alert. The staff member approached to record the numbers, and after a brief moment, announced, Contestant 19, Chen Xiangzhuang, blood vitality value, 114. First assessment, passed. Upon hearing this, a joyful expression instantly lit up Chen Xiangzhuang's face. Generally speaking, the ratio between blood vitality and combat power hovers around 1100, with minimal fluctuations. This large-scale blood vitality tester is far more precise than the ones used at the Martial Arts Academy, yielding almost no margin for error. With his blood vitality surpassing an entire 0.14, even with a downward adjustment, his combat power should not fall below 100. It's a sure thing. The staff member cast a fleeting glance at Chen Xiangzhuang and said nonchalantly, Assessors, please pay attention to your exertion. Second assessment, combat power test. With that, he stepped aside, guiding Chen Xiangzhuang to the combat power testing area. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiangzhuang clenched his fists. Begin. At the sound of the signal, he instantly exerted force, striking the sensor. The numbers on the combat power tester rapidly scrolled. After a little over 10 seconds, they finally settled at 109. Chen Xiangzhuang was elated. The staff member nodded. Contestant 19, Chen Xiangzhuang, combat power value, 109. Second assessment, passed. After announcing the scores, the staff member gestured to the side. Immediately, a short yet remarkably robust middle-aged man approached. The third assessment is a practical combat evaluation. It will be overseen by our Martial Arts Association's first-level examiner. Your objective is to defeat him. Rest assured, there will be no safety risks during this assessment. With Team Leader Wong present, he will intervene if necessary. Chen Xiangzhuang nodded, stepping into the third assessment area, eager to showcase his abilities. The two opponents stood in the combat zone, one to the left and one to the right. Chen Xiangzhuang appeared tall and muscular, making his opponent seem even more diminutive, engendering a sense of condescension within him. Start. However, at the moment the staff member issued the command, a figure darted forward. Bang! The opponent landed a punch on Chen Xiangzhuang's abdomen, causing him to recoil in pain. Yet, the opponent relentlessly pursued him like a relentless parasite. With no choice, Chen Xiangzhuang braced himself and swung his fist towards his opponent's head. The adversary, unperturbed, raised his hand to block. Their arms collided instantly. Chen Xiangzhuang realized that his opponent's arm was as solid as steel. Crack! The arena was alive with movement and the sounds of their clash. Looking up, Chen Xiangzhuang was astonished to find himself being thoroughly dominated. Minutes later, the opponent's right hand morphed into a claw, aiming directly for Chen Xiangzhuang's face. Just as Chen Xiangzhuang dodged a low attack, he was unable to counter. Watching helplessly as the hand loomed larger before him, poised to strike. All right, it can stop now. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the side. The opponent withdrew, standing with arms lowered, leaving Chen Xiangzhuang standing dumbfounded. Team Leader Wang conferred with several others. Third assessment, lack of combat awareness. Insufficient mastery of techniques, practical combat, not passed. Chen Xiangzhuang was despondent. Next, contestant 20. Jiang Fan observed Chen Xiangzhuang's assessment and shook his head slightly. This Qin Xiangzhuang appeared quite robust. Yet he seemed to be of considerable age, likely of common origins. Otherwise, he would have achieved martial prowess long ago, according to the true understanding of martial arts. If one does not awaken by 18, the likelihood of awakening thereafter is negligible. Qin Xiangzhuang must have awakened before 18 but lacked the funds to enhance his blood vitality or purchase genetic serums to unlock his genetic potential, thus delaying his progress. However, even with his blood vitality and combat power now elevated, lacking a lineage of techniques, relying solely on self-study and exploration, he remains significantly behind other standard martial artists. Contemplating this, Jiang Fan silently resolved to excel during the college entrance examination, as that would provide him with more leverage to negotiate for the techniques he desired. Next up, contestant 20, a slightly older young man who appeared to be a student from Jiangxing Martial Arts University. His blood vitality and combat power reached the intermediate level of a first-level martial artist. In the third practical test, he evenly matched his opponent, ultimately passing the assessment. Contestant 21 was a young woman who exuded a remarkable aura. After her assessment, she too passed successfully. Jiang Fan sat there, watching the crowd disperse, his heart a placid lake. After about an hour, next, contestant 35. The staff member called out the number, and a high school-aged boy rose. Jiang Fan glanced around the room, noting that only about 20 participants remained. He was number 58, which meant he would still need over an hour to wait. Following the same procedure, the staff member summoned the contestant to the blood vitality tester, preparing to take a blood sample. First item, blood vitality. However, before he could finish, the door creaked open. Without knocking, it was quite abrupt. Everyone inside instinctively turned toward the entrance. Upon seeing who it was, all the staff members immediately stood up. President Wu. Jiang Fan looked over to see an elderly man with graying hair entering alongside a young man dressed in exceptionally fine attire. President Wu waved his hand, signaling everyone to be seated. How is the assessment progressing? Team leader Wang promptly reported, today, a total of 58 participants are taking the assessment. We have completed 34 evaluations, of which President Wu appeared rather indifferent to these statistics, listening to team leader Wang's report with a perfunctory nod. Once the report concluded, President Wu smiled. Well done. After the assessments on stage conclude, please conduct an evaluation for him. He is a genius I recruited from another city. His blood vitality reaches an astonishing 20. You must test him thoroughly. At President Wu's words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the room. My heavens, a blood vitality of 20. Isn't that a second-level martial artist? He appears to be only 17 or 18, and already a second-level martial artist? President Wu had just called him a genius. Do you understand what a genius is? How can you compare him to us? Even if he is a genius, at this age, he has probably just broken through to the second level. A blood vitality of 20 is truly extraordinary. I think it's not too surprising. I've heard that in the imperial capital, many students reach second-level martial artist status by the time they enter high school, and some even attain third-level status by university. But you just said that's the imperial capital. We're in Jiangxing. Can they be compared? The young man, unfazed by the murmurs around him, merely smiled and chatted with President Wu, both of them exchanging laughter as they observed the participants on stage. Next to Jiang Fan, a high school student scoffed softly. A second-level martial artist is being celebrated like this. It seems there's no one left in Jiangxing. After saying this, he turned to Jiang Fan, enthusiastically stating, although our blood vitality values aren't as high right now, we have all worked hard through our own training step by step. If we can get into a good university and gain access to training resources, surpassing him in the future isn't out of the question. Us. The choice of words indicated he considered Jiang Fan to be in the same category. However, Jiang Fan distinctly remembered the disdainful look the young man had cast upon him when he first entered, noticing his attire. He chuckled softly. It was merely a matter of being unable to compete with another and resorting to this means to seek validation. For such people, Jiang Fan could scarcely be bothered to glance their way. Noticing Jiang Fan's complete indifference to his words, the young man's expression darkened. What nonsense. Soon, the assessment on stage concluded. The staff hurried to President Wu's side and whispered something to him. After a brief conversation, the staff returned to the center of the testing area. Next, Li Yutong. Ah, so his name is Li Yutong, Jiang Fan thought silently. Upon hearing the name announced by the staff, the others began to murmur amongst themselves. Li Yutong slightly bowed to President Wu before stepping beside the staff. I beg your pardon. The staff displayed an attitude of utmost humility as he nervously took out the blood sampling needle and gently pricked Li Yutong's fingertip. He then placed the needle back onto the vitality testing device. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers rapidly climbed. Everyone fixed their gaze on the screen. After a dozen seconds, the reading on the vitality testing device stabilized, 212. At that moment, everyone in the room was left astounded. The first item, vitality value, 212. When the staff announced Li Yutong's vitality value, a look of delight appeared on President Wu's face. Yutong, has your vitality increased again? Li Yutong smiled slightly and replied, yes. Uncle Wu, I've made some progress in my training recently. President Wu chuckled heartily, his face aglow. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being the genius I have recognized. Let us see how your combat power measures up. Li Yutong nodded with a smile and, without waiting for the staff's instructions, approached the combat power testing device. He pressed down with both hands, then clenched his fists at his abdomen. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly unleashed his right arm with force, delivering a punch to the sensor of the combat power testing device. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the room. The screen of the combat power testing device displayed numbers rolling wildly. After a dozen seconds, the numbers stabilized, 2,521. Upon seeing the figure, President Wu rushed over to the combat power testing device, disregarding his demeanor. He rubbed his eyes, seemingly confirming the authenticity of the numbers. After a moment, he gravely said, "Yutong, deliver another punch." Li Yutong smiled gently and followed his instruction, striking the sensor once more. This time, the number was even higher, 2,552. Hiss. President Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is truly astonishing. The ratio of vitality to combat power typically hovers around 1100, rarely exceeding much. A fluctuation of 5 is considered normal. However, some prodigies can expand this ratio to 10 or even more. Your figures can surpass the fixed ratio by 20, marking you as a genius among geniuses. I truly did not misjudge you. Li Yutong humbly replied, "Uncle Wu, I still have a long way to go compared to others." President Wu waved his hand dismissively. "No, you need not be modest. A greater ratio of vitality to combat power signifies that the same vitality translates into superior combat strength compared to others. Your potential is limitless. Among the talents in Jiang City, none can compare to you. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a vital pillar of our Jiang City Martial Arts Association." Li Yutong, upon hearing this, chose to remain silent, quietly accepting the honor bestowed upon him. The third item was the practical combat test. President Wu waved his hand, and a middle-aged man stood up from the first row of examiners. "This is our Level 2 examiner, Wei Xin. He will conduct your assessment." Li Yutong, well-versed in etiquette, despite his familiarity with President Wu, immediately bowed to Wei Xin upon hearing this. "Senior Wei." Wei Xin nodded indifferently. Let us begin." With that, he walked toward the practical combat assessment area. Li Yutong was slightly taken aback and glanced at President Wu. President Wu shook his head with a smile. "That's just his nature. Do not take it to heart." He then called out to Wei Xin, "Wei Xin, during the assessment, be careful not to hurt Yutong." Wei Xin cast a fleeting glance at President Wu, but said nothing. President Wu let out a wry smile, giving Li Yutong a knowing look. "Off you go." Li Yutong nodded and stepped into the center of the practical combat assessment zone. "Please guide me," he said, bowing with gentlemanly grace. However, just as he bent down, Wei Xin launched a lightning-fast attack. Li Yutong's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated Wei Xin's lack of martial ethics and hurriedly tried to block. Bang! Wei Xin's foot landed squarely on Li Yutong's arm, nearly bringing him to his knees. He struggled to absorb the force and quickly retreated. Although Wei Xin's actions frustrated him, he had no choice but to avoid confrontation for the time being. After creating some distance, he quickly regained his composure, activating his family's signature martial art, the Rui Fist, and began to engage with Wei Xin. To his surprise, the two exchanged blows evenly, neither gaining the upper hand. President Wu watched from the side, nodding in admiration. The Rui Fist has been cultivated to a remarkable degree. No wonder his combat power can surpass the limits of vitality, though his combat awareness could use some work. It is sufficient for a while against Wei Xin. Chapter 46. Next, number 58, Jiang Fan. Ordinary individuals awaken before they can break through to accumulate vitality and become quasi-martial artists. Quasi-martial artists utilize genetic agents to unlock their genetic locks, surpassing vitality limits. As vitality increases, combat power rises correspondingly. However, as President Wu noted, the ratio of vitality to combat power remains within a fixed range. Ultimately, the precise combat power depends on the level of the cultivated martial art. Simply put, the better the martial art and the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the combat power. Theoretically, this combat power can yield a vast disparity from vitality. Yet, in practice, very few can achieve this. Firstly, high-level martial arts are exceedingly rare, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to acquire them. At most, they can access the basic techniques from the true interpretation of martial arts or common techniques from martial arts schools. Secondly, cultivating martial arts to a high level is extremely challenging. The levels of martial arts cultivation are categorized as beginner, minor success, major success, perfection, and subtlety. As one advances, the cultivation becomes increasingly arduous. Most ordinary individuals can only reach the beginner level. Li Yutong, on the other hand, has managed to cultivate his family's Rui Fist to major success, clearly demonstrating significant effort. While the Rui Fist may not be an advanced martial art, achieving this level is already quite remarkable. Hence, President Wu holds Li Yutong in high regard. However, his combat awareness leaves something to be desired. Likely only at a 2-star level, the heights of vitality and combat power can only gauge the foundational quality of an individual. In actual combat situations, Victory or defeat ultimately hinges on combat awareness. For instance, while a wolf may not possess the combat power of a tiger, if the wolf's combat awareness is sharp, it may still have a chance to wear down a tiger. Li Yutong, however, clearly lacks in this regard. But that's alright. It may simply be due to a lack of practical combat experience. With some training, there remains considerable room for improvement. After observing for a while, President Wu had analyzed Li Yutong quite thoroughly. At this point, the assessment on stage was nearing its conclusion. Wei Xian executed a fierce slicing palm technique. And before Li Yutong could react, it was already poised at his neck. This is a fatal blow. Li Yutong, you lose. President Wu promptly called for a halt. Walking over with a beaming smile. Yutong, very impressive. Wei Xian is one of our strongest level 2 examiners. His vitality value is as high as 32. The fact that you could engage with him for such an extended period already speaks volumes about your strength. As he spoke, he nodded to Group Leader Wang. Note this, Li Yutong, Level 2 Martial Artist Assessment, passed. Award him the Level 2 Martial Artist Badge. Group Leader Wang quickly took note. Li Yutong's face brightened at this recognition. Thank you, Uncle Wu. I still have much to improve upon. President Wu nodded. In terms of combat awareness, there is still significant room for enhancement. However, there is no need for concern. Our Martial Arts Association's competition for talented individuals still has ample time for targeted training. So the issue is not significant. Li Yutong, initially elated by the praise from President Wu, felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon hearing the mention of combat awareness. Although President Wu spoke in a somewhat veiled manner, Li Yutong could unmistakably sense that the president was not entirely satisfied with his performance in this regard. President Wu, oblivious to Li Yutong's unease, turned to Team Leader Wang and said, "All right, you may continue. If you come across any promising candidates, be sure to inform me promptly." He then turned back to Li Yutong with a smile and said, "Come on, Yutong, let us have a seat in my office. I will have them prepare your second-level warrior badge and send it over shortly." Li Yutong suddenly shook his head. "Uncle Wu, let us wait here instead." President Wu was taken aback. "Here? Are you certain?" Li Yutong smiled gently and replied, "Yes, I have always been aware of my deficiencies in combat awareness. At school, opportunities for practical combat are scarce. There are still many individuals being assessed here, so I would like to observe for a while longer and learn from others' experiences." Having just noted President Wu's comment about his lack of combat awareness, Li Yutong was eager to showcase his determination and leave a favorable impression. President Wu, amused yet understanding, recognized Li Yutong's intentions but chose to feign ignorance, allowing him to pursue his path. Indeed, it's commendable to have aspirations and a desire for self-improvement. You have a bright future ahead. Team Leader Wang, perceptive as always, promptly nudged the nearby assessor, who quickly vacated 2 positions. Without hesitation, President Wu ushered Li Yutong to sit down. The assessments continued. First item, vitality value 098, disqualified. Have you awakened your potential only to waste our time with this assessment? Second item, combat power 99, disqualified. Return and diligently cultivate your techniques to elevate your combat power. Perhaps you will have a chance at passing the next assessment for first-level warriors. Third item, poor combat awareness, disqualified. More practical combat is required. One by one, the candidates passed through, with over 80 of them failing to meet the standards. Even those who did manage to qualify barely scraped by. According to the information provided by the receptionist, today marked the highest number of candidates assessed. Yet, even so, only a handful succeeded, clearly illustrating the formidable challenge of becoming a warrior. Yutong, did you see that? Those who passed the assessment stood out significantly in terms of combat awareness and technique cultivation. These 2 aspects are crucial for any warrior. Although President Wu recognized that Li Yutong might merely be trying to impress him, he still took on the role of a mentor, offering guidance and instruction. "Yes, Uncle Wu, I understand." President Wu nodded with satisfaction. Next candidate, number 58, Jiang Fan. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Fan rose. With all the other candidates having completed their assessments, the room now felt unusually spacious, occupied only by President Wu, Li Yutong, and the assessors. As Jiang Fan stood, he caught everyone's attention. Observing his attire, several individuals involuntarily frowned. He is from the outer city. How could someone of his age possibly become a warrior? Many of the older candidates from the outer city had awakened their potential years ago and, after years of hard work, had only just acquired the means to purchase first-level genetic potions to break through to the warrior stage. These individuals typically had limited resources, barely managing to pass in terms of technique and combat awareness. Jiang Fan appeared to be merely a teenager. Was he simply hoping for a stroke of luck? How naive. Was he not wasting everyone's time? The expressions of the assessors, led by Team Leader Wang, grew cold. They collectively thought, "We shall see if you can pass the warrior certification. If not, it will not bode well for you." Chapter 47. Apologies, I couldn't contain myself. President Wu, too, was losing interest. He patted Li Yutong on the shoulder. "Yutong, let us leave. This last candidate likely isn't a warrior prospect. There's little point in staying any longer." Li Yutong cast a casual glance at Jiang Fan, shook his head slightly, and stood to follow President Wu. In the assessment area, Jiang Fan extended his finger towards the vitality tester, waiting for the staff to collect his blood sample. However, after quite a while, there was no response, and he looked up in surprise, only to see the staff member wearing a cold expression. No need. Let us proceed to the second item. Go ahead and throw a punch. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the other assessors, who also wore grim expressions, and he quickly understood their intent. The first test, the vitality assessment, required blood sampling and was relatively cumbersome. Meanwhile, the second test, measuring combat power, merely required throwing a punch to ascertain results. If Jiang Fan did not meet the warrior standard, he would naturally fail the combat power test, thus circumventing the need for the vitality test altogether. This was a clear indication of how his status as an outer city resident led them to believe he was wasting their time. Indeed, no matter where one goes, identity matters. Realizing this, Jiang Fan shook his head and smiled, complying with the staff's suggestion and moving to the combat power testing apparatus. With a firm grip of his right hand, he summoned his vitality and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed. The assessors, who had initially been observing with indifference, were now startled. One of them even fumbled, causing his teacup to clatter onto the table. They all turned abruptly towards the combat power tester, where the numbers on the screen skyrocketed. After several seconds, the numbers stabilized at 4,678. In his frustration, Jiang Fan had delivered a punch that far exceeded his usual power. The assessors were left gaping in astonishment. President Wu, who was about to lead Li Yutong out, was suddenly drawn back by the explosive sound and hurriedly turned to see the numbers on the screen, frozen in disbelief. Jiang Fan shook his hand, observing the stunned faces of the onlookers, and smirked inwardly. Since they valued status, he would have to impress them with sheer strength. Can we proceed with the first vitality test now? Jiang Fan's voice snapped the staff out of their daze, and they stammered. Oh, yes, of course. Please, this way. The staff hurriedly jogged a couple of steps to fetch the blood sampling equipment. Jiang Fan cast a fleeting glance at him and approached the vitality tester. Just as he neared the position, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Looking up, he saw President Wu gazing at him with eyes alight with interest. Young man, how old are you? President Wu asked abruptly. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly, 17. 17. President Wu's breath quickened. 1 year younger than Li Yutong, yet with combat power significantly higher. A genius. A boy even more talented than Li Yutong. You. President Wu was about to say more when Jiang Fan interjected. Perhaps we should discuss this after the assessment? President Wu, momentarily taken aback, quickly agreed. Yes, you go ahead with the assessment. His eyes were fervently fixed on Jiang Fan, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Li Yutong's face behind him. Jiang Fan approached the vitality tester, where the staff had already prepared the blood sampling equipment. Please extend your hand. Jiang Fan complied, and, with the staff trembling, finished the blood collection, placing the equipment back on the vitality tester. Beep, beep, beep. After several seconds, the vitality tester displayed Jiang Fan's vitality value, 353. The assessors behind him gasped in shock. President Wu, realizing the implications, felt his excitement intensify. If Jiang Fan's vitality were to exceed 40, he might not have been so astonished. This figure is derived from a conversion of combat power. However, the measurement revealed that Jiang Fan's vitality was only 35, which signifies a breakthrough in the vitality to combat power ratio by at least 30 points. This is indeed a significant margin, indicating that Jiang Fan could contend with individuals whose strength surpasses his by 30. He must possess an advanced martial art and has likely cultivated it to an exceptionally profound realm. Contemplating this, President Wu cast his gaze toward the assessment area. He observed several assessors gathering nearby, with Wei Xian's eyes gleaming as he looked at President Wu. With a hint of resignation, President Wu remarked, "Your vitality and combat power are inferior to his. It is not suitable. I shall find someone else." Before he could finish, Wei Xian interrupted him. "President Wu, let me take this opportunity. Do not forget, combat requires not only vitality and strength, but also a keen sense of battle." President Wu paused, realizing that Wei Xian was indeed correct. In practical assessments, vitality and combat prowess are foundational, yet the true outcome is intricately tied to one's combat awareness. Although Wei Xian's vitality may not match Jiang Fan's, the disparity is not substantial. Furthermore, his extensive experience in hunting exotic beasts alongside the Martial Arts Association undoubtedly surpasses that of a mere youth like Jiang Fan. Momentarily taken aback by Jiang Fan's vitality and strength, President Wu had overlooked this crucial aspect. With Wei Xian's reminder, he suddenly felt that Jiang Fan might very well lose to Wei Xian. "Very well. When you engage in combat, be cautious. Do not injure him," President Wu instructed. Upon hearing President Wu's consent, Wei Xian nodded enthusiastically. "Rest assured, President, I will hold back." As a martial artist, Wei Xian was acutely aware of the remarkable talent Jiang Fan represented at such a young age. To exaggerate, Jiang Fan was akin to a precious gem in President Wu's eyes, as evidenced by his demeanor. How could he dare to harm Jiang Fan? Jiang Fan entered the practical assessment area. Wei Xian bowed slightly in his direction, to which Jiang Fan responded with a courteous gesture. The third segment, the practical assessment, begins. With the staff's command, Wei Xian propelled himself forward with great force, charging at Jiang Fan. Simultaneously, he shaped his hands into palms, aiming a strike at Jiang Fan's neck. However, halfway through his charge, he felt a flash before his eyes, and his target vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, propelling his body backward with tremendous force. Bang! He crashed violently against the wall behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, beholding Jiang Fan standing still, seemingly untouched. Was that a swift defeat? Such remarkable speed. An air of incredulity permeated the atmosphere. President Wu's eyes widened as he pointed at Jiang Fan, opening his mouth, but failing to utter a single word for an extended moment. Wei Xian, are you alright? Someone called out, rushing to examine Wei Xian's injuries. With assistance, Wei Xian managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. He waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. Then, casting a complex gaze at Jiang Fan, he admitted, I lost. Jiang Fan nodded in acknowledgement. I'm sorry, I couldn't control it. This statement bore the semblance of an apology, yet was tinged with an air of boastfulness. In an instant, the expressions of everyone present became peculiarly awkward. Chapter 48, The True Genius. Jiang Fan observed the increasingly bizarre expressions of the crowd and furrowed his brow. Had he truly erred in his assertion of control? Since his training and challenges within the spatial realm, he had rarely engaged in genuine combat with others. The only individuals he had faced were the likes of Yu Lao San and his cohorts, whose graves must have long since been overgrown. In the space, he never had to worry about his opponents perishing, as each of his full-force strikes scarcely inflicted harm. Thus, he struggled to gauge his strength accurately. During his confrontation with Wei Xian, he had merely tested the waters, exerting at most 80 of his power. Yet, he had not anticipated Wei Xian's fragility. As long as he is uninjured, that's what matters. Team Leader Wang, please arrange for someone to take Wei Xian for treatment. I shall handle matters concerning this young brother. President Wu, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, hastily attempted to lighten the mood. Once he had organized everything, he turned to Jiang Fan. Young brother, you must still be in school, correct? Jiang Fan nodded slightly. High school. President Wu's eyes sparkled with interest. Which high school? Jiang Fan glanced at him. President Wu, I trust my status as a second-tier martial artist suffices? President Wu was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, Indeed, indeed. Jiang Fan nodded again. When can I receive my martial artist badge? President Wu blinked. Immediately. You shall receive it shortly. He then approached the assessment platform, rummaging through Team Leader Wang's documents until he located Jiang Fan's information. Come. I will personally expedite the process for you. With that, he enthusiastically ushered Jiang Fan out of the room. As they walked down the corridor and turned a corner, they arrived in the grand hall. President Wu. The front desk girl sprang to her feet upon seeing him. However, upon noticing Jiang Fan at his side, she inwardly lamented her misfortune. Surely, Jiang Fan had stumbled upon an opportunity and been brought forth for accountability. Had she known, she would have warned him. While she cursed her bad luck, she felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Fan. Observing the girl's distracted demeanor, President Wu furrowed his brow slightly. However, given the crowd, he refrained from commenting and simply handed her the documents in his hand. Please record this young brother's information. The front desk girl was taken aback. Wasn't this a summons for accountability? Instinctively, she accepted the documents, but just as she began to read, President Wu added, Martial Artist Certification Approved, Second-Tier Martial Artist. The front desk girl nearly dropped the documents in shock. As second-tier martial artist? At such a young age? She incredulously glanced back at Jiang Fan's information. 17 years old. Hiss. She couldn't help but inhale sharply. Although she was not a martial artist, her time working at the Martial Arts Association had afforded her a clear understanding of these ranks. Jiang Fan, at this age, as a second-tier martial artist, could undeniably be labeled a genius. It was unlikely that one could find many in the entirety of Jiangxing. Moreover, like herself, he was from the outer city. Truly remarkable. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, when she looked at Jiang Fan again, her eyes brimmed with admiration. While waiting, President Wu explained to Jiang Fan, Young brother, you must understand. After passing our Martial Arts Association certification, it typically takes 3 to 7 working days to produce the martial artist badge. The usual procedure is for Team Leader Wang to submit the approved assessment documents to the front desk, where the information is then entered and subsequently sent to the production department for verification. Only after approval can the badge, complete with identity verification, be manufactured. However, since I am here today, we shall expedite the process, and you shall receive it today. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. President Wu's words were merely an effort to curry favor with him. Yet he was puzzled. The president of the Martial Arts Association was likely a 5th-tier martial artist. Although he was indeed a talent, it seemed rather unusual for a 5th-tier powerhouse to be so courteous to him. Thus, the question arose, what could he possibly want from Jiang Fan? A few minutes later, the front desk girl completed the data entry and respectfully announced, President, It's all set. President Wu nodded. Good, good. Come, young brother, let us go arrange for your badge. He then half-embraced Jiang Fan and led him towards the inner hall. Their familiarity left the front desk girl momentarily dazed. Equally astonished were Wu Haoyu and his companions. They had initially gathered in the hall expecting to witness Jiang Fan's humiliation. However, the longer he waited, the more agitated he became. Just as he was on the verge of losing his patience, he spotted Jiang Fan emerging from the building, engaged in jovial conversation with the president of the Martial Arts Association. It appeared that the president held Jiang Fan in high regard. Overflowing with questions, Wu Haoyu approached the front desk after the two had departed. What was that outsider doing with the president? The front desk girl had already discerned the purpose of the group and gave Wu Haoyu a disdainful look upon hearing his inquiry. Did you not hear? He just participated in the martial artist assessment and successfully attained the certification of a level 2 martial artist. He is a prodigy. The vice president personally escorted him to obtain his badge. Wu Haoyu's complexion suddenly drained of color. Impossible. He is just an outsider and a high school student at that. How could he possibly be a level 2 martial artist? The front desk girl's expression darkened. What of it being an outsider? The president personally attended to him. Do you think there could have been a mistake? Although she herself was not a martial artist, working at the Martial Arts Association made her unafraid of these young upstarts. Wu Haoyu took a deep breath, standing there with a grim visage. His sycophants nearby dared not utter a word. Several minutes later, he finally accepted the truth and left in a dejected manner, not even noticing that Su Muqing had not followed him. In the hall, as the crowd dispersed, Su Muqing returned to the sofa area, deep in thought. The procedures for obtaining the martial artist badge were remarkably swift. Under the guidance of the president, the review process was completed in no time. In the office, the staff responsible for creating badges positioned the page to Jiang Fan's information, retrieved a blank level 2 martial artist badge, placed it on the adjacent machine, and clicked the mouse. Beep. The sound of laser cutting emanated from the machine. After about a minute, a completed badge emerged from the machine's output. President, it's ready. The staff member rose, presenting the badge to the president of the Martial Arts Association. The president nodded and turned to hand the badge to Jiang Fan. Here you go, young brother. Jiang Fan accepted the martial artist badge, which was shield-shaped and bore a dark golden hue. On its surface, a dragon pattern was etched, with the inscription of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association emblazoned above. Prominently displayed at the center of these words was a slightly larger numeral 2, signifying his status as a level 2 martial artist. Jiang Fan tucked the badge away and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, President. The president waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Do you have some time to chat? Chapter 49, The Treatment of Level 2 Martial Artists. Jiang Fan nodded. I happen to have a few questions I would like to ask the president. The president, slightly taken aback, responded, Oh, what questions do you have, young brother? Feel free to ask. Whatever I know, I shall share without reservation. As they conversed, they made their way down the hallway. Just as they stepped outside, they were met with Team Leader Wang rushing towards them. President, the chairman is looking for you. He wants you to come quickly, along with young Master Li. The president, noticing Li Yutong accompanying Team Leader Wang, suddenly recalled that he had brought Jiang Fan to obtain the badge while neglecting Li Yutong in the assessment room, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He glanced at Jiang Fan and then at Team Leader Wang, hesitating momentarily. Team Leader Wang, please assist young brother Jiang with his inquiries and ensure he is settled. I will make a trip upstairs. With that, he turned to Jiang Fan with a smile. Young brother Jiang, please excuse me for a moment. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. Team Leader Wang approached Jiang Fan. Young brother Jiang, this way please. What questions do you have? It's nothing too serious. I mainly wish to understand the benefits that come with being a martial artist. As they walked, they drifted further away. The president watched their retreating figures, lost in thought for a moment before turning back to Li Yutong with a smile. Yutong, come with me. Li Yutong's previously sour expression instantly brightened. Sure thing, Uncle Wu. The two ascended the stairs directly to the innermost office on the second floor. The president hesitated for a moment. Yutong, wait here for me. I will call for you shortly, and then you can join me. Li Yutong's face lit up. All right, Uncle Wu. Once the president knocked and entered, Li Yutong's expression darkened once more. In a reception area on the first floor, Team Leader Wang invited Jiang Fan to take a seat and then brought over some tea. Young brother Jiang, your questions are quite fundamental. Let me explain them to you slowly. At our Jiang City Martial Arts Association, the benefits are comprehensive and primarily manifest in several aspects. First, martial artists who successfully obtain certification at our association receive a fixed monthly stipend based on their martial artist level. A level 1 martial artist gets approximately 10,000 blue star coins per month, while as a level 2 martial artist, you will receive a stipend of 50,000 blue star coins each month. Second, we provide various additional benefits according to the different levels of certified martial artists. For instance, level 2 martial artists are granted eligibility to purchase housing in the inner city. Of course, this cost must be borne by the martial artists themselves. Once one reaches level 3, the Martial Arts Association will cover this expense. Third, upon reaching level 2, We offer a job opportunity for the martial artist family. When one achieves level 3, this opportunity expands to 2 positions, which is primarily to ensure the stability of our members. Fourth, Team Leader Wang, well-versed in these regulations, spoke fluently and effortlessly, quickly outlining the benefits available to level 2 martial artists to Jiang Fan. However, he focused primarily on the treatment of level 2 and level 3 martial artists, as Jiang Fan had just recently attained level 2 status, making discussions of higher levels premature, though level 3 was still within reach. Jiang Fan nodded in response to Team Leader Wang's explanation. What he shared was quite similar to what Yujun had mentioned. However, Jiang Fan pondered for a moment. Such generous benefits must come with significant responsibilities, correct? May I ask, Team Leader Wang, what obligations do I need to fulfill upon joining the Martial Arts Association? Team Leader Wang offered a light compliment. The fact that young brother Jiang can consider this indicates you possess a strong sense of responsibility. Your character is undoubtedly commendable. He raised his thumb in approval. Unlike some individuals who only think of receiving without considering what they should contribute, Jiang Fan mentally filtered out the flattery in his words. So, what exactly must be done? Initially, he had not thought much of it, as it was a natural progression to undergo certification at the Martial Arts Association upon reaching martial artist status. Everyone did so. Thus, when he heard Yujun mention the benefits, he did not give it much thought before coming for certification. However, at this moment, upon hearing Team Leader Wang's words, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Realizing he had been somewhat negligent, Team Leader Wang smiled gently. In truth, there are no strict responsibilities to fulfill. It's merely a matter of providing support when the Martial Arts Association requires it. Otherwise, members enjoy complete freedom. Jiang Fan felt a flicker of interest. What kind of support is typically expected? Team Leader Wang replied. The most common scenario involves accepting tasks issued by the Martial Arts Association during times of beast disturbances. As you may know, the area under Jiang City's jurisdiction is quite vast. In our main city, things are generally calm. However, certain settlements within the region often face incursions from beasts. Some locations are far from the main city, making them inaccessible to patrol teams and unworthy of military intervention, leading to the issuance of tasks in the form of bounties for martial artists to handle. It's somewhat akin to the tasks found in the beast trading markets of the outer city. At this point, Team Leader Wang chuckled. Certainly. You are the prodigy of our Jiang City Martial Arts Association, and you may even represent the association in various competitions. Oh, Jiang Fan's heart stirred, and he quickly grasped the significance of it all. No wonder the president of the association had been so enthusiastic towards him. He had been pondering the intentions behind such fervor. It seems that the aim was for him to compete on behalf of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, wasn't it? Seeing Jiang Fan in contemplation, Team Leader Wang assumed he had reservations and chuckled. But you needn't worry. We won't compel you to undertake anything. These are merely tasks of the association, entirely voluntary. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. It seemed that he spoke the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so irate towards those who joined the association yet refused to accept any tasks. After a brief conversation, Jiang Fan clarified his understanding of the situation. Glancing at the sky outside, he said, "Thank you for your explanations, Team Leader Wang. It's getting late, so I shall take my leave for now. I will come by again when I need to purchase a house or arrange work for my family." Team Leader Wang replied kindly, "Very well, young brother Jiang. It is evident that President Wu holds you in high regard. You are the most promising talent I have encountered in my years of testing. I hope you will maintain a close relationship with the association." Jiang Fan nodded. No problem. Less than 10 minutes after Jiang Fan departed, President Wu hurried down from the upper floor. Upon seeing Team Leader Wang, he paused momentarily. "Where is Jiang Fan?" Team Leader Wang blinked. "He just left." President Wu's voice rose an octave, resonating throughout the hall. "Left? Who permitted you to let him go?" "I instructed you to ensure his accommodation, not to let him leave. He just proposed to change his spot in the talent competition, and the president has only just consented. He hasn't even had a chance to discuss it with Jiang Fan. And you've allowed him to leave. Is this how you conduct your affairs?" He suddenly regretted not bringing Jiang Fan directly to meet the president. However, recalling the relationship between Li Yutong and the president, he shook his head. His actions were justified. Li Yutong was the president's designated person. Any changes would require the president's approval first. The real fault lay with Team Leader Wang. With that thought, he shot a fierce glare at Team Leader Wang. "Hurry and fetch Jiang Fan's information. We must find him." Chapter 50. Do you know him? Jiang Fan exited the Martial Arts Association. As he passed through the hall, he nodded to the receptionist. The receptionist, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. This was a second-tier warrior, a prodigy emerging from the outer city, who required the president's personal accompaniment. The fact that he was willing to greet someone from her humble background left her astounded. She quickly returned the gesture with a smile. "Please take care." Jiang Fan inclined his head slightly. "Thank you." Just as he was about to step out of the hall, a clear voice rang out from behind. "Jiang Fan." Jiang Fan turned, momentarily taken aback. "Su Muqing, what brings you here?" He quickly realized that this was the Martial Arts Association, and she might be there for her own certification. Jiang Fan paused, waiting for Su Muqing to approach him. "Is there something you need?" Su Muqing hesitated for a moment. Did you just come here for certification and succeed? A second-tier warrior? But you haven't awakened yet, have you? Jiang Fan frowned. Am I not allowed to be certified as a warrior? Su Muqing waved her hands in haste. No, I'm just surprised. Jiang Fan nodded slightly. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. He felt no particular fondness for the girl before him. Su Muqing quickly stepped forward, blocking Jiang Fan's path. Wait. Jiang Fan furrowed his brows. Is there something else? Su Muqing retrieved a letter from her pocket. This is a letter from Wenwen, entrusted to me for you. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes, not reaching out to take it. Su Muqing hastily explained. Wenwen has already left Jiang City a few days ago. She was specially recruited by the top martial arts university in Kyoto. And Su Muqing seemed to gather her thoughts. She didn't have time to tell you before leaving, so she left a letter for me to give you. However, I've been quite busy these past few days and hadn't had the chance to find you at Sangao. Since I ran into you here, I thought I would hand it to you to save a trip. Jiang Fan regarded her coolly, making no move to accept the letter. Su Muqing, a close friend of Jiang Fan's childhood companion Su Wenwen, was also his middle school classmate. To say Su Wenwen was his girlfriend wouldn't be entirely accurate. They had merely grown up together as childhood friends. They had harbored feelings for each other in the past, but being young, they never acknowledged it. However, after entering high school, Su Wenwen went to Yigao while he attended Sangao, resulting in less contact. Eventually, after Jiang Fan experienced 2 failures in awakening, Su Wenwen's talents began to emerge, leading her to become increasingly distant. Both families resided in the inner city, not too far apart, and they would occasionally run into each other. Yet, whenever they did, Su Wenwen would often avoid him, which deeply hurt Jiang Fan. They had never defined their relationship, and Jiang Fan was not the type to dwell on such matters. Nevertheless, Su Wenwen's behavior suggested she was fearful of him becoming attached, yet she wouldn't confront him directly, opting instead to evade him, thus leading to the current predicament. However, all of that was in the past. After traversing to this new realm, Jiang Fan, though inheriting memories, found his impressions of Su Wenwen significantly dulled, let alone any lingering affections. Observing the situation from a bystander's perspective, he found her quite distasteful, which inadvertently extended to Su Muqing as well. There's no need for the letter. I know what she would write. Jiang Fan stated flatly. Even as he said this, he had no inclination to speculate further. To him, Su Wenwen was essentially non-existent, and he desired no entanglement, rendering the letter inconsequential. Hearing this, Su Muqing immediately grew anxious. Please don't. I am merely fulfilling Wenwen's request to deliver this letter to you. You think, she intended to say. Do you think I care about your affairs? However, the words softened inexplicably as they approached her lips. I must at least complete someone else's request. As for what happens between you two, I want to interfere. Previously, both she and Su Wenwen were students at Yigao, while Jiang Fan attended Sangao. Truthfully, she harbored some disdain for Jiang Fan. Although she hadn't shown it excessively, she looked down upon Jiang Fan's so-called top ranking in the arts at Sangao, considering it beneath them. Yet now, with Jiang Fan inexplicably rising to the status of a second-tier warrior, even having the vice president of the Martial Arts Association accompany him, she felt strangely diminished in stature. As Jiang Fan noted Su Muqing's insistence, he frowned, not wanting to get entangled in this matter. He took the envelope from her and opened it in her presence. The elegant script immediately caught his eye. Dear brother Xiao Fan, I have gone to Kyoto, having been specially recruited by the top martial arts university in Kyoto with the highest score in the selection process. Due to time constraints, I couldn't inform you in person, so I entrusted Muqing to deliver this letter to you. We have known each other since childhood. Jiang Fan quickly skimmed through the sentimental passages, landing at the conclusion. I will be waiting for you at the top martial arts university in Kyoto. Jiang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. If he had previously rated his impression of Su Wenwen at 60 points, it had now plummeted to below 30. Even now, she was unwilling to confront him directly, opting instead to dangle a carrot before him. Knowing full well he had not awakened, she still flaunted the prestigious martial arts university in Kyoto, perhaps hoping he would withdraw in despair. Yet, it seemed he had never been particularly clingy in the past. Jiang Fan scoffed. He crumpled the letter into a tight ball in his hand, gave it a vigorous shake, and then, with a flick of his wrist, it transformed into a pair of fragments. He tossed the remnants into a nearby trash bin and turned to Su Muqing, declaring, Now, your task is complete. With that, he pivoted and strode away, swiftly vanishing at the end of the street. Meanwhile, Su Muqing remained rooted in place, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. Quickly. Perhaps he hasn't gone far. Bring him back to me. Inside the hall of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, a clamor ensued, followed by hurried footsteps. A group of individuals soon arrived at the street side. However, at that moment, where was Jiang Fan's figure to be found? You, I ask you, when assigned a task. Can you accomplish it? When I instructed you to keep him here, you allowed him to escape. The records provided lack even his home address, and the school details are incomplete. Where am I to search for him now? Time is of the essence. Are we to wait until he ascends to the 3rd tier of martial artists before we can find him? By then, it will be too late. On the street, President Wu, disregarding his image, unleashed a tirade at Team Leader Wang. At that moment, Team Leader Wang appeared as fragile as a young girl, meekly replying. He said he would purchase a house in the inner city and arrange jobs for his family, likely within the next couple of days. Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted by President Wu. A couple of days? Can we afford to wait that long? The competition for martial arts talent within the association was on the verge of commencing. He had just agreed with the president to substitute Liu Tong. And now they could not locate Jiang Fan. How could one not be anxious? Upon hearing this, Team Leader Wang fell silent. The group lingered at the entrance for a while before ultimately relinquishing hope. With a sigh, President Wu suggested, "Let us return for now and think of another plan." As they turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Are you looking for Jiang Fan?" President Wu spun around, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he regarded Su Muqing. "Do you know him?" Chapter 51. Li Dongxing was taken aback. Su Muqing did not anticipate President Wu's exuberant reaction, and his sudden display startled her. Realizing he may have frightened the young girl, President Wu quickly cleared his throat, attempting to soften his tone. "Ahem, my dear child, do not be afraid. You mentioned you know Jiang Fan. Which Jiang Fan are you referring to? The one who just left here?" Noticing Su Muqing's youth, he surmised she was likely there for martial artist certification as well. He continued, smiling, "You are here for your certification, aren't you? How did your examination go?" "I am the vice president of the Martial Arts Association." Feeling a mix of surprise and honor at the vice president's cordiality, Su Muqing responded hastily, "Yes, that's him. He just passed the level 2 martial artist examination here. I fell short. I only managed to pass the level 1 examination." The information clicked into place for President Wu, his delight palpable, though he maintained a composed demeanor as he praised her. "Excellent, excellent. You are all talents from Jiang City. The future of Jiang City lies in the hands of young individuals like you." He then attempted to inquire further, "Do you happen to know which school he attends?" Realizing the waning daylight, President Wu doubted they would find him at school and pressed further, "Or where does he live?" Su Muqing nodded. "He is from Sangao, Class 2 of the 3rd year." Just as she was about to reveal Jiang Fan's home, she recalled his earlier demeanor and felt it inappropriate, thus fabricating a small lie. "As for his home, I'm not entirely sure. I only know it is in the inner city." President Wu and the others exchanged glances, puzzled. The inner city? But Jiang Fan was clearly dressed as a resident of the outer city when he came here. Furthermore, he had inquired about buying a house in the inner city. It appeared the girl's information was not entirely accurate. President Wu forced a smile. "Thank you, young lady. Please do visit our martial arts association more often. Strive to reach level 2 as soon as possible." Once Su Muqing departed, Team Leader Wang turned to President Wu. "President, what should we do? Should we continue searching?" President Wu erupted in frustration. "If we don't search, do you have any other leads?" Checking the time, he turned toward the hall as he walked. "We certainly won't find anyone at school now. Let's promptly go searching tomorrow morning. Even if it's not accurate, the school should still provide some leads." At Sangao, since Jiang Fan's expulsion, Li Dongxing had returned to his duties, engaging in a monotonous routine day after day. Jiang Fan's departure had stirred no ripples. Despite being the top student in his year, he was merely the top in the humanities. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, excelling in academics ultimately served the martial artists. Thus, when he reported the matter to the school, the director had signed off without a moment's hesitation. Even before he finished his explanation. Now you know who not to offend, don't you?" With thoughts of Jiang Fan, Li Dongxing felt a surge of satisfaction. Initially, he had intended to acquire Jiang Fan's level 1 gene medicine at a low price for his son. However, Jiang Fan had foolishly refused to sell it to him, and had even dared to challenge him, causing him embarrassment. Who else could he target if not Jiang Fan? The school viewed Jiang Fan as a worthless individual devoid of any value. His departure was merely a matter of a single command. The more Li Dongxing pondered, the more pleased he became. At that moment, students were bustling about in the hallways, but he found himself unconsciously humming a tune. "Mr. Li, Mr. Li." Suddenly, a breathless voice called from behind him. Turning around, Li Dongxing saw a plump boy rushing towards him, panting heavily. "Wang Tao, why are you coming from this direction?" he questioned, noting that the teacher's office was behind him and classrooms lay ahead. Students typically entered through the school gate and proceeded directly to the teaching buildings. It was strange for Wang Tao to approach from the office side. Wang Tao, nearing him, gasped, "Mr. Li, Principal Fong is looking for you." Li Dongxing was further perplexed. "The principal? What does he want with me?" Generally, teachers of his rank had little interaction with the principal, save for meetings, and rarely did they report directly to him. With class about to commence, he found it hard to fathom what the principal would want. Wang Tao, merely a messenger, was unaware of the specifics, so he replied honestly, "I don't know. I just ran into the principal and a group of people at the school gate, and he asked me to call for you." Li Dongxing nodded slightly. Wang Tao's family held some influence, and the principal was acquainted with those of some standing. Thus, it was normal for him to be sent to fetch him. However, Li Dongxing remained puzzled about the principal's intentions. "All right, you should hurry off to class." After dismissing Wang Tao, Li Dongxing made his way to the principal's office. The distance between the two buildings was not great, merely a 5-minute walk, and soon he arrived at the office door. The door was ajar, and through the gap, he could see the principal seated at his desk, facing the entrance, while several individuals with their backs to the door were engaged in conversation with him. Laughing and chatting animatedly, Li Dongsheng straightened his attire and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The people inside turned their attention toward the sound. The principal's face lit up with a radiant smile. Ah, you've arrived. Dongsheng, come quickly. As Li Dongsheng approached, he noticed that the director, Dong Bin, was also present. The other individuals looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall their names at that moment. It appears that within your class, there is indeed a student named Jiang Fan. I recall that Director Dong mentioned he had a recollection of Jiang Fan, who seemingly achieved the top score in the grade. Li Dongsheng was taken aback, as he initially assumed that Principal Fong sought Jiang Fan due to some trouble he had caused outside, and he hurriedly distanced himself from the situation. Principal Fong, has Jiang Fan caused another ruckus? He is no longer a student at our school, so any trouble he instigates cannot be traced back to us. As soon as Li Dongsheng finished speaking, Principal Fong abruptly stood up, fixing a stern gaze upon him. What? Clarify yourself. Li Dongsheng, bewildered, could only explain the situation candidly. He was expelled some time ago for truancy. After stating this, he cast a puzzled glance at Director Dong Bin. You signed the expulsion, Director Dong, have you forgotten? The initially seated Dong Bin felt a surge of anxiety and retorted sharply, Li Dongsheng, do not speak recklessly. When did I sign anything? Although he had nearly forgotten the matter, Li Dongsheng's reminder rekindled a slight memory. However, at that moment, he could not possibly admit his involvement in the affair. After all, seated before them was the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. According to the information he had received, Jiang Fan was a certified level 2 martial artist, a prodigy. Although he struggled to comprehend how Jiang Fan transformed from a previously unawakened individual into such a talent, it was undeniable that the vice president's words carried weight. To lose a level 2 martial arts prodigy at Sangao would not only reflect poorly on the vice president, but also on Principal Fong himself. Li Dongsheng, witnessing Dong Bin's complete denial of the situation, was left in a state of shock. Yet, before he could articulate any further thoughts, he was interrupted by the vice president. Enough. I am not concerned with your internal matters. I simply wish to know where Jiang Fan currently resides. At that moment, Li Dongsheng's mind went blank, and he instinctively responded, I heard he has gone to Wugao. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, as he sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The vice president inhaled deeply and turned to Principal Fong, saying, Principal Fong, since your institution has expelled Jiang Fan, I see no reason to linger here any longer. I shall take my leave. He and several members of the Martial Arts Association made their way toward the exit. Principal Fong maneuvered around the table, intending to see the vice president off, but was met with a dismissive wave. No need for farewells. Afterward, he glanced at Dong Bin and Li Dongsheng. You should first resolve your internal affairs. A level 2 martial arts prodigy, potentially a provincial champion, has appeared in your school, yet you failed to seize the opportunity. I cannot discern whether to feel joy or sorrow for you. Principal Fong. Upon hearing this, Principal Fong's expression darkened ominously. Once the vice president and his entourage departed, he turned back, his demeanor as grim as a stormy sea. Li Dongsheng, explain to me what transpired. Li Dongsheng, now utterly stupefied, could barely process the information. Jiang Fan, a level 2 martial artist? How could this be? As disbelief washed over him, he suddenly recalled the moment Jiang Fan confronted him about his expulsion, effortlessly overpowering Li Meng and the chilling gaze he had cast upon him, filling his heart with dread. He truly was a level 2 martial artist. I have expelled a level 2 martial artist? How will this end? Li Dongsheng selectively omitted his desire to acquire Jiang Fan's level 1 genetic potion and recounted Jiang Fan's truancy and disrespectful attitude toward his superiors. Then, under the piercing gaze of Director Dong Bin, he silently accepted the responsibility for the situation. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Principal Fong slammed his palm against the table, causing tea to spill. Now leave. Go find Jiang Fan and bring him back. If you cannot find him, do not bother returning. Hearing this, Li Dongsheng hastily prepared to exit. However, just as he reached the door, he was halted by Jiang Fan's voice. Wait. I will go with you. Observing this, Dong Bin hurriedly followed suit. With the principal personally intervening, how could he, as the director of education, not attend? Chapter 52, Luo Xiaowu's Successful Windfall. Luo Xiaowu had just attended a gathering with friends. At the gathering, he received a piece of news that left him utterly astonished. Jiang Fan was an unawakened waste. Indeed, a student who topped the humanities yet could not become a martial artist. When his friends, with mocking expressions, informed him of Jiang Fan's inability to awaken, he immediately understood that the invitation he had extended to Jiang Fan to join Wugao had been a trap. He vividly recalled the words spoken to him by his friends. Jiang Fan is the most renowned genius at Sangao, just recently expelled. If you can recruit him to Wugao, not only will you secure the school, but you might even attract hundreds more students next year, making it possible to compete with the other prestigious high schools. At the time, he had not pondered why such a talented student would be allowed to leave Sangao. nor had he verified the truth of his friend's claims. He had impulsively sought out Jiang Fan. He not only promised Jiang Fan numerous benefits, but even handed him 100,000 blue star coins. And now, to be told that Jiang Fan was a waste? He could not accept this reality. As Luo Xiaowu wandered through the dilapidated courtyard, he forced a smile at the few emaciated students who greeted him. Not a single one of these students would ever gain admission to a martial arts university. With only 2 weeks remaining until the college entrance examination, even if he sought new recruits, he would find none. Next year, it seemed, Wu Gao would cease to exist. Principal Luo. Principal Luo. At that moment, a voice called from behind him. Luo Xiaowu turned to see a frail boy with faded clothing rushing toward him. Chang, why are you in such a hurry? With so few students at Wu Gao, Luo Xiaowu knew nearly all their names. Zhao Chang replied, Principal Luo, there are many people looking for you at the school gate. Many people looking for me? Luo Xiaowu turned toward the entrance. Just in time to see a group approaching from around the corner. The campus of Wu Gao was quite small, spanning no more than 100 meters, allowing him to clearly see that among the group was the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Upon realizing this, he immediately went to greet them. Vice President, what brings such a large gathering? As he approached, he was surprised to find that Principal Fong from Sangao was also present, leaving him perplexed. Principal Fong is here? Typically, he had little interaction with Principal Fong, merely exchanging nods, and he was puzzled as to why the latter would come to Wu Gao, especially alongside the vice president. The vice president warmly stepped forward, shaking Luo Xiaowu's hand. Principal Luo, long time no see. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he stated his purpose. I would like to inquire if our school has a student named Jiang Fan. After finishing, and fearing Luo Xiaowu might misunderstand, he added. The Jiang Fan who transferred from Sangao a few days ago. Luo Xiaowu's heart stirred. They were looking for Jiang Fan. Could it be that his prior recruitment of Jiang Fan from Sangao had led to some trouble? However, this was not against any regulations. Indeed, we have such a student. However, Luo Xiaowu spoke cautiously, responding to the vice president's inquiry while observing the reactions of the others. Just as he spoke halfway, he noticed the vice president stepping forward once more, excitedly exclaiming, Where is he now? Quickly take me to see him. Luo Xiaowu hesitated slightly. Vice President, may I ask what the matter is? The vice president, taken aback, replied enthusiastically, Principal Luo, congratulations. You have secured a genius for Wu Gao. President Wu and his companions have, from the 3rd high school to the 5th high school, nearly grasped the entire sequence of events. He is aware that Jiang Fan had never revealed his true prowess prior to joining the Martial Arts Association. Thus, it is highly probable that Luo Xiaowu remains oblivious to this fact. However, while this statement might seem innocuous to others, Luo Xiaowu finds it to be laced with irony. This rhetoric mirrors that of his few acquaintances. Could it be that this group is here to witness his humiliation? President Wu, you jest. Jiang Fan has yet to awaken. How could he be deemed a genius? The smile on President Wu's face widened. Brother Luo, you seem to be misunderstanding the situation. Jiang Fan is indeed a bona fide level 2 martial artist. He has just passed the assessment at the Martial Arts Association. How could he not have awakened? What? A few minutes later, upon learning from President Wu about Jiang Fan's assessment process at the Martial Arts Association, Luo Xiaowu was left utterly speechless. 17 years old. A level 2 martial artist. His combat power exceeding 4,000 points. Such a feat places him among the elite in the entirety of Jiang City. And this individual is none other than Jiang Fan, whom he had recruited from the 3rd high school. Was he merely a tool for his friends to dig a pit for him? In disbelief, he realized why the vice president of the Martial Arts Association would come personally. No wonder Principal Fong from the 3rd high school would follow suit. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Luo Xiaowu finally accepted this reality. However, he then offered a wry smile. President Wu, to be candid, Jiang Fan is indeed my student. Yet, he is not currently at the school. What? Now it was President Wu who was flustered. What is the situation? Luo Xiaowu shook his head. One of the conditions I set for bringing him to the 5th high was that he could freely come and go from school, without any restrictions on his academic performance. Merely participating in the college entrance examination under the banner of the 5th high. Therefore, after he registered, he has not been seen again. President Wu stood there. His brow furrowed in thought. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. Good things often come with difficulties. Surely you have his family's information? Just as Luo Xiaowu was about to respond, Principal Fong interjected. President Wu, I have already instructed Director Dong to retrieve Jiang Fan's file. His family address is. Luo Xiaowu's brow knitted together, a sudden sense of crisis engulfing him. President Wu was well aware of Principal Fong's intentions, but at this moment, locating Jiang Fan took precedence, so he refrained from saying more. Then let us pay a visit. Thus, a throng of individuals set forth with great enthusiasm towards Jiang Fan's residence. Jiang Li was in a state of distress. Ever since encountering Jiang Fan at the underground auction, he had been haunted by the memory of Jiang Fan constricting his neck, a vision that refused to dissipate from his mind. He could not comprehend why. Despite having awakened as a level 1 martial artist, he felt utterly powerless before Jiang Fan. unable even to react in time. Especially the coldness in Jiang Fan's gaze sent chills down his spine. For 2 consecutive nights after returning, he was plagued by nightmares, in which Jiang Fan would break his neck and trample him beneath his feet. Why does the shadow linger even after you have departed? Jiang Li, with dark circles under his eyes, fumed inwardly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resounded. Su Xian entered bearing a tray. Ali, are you feeling any better? I've made chicken soup for you, and I've warmed up some milk. You must eat a little. After that, rest for a while. These past few days, Jiang Li's mental state had deteriorated significantly, adversely affecting his studies. Moreover, due to his sleepless nights, his vitality had dropped. The doctor advised him to rest more and adjust his condition, so today the family had excused him from school. Mom, I can't eat. Jiang Li lamented feebly. Su Xian placed the tray on the bedside table and sat beside him, gently saying, even if you can't eat much, you must have at least a little. Otherwise, your body won't withstand it. The college entrance examination is approaching. You need to get your state of mind right. As she spoke, Su Xian lifted the chicken soup from the bedside table, spooned some into her mouth to cool it, and offered it to Jiang Li. Jiang Li took a sip but pushed it away with his hand. Mom, I really can't eat. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open once more. Jiang Jiha entered with a serious expression. You must eat, regardless. The college entrance examination is imminent. If you continue like this without making adjustments, it will be difficult to gain admission to a prestigious martial arts university. If you fail to enter such a university, our status in the Jiang family in the capital will diminish. You might not even gain entry into the Jiang family's doors. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li instinctively shrank back. Dad, I will eat. Despite being favored at home, Jiang Li only dared to act spoiled in front of Su Xian. In the presence of Jiang Jiha, he maintained a compliant demeanor. Especially when it came to matters concerning the Jiang family in the capital, he dared not show any defiance. The Jiang family is one of the prominent families in the capital, and Jiang Jiha, as a direct descendant, had been relegated to the Jiang city branch. His lifelong aspiration was to return to the Jiang family one day and gain respect. However, as a level 2 martial artist, his potential had nearly been exhausted, and he could not expect to achieve great success, thus placing his hopes on his offspring. Seeing Jiang Li's weak demeanor, Jiang Jia sighed. Ali, do not blame your father. Our family's hopes rest entirely on your shoulders. If you encounter any issues, we will be destined to remain in Jiang City forever. Focus on your adjustments and perform well in the examination to enter a prestigious martial arts university in the capital. This way, not only will your sister have someone to look after her, but you can also get closer to the family. Jiang Li, holding the bowl, ate heartily. Dad, I understand. When mentioning his sister Jiang Yunxin, Jiang Li felt a twinge of fear, yet he still praised her. If only I could be as formidable as my sister. Jiang Jiha chuckled upon hearing this. Then work hard. Meanwhile, a hint of regret flashed across his face. He had 3 children. Jiang Fan had not amounted to much. Jiang Li was mediocre, while the most talented was undoubtedly his eldest daughter, Jiang Yunxin. Years ago, Jiang Yunxin ranked 3rd in Jiang City High School and gained admission to the first martial arts university in the capital. Now, at only 20 years of age, she had already become a level 3 martial artist. She should have been the one to elevate the family, but alas, she is a girl, and her temperament. At that moment, a knock resonated through the living room, accompanied by an inquiring voice. Is this Jiang Fan's residence? Jiang Jiha furrowed his brows and rose to head outside. Upon stepping into the living room and opening the door, he was taken aback by the throng of people gathered outside. Who are you? President Wu of the Martial Arts Association? Jiang Jiha's expression shifted as he recognized the leading figure, and he hastily responded. The identities of the others were unclear to him, but judging by their attire and demeanor, they were certainly prominent individuals in Jiang City. What brings you here for Jiang Fan? Has he gotten himself into trouble again? Had it been anyone else seeking Jiang Fan, he would have met them with a sour countenance. However, in the presence of the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, he could only greet them with a smile. Meanwhile, he inwardly mused about the gravity of the situation that warranted such significant figures to visit. The vice president of the Martial Arts Association is undoubtedly among the upper echelons of Jiang City. When he first sought certification at the Martial Arts Association, this individual was already a level 3 powerhouse. Years have passed, and he may very well have ascended to level 4, or even 5. What does level 5 represent? It signifies the pinnacle of combat prowess in Jiang City, on par with the president of the Martial Arts Association and the principal of Jiang City Martial Arts University. In the eyes of others, he was but a mere secondary figure, scarcely distinguishable from an ant. Thus he spoke with utmost caution, fearful that Jiang Fan might implicate him. President Wu observed Jiang Jiha's demeanor, reminiscent of a host, and inquired with a smile, "You are Jiang Fan's?" Jiang Jiha, taken aback, initially perceived the knocking at the door as somewhat aggressive. However, upon noticing that the visitor exuded no semblance of arrogance, but rather wore a gentle expression, he hesitated before responding. I am Jiang Jia, employed at the Finance Bureau of Jiang City. Jiang Fan is indeed my son. His mind was lucid, acutely aware that should Jiang Fan truly be in trouble, he could not remain uninvolved. Given the visitor's stature, even if he wished to sever ties with Jiang Fan, it would be utterly implausible for the other party to acquiesce. Thus, he chose to be forthright about his identity while refraining from making further comments about Jiang Fan, ensuring he left himself an avenue for explanation. Upon hearing this, President Wu breathed a sigh of relief, finally having identified the key individual. His demeanor grew even more cordial. Mr. Jiang, congratulations. We are fortunate to have such an exceptional talent nurtured here in Jiang City. Jiang Jihe was momentarily stunned, observing the expression on Jiang Jihe's face. President Wu's heart stirred. Mr. Jiang, you must be aware that Jiang Fan has now been certified as a level 2 martial artist by our Jiang City Martial Arts Association? Jiang Jihe, still pondering the implications of the so-called genius, instinctively replied, of course, I am aware. What did you say? A level 2 martial artist? President Wu's expression momentarily illuminated, yet he continued to clarify. Yesterday, Jiang Fan came to the Jiang City Martial Arts Association for certification and has successfully achieved recognition as a level 2 martial artist. At that moment, Jiang Jihe's mind buzzed. A level 2 martial artist? How could that be? Just 2 weeks prior, he had been a mere waste with a chi and blood level of 08. Not even having undergone awakening. In the span of a fortnight, he had ascended to the rank of a level 2 martial artist? Who could possibly believe such a transformation? Yet, these words came from the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, leaving him no room for doubt. We have come primarily to invite Jiang Fan to participate in the Genius Selection Challenge organized by the Martial Arts Association. As President Wu elaborated on the challenge, Jiang Jihe's thoughts raced. Once President Wu had finished his explanation, he hastily interjected, my apologies, President Wu. I was so caught up in conversation. Please, do come in. Jiang Jihe ushered the group into the living room and personally served them tea. With President Wu's introduction, Jiang Jihe felt increasingly moved. The individuals seated on the sofa included not only the head of the Martial Arts Association's assessment team, but also the principals and academic directors of 2 high schools. Each of these individuals, when considered independently, surpassed him in capability. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Fan, they all treated him with utmost respect. Nonetheless, he dared not overestimate his position and promptly returned their courtesies. What an honor. President Wu glanced around the crowded room, his brow furrowing slightly. You all may step outside. Immediately, the aides retreated to the doorway. Once the living room was cleared, President Wu surveyed the surroundings. Mr. Jiang, where is Jiang Fan? May we have a word with him? Jiang Jihe maintained a composed facade. Oh, he had breakfast this morning and then left for class. I shall fetch him right away. Upon hearing this, President Wu and the others exchanged peculiar glances. Jiang Jihe's heart tightened. Could they have discerned something? Just as he was about to speak, President Wu remarked with significance, Mr. Jiang, Jiang Fan is likely not at school at this moment. We visited the school prior to coming here and sought him out. Jiang Jihe then recalled that accompanying them was Principal Fong from Jiang City High School. In that case, Jiang Jihe furrowed his brow, feigning the demeanor of a stern father. Principal Fong, has he not attended class these past few days? Principal Fong appeared awkward. Oh well, he stammered, unable to finish his thought. At that moment, a voice came from the bedroom. Dad, is Jiang Fan causing trouble again? Didn't he say he wanted to sever ties with us? If anything happens, let them deal with Jiang Fan. It has nothing to do with us. Jiang Jihe's expression darkened as he cast a piercing glare in that direction. Go back. Jiang Li was immediately taken aback. In his memory, Jiang Jihe had always been serious, but had never scolded him so harshly. This was the first time. In an instant, his lips turned pale. Hearing the commotion, Su Xian rushed out. She had initially intended to defend Jiang Li, but upon encountering Jiang Jihe's fierce gaze, she was startled and quickly pulled Jiang Li back into the room. As Jiang Jihe saw the two retreat, he turned back, reaffixing a smile to his face. President Wu, please excuse me. If Jiang Fan is not at school, I believe I should know where he is. Please wait here. I will have my partner attend to you while I go fetch him. Just as he moved to call Su Xian, President Wu interrupted with a wave of his hand. No need, Mr. Jiang. Since you know where he is, let us go together. Those present were astute. Having observed Jiang Jihe's unusual reaction, they had already begun to piece together the situation. Particularly, Jiang Li's earlier comment indicated that the matter transcended mere sibling discord. Consequently, President Wu's demeanor grew noticeably cooler. However, he was disinclined to meddle in Jiang Fan's family affairs. His objective was to locate Jiang Fan as swiftly as possible. After fruitlessly searching several locations, he was weary. Jiang Jihe's brow furrowed as he hesitated. That may not be very convenient. He is in the outer city, and it might compromise your standing. At that moment, Jiang Jihe dared not lead this group directly to the outer city. What if Jiang Fan were to embarrass him in front of everyone? Hence, he needed an excuse. However, before he could finish his thought, he noticed President Wu's eyes light up. The outer city? Convenient. How could it be inconvenient? When Jiang Fan went to the Martial Arts Association for certification, he had worn attire reminiscent of the outer city style. President Wu had initially assumed Jiang Fan was from the outer city. Today, when Principal Fong had traced the family address, he had thought there had been a mistake. Now, hearing Jiang Jiha mention Jiang Fan's location in the outer city, everything suddenly clicked into place, and he could no longer afford to wait. Let us proceed. With that, President Wu rose, leaving Jiang Jiha stunned in place, utterly bewildered. Chapter 54, Gathering for the Genius Challenge. Jiang Fan spent an entire day training at the thunderous martial arts hall, unable to find a way to defeat the Genie Wei. Awakening from his reverie, he realized it was already 8 in the evening. He slapped his forehead. Having originally intended to visit the Martial Arts Association to clarify the particulars regarding the work of martial artist families. However, he had left too early, opting instead to train briefly at the thunderous martial arts hall, which unexpectedly consumed the entire day. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. Jiang Fan traversed the inner city streets, exited through the city gates, and made his way to his aunt's modest home. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. Through the curtain, illuminated by the light within, he observed shadows flitting about, accompanied by intermittent laughter. Had visitors arrived? His aunt's door was not usually so welcoming. Without further thought, Jiang Fan pushed the door open. "Aunt, I'm back." In an instant, all eyes turned toward Jiang Fan. Scanning the room, he noted that besides President Wu, the principals of the 3rd and 5th high schools were present, along with Jiang Jia. Meanwhile, Ma Jiang and Su Qingwan sat across from them on small stools, awkwardly smiling along with the others. On the coffee table lay a rare fruit platter from the Ma family. "Xiao Fan, come over here. This is President Wu of the Martial Arts Association." Jiang Jia promptly rose to his feet, greeting Jiang Fan as if he were the master of the household. Su Qingwan and Ma Jiang, originally prepared to speak, fell silent upon witnessing Jiang Jia's action. "President Wu, Principal Luo." Jiang Fan nodded to the two, then maneuvered around Jiang Jia. "Aunt, uncle." He pulled over a small stool from the side and seated himself next to Su Qingwan, completely disregarding Jiang Jia throughout the entire process. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. An unmistakable tension hung in the air. President Wu had long suspected the familial dynamics at play, and upon observing Jiang Fan's demeanor towards Jiang Jia, he silently affirmed his suspicions. However, this was not the time for him to dwell on such matters. After a long day of traversing 4 different locations, he was eager to finally meet Jiang Fan. "Young brother Jiang, we have awaited your arrival." Jiang Fan raised a hand to signal everyone to partake in the fruit. Then inquired, "President Wu, may I ask what brings you here today?" President Wu waved his hand dismissively, indicating he would forego the fruit, and was about to respond when Jiang Jia interjected. "Xiao Fan, President Wu wishes to speak with you." Jiang Fan turned his head slightly, casting a glance at Jiang Jia before dismissively ignoring him, redirecting his attention back to President Wu. Noticing the shift, President Wu eagerly seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Indeed, young brother Jiang, during your certification at the Martial Arts Association yesterday, I discerned your exceptional potential. At merely 17, you are a 2nd-level martial artist, and your combat power and vitality ratio exceed the norm by over 30%. Thus, I would like to invite you to represent the Jiang City Martial Arts Association in the Genius Selection Challenge hosted by the Grand Martial Arts Association." Jiang Fan felt a flicker of intrigue. He grasped the trembling hand of Su Qingwan beside him and smiled at President Wu. "Oh, perhaps you could elaborate further?" Sensing Jiang Fan's openness, President Wu felt a surge of optimism. The Grand Martial Arts Association holds the Genius Selection Challenge annually, aimed at discovering talent within the association. It seeks to identify young martial artists with extraordinary gifts and potential, thereby infusing the association with fresh blood. Each regional branch may enter participants, provided they are formal members of the association, possess a martial level of at least 2nd level, and are under 20 years of age, with no limit on the number of entrants. The challenge typically comprises preliminary rounds, point-based contests, and elimination matches. The preliminaries primarily assess martial theory, vitality, combat power, and combat awareness, while the point-based contests feature special challenges, such as survival tests in specific environments. The elimination rounds showcase the most elite talents in direct combat. After providing a comprehensive overview, President Wu concluded with a smile. The specific rules may vary annually, but they generally adhere to this framework. Jiang Fan nodded, his expression inscrutable. "President Wu, I tend to be quite forthright. I understand your intent is to have me represent the Jiang City Martial Arts Association in the competition. However, I have 2 inquiries. First, how many participants will the Jiang City Martial Arts Association send this time? Second, what rewards are typically conferred for achieving a notable ranking?" Upon hearing this, President Wu's face brightened with enthusiasm. "Young brother Jiang, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Let me address your questions one by one. First, if you agree to participate, there will be 2 representatives from Jiang City, yourself and Li Yutong, whom you met during your certification at the Martial Arts Association. He is a prodigy we specifically recruited from another region." Noticing Jiang Fan's puzzled expression, President Wu sighed. "To be candid, our Jiang City branch is currently among the weaker factions within the Martial Arts Association. Moreover, due to a shortage of talent, it has been challenging to find suitable candidates this year. While there are a few second-level martial artists, most are newly initiated and, upon our assessment, do not meet the competition criteria. Should you agree to compete, we would position you as the primary contender, with Li Yutong providing support. Jiang Fan's gaze flickered momentarily. Let us discuss the rewards first. President Wu smacked his forehead. Look at me, rambling on and failing to get to the crux of the matter. As for the rewards, based on previous year's standards, the first-place winner of the Genius Selection Challenge typically receives a vial of rare beast essence and a monetary reward of several million blue star coins. The second and third places generally receive a vial of second-level gene serum, along with varying amounts of cash. As Jiang Fan listened, his brow gradually furrowed. If what President Wu describes holds true, then participating in this so-called Genius Selection Challenge offers me little allure. The first-place reward is beast essence, a concoction derived from certain extraordinary creatures through modern genetic science. For martial artists above level 4, consuming this essence can replicate certain talents of the beasts, such as elemental abilities like water, fire, or earth. With such capabilities, a martial artist above level 4 can achieve a significant enhancement in strength compared to those below level 3. Moreover, in combat, one would not be limited to mere physical strikes or weaponry, but could utilize the replicated talents at will. However, the path I tread appears to diverge from this world's expectations. Acquiring such an essence seems of little utility to me. The subsequent rewards appeared even less enticing. The second-level gene serum primarily assists third-level martial artists in breaking through to the fourth level by unlocking the 46th gene lock. Yet, I face no bottlenecks in my progression and require no such aid. As for the monetary rewards, they pale in significance. With my collaboration with Tang, cash will flow steadily within a month, rendering the rewards from the challenge utterly inconsequential. President Wu, ever observant of Jiang Fan's expressions, noticed the deepening frown and felt a pang of concern. Young brother Jiang, are you dissatisfied with the rewards? Jiang Fan shook his head. President Wu, the rewards are substantial, yet they hold little value for me at this juncture. President Wu, misinterpreting Jiang Fan's sentiment, responded hastily. How could they lack value? Young brother Jiang, you ultimately aspire to become a martial artist above level 3. When the time comes to unlock the 46th gene lock, the second-level gene serum will be essential. Furthermore, as one progresses, the costs associated with training only escalate. Securing a notable ranking in the challenge would also ensure you receive prioritized resources from the Grand Martial Arts Association, significantly benefiting your future training. He assumed Jiang Fan was merely reluctant to accept the rewards due to his current second-level status, failing to see the broader implications. A quiet sigh escaped him, reflecting on the youth's limited foresight. Jiang Fan, however, made no effort to clarify, merely exchanging pleasantries with a neutral demeanor. I am grateful for President Wu's esteem. In truth, this reward is already quite substantial. Yet I find myself in a position where it is not particularly necessary. Even if I were to receive a martial art technique as a reward, I might consider competing for it. However, without even a technique to claim, participating in the challenge seems less appealing than dedicating that time to my own training, enhancing my vitality. Who knows? I might even attempt to challenge the third level of the Imperial Guards. Xiao Fan, do not be willful. This is an excellent opportunity. If you can seize it, it could lead to greater prospects. Just as President Wu was at a loss for how to persuade me, Jiang Jia seized the moment to interject. Yet, before he could finish, I coldly interrupted him. Is it your place to speak here? Jiang Jia was instantly infuriated. Since the moment I entered the room, I had repeatedly ignored him, causing him, as a father, to lose face in front of others. Now, as he attempted to speak on my behalf, I rudely interrupted him, igniting his fury. How can you be so disrespectful? I am your father. I scoffed coldly. Surely you haven't forgotten that our ties have long been severed? Jiang Jia's face darkened to an extreme. President Wu, noticing the escalating tension, quickly intervened. All right, both of you, let us not delve into these matters. It was a jest. If the two continued to argue, who could predict what may transpire? My reluctance to participate in the competition was already enough to trouble him. He did not wish to further entangle familial discord. Jiang Jia, upon hearing President Wu's voice, swallowed his words. President Wu turned his attention back to me. Young brother Jiang, I strongly recommend that you participate in this challenge for an important reason. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, I'm curious to see what else President Wu might have to say. Seeing my willingness to listen further, President Wu smiled. The talented individuals competing this time hail from the martial arts associations across 30 cities in Huaxia, and they are indeed formidable. Among them are not a few third-level warriors. Upon hearing this, my expression tightened. Third-level warriors? Under 20? President Wu, noticing my reaction, smiled faintly. Of course, to my knowledge, there are likely participants from Suiqing and Pengcheng who have already broken through to third-level warriors. Moreover, in places like Jingxing and Luoqing, where martial arts are deeply rooted, there are individuals who have been third-level warriors for quite some time. My recommendation for you to attend is also to expose you to the talents from various regions in Huaxia, thus broadening your horizons, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation. After finishing, President Wu added, Of course, do not be discouraged. Most of these third-level warriors are nearing 20, while you are merely 17. In terms of age, you possess a significant advantage with boundless potential. President Wu fixed his gaze on me, awaiting my response. Talents are often proud, since the reward failed to sway me. President Wu believed it prudent to attempt to spark my interest from this angle. Indeed, I soon appeared contemplative, and President Wu felt a surge of hope. However, the next moment, I shook my head. Perhaps not. I will seize an opportunity to learn later. Presently, although I was a second-level warrior, with my tenfold cultivation speed and the support of my unique abilities, I did not perceive third-level warriors as an insurmountable barrier. Thus, it seemed pointless to contend for this so-called reward against them. President Wu, witnessing my stubbornness, was momentarily taken aback. Young brother Jiang, this. Just then, a hurried figure burst through the door. President Wu, it's dire. Yuan City is under siege. A large number of beasts are attacking the city. The association has received a notification from the headquarters. The rules for the upcoming talent selection challenge have been temporarily altered to focus on supporting Yuan City. With specific assessment criteria yet to be determined, the president requests that you mobilize personnel at once. Upon hearing this, President Wu's expression shifted, and he hastily prepared to depart, momentarily setting aside previous matters. Yet, just as he reached the threshold, my voice called out from behind him. President Wu, does this mean the challenge is against the beasts? President Wu abruptly turned around, only to find my face alight with inexplicable excitement. Chapter 56, Application to Battle. President Wu, momentarily stunned, suddenly remembered that our conversation had not yet concluded. He quickly said, young brother Jiang, the situation may have changed. The rules I just mentioned no longer apply. This competition has shifted to a focus on practical combat. Although the specific regulations are yet to be established, it is expected to carry significant danger. President Wu hesitated, seemingly resolute. If you are unwilling to participate, then so be it. We can look for other opportunities later. Indeed, in President Wu's eyes, I was a prodigy. However, with the sudden change in rules prioritizing support for Yuan City, which would involve direct confrontation with beasts, the potential for casualties was inevitable. To President Wu, I was a precious gem for Jiang City, while he had no objections to me representing Jiang City in the Martial Arts Association's Grand Challenge. He was loath to risk my safety in direct support of Yuan City. If anything were to happen to me, the talent Jiang City had painstakingly unearthed would be lost. A burden he was neither willing nor able to bear. I could clearly sense President Wu's shift in attitude. Just moments ago, he had been fervently persuading me to participate. And now, in an instant, he was advising against it, which felt rather perplexing. Yet, I had no time to dwell on this matter as my eyes shone with anticipation. President Wu, is this competition truly about slaying beasts? President Wu, observing my excitement, was once again taken aback and instinctively replied, according to the message from the president. It should be. However, we will need to return and discuss the specifics with the president to gain clarity. No sooner had President Wu finished speaking than I declared, then I shall participate. What? Instantly, in the living room, not only was President Wu taken aback, but everyone else was equally stunned. Su Qingwan, seated beside me, anxiously grasped my hand. Xiao Fan. I turned to see Su Qingwan solemnly shaking her head at me. As an ordinary housewife, she was not well versed in matters like the Martial Arts Association's talent challenge. However, she was able to grasp the gravity of President Wu's mention of the city under siege and the challenge involving slaying beasts. Previously, Ma Jiang had lost an arm and nearly his life on Phoenix Mountain while hunting beasts, making her particularly sensitive to such matters. Now, with me volunteering to support Yuan City, her heart was filled with trepidation. Auntie, it's all right. I understand the stakes. Seeing that her attempts at persuasion were futile, Su Qingwan shifted her gaze to Ma Jiang. Ma Jiang frowned. Xiao Fan, the siege of beasts is no trifling matter. Yuan City is merely a third-level city. With weak defenses, we do not even know how many beasts are surrounding it. If there are many, the battlefield will undoubtedly be ferocious. You have been in school and have never faced such a scenario. You do not comprehend the dangers involved. It is not as simple as it seems. On the battlefield, if anything goes awry, it could threaten your life. Do not act recklessly. In Ma Jiang's eyes, I was still just a child. Although he was unsure how I had suddenly become a second-level warrior, the difference between second-level warriors was nonetheless significant. Beyond vitality and combat power, experience in battle was especially crucial. A second-level warrior with rich practical experience could survive on the battlefield even if their vitality was inferior. Conversely, one without such experience, like myself, was at great risk. I had spent my time in a school environment, making me a true academic. My combat experience was nearly non-existent, and entering the battlefield would undoubtedly pose great danger. Jiang Jiehe seized the moment to interject, offering his counsel. Xiao Fan, your uncle is right. The pressing matter at hand is to enhance your strength and develop gradually. As for hunting exotic beasts, there will be ample opportunities once your power has increased. Regarding cultivation resources, you need not worry. If you excel in the college entrance examination and gain admission to a top martial arts university in Kyoto, The Jiang family will provide you with the necessary resources. Upon hearing Jiang Jiha's words, President Wu was taken aback and quickly inquired, Mr. Jiang, which Jiang family in Kyoto are you referring to? With an air of pride, Jiang Jiha responded, is there another Jiang family in Kyoto? President Wu was immediately struck with a sense of reverence. He had not anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous Jiang Jiha was a member of the esteemed Jiang family of Kyoto. The Jiang family, after all, was one of the 13 prominent families in Kyoto, deeply rooted across the land of China and nearly monopolizing all resources. Aside from the Martial Arts Association headquarters, top martial arts academies, and the military, no organization could rival their influence. He had long heard that major families would scatter their descendants throughout China to hone their skills, and it appeared that this was indeed the case. However, he was left wondering whether Jiang Jiha was part of the main lineage or a branch. Yet, even as a branch member, Jiang Fan's talent would surely earn him a place within the Jiang family. It seemed that he truly could not allow Jiang Fan to participate this time. President Wu sighed quietly. Young brother Jiang, they possess a valid point. You are still young. When next year arrives, you will only be 18. If you wish, you may represent the Jiang City Martial Arts Association in the competition then. By that time, your strength will have grown, and you could very well emerge victorious in the Genius Challenge. Let us postpone this year. Listening to the persuasive words of the others, Jiang Fan remained resolute within himself. Aunt, uncle, I understand your intentions are for my benefit. However, I have compelling reasons to go. Slaying foes to enhance my cultivation through hunting exotic beasts is precisely why I must participate. Ever since activating his golden finger, aside from his excursion to Phoenix Mountain, he had devoted himself to training within the city. Previously, he had been content with his progress. But upon hearing President Wu speak of the geniuses across various cities in China, he felt inadequate. With only a little over a week until the college entrance examination, he needed to push himself to the pinnacle so that he could choose the best schools and negotiate favorable conditions to acquire the finest techniques. While consuming pills could enhance his abilities swiftly, a martial artist must engage in battle. There is nothing more exhilarating than advancing one's cultivation on the battlefield, akin to harvesting crops. Moreover, this time, with key figures from various martial arts associations leading the charge, the safety factor had significantly increased. Such an opportunity was rare. It must not be missed. Reassuring Su Qingwan and Ma Jiang, he turned once more to President Wu. President Wu, please ensure that I am included. Jiang Fan selectively disregarded Jiang Jiha's remarks, inciting a surge of frustration within him. Observing Jiang Fan's determination, President Wu glanced between Jiang Jiha and Su Qingwan, hesitating for a moment before finally sighing. Let me consult with the higher-ups. Chapter 57, Urgent Departure. After discussing with Jiang Fan, President Wu hurriedly departed with the members of the Martial Arts Association. Principal Fong approached, beaming with a smile. Jiang Fan, I am Principal Fong from Sangao. I came primarily to clarify the misunderstandings from before. Before he could finish, Jiang Fan waved his hand to interrupt. Principal Fong, please take your leave. I am aware of your intentions, but I have made a commitment to Principal Luo and cannot agree to your request. Jiang Fan decisively rejected him without even allowing the chance for negotiation. It was absurd. When he had been expelled from Sangao, no one had cared. Now that they knew he had broken through to a second-tier martial artist, they sought to invite him back. Such a scenario was too good to be true. After speaking, Jiang Fan cast a reassuring glance at Luo Xiaowu, who immediately brightened with joy. In stark contrast, Principal Fong's expression fell as he attempted to persuade Jiang Fan several times in vain, ultimately glaring fiercely at Li Dongsheng before leaving in frustration. Once all the guests had departed, the atmosphere in Su Qingwan's living room turned serious, with only Ma Jiang, Jiang Jiha, and a few others remaining. Ma Ning, who had been hiding in her room, emerged to stand next to Jiang Fan, her voice tremulous. Brother, are you truly going to that Yinqing? Please, don't go. It sounds perilously dangerous. Although Ma Ning had been in her room, she had quietly crept to the door and listened intently to the happenings in the living room. She was utterly astonished by Jiang Fan's ascension to a second-tier martial artist. Yet, what concerned her even more was the so-called Martial Arts Association's Yinqing Guardian competition. As Ma Jiang had mentioned, this was a matter of life and death. She and Jiang Fan had shared an incredibly close bond since childhood, and she was deeply worried that something might happen to him. Therefore, she could not care less about the genius selection competition. She only wished for Jiang Fan's safety. Don't worry, Xiaoning, I know what I'm doing. While it seems somewhat dangerous, with the core members of the Martial Arts Association leading, there shouldn't be any major issues. Ma Ning opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts. Su Qingwan and Ma Jiang wore troubled expressions. Today's events had struck them profoundly. Initially, when a group had arrived in a grand manner, they had feared something had happened to Jiang Fan. When Jiang Jiha introduced the leading figure as the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, they were filled with trepidation. However, what followed was astonishing. This so-called vice president treated them with great courtesy. Given their social standing, they would normally never have the opportunity to interact with such high-ranking figures in Jiang City. Yet now, President Wu not only visited personally, but also engaged with them warmly, leaving them feeling as though they were in a dream. Only when they learned that this group had come because Jiang Fan had become a second-tier martial artist, a 17-year-old prodigy from Jiang City, did they find it hard to believe. Finally, having accepted this reality, they hadn't even had the chance to rejoice when they heard of Jiang Fan's intention to participate in the Yinshin Guardian competition, causing their hearts to plummet once more. Xiao Fan, the Martial Arts Association has likely not finalized their decision. Don't act impulsively, think it over again. There is still room for negotiation. Ma Jiang lit a cigarette, sighing. Then, as if recalling something, he pulled out a cigarette pack and offered Jiang Jia one. Glancing at the inferior cigarette pack, Jiang Jia hesitated briefly before accepting it. Meanwhile, he echoed Ma Jiang's sentiment. Indeed, you are still young, and there is ample room for growth. Before Jiang Jia could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Fan. Why are you still here? Jiang Jia, having been repeatedly provoked by Jiang Fan, could no longer contain his pent-up anger. What did you say? Repeat that. He slammed his hand on the table. Rising to his feet, Jiang Fan let out a cold laugh. What? Are you trying to assert parental authority again? This is not your Jiang family. As the conversation devolved into a conflict between Jiang Jia and Jiang Fan, Ma Jiang hurriedly stepped in to intervene. Enough, enough. This is not the time for such disputes. Despite Ma Jiang and Su Qingwan's displeasure towards Jiang Jia, they could not allow things to escalate between Jiang Fan and Jiang Jia at such a crucial moment. Firstly, it was not the appropriate time for familial quarrels. Secondly, if what Jiang Jia claimed was true, that the main lineage of the Jiang family could assist Jiang Fan, it would ultimately be beneficial for him, so they did not wish for any rift between Jiang Fan and the Jiang family. In the end, they could not dissuade Jiang Fan. Jiang Jia left in a daze. About an hour later, news arrived from President Wu's side, confirming that the president had consented to Jiang Fan's participation in the upcoming defense of Yuan City. Jiang Fan was instructed to gather at the Jiang City Martial Arts Association immediately in preparation for departure. The Ma family had not anticipated such urgency and hastily prepared Jiang Fan's belongings. However, Jiang Fan waved them off, casually stuffing over 10 vials of blood recovery tonic into his pockets. After leaving a sum of money for Su Qingwan, he departed without delay. At the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, President Wu had been waiting for some time in the hall. Upon seeing Jiang Fan approach, he waved eagerly. Jiang Fan, over here. Jiang Fan looked over and noticed that, beside President Wu, there were not only Wei Xian, who had assessed him previously, but also Li Yutong. As Jiang Fan moved closer, President Wu smiled and introduced, Jiang Fan, I need not elaborate on these two. You should already be acquainted. Let me update you on the latest situation I gathered from the president. Jiang Fan nodded and followed President Wu to the lounge area of the hall. Here's the situation. The encirclement of Yuan City by the aberrant beasts is more severe than we anticipated. The scale has likely reached a level 4 beast tide. As the term implies, a level 4 beast tide indicates that the highest level of aberrant beasts involved has reached level 4, with their numbers possibly soaring into the thousands. Level 4 aberrant beasts necessitate the mobilization of level 5 experts to vanquish them. If this were to occur in Jiang City, the top combatants could handle it. However, in Yuan City, a level 3 city, the situation becomes considerably more dire. Furthermore, the city guards' numbers are limited, rendering Yuan City's current predicament rather precarious. Despite President Wu's words, his demeanor remained surprisingly relaxed, leaving Jiang Fan perplexed. Shouldn't he be more concerned given the gravity of the situation? Why did he appear far more composed than when he was at Su Qingwan's home? Yet, precisely because of this situation, the higher-ups will coordinate and dispatch troops for reinforcement. This time, the military will take the lead, while our martial arts association will serve in a supportive role. Consequently, your safety will be significantly ensured. Noticing Jiang Fan's confusion, President Wu promptly clarified. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan quickly grasped the implication. In essence, the primary defense would be composed of military personnel, while their martial arts association members would merely treat Yuan City as a trial ground. After all, such opportunities for real combat are rare. The participants this time will consist of talented individuals from the martial arts association branches across 10 cities surrounding Yuan City. Approximately 50 in total. The specific rules will be announced by the head of the Martial Arts Association's headquarters at that time. From our side, it will just be Wei Xian, Li Yutong, and the two of us, with me and Wei Xian leading the team. Jiang Fan glanced at the others. What about those from the cities that want to participate? President Wu smiled slightly. They will hold a separate competition according to the previous rules. But rest assured, the rewards will be identical for both sides. This means our opportunities have increased. Jiang Fan nodded. When do we depart? President Wu looked outside. In half an hour. Jiang Fan was taken aback. At night. So soon. Chapter 58. Reinforcement to Yuan City. The sky had darkened. Jiang City is several hundred kilometers from Yuan City. If traveling by car, it would take at least 10 hours. He was uncertain about President Wu's cultivation level. But even a level 4 expert would face certain risks traveling through the wilderness at night. Why would departure be scheduled for the evening? President Wu patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, we will be taking the train. He added, a military train. Seeing Jiang Fan's bewilderment, President Wu continued to elucidate. This time, we are dispatching a small team from our Jiang City military district. There is a military train route between Jiang City and Yuan City. The president has just communicated with the military, and they have agreed to let us use their transport carriages. This train will depart in approximately half an hour. After glancing at his watch, President Wu remarked, the time is nearly upon us. We must head to the military district. Come, let us discuss any questions along the way. The Jiang City Military District is located about 5 kilometers from the Jiang City Martial Arts Association. As they exited the association's gates, a jeep was already waiting on the street. Upon seeing them, the driver swiftly opened the door and invited them inside. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the Jiang City Military District. After President Wu explained their purpose, a soldier soon emerged from the courtyard, confirming their identities. He guided them deeper into the compound. Curiously, Jiang Fan surveyed his surroundings and inquired, the train goes directly to this location? President Wu chuckled, indeed. You see, the fastest means of military deployment is by aircraft, but within the range of train service and in less urgent situations, the most crucial mode of transportation remains the train. On one hand, trains can transport more troops and equipment. On the other, they are, to some extent, safer than planes, particularly in the event of encountering aerial aberrant beasts. Thus, there are direct train lines between every military district and sub-district, forming a network for troop deployment, facilitating rapid mobilization. A chill ran down Jiang Fan's spine. Would there be flying aberrant beasts this time? President Wu shook his head. The information we received came from the headquarters, which, in turn, obtained it from the military. The military did not mention such occurrences. However, I suspect that the scale of this deployment is not substantial. Their choice of train likely indicates a reason for caution. Jiang Fan nodded in understanding. As they walked and conversed, after about 5 minutes, they spotted a modest platform where numerous soldiers were busy loading weapons onto the train. Nearby, a lieutenant in military attire was energetically directing the operations. The train was not long, consisting of only 4 carriages. The last 2 were designated for equipment storage, while the front 2 were presumably for the soldiers to board. As the soldier guided President Wu and the others closer to the lieutenant, he dropped them off a few dozen meters away, sprinting to the lieutenant's side, saluting, and announcing loudly, reporting, Sir, the Martial Arts Association members have arrived. The lieutenant turned to regard President Wu and the others, signaling to the nearby soldiers with a wave, commanding, we're departing shortly. Everyone, hurry up. I want to see all tasks completed within 10 minutes. Otherwise, don't bother boarding. After issuing his orders, he approached President Wu. President Wu, a pleasure. I am Lieutenant Zhao Yang, commander of the 9th Company, 28th Regiment, 11th Division of the Central Theater, Jiang City Military District, responsible for exterminating the aberrant beasts in Yuan City. Are all of you present? Lieutenant Zhao scanned President Wu and then glanced at Jiang Fan and the others, his face betraying no emotion. President Wu extended his hand with a smile. We are all here, just the 4 of us. Thank you for your hard work, Lieutenant. After shaking hands, Lieutenant Zhao gestured for them to proceed. Not at all. This way, please. Throughout the exchange, he spoke not a word more than necessary. Once they settled into the carriage, Lieutenant Zhao excused himself and returned to the platform to continue directing operations. The sound of him reprimanding the soldiers reached the ears of the group through the train's windows. Li Yutong could not help but remark, Uncle Wu. How come as the words escaped his mouth, he found himself at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. Understanding Li Yutong's unspoken concern, President Wu prompted. You're implying he has cold? Li Yutong slapped his forehead in realization. Yes, exactly, cold. You are vice president of the Jiang City Martial Arts Association and a level 4 expert, yet it seems he holds you in little regard. President Wu smiled faintly, turning his gaze to Jiang Fan. Do you feel the same? Jiang Fan shook his head. I cannot shake the feeling that he seems rather indifferent towards us. President Wu exchanged glances with Wei Xin and suddenly chuckled. You two are still quite young. This time, the Jiangxing Military District is the main force for the reinforcements heading to Yuanqing. Initially, they could have managed on their own, but now they must accommodate us, who are perceived as burdens, which naturally leads to some dissatisfaction. However, this is a directive from higher authorities that must be complied with, so their aloof demeanor is quite understandable. From my perspective, their refraining from harsh words is already a significant display of respect. Li Yutong was momentarily taken aback. Us? A burden? President Wu shook his head. In their eyes, our martial arts association is merely a means to hone skills on the battlefield, which can indeed be considered a burden. But do not overthink it. The military's conduct has always been thus. They are focused on the task rather than the individuals involved. Even though I am the vice president of the Martial Arts Association and possess greater strength than him, we belong to 2 distinct systems and are not subordinate to one another, so there is no necessity for them to accommodate us. Moreover, President Wu paused before continuing. Moreover, the military has been at the forefront in China, combating the otherworldly beasts, and holds a special status in our nation. Thus a touch of arrogance is to be expected. Upon hearing this, Li Yutong nodded in understanding. Approximately 10 minutes later, the loading of equipment onto the vehicles was completed. Under Zhao Yang's command, all soldiers orderly boarded the transport. Within 2 minutes, everyone was seated in unison, a picture of discipline. Almost simultaneously, the train's whistle blared. A colossal machine, exhaling thick steam, gradually departed from the military district. Upon reaching the walls of Jiangcheng, a massive gate swung open. As the train exited Jiangcheng, the gate slowly closed behind it. Jiang Fan experienced his first nighttime train journey through the wilderness, unconsciously gazing out the window, filled with wonder. Chapter 59, Jiangcheng Team. The night was as dark as ink, silent as water. As the distant red glow reflecting Jiangcheng gradually faded from view, this iron behemoth plunged into the abyss of darkness. As it sped along, the wind howled, swirling sand and gravel from the wilderness, the dust striking the train's body, creating a cacophony of sounds. Outside the window, the night raced past. Faintly, a few ghostly green lights could be discerned. Those were the eyes of the otherworldly beasts lurking in the wilderness, fixated upon the train. Yet perhaps sensing the immense energy contained within this colossal entity, they lay in wait, motionless. Jiang Fan and Li Yutong sat tense, their gazes alert as they peered outside. President Wu shook his head and smiled. You two need not be overly anxious. The military's train is specially customized, boasting tremendous power, and compared to ordinary trains, its materials are far more robust, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Unless confronted by a beast of level 4 or above, which may pose a threat, typical otherworldly beasts will be instantly flung aside upon close contact, rendering them inconsequential. Upon finishing, fearing Jiang Fan and Li Yutong might not comprehend, he elaborated. The area between Jiangcheng and Yuancheng is equivalent to the heartland of China. It is a purged zone where level 4 and above beasts seldom appear. Jiang Fan nodded in response. When the ethereal shadows descend from the sky, fissures in the earth emerge, resulting in a surge of otherworldly beasts that can lead to territorial collapse. However, the military will promptly eliminate the beasts, and should they encounter formidable foes, they will be driven to the periphery, with strict vigilance maintained. Currently, China has established 7 defensive lines against otherworldly beasts in regions such as the southwest and northern borders, all manned by military personnel. Historically, there has never been an occurrence of otherworldly beasts invading between Jiangcheng and Yuancheng, and due to prolonged purging efforts, it has evolved into a clean zone, with both the quantity and level of the beasts being controlled within a certain range. Hence President Wu's assertion holds merit. But why has there been such an unexpected gathering of beasts in Yuancheng this time? Jiang Fan pondered, perplexed. President Wu contemplated for a moment. It is still too early to ascertain. As for the military, he glanced at the soldiers in the carriage, who were sitting upright as though they were invisible. The military has yet to provide any concrete reasons, so let us observe the developments. We will know upon arrival. After finishing, President Wu waved his hand dismissively. The journey from Jiangcheng to Yuancheng, at this pace, will likely take 7 to 8 hours, and by the time we reach Yuancheng, the dawn will have already broken. Given the urgency of the mission, you should take this time to rest. Otherwise, once we set out tomorrow, there will be little time left. We will be heading into battle, so maintaining our energy is paramount. Upon hearing this, the others promptly nodded in agreement, closing their eyes to recuperate by the window. The rear of the train trailed behind, emitting thick smoke and residual energy, carving a brief yet striking mark across the wilderness. The clatter of wheels against tracks mingling with the roars of beasts and the rushing wind as it traversed the heart of the wild. The journey was thunderous. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, the train entered the territory of Yuancheng. Jiang Fan was jolted awake by a sound akin to an earthquake. Peering through the window, he beheld a horde of massive, grotesque otherworldly beasts, resembling a tide of darkness, surging towards the towering city walls. Upon the walls, cannon fire erupted, raining down upon the beast horde, toppling one after another. However, aside from those hit directly, the others, flung by the blast, struggled to rise and resumed their crazed assault forward. The ground outside lay in ruins. The debris from the pitted surface, mingled with the severed limbs of beasts and the blood from the makeshift homes of refugees, created a sticky, grim tableau. The thunderous roar of the iron behemoth startled the attacking beasts. The closest creature to the train redirected its charge towards it. In the next instant, the train's windows slid open, and machine guns unleashed a hail of bullets, halting their advance. Occasionally, a few beasts managed to breach the coverage of fire and raced towards the train, but upon contact, they were violently repelled. The iron giant surged forward, enveloped in an overwhelming momentum, crashing into the city. Minutes later, the train came to a halt at the Yuancheng military district. At the dilapidated platform, an officer had already been waiting. Zhao Yang raised his hand. Everyone, heed my command. Disembark in an orderly fashion. With a swish, the soldiers stood at attention, swiftly organizing their gear, forming a line as they approached the train doors. Once disembarked, the soldiers hastened to the rear carriages to unload equipment, while Zhao Yang exchanged salutes with the officer on the platform, shaking hands. On the train. Let's go. We should disembark as well. Once the carriage was emptied, President Wu announced. Jiang Fan and the others followed him off the train, approaching Zhao Yang and the officer. Zhao Yang was engaged in conversation with the officer, and upon noticing President Wu and the others approaching, he nodded. President Wu, from here on, it's your martial arts association's responsibility. I shall take my leave now. President Wu shook hands with Zhao Yang, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Captain Zhao. This time, the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association's mission was primarily to ride along with the military train. Thus, there were no direct operational matters to coordinate, making Zhao Yang's statement accurate. Zhao Yang nodded. You are too kind. After this, he turned back to the officer. Then I must trouble you to guide me to the command center. The officer promptly agreed. Certainly, please follow me. Zhao Yang instructed the soldiers to transport the equipment to the designated location before departing alongside the officer. Observing their retreating figures, Li Yutong inquired from the platform. Master Wu, where do we go from here? President Wu smiled. We seek our own team. The headquarters of the Martial Arts Association has also arranged the command center in the Yuanqing military district. Let us go and take a look. Although the Martial Arts Association is participating in this military operation, fundamentally, they remain two separate entities. The command of this operation by the Martial Arts Association may align with the military's directives, yet the participants from the branches have no need for direct interaction with the military. At this moment, as President Wu aptly stated, discovering one's own team is of paramount importance. If I am not mistaken, the representatives from the martial arts associations of other cities should have already arrived, making them relatively easy to locate. As a few of them conversed, preparing to depart from the platform, a sudden voice emerged from the side. President Wu, it truly is you. Why have you only just arrived? We have been waiting for quite some time. Turning around, Jiang Fan and the others beheld a middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed, accompanied by several young boys and girls, all of whom were smiling at them. The phrase cultured and refined sprang to Jiang Fan's mind. This individual resembled a university professor, radiating an air of erudition. Could he be the head of the Martial Arts Association from another city? Jiang Fan had just begun to categorize him when the next words he uttered shattered Jiang Fan's impression entirely. Is it that Jiang City struggles to produce talents of a standard caliber, hence the delay in your arrival? President Wu's expression instantly shifted upon hearing this remark. However, it quickly returned to normal. It seems, President Chen, you are quite well informed about the affairs of Jiang City. President Chen chuckled mockingly. Naturally, in this competition, one must not only focus on racing ahead, but also occasionally glance back. This serves as a continual reminder, does it not? The implication was clear. He held no genuine interest in the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, which had long been left behind in their wake. His attention was solely to serve as a cautionary tale for himself. If his earlier comment was a form of mockery, this statement could only be construed as a blatant insult. Upon the conclusion of President Chen's words, the youths surrounding him erupted into laughter, devoid of any semblance of respect. Li Yutong could no longer contain his indignation and retorted angrily. What skill is there in simply flaunting your tongue? Let us see your true abilities in action. The youths beside President Chen bristled with fury, ready to confront Li Yutong. Yet, President Chen raised a hand to halt them. His gaze fixed on Li Yutong with a grin. If I am not mistaken, you must be the genius that was recruited from Suiqing, correct? He emphasized the word genius with an air of mockery, causing Li Yutong's expression to darken as he opened his mouth to respond, only to be interrupted by a voice from across the way. Li Yutong, age 20, a third-generation member of the Li family from the Suiqing martial arts clan. A second-tier warrior with a vitality score of approximately 20. Due to the influence of President Song from the Jiang City Martial Arts Association, he was brought here to enhance the facade of the Jiang City Association, participating in the Genius Selection Challenge of the Martial Arts Federation. Am I correct? The youths surrounding him chimed in with playful jeers. Wow. A second-tier warrior. A vitality score of 20. How impressive. You're almost half as strong as I am. Ha. Li Yutong's face flushed crimson. You. He struggled to find a retort, desperately wanting to confront them in a battle to teach them a lesson. President Wu spoke in a hushed tone. Yutong, do not act impulsively. They are from the House City Martial Arts Association, and their strength should not be underestimated. Do not fall into their trap. Li Yutong, upon hearing this, managed to regain his composure and glared intensely at them. President Wu took a moment to adjust his demeanor before stating, if President Chen has only come to share these trivial remarks, I believe it would be best not to waste any more time. We still have to head to the command center. President Chen, with a dismissive sneer, replied. We arrived by helicopter, so we did not have to endure an entire night on a train. Of course, we have been here for quite some time. He then glanced in the direction behind him. Minister Wan from the Federation has gone to the military command center. The mission has yet to be assigned. I merely brought the children out for some fresh air. With that, his gaze fell upon Jiang Fan, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Is this the other genius selected from Jiang City? What is his strength? Surely he cannot be on par with that other genius? The crowd erupted in ridicule once more. As President Wu prepared to respond, he noticed Jiang Fan casting a nonchalant glance at the opposition, uttering a single word, Scram. President Chen's previously affable expression soured instantly. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. Although Jiang Fan's word was succinct, the disdain and impatience imbued within it made President Chen feel severely affronted. It was the indignation of an authority figure feeling their dominance challenged. Before he could speak, the youths from the House City Martial Arts Association began to shout in outrage. "You're seeking death. What did you say? Repeat that. I'll take him down." Jiang Fan regarded them with contempt. Noisy. At once, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Witnessing the opposing side's agitation, President Chen's countenance darkened, while President Wu's smile blossomed brilliantly. "President Chen, my apologies. They are merely children, lacking in manners. Please forgive their rudeness. As a person of your stature, surely you would not stoop to their level?" Jiang Fan quickly apologized to President Chen. President Wu feigned authority, directing his reprimand at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan shrugged and proceeded towards the Martial Arts Association Command Center. President Wu cast an awkward glance at President Chen. "Look at this. This is quite unfortunate. Rest assured, I will reprimand him upon our return. My sincerest apologies." With that, President Wu signaled to Wei Xian and Li Yutong, hastening to follow Jiang Fan's lead. After taking a few steps, he could not resist glancing back with a smile, which only served to deepen President Chen's ire. "President, I shall go up and teach him a lesson. I will join you." The Jiang City Martial Arts Association is usually at the bottom tier among the national federations. When did we ever dare to be so arrogant? That fellow is named Jiang Fan, correct? I shall ensure he is reduced to mere Jiang bits. Observing the eager youths preparing to pursue, President Chen barked, "Return." His expression oscillated between anger and contemplation. "In a moment, Minister Wan from the Federation will be back. Do not create a disturbance. If you wish to deal with him, do so on the battlefield." The youth's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Jiang Fan, do not worry. President Chen will not dare to do anything to you." On the way, President Wu wore a beaming smile. Although Jiang Fan had merely uttered a few words, the impact was nothing to be underestimated. The thought of President Chen's disgraced expression brought President Wu immense joy. Even Wei Xian and Li Yutong regarded Jiang Fan with newfound respect. This President Chen, whose name is Chun Sheng, is the vice president of the House City Martial Arts Association. The House City Martial Arts Association has always been at odds with our Jiang City Association. Hence his disrespectful remarks. However, his strength is rather mediocre. With me here, he cannot harm you. Jiang Fan nodded casually. Is there truly such animosity between the martial arts associations? His understanding of discord was limited to competition arising from resource allocation and support from the Federation, where they still managed to unite in certain aspects. Yet, observing the current situation, the discord between House City and Jiang City appeared far more intense, bordering on open animosity, seemingly fueled by personal grievances. As they walked, President Wu began to explain. "Alas, this matter is quite lengthy. I shan't delve into the specifics, but you may understand it as a long-standing grudge born from fierce competition for resources over many years, compounded by numerous events that have transpired since. Our Jiang City maintains cordial relations with other regions. However, over the years, our Jiang City Martial Arts Association has indeed not progressed well, and I truly have no retort against the mockery we face." At this juncture, he suddenly recalled something. "By the way, once the plan for exterminating the aberrant beasts is finalized, we must convene for a discussion. Although he cannot overtly target us, I fear they might resort to underhanded tactics once we are on the battlefield." Chapter 61, The Eradication Plan. "Are they truly daring enough to do that?" Jiang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. President Wu shook his head. Under normal circumstances, fair competition would not lead to such outcomes. However, this time, it is better to be overly cautious than to be caught off guard. After all, we are on the battlefield, and any misstep could be a matter of life and death. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement, falling silent. The group proceeded along a narrow path until they reached a row of modest bungalows at the end of the road. To the left, military personnel were coming and going, which likely indicated the command center for the upcoming defense of Yuan City. To the right, young men and women were bustling about. It was safe to assume that this was the command center of the Martial Arts Association. President Wu led Jiang Fan and the others toward the entrance. Just as they arrived at the door, a figure emerged. "Ah, Brother Wu, you've all arrived. I was just thinking you should be here soon, and lo and behold, here you are." The man had a rugged appearance, exuding the aura of a person from the streets. A smile instantly graced President Wu's face. "Brotherly, it has been quite a while. Allow me to introduce you. This is Wei Xian, who has come with me to lead the team. These two are our representatives from the Jiang City Martial Arts Association for this competition, Jiang Fan and Li Yutong." After President Wu finished his introductions, he turned to Jiang Fan and the others. "This is President Li of the Yi City Martial Arts Association." President Li nodded at Jiang Fan and the others, offering words of praise. Heroes emerged from youth. He then introduced the members from Yi City he had brought along. He had brought 2 men and 2 women, all appearing to be of similar age to Jiang Fan, and President Wu was generous with his compliments. After the introductions concluded, several individuals emerged from the Martial Arts Association Command Center, appearing to be familiar with both President Wu and President Li. After exchanging pleasantries, President Li pulled President Wu aside. It seems that our 10 cities martial arts associations participating in the defense will face fierce competition. President Wu responded in surprise. Oh, what makes you say that? President Li replied with a knowing look. Although only 10 cities are participating this time, with the likes of Jing City and Luo City, places steeped in tradition, absent. Both Hao City and Yun City have at least 2 third-tier martial artists. President Wu was taken aback. Hao City has also produced third-tier martial artists? He had felt some relief that the Martial Arts Association's Genius Selection Challenge was divided into 2 groups due to the encirclement by beasts in Yuan City. Excluding the most formidable cities, Jing City, Luo City, and the second-tier cities of Sui City and Peng City, making it seemingly easier for them to achieve a ranking. Little did he know that among the 10 cities, Hao City and Yun City had also produced third-tier martial artists. No wonder they were so arrogant when they encountered the Hao City group earlier. It seems that Jiang Fan and Li Yutong are in peril. President Li noticed the change in President Wu's expression. What is it? Does your Jiang City plan to secure a ranking this time? He glanced at Jiang Fan and Li Yutong, uncertain of their strength. Historically, Jiang City has always been at the bottom of the Martial Arts Association's rankings. And even among the 10 cities, they likely would not secure a notable position. Yet, seeing President Wu's demeanor, it was evident he intended to contend for a higher placement. Could it be that the Jiang City Martial Arts Association has produced an extraordinary talent? Realizing that President Li had misunderstood his intentions, President Wu quickly recounted the earlier events to him. Upon hearing this, President Li's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, this situation is somewhat troublesome. The Hao City Martial Arts Association has always been at odds with you. Given this incident, Chen Sheng will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to teach your members a lesson. While their lives are not in imminent danger, they may still face significant risks. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about this? I will speak with them and ensure they form a team for mutual support during the mission." President Wu furrowed his brow in thought. For now, that seems to be the best course of action. Their conversation was brief, as they noticed the personnel from the adjacent military command center dispersing to engage in their respective duties. Meanwhile, a spirited elderly gentleman returned to the Martial Arts Association command room, traversing the area amidst a chorus of greetings. Minister Wan, Minister Wan. The elder offered a slight nod and calmly instructed, "Gather everyone for a meeting." Seeing this, President Li and the others promptly led their respective members into the room. 10 minutes later, the room was bustling with people. Seated at the square conference table were the leaders of various martial arts associations, along with their standing members at the back. A massive screen loomed before the square table, displaying the plan for eradicating the beasts in Yuan City. Minister Wan stood at the forefront. "All right, now that everyone is here, I will synchronize our tasks within the Martial Arts Association. Currently, the first wave of beast attacks has concluded, and a second round is expected to commence tonight. I just conferred with the military, who confirmed that they will handle the first wave of firepower and cleanup, while our Martial Arts Association will follow up during the second wave, significantly reducing the number of beasts our members will face directly. Now, I would like to discuss the assessment criteria for this eradication task in Yuan City. Initially, I considered 3 approaches. The first, we establish a time frame and tally the number of beasts slain within that period. The second, we measure the time spent on the battlefield, and in cases of equal duration, we compare the number of beasts killed. The third, we set the team kills as the target, but this is currently dismissed due to the varying sizes of each association's teams. I invite your opinions on the first 2 proposals. Chapter 62, Ensuring Mutual Support on the Battlefield. Typically, the rules for such challenge contests should have been established well in advance. However, this incident arose unexpectedly, and it was only moments ago that the military confirmed the final eradication plan, leaving the Martial Arts Association to hastily determine the assessment criteria. The Martial Arts Association possesses years of experience in talent selection. Be it in points competitions or special challenges, the process invariably involves categorizing martial artists within defined parameters. The number of beasts slain is, without doubt, a crucial aspect of any such framework. Thus, every proposal Minister Wan put forth centers on this primary objective. Inside the Martial Arts Association Command Center, each leader began to voice their opinions. I believe the first proposal is the most viable, as establishing a reasonable time frame to tally the number of beasts slain within that period most accurately reflects a martial artist's true combat prowess. Indeed, the most vital attribute for us martial artists is practical combat ability. Mere vitality and combat power values are superficial. The ability to engage and defeat enemies on the battlefield defines a qualified martial artist. Absolutely, the second proposal, which only accounts for the time spent on the battlefield, is flawed. If someone merely follows others or hides to endure, the time measurement becomes utterly meaningless. I, too, support the first proposal. However, considering the beast will attack under cover of night, how can we accurately gauge each individual's kills? This presents a challenge. Almost everyone overwhelmingly favored the first proposal. Yet, when the discussion turned to how to collect the data, they found themselves at an impasse. Minister 1 smiled slightly. Since everyone is so united in opinion, we shall proceed with the first proposal. We will use the military's offensive order as our starting point and the withdrawal order as our conclusion, tallying the number of beasts slain for ranking purposes. As for the data collection concerns you raised, there is no need for worry. The military has long established a mature system for tallying military achievements. I have also acquired a set of equipment from the military for this purpose. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a young man brought forth a set of equipment resembling a microcomputer. This is the military's positioning system. Before entering the battlefield, each member will receive a locator symbolizing their identity, with each locator's number projected clearly on this screen. Within a radius of approximately 10 meters from the locator, thermal imaging will be projected. Through a complex algorithm, it will easily calculate the number of each individual's kills of the exotic beasts. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation. The equipment had already been brought in, indicating that Minister 1 had clearly confirmed the rules for this assessment. The recent inquiry for their opinions seemed merely a formality. Nevertheless, the group harbored no objections. After all, the assessment rules were directly established by the Martial Arts Association. Regardless of the rules, once set, they would simply adhere to them. Jiang Fan's locator was numbered 21. Once all the devices were distributed, President Li and President Wu gathered the 6 members from both sides together. You all, take a look at your number tags. The individuals promptly extended their hands to display the numbers on their locators. Jiang Fan had 21, Li Yutong 9, Chi 12, and He Tianlei 39. You all, when on the battlefield, try to team up and stay close. Look out for one another. Chi, you are approaching the 3rd level martial artist status, the strongest among everyone here. So please take care of Jiang Fan and Li Yutong. President Li said, his expression grave. Particularly pay attention to Ding Xing from the Hauk City Martial Arts Association. It is said he has already reached the 3rd level martial artist status. He had a bit of a disagreement with the brothers from Jiang City earlier. I worry they might cause trouble on the battlefield. After all, our Yi City and Jiang City are brother units, and we need to watch out for each other. The girl named Chi, with a ponytail that gave her an air of vigor and grace, responded cheerfully. All right, don't worry, President. I will. After the instructions were given, everyone went to the Martial Arts Association headquarters to collect their weapons. The military relied primarily on firepower, while the Martial Arts Association members primarily used cold weapons. Jiang Fan, lacking a suitable weapon, went to collect a Miao knife. This Miao knife was forged from high-quality steel, its material far superior to ordinary iron. The blade shimmered with a cold gleam under the light, and when swung lightly, it produced a faint whistle as the sharp edge sliced through the air, instilling a sense of awe. However, as the Miao knife was quite long, Jiang Fan initially felt somewhat awkward handling it, his movements lacking familiarity. Beside him, Chi chuckled. Jiang Fan, have you never used a weapon before? Among the 6, everyone had their own weapons except Jiang Fan, who was empty-handed. Jiang Fan nodded in response. I usually practice some punching and kicking. I rarely have the opportunity to fight. The only time he had used a weapon was likely during the last encounter with the Qinglin giant python on Phoenix, where he wielded a machete. As he pondered this, Jiang Fan suddenly paused. He had battled numerous times in the martial arts space, but always unarmed. Now that the 3rd stage of the Jinyui had introduced the Sichuan knife, he still lacked a suitable weapon. Continuing to fight like this would surely put him at a disadvantage. How could he bring a weapon into the martial arts space? Before he could delve further into his thoughts, Chi-Chi's voice broke through. I almost forgot. You're still in high school. No worries. Once you enter the martial arts university, there will be plenty of practical courses. At that time, it won't just be about practicing punches and kicks, but also about coordinating with weapons to defeat enemies. Moreover, once we reach level 4, we can use the blood of exotic beasts to replicate talents, significantly enhancing our combat power. As she spoke, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Level 13 is the foundational martial artist level. As levels increase, one merely becomes stronger and faster, with more powerful martial arts skills. However, after reaching level 4, one can replicate the talents of exotic beasts, leading to a plethora of abilities. This truly represents a leap in strength. Jiang Fan nodded, smiling at her enthusiasm. Throughout the day, Jiang Fan focused on familiarizing himself with the weapons use. Due to the large number of people, he found it inconvenient to enter the space for training, so he could only occasionally pause to practice his innate breathing technique while getting accustomed to the weapon. In comparison to training within the space, practicing externally was considerably slower. After a while, feeling that his progress was limited, Jiang Fan shifted his primary focus to the Miao knife in his hand. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the sun began to set, and dusk started to envelop the distant sky. Outside the city, the exotic beasts stirred restlessly. Prepare to assemble. The second wave of exotic beasts is about to arrive. All teams, get ready and depart in an orderly fashion. With the command from Jiao Yang, the military swiftly organized itself, charging toward the city gate. The Martial Arts Association followed suit. Meanwhile, Minister 1 gestured, signaling the commencement of Chapter 63, Harvesting the Wounded. What constitutes the spirit of a martial artist? An hour later, the exotic beasts surged outside the city. On the horizon, dust clouds billowed, and a torrent of shadows surged. Dense and tumultuous, resembling a moving flood, descending with a cataclysmic aura. Initially, those shadows were merely indistinct black dots, akin to ants, but in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a colossal herd of beasts that obscured the sky. The sounds of hooves, claws, and roars intertwined, like a thunderous symphony that pounded upon the eardrums. Leading the charge was a row of gigantic ironback rhinoceros, their bodies encased in armor like black shells as tough as iron. With each stride of their robust legs, the earth trembled beneath them. Above the ironback rhinoceros, a swarm of winged fire crow beasts filled the sky, their wings flapping with a roar of flames, as if attempting to ignite the heavens. Behind them, a diverse array of exotic beasts mingled together. On top of the city wall, Huang Kuan, the military commander in full uniform, observed as the beast horde drew near, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Attention, everyone. The first wave of firepower coverage begins." Boom. A row of artillery pieces lined up along the city wall trembled in unison. Massive beams of light, infused with destructive force, tore through the air, hurtling directly toward the beast horde. Bang, bang, bang. On the ground outside the city, streaks of fire rained down, crashing into the densely packed beasts like boulders plunging into a lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves. In an instant, flesh and blood flew, transforming into a mist of gore and chunks of meat. Some low-level exotic beasts bore the brunt, perishing in an instant. Even some second-level and above exotic beasts within the blast radius were toppled by the powerful shockwave, landing in disarray, limbs twitching. Smoke billowed, flames soared. The formation of the beasts was shattered, and Huang Kuan pulled out his walkie-talkie. Jiao commenced the second wave of ground coverage. With his command, the city gates swung open, and ground troops led by Jiao Yang, armed with rocket launchers or machine guns, began to advance in an orderly fashion. Most of the exotic beasts in the rear, startled by the artillery strikes, scattered in panic, only to be further thrown into chaos by the ground force's assault. Their terrified roars and shrieks intertwining in a symphony of despair, as though depicting an apocalyptic hell. Jiao Yang's team pushed forward relentlessly, forcing the exotic beasts to retreat. First or second level exotic beasts fell easily under the relentless fire of the firearms. Occasionally, a few third level exotic beasts appeared, but the third level martial artists in the team swiftly dispatched them one by one. Outside the coverage zone, some exotic beasts, frightened, scurried around behind the military team like headless flies. Seeing that the time was right, Huang Kuan took a deep breath and said to Minister Wan beside him, "Minister Wan, your people can begin the cleanup now." Minister Wan withdrew his gaze from the battlefield, nodded slightly, and retrieved his specialized communication device. Members of the Martial Arts Association commenced the cleanup of the rear battlefield. In the city, the youthful members of the Martial Arts Association surged forth with weapons in hand. "We head in that direction." Jiang Fan and Chi-Chi formed a team and ventured beyond the city gates. Chi-Chi swiftly surveyed the external situation, instantaneously discerning a direction, and signaled for Jiang Fan and the others to charge forth. At that moment, many exotic beasts were completely disoriented, darting chaotically behind them. Although these young martial artists from the Martial Arts Association were merely second-tier warriors, the extreme panic of the beasts rendered their slaughter considerably easier than usual. Moreover, some of the critically injured beasts, previously under heavy fire, were swiftly dispatched by the group. Among them, Jiang Fan's prowess was not particularly outstanding, and coupled with his infrequent use of weapons, he found himself somewhat clumsy despite having familiarized himself with them throughout the day. Thus, his speed in eliminating the beasts was not notably rapid. However, Chi-Chi took great care of him, consistently prioritizing the uninjured beasts while leaving the weakened ones for him and Liu Tong. On the city walls, the military had hastily established a command center, reserving a small table for the Martial Arts Association. At that table, the head of the Martial Arts Association, Minister Wan, along with the team leaders from various associations, fixated their gaze on the red dots displayed on the instruments. Each red dot was marked with a number, representing a member from each martial arts association. Below the red dots, the number of beasts killed by each member was displayed. The Gaoqing Martial Arts Association members were indeed remarkably swift in their kills. The Yunqing side was also not lagging behind. It appeared that the rankings this time would likely fall between your two associations. Indeed, the disparity in strength between third-tier and second-tier warriors was starkly evident on the battlefield. Not only were they exceedingly quick, but they often achieved one-hit kills against lower-tier beasts. "It seems congratulations are in order for you." Chen Sheng from the Gaoqing Martial Arts Association, upon hearing the praises, smiled broadly and humbly replied, "It's only just begun. And with another wave of beasts expected tomorrow, it's still too early to say." After speaking, he casually glanced at President Wu, a smirk playing on his lips. "President Wu, I noticed your two members from Jiangxing seem to be rather sluggish in their beast kills. However, that's quite commendable, just having recently attained second-tier status. Achieving this much is already impressive. The instruments indicated that Jiang Fan had killed 18 beasts, while Li Yutong had managed to fell 7. Among all members of the Martial Arts Association, the highest killer, Ding Xing, had reached a staggering 33 kills. President Wu's expression darkened instantly. Yet upon realizing that both Gaoqing and Yunxing had third-tier warriors, he had already tempered his expectations for this competition, thus maintaining a sense of calm. You are indeed correct. Jiang Fan is only 17 years old. Achieving this is quite remarkable. Given another year, I believe he could surpass his current performance. President Wu adjusted his expression into a smile while subtly jabbing at Chen Sheng. Are you not mocking our member's slower pace? Let me remind you, our member is only 17, the youngest among all participants. His potential is limitless. Even if Ding Xing is extraordinary, Jiang Fan has every possibility of surpassing him, just as Chun Sheng prepared to counter. Minister Wan's voice interjected. 17. Indeed impressive. With proper cultivation, he could very well become another genius of our martial arts association. Observing Minister Wan's praise for Jiang Fan, Chun Sheng furrowed his brow and directed his gaze towards the battlefield. Although it was nighttime, the massive floodlights rendered the square outside the city gate as bright as day, allowing the actions of martial artists nearby to be clearly visible. Chun Sheng cast a glance at Jiang Fan on the battlefield, a thought crossing his mind, and suddenly chuckled. However, even as a second-tier warrior, one should confront the beasts directly. If one solely relies on harvesting the weakened beasts from behind others, it would betray the spirit of a warrior. President Wu's expression changed immediately at these words. Chapter 64. How did Jiang Fan's ranking rise so quickly? He had indeed just witnessed Jiang Fan, following closely behind Chi-Chi and He Tianlei, harvesting the weakened beasts. Ultimately, this situation stemmed from the orders given by Vice President Li of the Yeqing Martial Arts Association to Chi-Chi and her team. In a sense, this was an act of care from Chi-Chi's group towards Jiang Fan and Li Yutong. While both he and President Li understood the circumstances, to others, it appeared differently. Although Minister Wan's rules indeed only counted the number of beasts killed, such behavior of hiding behind others to exploit their efforts was undeniably somewhat dishonorable. Seeing the awkwardness in the situation, President Li hastily intervened. Chairman Shun, we are within the rules. There is no need to escalate matters. Jiang Fan and Li Yutong's strength is not particularly strong, and within the confines of the established rules, mutual assistance should not be an issue. Chen Sheng chuckled. President Li, your Yeqing Martial Arts Association has always maintained good relations with the Jiangqing Martial Arts Association. Naturally, you wouldn't mind such matters. But if this adversely affects the rankings of other martial artists, wouldn't that pose a problem? Chun Sheng was astute, swiftly aligning all parties outside of Yeqing and Jiangqing into his camp. Instantly, the gazes of others towards the two shifted in nuance. Witnessing Chun Sheng's relentless remarks, President Wu was on the verge of erupting when Minister Wan raised a hand. No harm done. Our objective this time is to select talents. However, it must also be within a safe framework. Jiang Fan and Li Yutong are not particularly strong, and their self-protection measures are understandable. This matter ends here. With Minister Wan's decree, others naturally ceased their comments. Yet privately, President Wu's expression darkened as he exchanged a fiery glare with Chen Sheng. Meanwhile, below the city walls, Jiang Fan found himself in a silent struggle. From the moment Chi-Chi's team charged out of the city gates, they had kept him and Li Yutong shielded behind them. Although he was a second-tier warrior and significantly stronger than the average second-tier, he still lagged behind Chi-Chi, who was nearing third-tier. Moreover, as Chi-Chi's group deliberately distanced themselves, leaving the weakened beasts for him, he had no opportunity to engage with the normal beasts. He yearned for a direct confrontation, yet Chi-Chi's group afforded him no chance. However, as he continued to harvest the weakened beasts, the energy he absorbed surged increasingly. Once this energy entered his body, it merged with his meridians, flowing through him and nourishing his flesh. He could distinctly feel his vitality growing more robust. Based on his previous energy level of over 30, he suspected he had now surpassed 50. With a swift motion, Jiang Fan harvested another weakened beast, and no longer able to restrain himself, he surged out from Chi-Chi's protective circle. While the exhilaration of harvesting the weakened beasts was undeniable, it felt fundamentally unsatisfactory. Though he was grateful to Chi-Chi and He Tianlei for their actions, Jiang Fan was not one to be coddled to such an extent. At that moment, Chi-Chi was engaged in a fierce battle with a corrupted blood spider when she suddenly saw a figure flash past her. Glancing over, upon recognizing Jiang Fan, her heart raced, and she called out urgently, Jiang Fan, come back. Ahead lies not only darkness, but also a multitude of beasts. With your newly attained second-tier strength, it's perilous. Noticing Jiang Fan's lack of response, she rushed to intervene. However, the corrupted blood spider's swift attack forced her to halt and defend herself. Turning her gaze, she saw He Tianlei and the others entangled in their own battles with the beasts. As Jiang Fan's figure gradually faded into the shadows, Chi-Chi felt increasingly anxious. 2 minutes later, with a thrust, Chi-Chi's long knife pierced the body of the corrupted blood spider, splattering green blood everywhere. After confirming the spider's demise with a few finishing blows, She shouted to He Tianlei and the others, Tianlei, protect Yutong. Meanwhile, she swiftly darted towards Jiang Fan's direction. However, just as she took a few steps, her expression froze in astonishment. Before her eyes, amidst the interplay of light and shadow, Jiang Fan's blade, a miao knife, pierced effortlessly into the neck of a spiked-back beast, akin to a relentless weapon penetrating flesh. The creature's skin split open, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding earth crimson. Without pausing, Jiang Fan pivoted, executing a fierce horizontal slash, causing another bloodied beast to collapse to the ground with a thunderous crash. His movements flowed like water, and the miao knife moved with the swiftness of a meteor. The spiked-back beast possessed thick skin, as hard as steel. Yet Jiang Fan's blade seemed to glide through it as easily as slicing through tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. As Chi-Chi was both shocked and relieved, she realized that Jiang Fan's strength was likely equal to, if not greater than her own. It seemed that the leaders had underestimated him. She felt reassured that there was no need for her protection. Jiang Fan, don't venture too far. Initially intending to call him back, her words transformed into a gentle reminder at that moment. Jiang Fan turned to see Chi-Chi and promptly shouted, Sister Chi-Chi, let us slay monsters together. Chi-Chi replied with a cheerful laugh, haha, all right. The two of them coordinated their efforts beautifully, and the number of slain beasts surged dramatically. At the command center atop the city, someone noticed Jiang Fan's data and exclaimed, if I'm not mistaken, number 21 is Jiang Fan, right? How has his tally of slain beasts increased so rapidly? Others turned to look, and the screen displayed that beneath the small red dot labeled 21, the count had risen to 33, while the number beside another red had reached 39. Who was number 12? They're about to surpass the first place. President Li of the Yi City Martial Arts Association was momentarily taken aback before realizing it was Chi-Chi's number. Chi-Chi is nearing first place. This number is truly beyond my imagination. Before coming, he had done extensive research and was aware that this selection event featured several third-level martial artists, two publicly acknowledged and likely more hidden. Consequently, he had little hope for the Yi City Martial Arts Association. However, Chi-Chi's current performance sparked a flicker of ambition within him. Yet, as he continued to watch, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Oh no, they are rapidly approaching the military's defensive line. This is perilous. Should a high-level beast breach the line, it would be troublesome. Others' expressions also changed upon hearing this. What should we do? Just as everyone pondered a response, a voice suddenly interjected. Oh, that Ding Xing is heading in their direction. Ding Xing was a third-level martial artist. Their safety was assured now. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Presidents Wu and Li exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the impending danger. Chapter 65, Slaying the Third-Level Beast, the Brutal Giant Ape. Previously, the two had speculated about the potential tricks Chun Sheng might employ on the battlefield, which is why they arranged for Chi-Chi and the others to team up. At this moment, observing Ding Xing's position on the locator, they swiftly deduced that he was likely heading towards Jiang Fan and Chi-Chi. If Jiang Fan and Chi-Chi were still within their six-person team, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. After all, even if Ding Xing was strong, he couldn't pose a significant threat to them. However, now that Jiang Fan and Chi-Chi had separated and positioned themselves at the forefront, they might not have the upper hand against Ding Xing, a third-level martial artist. What to do? They gazed down at the plaza, only to see Jiang Fan and the others had already exited the coverage of the lights, making it difficult to gauge their specific situation. President Wu furrowed his brow. Looking back at President Li, the two shared a glance, revealing their helplessness. At this moment, they were atop the city wall, unable to reach them, and lacking any knowledge of the latest developments. It seemed likely that Jiang Fan and the others would face some hardships. They could only hope the opposition wouldn't go too far. With a soft thud, Jiang Fan dispatched another beast, an intangible flow of energy surging into his body. As he refined the life energy, his momentum surged once more. Jiang Fan had never wielded a weapon before, yet during the process of slaying beasts, memories of his battles with the Jinyui in the martial arts space resurfaced in his mind. The motions of the Jinyui wielding their embroidered spring knives seemed to unconsciously guide him, rendering his movements even more fluid. Coupled with his profound understanding of the weaknesses of various beasts and the continuous strengthening of his vitality, he found it as effortless as slicing through melon when confronting these creatures. Sister Chi-Chi, Jiang Fan severely injured a beast, sending it crashing to the ground not far from her. Chi-Chi received Jiang Fan's signal and swiftly struck the beast's vital point with her blade. The two exchanged smiles. Just then, they felt a tremor and turned to see Ding Xing charging towards them, followed by a massive creature. It was the brutal giant ape, a third-level beast. How did he provoke such a creature? Moreover, hadn't the military cleared this beast from the front line? No. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's expression shifted. This rascal had drawn the attention of a third-level beast, and even with his own third-level strength, he would struggle to cope. Logically, he should have lured the beast towards the military's defensive line for help or to the illuminated wall, where elders from the Martial Arts Association would intervene. Yet he chose neither option, instead heading straight for Jiang Fan and Chi. This was a treacherous ploy. How sinister. Although President Wu previously mentioned the deep-seated enmity between the Jiang City Martial Arts Association and the Hao City Martial Arts Association, Jiang Fan never anticipated it would escalate to such deadly extremes. Was it Chun Sheng's directive or Ding Xing's personal decision? Jiang Fan had no time to ponder. All he knew was that someone was intent on his demise. Sister Chi, retreat quickly. Jiang Fan was uncertain of his own strength against a third-level beast and was unwilling to take such risks without absolute power to overwhelm it. Chi had evidently noticed the situation as well, and the moment Jiang Fan shouted, she retreated alongside him. As long as they reached the illuminated plaza, they would be safe. The commanders of the Martial Arts Association and the military atop the city walls would not simply allow a third-level beast to roam unchecked. Likewise, Ding Xing dared not brazenly lead the beast towards them. However, the two clearly underestimated Ding Xing's cunning and the speed of the brutal giant ape. Just as the ape was about to catch up to Ding Xing, he executed a swift sidestep, evading the beast's charge. The massive ape, with its bulk and momentum, barreled forward, unable to stop in time, charging directly at Jiang Fan and Chi. They were already sprinting with all their might, glancing back as they ran. In an instant, a colossal hand came crashing down towards them. Chi-Chi's face turned pale, and instinctively, she pushed Jiang Fan aside. Bang! Chi was instantly sent flying. Sister Chi, Jiang Fan's expression dramatically shifted. As he witnessed the brutal giant ape charge towards Chi again, he steeled himself and charged forth. Simultaneously, he propelled himself from the ground, launching into the air, his meow knife slicing downwards directly along the ape's back. The sound of the blade gliding through fur echoed. Upon landing, Jiang Fan frowned. Despite his full-force attack leaving a gash on the brutal giant ape, it had inflicted minimal damage. Roar! The brutal giant ape, in pain, abruptly turned, striking its chest with a thunderous blow. The beast's roar reverberated like a tangible wave, causing Jiang Fan's eardrums to throb painfully. Immediately, it propelled itself with a powerful thrust of its legs, causing the earth to fissure as its form surged forward like a bolt of black lightning. Propelled by an overwhelming gale, charging towards Jiang Fan. Its fists, as large as cauldrons, carried the force capable of splitting mountains and rocks, descended directly upon Jiang Fan's forehead. Observing the enraged giant ape redirect its focus, Jiang Fan cast a fleeting glance at the struggling Chi, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, he deftly shifted his feet, covering several paces in an instant. The furious giant ape's punch missed, crashing heavily into the ground. With a thunderous roar, dust billowed forth, and the earth was gouged into a deep pit. Seizing the opportunity, a glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Fan's eyes as he swung his spear, the blade slicing through the air like a cascade of snowflakes, accurately severing the giant ape's arm. In this instance, an unexpected surge of warmth coursed through his arm, causing the blade to shimmer brilliantly, effortlessly penetrating the giant ape's flesh. While he did not sever the entire arm, a profound wound was inflicted. The furious giant ape let out another roar, retaliating with a sweeping strike, its massive palm, now imbued with a swirling darkness, bore down upon Jiang Fan with even greater force. Jiang Fan leapt into the air, performing a daring flip to narrowly evade this fierce onslaught. Upon landing, his gaze flickered with excitement. He had just breached the giant ape's defenses. Was it due to his vitality reaching the third level, or that surge of warmth? As Jiang Fan continued to engage with the furious giant ape, he pondered, striving to recapture that sensation. Sure enough, after a brief moment, as if responding to his thoughts, a wave of warmth surged toward the blade. With a single, sweeping motion, he managed to completely sever the giant ape's arm, initially intending to lure the giant ape elsewhere. Jiang Fan now felt a surge of confidence. The now armless giant ape descended into utter madness, ignoring the pain in its arm. Its blood-red eyes widened as it unleashed a torrent of black viscous liquid from its gaping maw. Jiang Fan's expression hardened as he quickly dodged, simultaneously wielding his spear to form a rudimentary barrier. A small amount of the viscous substance that slipped past the blade splattered onto his clothing, instantly corroding it into holes. Adhering to his skin and scorching painfully, Jiang Fan maintained his composure, twirling the spear like a blossoming flower. Seizing the moment when the giant ape's chaotic gaze was obstructed, he leapt high, lifting the spear above his head. All the warmth surged into the blade, and in an instant, it radiated with resplendent brilliance. Die! Jiang Fan roared, pouring all his strength into a devastating thrust, plunging the spear deep into the giant ape's skull. With a thunderous crash, the immense body collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. After landing, Jiang Fan knelt, panting heavily. As the giant ape drew its last breath, a flickering light enveloped its body, gradually merging into Jiang Fan. In that moment, he felt as though his very being was on the verge of exploding. Chapter 66, President Wu's Pride. On the city walls, the heads of the Martial Arts Association observed the locator screen, noting that Ding Xing's red dot approached Jiang Fan and Chi, only to abruptly retreat, leaving them puzzled. Why has Ding Xing turned back? Shouldn't he confirm Jiang Fan and Chi-Chi's safety before hunting the beasts again? Director Wan sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I certainly do not wish to see any of the children suffer casualties in this selection. President Wu and President Li furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend Ding Xing's intentions. Logically, such odd behavior must indicate some ulterior motive. Yet, the monitoring system was so rudimentary that it only provided positional data, making it difficult to discern anything further. Look, is that Jiang Fan? Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing everyone to turn their gaze. They beheld a massive silhouette pursuing Jiang Fan, attacking with ferocity. It was the furious giant ape, a third-level beast. With this revelation, chaos erupted among them. A third-level beast. Our children will find it immensely challenging to contend with that. How could a third-level beast be present beyond the military's defenses? Now was not the time for such discussions. The situation was perilous, and the beast had to be slain swiftly. Yes, we can discuss other matters later. Initially, while the leaders of the Martial Arts Association had been merely concerned about Jiang Fan and Chi-Chi's venture into the military's territory, they now genuinely felt the tension. This was not merely about Jiang Fan and Chi-Chi. There were also members from various martial arts associations present. These were all talented individuals selected from different regions. They must not suffer any mishaps. The reason they were deemed geniuses was due to their limitless potential. However, in terms of cultivation, they were still young and had not reached great heights. Faced with a third-level beast, according to the information on all participants in this selection, none could withstand it. On the battlefield, being unable to resist meant death. President Wu was now in a state of utter urgency. He was about to leap from the city wall. I will go and slay the furious giant ape. However, just as he prepared to act, Director Wan held him back. Wait. President Wu's face flushed with anxiety. Director Wan, we cannot delay any longer. If we wait any longer, Jiang Fan's life will be lost. Not only Jiang Fan's life, but even the other geniuses from the martial arts associations are in danger. Jiang Fan was a talent that the Jiang City Martial Arts Association had painstakingly discovered. And at this moment, he was directly facing the onslaught of the third-level beast, the furious giant ape. Naturally, President Wu was the most anxious. Others still had a sliver of hope, but Jiang Fan had no room for retreat. Director Wan shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. I observe that Jiang Fan does not seem to be at a disadvantage against this third-level beast. What? President Wu exclaimed, swiftly following Director Wan's gaze. He witnessed Jiang Fan breaking through the giant ape's defenses. He was instantly dumbfounded. Not just him, but all the leaders of the Martial Arts Association were left in a state of shock. Jiang Fan had breached the furious giant ape's defenses? The furious giant ape, a third-level beast, was akin to a colossal defensive shield among all beasts. Not only was its physique immense, but its hide was tough and thick, resembling armor. Even third-level martial artists or fourth-level warriors often found themselves at a loss when confronting the furious giant ape. Under typical circumstances, while it might be possible to inflict some injury, delivering a fatal blow or slaying it was exceedingly difficult. Yet now, Jiang Fan had managed to breach the giant ape's defenses. This revelation astounded everyone. According to the data, Jiang Fan was merely a second-level warrior. Though he was only 17 years old and had nearly reached the mid-tier of second-level warriors, making him extraordinarily talented. There remained a significant gap between him and third-level warriors in terms of cultivation. Yet, this young man, still below the mid-tier of second-level warriors, was effortlessly maneuvering against the furious giant ape's wrathful attacks, creating an almost magical spectacle. The scenes of Jiang Fan battling the furious giant ape unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. From shock and disbelief to breathless awe, their expressions shifted to vacant stares, and eventually to numbness, all within a mere span of 10 minutes. When Jiang Fan forcefully plunged the spear into the giant ape's skull, causing it to crash to the ground, everyone seemed to transcend reality, their faces blank with astonishment. After a long pause, Director Wan murmured, 17 years old, independently slaying a third-level beast, the furious giant ape. Could he merely be a second-level warrior? Upon saying this, he turned his gaze sharply towards President Wu. President Wu, your Jiang City Martial Arts Association has truly nurtured a genius. Regardless of Jiang Fan's rank in this selection, I will personally ensure he receives a special reward. Furthermore, I will report the situation here truthfully. In an instant, envious voices surrounded them. Congratulations, President Wu. Your Jiang City has truly turned the tide this time. Indeed, at just 17, the potential is boundless. I find myself somewhat envious. Amidst the flattery, a voice emerged from Chen Shang, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. President Wu, this is rather ungracious of you. Jiang Fan is clearly a level 3 warrior. To misrepresent his credentials is quite cunning. Chen Shang suppressed his jealousy as he spoke in a mocking tone. President Wu blinked and turned to his archrival Chen Shang, smiling broadly. President Chen, I assure you, I am being wronged. When I reported the data, Jiang Fan was undoubtedly a level 2 warrior. As for how he suddenly managed to slay a level 3 beast, I am just as perplexed. President Wu raised his hands in feigned innocence. Despite his courteous words, all could see the corners of his mouth could not be contained. The surrounding compliments intoxicated him. This was a privilege that the Jiang City Martial Arts Association had not enjoyed for many years. Even more gratifying than the praise was the look on Chun Sheng's face, as though he had just consumed something distasteful. It was a moment of vindication. After Jiang Fan had slain the rampaging giant ape, he forcefully stabilized his body, which was on the verge of bursting from energy overload, and hurried to Chi-Chi's side. Sister Chi-Chi, are you alright? Chi-Chi, supporting herself on the ground, stared blankly at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you. After a long pause, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Chapter 67, The Little Girl from the Refugee Zone. In the moment when she and Jiang Fan were pursued by the rampaging giant ape, she instinctively pushed Jiang Fan aside, taking the full brunt of the beast's assault. She had initially thought she would meet her demise there. However, as she closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, she suddenly heard the sound of the beast's footsteps receding farther away. Opening her eyes, she witnessed Jiang Fan battling the rampaging giant ape. She wanted to urge Jiang Fan to flee, but her weak voice was inaudible to him. She attempted to rise, yet the searing pain in her back rendered her immobile. Subsequently, she could only watch in astonishment as Jiang Fan dispatched the rampaging giant ape. Shocked, in disbelief, it was only when Jiang Fan, his clothes tattered, approached her after the battle that she regained her senses. In response to her question, Jiang Fan offered no answer, but instead smiled gently. Let me take you back. Chi-Chi's current state was no longer suitable for remaining on the battlefield. Without Jiang Fan's care, even a low-level beast could claim her life. Furthermore, Jiang Fan needed to hunt beasts and could not provide constant supervision. Thus, it was wiser to escort her back for treatment. Jiang Fan supported Chi-Chi as they unsteadily made their way back. Behind them, the beasts had mostly been cleared away, posing no hindrance. Moments later, they emerged fully into the light. He Tianlei and others rushed over upon seeing them. Chi-Chi, Jiang Fan. Noticing Chi-Chi's pale complexion, they expressed their concern. Chi-Chi, are you alright? What happened? Chi-Chi replied with indignation. Ding Xing, he. Just as she began to speak, she suddenly felt a gentle squeeze on her arm. Turning her head, she saw it was Jiang Fan. Puzzled, she noticed Jiang Fan subtly shake his head, prompting her to alter her statement. Ding Xing must have already hunted many beasts. Given my injury, I fear I have no hope of catching up to him. He Tianlei and the others quickly reassured her. It's alright. He is a level 3 warrior. It's difficult for us to compete with him. Safety is our utmost priority. Chi-Chi nodded slightly. Casting a curious glance at Jiang Fan, supported by her companions, she moved forward. She did not understand why Jiang Fan prevented her from speaking out about Ding Xing's mishap that led to their injuries. However, after witnessing their cooperation on the battlefield, she had begun to establish a basic trust in Jiang Fan. Suddenly, a sound akin to a horn echoed from the city wall. This was the signal of the military's extermination operation coming to an end. With this sound, a line of dark figures advanced from the rear military defense. In front of the shadows were several members of the Martial Arts Association, the young talents who were nearest to the military's line, now making their way back as well. Jiang Fan glanced back. Our Martial Arts Association's extermination operation should also be concluding. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than a voice came through the channel. Members of the Martial Arts Association, retreat. This extermination was orderly arranged, having eliminated nearly half of the beasts from the beast tide. Following several waves of firepower coverage and cleanup, the remaining beasts scattered in fright. Currently, the military's advancing line was already quite far out. Beyond this point, they would be at a disadvantage. The wilderness at night was exceedingly treacherous. Thus, the best course of action was to retreat and await the next beast tide attack until they could ultimately confront the leader of the beast tide. It was well known that a beast tide must have a leader. To organize such a multitude of beasts, it must be a creature of considerable rank. Even if it had not attained sentience, it likely grasped some key concepts. On the surface, the military's extermination appeared to be aimed at hunting the beasts and driving them out of the city's safe zone. However, the primary objective was to draw out the leader of the beast tide, allowing the military's experts to eliminate it. Only then could the beast tide be considered completely resolved. When would the beast leader reveal itself? As He Tianlei walked, he lamented. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Given the current situation, it was indeed difficult to say. Today, they had slaughtered a multitude of beasts, yet the leader had not appeared. To what extent would it need to be reduced before it showed itself? If it did not appear, would they have to persist indefinitely? As Jiang Fan joined the others at the city gate, it swung open, and everyone hurried inside. Just as they neared the gate, his gaze inadvertently drifted northeast, where the already burned refugee zone seemed to harbor a moving shadow. Feeling a sense of urgency, Jiang Fan focused intently. Through the flickering flames, he discerned the figure of a child. Jiang Fan's heart jolted. Prior to the extermination, the military had provided a map to familiarize everyone with the terrain. According to the markings on the map, that area should be the refugee zone of Yuan City. Moreover, the flickering firelight confirmed this with near certainty. However, What puzzled Jiang Fan was that, according to the military's reports, the survivors from the refugee zone had already been relocated to the city earlier that day. Why, then, was there still a child there? In a moment of inner conflict, Jiang Fan addressed He Tianlei. Tianlei, take care of Chi-Chi. I will return shortly. He Tianlei and Li Yutong, who were walking alongside, were taken aback by Jiang Fan's words. Huh, you're not going into the city? But as they turned, they saw Jiang Fan already racing northeast. He Tianlei exclaimed in alarm. Hey, Jiang Fan, where are you going? Come back. The extermination is over, and the city gates will close soon. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Fan's figure had disappeared completely. As the team led by Jiao Yang reached the city gate, they noticed He Tianlei and the others shouting in a particular direction. Following their gaze, they saw a fleeting shadow and frowned in inquiry. What is going on? He Tianlei pointed towards Jiang Fan's direction, hastily responding. Jiang Fan just saw something and ran off in that direction. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yang's expression darkened. This is reckless. Chapter 68, The Strange Beasts and Mental Energy. Just as He Tianlei had stated, the extermination operation had concluded, and all personnel were required to retreat. Subsequently, the city gates would be shut. At night, the beasts could counterattack at any moment. Remaining outside during this time was almost tantamount to courting death. Jiao Yang initially harbored little fondness for the youthful members of the Martial Arts Association, yet this operation was predominantly led by the military. He could not idly stand by while anyone fell prey to the beasts. Damn it, what a hassle. He cast a few glances in the direction where Jiang Fan had vanished, suddenly gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. He turned to his aide beside him and commanded, count the numbers and return first. I'll go retrieve him. After issuing his orders, he harshly directed a few members of the Martial Arts Association, you lot, hurry up and get into the city. He saw He Tianlei and the others shrink their necks, hastily moving toward the city. Once Jiao Yang had given his instructions, he too vanished from sight. Jiang Fan, wielding a machete, sprinted through the night. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of the beasts, which he deftly navigated past, quickly arriving at a charred refugee area. The refugees, largely homeless individuals, were akin to ants in the world of high martial arts. They had no fixed abode and could not enter the city to avoid marring its appearance. Thus most had set up tents as temporary shelters just outside the city. This arrangement allowed them to survive on the remnants of abandoned resources while avoiding being devoured by beasts in the wilderness at night. Despite the dismal conditions, the area was periodically patrolled, providing a semblance of security, making it a refuge of sorts. However, the unfortunate reality was that during beast tides, they often bore the brunt of the onslaught. Like this time, when Jiang Fan and his group arrived, the refugee area was already engulfed in flames. Although the surviving members had since evacuated, the place lay in ruins. Most tents had turned to ash, with a few remaining structures still smoldering. Utilizing the flickering light, Jiang Fan easily discerned the direction of a frail figure. As he drew closer, he clearly saw a girl of about 5 years old, huddled against a corpse. Trembling with fear, a jolt of concern surged through Jiang Fan, prompting him to approach. The little girl sensed the movement and turned her head, instantly spotting the glint of cold steel from Jiang Fan's machete, along with the blood trickling down. Her tear-streaked face filled with panic as she darted to a corner, hiding. Jiang Fan was taken aback, but then, as if struck by a thought, he hastily sheathed his machete and gently called out, "Little sister, do not be afraid. I am here to save you." He stepped closer to her. Before him lay a nearly carbonized wooden cabinet in front of a burnt tent. The girl's back turned towards him, her face buried in her knees, curled up tightly. Jiang Fan's heart ached. This place must have been her home, and the corpse was likely a loved one. Perhaps she was too small to be found during the evacuation of survivors. Jiang Fan approached and scooped her up, ready to turn away when suddenly, his brow furrowed. In the darkness, he sensed movement. He lifted his gaze to find himself surrounded by several beasts, one a third-tier creature, along with a few second-tier ones. Feeling the heavy breaths of the beasts, the girl peeked at them, then quickly shut her eyes, clinging tightly to Jiang Fan's neck. Jiang Fan mentally cursed, realizing the predicament. Without the girl, he believed he could handle the beasts, but carrying her restricted his movements, and there was no retreat now. Resolutely, he drew the machete from his back and charged forward. With a swift slice, he infused heat into the blade, and even while cradling the girl, he dispatched the beasts as effortlessly as cutting through melons. In the blink of an eye, he had slain those blocking his path. With a route cleared, Jiang Fan dashed toward the city, but barely a few steps in, a sudden throbbing in his head nearly caused him to topple. It felt as if a surge of energy had struck him. I cannot fall. I must not fall. Enduring the discomfort, Jiang Fan turned to see a peculiar beast fixating on him. It was small, somewhat resembling a deer yet akin to a cow, with a bizarre face and eyes that glowed like two ethereal blue lanterns in the night. Just as he prepared to act, a strange wave washed over him, plunging him into darkness. Oh no! In that dire moment, a flash of insight struck Jiang Fan. This sensation resembled the mental assault he had endured during the third challenge against the Jinyui. It seemed to be a psychic attack. The source must be that beast. Just before losing consciousness, Jiang Fan, guided by his dwindling instincts, hurled the machete with all his might. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, and his awareness surged back to clarity. He saw his machete embedded in the beast's neck, blood gushing forth. Seizing the moment, he rushed to the creature, yanked out the machete, and with a swift twist, ended its life. Simultaneously, an unusual energy coursed into his body. Yet, he dared not linger. Swiftly detaching the machete and sprinting toward the city gates, Zhao Yang, following He Tianlei's directions, searched anxiously. From a distance, he spotted Jiang Fan and was about to unleash a tirade when he suddenly saw Jiang Fan surrounded by beasts. Panic surged within him, prompting him to quicken his pace, swallowing his words. But before he could take more than a few steps, he witnessed Jiang Fan dispatch several beasts with ease, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. What the hell? How is it that he seems to slay the beasts more effortlessly than I do? I am a high-tier third-level martial artist. Could he have also reached that level? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jiang Fan dashed toward him. Zhao Yang barked, "What the hell are you doing? Do you even understand what a retreat order means? Huh, you think you can just run over here alone, playing with fire?" Zhao Yang's scolding came to an abrupt halt as he noticed the little girl in Jiang Fan's arms, his voice catching in his throat. "First, save her," Jiang Fan replied as he continued to run. Zhao Yang inhaled deeply and followed Jiang Fan into the city. Inside, the Martial Arts Association members gathered around as they saw Chi, wounded and assisted by someone, quickly approaching. President Li exclaimed anxiously, Chi, are you all right? Where's the doctor? Someone get a doctor." Chi shook her head. "President, I'm fine. Just a scratch from the rampaging giant ape." Following Jiang Fan's advice, she refrained from disclosing the details of Dingxing's trap. President Li sighed in relief. "That's good. Thank goodness Jiang Fan managed to kill the rampaging giant ape." Mentioning Jiang Fan, admiration flickered in his eyes. He scanned the room, failing to spot Jiang Fan, and inquired, "Where is Jiang Fan?" He Tianlei chimed in. When Jiang Fan entered the city, he suddenly changed direction toward the eastern side. President Li gasped, "What? Jiang Fan went to the eastern refugee area? This is unacceptable. I must go find him." No one around him attempted to dissuade him this time. After all, with the main force having retreated, if Jiang Fan remained outside, it would be perilously dangerous. "I'll accompany you." President Li immediately set off alongside the Martial Arts Association leader. Yet, just a few steps out, they spotted Jiang Fan and Zhao Yang returning. Jiang Fan held a little girl in his left arm, his face smeared with dirt, while Zhao Yang wore a serious expression. Jiang Fan, the Martial Arts Association leader, hurried forward. "Are you all right?" He meticulously examined Jiang Fan from head to toe, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to offer words of praise, Zhao Yang approached, his voice cold and commanding. "President Wu, I require an explanation." President Wu was taken aback. "Captain Zhao, what seems to be the matter?" Zhao Yang cast a glance at Jiang Fan and recounted the incident of Jiang Fan turning back at the city gate. On the battlefield, soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. Although the members of your martial arts association are not soldiers, once you step onto this battlefield, you must adhere to military signals. His unilateral retreat has severely breached the rules of engagement. If this disrupts the rhythm of the battlefield, who will bear the responsibility? President Wu was rendered speechless. He looked at Jiang Fan and then at Zhao Yang, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Jiang Fan, noticing the tension, calmly stated, "I want to save someone." Zhao Yang's voice escalated in intensity. "Save someone? Does that justify disregarding the regulations of the battlefield? If you were to find yourself surrounded by beasts as a result, who would come to your aid then?" Jiang Fan, incensed by Zhao Yang's relentless focus on the issue, retorted coldly, "Are you suggesting that this person was not worth saving?" Jiang Fan was acutely aware of the brutality of this high martial world. To some, the refugees outside the city might be deemed less valuable than their pets, and their lives or deaths were of little consequence. Yet, he did not anticipate that the military would share such a perspective. As a transmigrator, he harbored no qualms about eliminating foes. But he could not stand idly by and allow a young girl to fall victim to the chaos of battle. Zhao Yang was momentarily silenced by Jiang Fan's words, his anger boiling over. "You, even if you wish to save her, it should not be you who does it." Jiang Fan shot him a glance, replying coolly, "In truth, I cannot be the only one who noticed that child. Since the military chooses not to intervene, I shall take it upon myself to rescue her. I see no issue with that. Rest assured, this is my own choice. If I am left stranded outside while saving someone, I will accept that consequence." The weight of Jiang Fan's declaration left Zhao Yang feeling uncomfortable. Yet, there was some truth in what Jiang Fan said. During a retreat on the battlefield, there would undoubtedly be specialized troops observing the surroundings. A child within visual range, especially one on the move, would certainly have been spotted. However, perhaps due to various considerations, no one acted. Amidst their quarrel, the military officer Huang Kuan and Minister Wan of the Martial Arts Association approached. "What is happening here?" Upon hearing Zhao Yang's detailed account of the events, Jiang Fan couldn't help but admire Zhao Yang's impartiality. Huang Kuan, after listening turned his curious gaze toward Jiang Fan before addressing Minister Wan. I did not expect that the Martial Arts Association would be comprised of such passionate individuals. Minister Wan chuckled in response, explaining, Commander Huang, this is Jiang Fan's first experience on the battlefield. He is still learning the ropes. Commander Huang waved his hand dismissively. I find it commendable. A man should possess such courage. He is certainly a promising candidate for the army. However, he then turned to Jiang Fan. The military has its own regulations. Obedience to orders is paramount. While you may not be soldiers, you must remain compliant on the battlefield. Let this be a warning. With that, Commander Huang elegantly brushed aside the incident, and Zhao Yang relented. Jiang Fan handed the child over to the authorities for proper care and was subsequently pulled aside by President Wu. Jiang Fan, you. President Wu recalled the scene of Jiang Fan slaying the rampaging giant ape on the battlefield, momentarily lost in thought. Jiang Fan, sensing the pause, inquired, what is it? President Wu regained his composure, lowering his voice. Have you broken through to the third rank of martial artist? Despite his inquiry, disbelief lingered in his heart. After all, just days prior, he had personally witnessed Jiang Fan's vitality gauge at a mere 30, achieving over 100 in such a short span. Who would believe that? Yet, if Jiang Fan had not reached the third rank, how could one explain his actions on the battlefield against the rampaging giant ape? Jiang Fan, hearing President Wu's question, smiled. President Wu, my strength has certainly improved. I can feel it. However, whether I have truly broken through to the third rank remains uncertain. After all, we do not have a testing device. President Wu slapped his forehead in realization. Oh dear, how could I forget? Once this mission concludes, we shall promptly conduct a test. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Following the conclusion of this wave of beast tide, the military stationed personnel to guard the city walls, while others returned to rest temporarily. The Martial Arts Association provided each member with a small room of a few square meters. Though modest in size, having separate accommodations was the utmost courtesy afforded to them. Upon returning, Jiang Fan tended to his battlefield injuries, then retrieved a mat from the cabinet, sitting cross-legged on the ground. With a focused mind, he entered the realm of martial arts. During this battle, he had slain over 30 beasts, including one third-rank beast. Based on the previous ratio from defeating the Azure-Scaled Giant Python, it was highly probable that he had indeed transcended to the third rank. Additionally, while rescuing the young girl, he had absorbed a peculiar energy from that strange beast, reminiscent of the energy from the third level of the Imperial Guard, prompting him to verify this transformation. Do you wish to challenge the third level? The voice resonated within the space. Jiang Fan promptly responded, I shall challenge. In an instant, the Imperial Guard materialized in the arena. Chapter 70, Challenge of the Third Level Successful, Starry Vision Technique. Jiang Fan's gaze was intently fixed on the figure of the Imperial Guard. Utilizing the insights gleaned from the battlefield, he subtly activated the innate breathing technique, channeling the heat within his body into his arms. Before the Imperial Guard could strike, he took the initiative. With a swift motion, he surged forward, his speed reaching its zenith, akin to a phantom. Simultaneously, he thrust his right hand forward, launching an attack at the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard did not evade. Instead, he met the assault head-on, drawing his embroidered spring knife in a fluid motion, the blade flashing with lethal intent. A familiar sensation washed over Jiang Fan, causing his head to thrum. He quickly tilted his head aside, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed his throat. After dodging that strike, Jiang Fan felt a flicker of joy. He recalled his first encounter with the Imperial Guard, when he had been utterly overwhelmed and lost consciousness from the onslaught. With each subsequent battle, he had managed to endure a little longer, yet still succumbed to dizziness. However, this time, after absorbing that strange beast's unique energy outside the city, it seemed he had developed some resistance to such attacks. Although his head still felt as though it had taken a heavy blow, with careful attention, he was able to keep the sensation within tolerable limits. A prime opportunity. Jiang Fan's spirit surged as he launched another offensive. With the increase in his vitality, both his strength and speed had undergone a qualitative enhancement, allowing him to swiftly identify the Imperial Guard's vulnerabilities. A punch came forth, and sensing the danger from the side, the Imperial Guard hastily raised his knife to block. Yet, in the next instant, Jiang Fan clawed at the knife's blade with pinpoint precision. The sound of metal clashing echoed like a strike against solid rock, rendering the embroidered spring knife immovable. The Imperial Guard, taken aback, attempted to withdraw his weapon. But Jiang Fan would not afford him such an opportunity. With a powerful pull, he yanked the Imperial Guard toward him, ensnaring the right arm wielding the knife with his left arm like a constricting serpent, and with a forceful twist, crack. The sound of bones snapping resonated as the embroidered spring knife clattered to the ground. Jiang Fan rose from his crouch and delivered a forceful strike to the Imperial Guard's chin, sending him crashing backward. At the moment of his leap, Jiang Fan surged upward once more, delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of the Jin Yi-Wei, who plummeted like a kite severed from its string, landing outside the arena. Instantly, the figure of the Jin Yi-Wei vanished from the platform. Congratulations to the challenger. You have successfully completed the third challenge. Shall we proceed to the martial arts demonstration? With a long exhale, Jiang Fan released the tension that had built up within him. After such a prolonged effort, he had finally triumphed in the third challenge. He restrained his exhilaration with great effort. Begin. I am Yu Xianzhu, 1,000 household of the great Ming's Jin Yi Wei. Born into a family of officials, I was intricately linked with the art of the spring embroidery blade from a young age. At 5 years old, I first encountered the martial spirit, unknowingly planting the seeds of martial arts within me. By 10, at the opportune moment, I clandestinely studied my family's martial arts, achieving initial success. At 15, I began to shine, drawing the attention of my family, and entered the southern town guard of the capital as a Jin Yi Wei. At 20, I was appointed 100 household, and at 25, 1,000 household. At 30, while on a mission, my martial heart underwent a transformation, leading me to shed my armor and traverse the rivers and lakes. At 45, I received this seal, which dramatically enhanced my prowess. At 88, I experienced profound insights and created the star contemplation technique. At 93, despite my utmost efforts, I ultimately failed to fulfill my ancestors' wishes, unable to penetrate higher realms. Passing away at 229 years old, I leave behind this legacy, should any descendants inherit it. I hope they cherish it doubly and strive to break free from this confinement. As fleeting images danced before his eyes, the life of Jin Yi Wei Xianzhu unfolded for Jiang Fan. Subsequently, an enigmatic technique appeared in his mind, as if etched into his consciousness. Though somewhat obscure, it felt as if he had spent decades mastering it, effortlessly integrating its essence. Jiang Fan seated himself in a lotus position, channeling the legacy of Jin Yi Wei Xianzhu. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in his mind, the star contemplation technique, derived from a profound perception and insight into the vast starry sky, embodies the mysterious and formidable power of the celestial universe. Practicing this technique hones the spirit and fosters deep insight. If one's spiritual energy is potent, one can condense the spirit into a needle, striking unseen, and even manipulate objects with thought alone. Practitioners must seek a tranquil and pure atmosphere at night, gazing upon the myriad stars, beginning with the North Star, before turning towards the western 7 stars of the Big Dipper. When the energies of the 4 cardinal stars merge into one, the spirit and soul will be tempered, leading to a qualitative leap in spiritual energy. As there were no stars in the martial arts space, Jiang Fan silently committed this knowledge to memory, exiting the space and finding a secluded area outside to sit in meditation and practice the technique. In an instant, an elusive and peculiar energy gradually descended upon him like the light of the stars, converging at his brow. After several cycles, Jiang Fan sensed a unique energy coalescing in his brow, lingering like a gentle current within his veins. His mental clarity sharpened, and both his thoughts and perceptions significantly heightened. However, being in Yuan City was somewhat inconvenient. After silently practicing the technique several times, he returned to his chamber. This successful completion of the third challenge was immensely rewarding. Not only had he acquired the star contemplation technique, but more importantly, he seemed to have uncovered deeper secrets of this space. According to Yu Xuanzhu's account, he was a Jin Yi Wei of the Great Ming, suggesting that the martial artists within this realm likely hailed from Earth. Yet, he also mentioned breaking free from this confinement, which seemed to correlate with the words of Feng Zhu and Qing Yu about the world's incompleteness. Did this imply that the martial artists in this realm were under some form of restriction? What exactly was this limitation? Did the former world have any connection to the current high martial world? Questions swirled in Jiang Fan's mind. On the evening of the following day, the third wave of beast tides descended. The military continued to execute their original plan to eliminate the beast tide. The same pattern persisted on the third day. As time progressed, Jiang Fan's vitality surged. Additionally, he devoted his evenings to practicing the star contemplation technique, applying it on the battlefield to condense his spirit into a needle, making the acquisition of beast energy significantly easier. Over 5 consecutive days, Jiang Fan hunted down more than 180 beasts, catapulting him to the top position among all members of the martial arts associations. Under his care, the numbers of the martial arts associations from Jiang City and Yi City also soared. Particularly, Chi managed to hunt over 160 beasts, securing third place, trailing only behind Jiang Fan and Ding Xing. President Wu and President Li, under Chen Sheng's scrutinizing gaze, were practically overjoyed. Simultaneously, they basked in the envy of their fellow colleagues, feeling quite content. However, as days passed, everyone began to sense something amiss. Logically, the number of beasts in this tide should not exceed a few thousand. Given the current tally of eliminations, they should have been eradicated by now. Why did it seem as if the beast hordes continued to emerge endlessly? The overall commander of the military, Colonel Huang Kuan, convened a meeting with everyone, deliberating for a long time before arriving at a decisive conclusion. This cannot continue, he declared. I will immediately mobilize more troops and equipment. Tomorrow, while we eliminate the tide, we will extend our defensive line outward, leaving no beast unaccounted for. When the order was issued, a glimmer of determination shone in Jiang Fan's eyes. He quietly remarked to Chi, Sister Chi-Chi. If all goes as expected, you may very well be second tomorrow. Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback by his words. What did Jiang Fan mean? Why would she be second tomorrow? There were still Jiang Fan and Ding Xing ahead of her, with a lead of over 10 beasts. Even with Jiang Fan's assistance, that was not a quantity that could be caught up in a single day. Could it be that? Chi-Chi suddenly grasped the possibility, her expression shifting dramatically. Currently in second place was Ding Xing. If he were to be eliminated, wouldn't Chi-Chi automatically ascend to second? During the second wave of the beast tide, Ding Xing had lured a third-tier beast, the rampaging giant ape, towards her and Jiang Fan, resulting in her injury and near demise. Was Jiang Fan planning revenge? Jiang Fan, don't act recklessly. Chi-Chi pulled him aside, lowering her voice. Despite having now placed Ding Xing in the enemy category, seeking revenge was not a simple task. Could she really employ Ding Xing's previous tactic, leading a high-level beast towards him? Yet, high-level beasts did not simply appear on command. Jiang Fan smiled faintly. Sister Chi-Chi, what are you talking about? Chi-Chi, feeling helpless, was at a loss for words. Jiang Fan's feigned ignorance left her unsure of how to proceed. His secrecy was impeccable, leaving no trace. Yet, could he truly accomplish this without a sound? Chi-Chi acknowledged Jiang Fan's strength, but Ding Xing was no weakling either. As previously stated, relying on luring beasts to kill Ding Xing would involve a degree of luck, and this tactic was originally Ding Xing's. He would certainly be on guard. But if they were to engage directly in battle on the battlefield, how could they avoid drawing the attention of others? At this moment, Jiang Fan appeared resolute, unwilling to clarify matters with her, leaving her uncertain about how to dissuade him. A wave of anxiety washed over Chi-Chi. The military's comprehensive assault plan proceeded as scheduled. This time, all functional departments were better prepared for a thorough eradication. In addition to increased firepower, the range of all artillery shells was significantly expanded. Initially, only a single company from Jiaoyang and a mere few hundred soldiers from Yuan City had participated in the eradication. Now, Colonel Huang had urgently summoned more forces from other military divisions. The combined strength now exceeded 1,000. With this force, they could annihilate even tens of thousands of beasts. However, there were no changes on the Martial Arts Association side. It remained the same group of individuals. The only difference was that, due to the need to break through to a further location, the leaders of various martial arts associations appeared somewhat anxious. This time, remember to closely follow the military team. Understand? Do not advance ahead of them, nor fall too far behind. Also, if you encounter a beast that overwhelms you, do not engage recklessly. Retreat and seek assistance in a timely manner. Indeed, should one find oneself ensnared within an encirclement, it is imperative to raise an alarm vociferously. Additionally, one may utilize this communication device to transmit a signal back. The monitoring system here is capable of displaying your location, enabling timely coordination with the military for rescue. In the preceding instances of beast tides, the occurrences were all confined to a kilometer radius outside the city gates, thus remaining within the purview of observation, which instilled a sense of security among them. However, this time, the eradication zone is to be extended to several kilometers beyond, with the intention of vanquishing all aberrant beasts, which introduces a considerable degree of risk. On one hand, the increased distance complicates the ability to grasp the latest developments. Even if they manage to obtain current information, it may be too far removed to effectuate timely action. On the other hand, at such distances, the notion that safety increases with distance from the city walls no longer holds. Upon departing from the rear of the fortifications, the aberrant beasts may encircle them from behind at any moment. Therefore, the leaders of the Martial Arts Association, to ensure everyone's safety, have equipped each individual with two-way communication devices and instructed them to closely follow the military contingent. This strategy maximizes their chances of safeguarding their well-being. President Wu and President Li called Jiang Fan and the others aside, reiterating the same details, concluding with a directive. Jiang Fan, Chi-Chi, you two shall form a small team, ensuring the protection of everyone. Do you understand? Since Jiang Fan had demonstrated his prowess on the battlefield, the two leaders naturally regarded him as the core of the team. Jiang Fan nodded in response. Rest assured, Chi-Chi replied with a heavy heart. President Wu, President Li, we understand. After her words, she opened her mouth as if to say something to Jiang Fan, but ultimately remained silent. That night, the beast tide indeed surged forth once more. However, they were unaware that this time, they would be met with an even fiercer onslaught of firepower. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of artillery barges reverberated. On the city walls, rows of shells, from near to far, enveloped the entire horde of beasts. This round of shells was infused with high explosives and had a broader coverage area. The initial volley alone decimated more than half of the entire aberrant beast throng. The second wave of firepower soon followed. Under military orders, the soldier teams formed a circular formation and surged forth. The concentrated firepower forced the aberrant beasts into a retreat. Jiang Fan and his companions quickly received instructions from Minister Wan of the Martial Arts Association to set out, closely trailing behind the military squad. Kill. Thanks to the pre-battle mobilization, everyone was imbued with a heightened sense of momentum, intent on eradicating the aberrant beasts entirely. Furthermore, after several days of combat, the members of the Martial Arts Association bore an air of grim determination, embodying the essence of warriors. Jiang Fan and Chi formed a strategic formation, advancing while dispatching foes with relative ease. However, due to Jiang Fan's superior strength, his coverage area was somewhat broader. Often, he found himself needing to assist Li Yutong and He Tianlei with the aberrant beasts they struggled to contend with. As time slipped away, the eradication team gradually vanished from the line of sight atop the city walls. An hour later, they reached a distance of 3 kilometers from the city gates. Everyone, stay alert. We have now ventured deep into the wilderness and may be ambushed by aberrant beasts from any direction at any moment. The shout from Jiao Yang resonated, causing all members of the Martial Arts Association to startle, remaining vigilant while continuing their assault. Ding Xing. Chi-Chi's gaze suddenly sharpened. While slaying foes, she noticed, beneath the flicker of the military's moving light source, Ding Xing was engaged in combat with a second-tier aberrant beast not far away. Unbidden, she recalled Jiang Fan's earlier words, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Should she urge Jiang Fan again? Yet, there were more than just Jiang Fan and herself here. It seemed inappropriate to voice this concern so openly. While Chi pondered, Ding Xing appeared to sense her gaze and turned to look in her direction. At that moment, his weapon was poised to slice through the neck of the second-tier aberrant beast. Chi met Ding Xing's eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt, wanting to look away. But suddenly, she saw the tip of Ding Xing's sword falter just before it made contact with the second-tier beast, as if he had lost his awareness, freezing in place. Immediately after, he began to stagger backward. The second-tier aberrant beast roared and lunged forward, clamping its jaws around his head. A sickening crunch. His neck was severed cleanly. The gruesome scene left Chi gaping, her expression frozen in shock. Chapter 72, 4th-tier aberrant beast. What on earth? As a 3rd-tier warrior, it should have been an effortless task for Ding Xing to slay a 2nd-tier aberrant beast in the days prior during the beast tide. He had dispatched at least dozens of such creatures. Why, then, had he suddenly met such a gruesome fate? In an instant, Chi recalled the bizarre moment just before Ding Xing's demise. Just as he was about to vanquish the beast, he appeared to lose consciousness. This was utterly illogical. What could have affected him? As Chi pondered, she became momentarily distracted, failing to notice a 2nd-tier aberrant beast encroaching upon her dangerous proximity. Focus. Jiang Fan swiftly dispatched the aberrant beast, offering a timely reminder. Chi snapped back to reality, quickly adjusting her stance into a defensive posture. Meanwhile, she uttered, Jiang Fan. Ding Xing is dead. Jiang Fan responded nonchalantly, oh, I saw. Huh. Chi sensed an unsettling dissonance in Jiang Fan's demeanor. The recent sight of Ding Xing's violent death was profoundly shocking, yet Jiang Fan's expression bore no trace of surprise, nor even the exhilaration one might expect upon vanquishing an enemy, leaving Chi feeling perturbed. After this, you should be second. Chi mind inexplicably drifted back to Jiang Fan's earlier statement. In an instant, a chill ran down her spine. She felt as though she had grasped the crux of the matter. Jiang Fan, you. She began to speak, but hesitated, swallowing her words back. Jiang Fan, understanding her unspoken concern, winked and smiled. Sister Chi, this time you truly are second. Boom. Upon hearing those words, Chi felt a profound shock. It all aligned perfectly. No wonder Jiang Fan had previously urged them not to divulge the incident involving Ding Xing drawing the beasts and endangering them. It turned out Jiang Fan had intended from the outset to eliminate any motivation they might have regarding Ding Xing's death. Yet, Chi could not fathom how he managed to do so quietly and effectively sever all information detrimental to himself in such circumstances. It was undeniably overly cautious and rather terrifying. Soon, other members of the Martial Arts Association began to take note of the unfolding situation. Ding Xing is dead. What? Ding Xing's demise sparked a ripple of panic among the youth of the Martial Arts Association. Despite the prior warnings from their leaders and their mental preparedness, the loss of the first fallen prodigy still left a significant impact on their morale. If someone as formidable as Ding Xing could perish on the battlefield, how long could they endure? Everyone, snap out of it. This is a battlefield. Death is a commonplace occurrence. If you continue to slacken, the next casualty could very well be you. Jiao Yang, noticing the commotion behind him, bellowed in anger. At his admonition, the group quickly regained their composure and resumed their slaughter. The team advanced steadily, soon reaching a distance of 5 kilometers from Yuan City. Observing the aberrant beasts retreating in droves, yet seemingly endless, Jiao Yang felt a surge of impatience. When will this end? The adjutant beside him, hearing his complaints, hesitated before suggesting, Captain, shall we consider a retreat? As we have already witnessed numerous casualties, and our ammunition is running low. The situation could become even more perilous if we continue down this path. Jiao Yang immediately refuted this notion. No. We must push through and uncover the source of these aberrant beasts. Furthermore, the commanding officer has yet to issue a withdrawal order. We cannot disobey military commands. As the two conversed, a sudden gasp echoed from the front. We have located the lair of the aberrant beasts. Zhao Yang and the others hurriedly turned their gaze. The gunners at the forefront had formed a line, halting in their tracks. Sharing a glance with his aide, Zhao Yang swiftly dispatched the surrounding aberrant beasts and rushed forward. Passing through the ranks of gunners, illuminated by the searchlights, they were confronted by a chasm that resembled a precipice. At that moment, they stood at the edge of a cliff. Below, a multitude of aberrant beasts were retreating down a winding path. This is a new fissure in the earth. As Jiang Fan approached to examine the structure below, he was momentarily dumbfounded. The cliff formed by this fissure did not resemble a typical steep rock face. Instead, it appeared to be an underground forest. In addition to the lush greenery, there were numerous intertwining paths, which these aberrant beasts likely utilized to ascend. Is this a natural formation? How could a rift in the earth manifest such a scene? Jiang Fan was profoundly shaken, having never before encountered such a spectacle. However, before he could ponder further, Zhao Yang bellowed a command. All gunners, how much ammunition do we have left? Drop it all down there. In this offensive, the initial wave of firepower from our advanced weaponry included not only cannons, but also a variety of rockets. At Zhao Yang's command, they began to recklessly hurl their ammunition into the chasm. Boom. The explosions reverberated beneath the fissure, echoing through the canyon with a deafening roar. The ground trembled. Suddenly, a voice of alarm rang out from an unknown source. Everyone felt the earth beneath their feet slowly shifting. This is bad. The fissure is closing. Zhao Yang shouted. Keep bombing it. With a thunderous crash, the chasm narrowed, and the sound of cannon fire grew increasingly pronounced. The rolling waves of sound surged forth like a colossal tsunami, sweeping in all directions. The canyon, acting as a massive amplifier, magnified this terrifying noise to an unbearable level. Roar. Just then, a deafening roar erupted. A blinding flame shot up from the depths of the canyon, illuminating the entire night. Before their eyes, a gargantuan creature ascended. It was a level 4 aberrant beast. Its massive form soared into the air, its wings spread wide, measuring over 10 zhang in length, with a mane resembling blazing crimson flames, wild and billowing. Each strand of its mane moved like a serpent of fire, exhaling scorching embers that crackled in the surrounding air. At this moment, the giant lion's eyes burned with a deep crimson fury, locking onto the onlookers. Roar. Another roar erupted as it unleashed a torrent of fiery breath upon them. The team engulfed by flames was instantly consumed by a sea of fire. Retreat. After issuing the command, Zhao Yang's team quickly withdrew. However, the giant lion was relentless, soaring above the retreating squad in the blink of an eye. Fire rockets now. Zhao Yang ordered the remaining gunners to unleash a barrage at the giant lion. The level 4 beast, despite its formidable physique, still harbored a fear of such incendiary weaponry. It flapped its wings, evading several projectiles, but was unfortunately struck by one. The agony of its torn lower body only fueled its rage. It expelled another fiery torrent, engulfing a crowd of soldiers, and in an instant, it dove into the midst of the gunners. Crack! After severing the head of one gunner, it seized another, lifting it into the air. Damn it! Where are the military elites? Zhao Yang cursed vehemently. All gunners, target its wings. Lu, you coordinate the retreat. It's just a level 4 beast. I refuse to believe we can't kill it. With that, he drew his sword. Chapter 73, The 6th Level Master, A Blade of Cold Light. Jiang Fan, along with Chi and others, swiftly retreated to the rear. With the military personnel holding the line, they quickly reached a safe distance. However, in the blink of an eye, they witnessed Zhao Yang being swatted several meters away by the giant lion, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. The remaining gunners suffered heavy losses, with only a few left standing. Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment before addressing Chi. Sister Chi, you must take them back at once. Chi gasped in alarm. Jiang Fan, what are you planning? Don't do anything reckless. Jiang Fan gazed at the faltering defense line behind them, taking a deep breath. We cannot hold them off any longer. If we do not restrain this level 4 beast, we will all perish. Jiang Fan was now at least a level 3 warrior, and with the infusion of energy into his body, his strength had surged. He could sense that even Zhao Yang's current abilities paled in comparison to his. As the strongest individual on the battlefield, he could not stand idly by while those weaker than him perished to protect him. Even if he had no personal connection with these individuals, he could not bear to let that weigh on his conscience. However, just as Chi was about to offer her counsel, Jiang Fan had already darted back into the fray. Chi stood frozen, nearly in tears, but finally, with a determined stomp, she led the others to retreat. At that moment, Zhao Yang was battered and bruised. Weakly leaning against the ground, he attempted to rise, but his trembling arm betrayed him, and after several futile attempts, he remained on the ground. The military uniform that once symbolized glory was now tattered and hanging in shambles. The areas of his body that had been seared by the intense heat were charred black, exuding a noxious, burnt odor. Opposite him, the giant lion had its wings severed and could no longer take flight. However, compared to Zhao Yang, This injury was not overly detrimental to the beast, as it would still retain its ability to move. The wingless giant lion appeared significantly smaller, yet its ferocity remained undiminished. Crack! The lion snapped the neck of a nearby soldier, its eyes ablaze with fury, advancing step by step towards Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang struggled to survey his surroundings, where his soldiers lay scattered about. Some had been reduced to charred remains, others had their necks bitten through, and some who had once attempted to fight now lay limply on the ground. His brothers had perished here, and he too would meet his end on the battlefield. At least he would die with honor. Yet, he wondered if those youths from the Martial Arts Association had managed to escape to safety. Contemplating this, Zhao Yang abruptly closed his eyes. He was utterly exhausted. Howl! Just as Zhao Yang resigned himself to his fate, a pained howl of the aberrant beast pierced his ears. He hastily opened his eyes. The aberrant beast, which had been charging towards him, suddenly turned in fury. Behind the beast, a young man leaped into action. The icy blade in his hand radiated a searing light as it struck towards the creature. Jiang Fan. Zhao Yang, regaining his composure, immediately scolded Jiang Fan. What are you doing back here? Get out of here. Jiang Fan, while wielding his blade, shouted back, shut the hell up. Zhao Yang was momentarily rendered speechless. Witnessing the youthful figure, resolute and unafraid as he fought against the aberrant beast, executing his strikes with remarkable finesse, Zhao Yang suddenly broke into a smile. Meanwhile, after venting his frustrations at Zhao Yang, Jiang Fan felt invigorated. He realized that he could fight with newfound freedom, liberated from the previous grievances caused by Zhao Yang's scorn. At this moment, the extraordinary beast, having endured several rounds of artillery bombardment and the relentless assaults from Zhao Yang and his comrades, found its combat capabilities significantly diminished. However, Jiang Fan, being only at the 3rd level, still faced formidable challenges in battling this creature. Moreover, this beast had emerged from a newly formed rift in the earth, and as such, it was not listed in the compendium of extraordinary beasts, leaving him unaware of its vital points. Each time his blade grazed its body, it merely inflicted superficial wounds, failing to deliver any lethal damage. Fortunately, Jiang Fan had honed his combat instincts through rigorous training in the martial arts realm and his experiences on the battlefield, allowing him to deftly maneuver and evade the beast's attacks. Thus, the struggle continued with both sides exchanging blows. Boom. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fan was sent crashing through the air. At this point, he was covered in injuries. Witnessing the 4th-level beast entering a state of furious rage, it seemed poised to charge at him in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Fan summoned all the psychic energy from his brow, concentrating it into a needle-like form, and thrust it fiercely into the beast's massive forehead. It was a desperate gamble. Previously, in the heat of battle, he had attempted to utilize his psychic energy for an attack, but it had yielded little effect. Now, with no retreat possible, he held nothing back, unleashing every ounce of his psychic energy. Buzz. Caught off guard by its fury, the giant lion suddenly felt a resonance in its forehead. Howl! It reared up on its forelegs, startled like a wild stallion. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Fan channeled all the heat coursing through his meridians into his blade, mustering his final strength to drive the knife deep into the creature's jaw. With a powerful leap, he carved a massive gash into its underbelly. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through him. The giant lion collapsed with a thunderous crash. Once Jiang Fan's psychic energy and the chi within his meridians were entirely depleted, he felt utterly drained, his head spinning as he collapsed heavily onto the ground. At that moment, Zhao Yang, somehow mustering strength from within, staggered over to his side. Jiang Fan, are you all right? He asked, only to change his expression in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled once more. This time, the sensation was even more pronounced. Turning to look, they beheld a beast far larger than the giant lion, emerging from the rift. Damn, this is a 5th-level beast. Zhao Yang, who had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, was immediately engulfed in despair. Who the hell claimed this was a 4th-level beast horde? At this moment, Jiang Fan, completely drained and dizzy, gazed at the gargantuan creature emerging from the abyss, feeling a profound bitterness. Was he truly going to perish here? Whoosh. Just then, a flash of sword light suddenly flickered before them. The colossal creature was instantly cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. Jiang Fan, expending his last ounce of strength, looked up to see an elderly man and a young girl clad in military attire, standing resolutely in the air. A star of command glimmered on the elder's shoulder. The girl wore an indifferent expression as she performed a sheathing motion with her sword. A 6th-level master. Such a young master. Jiang Fan was left utterly astounded. Then, his head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 74. Jiang Fan has yet to meet the threshold for the Star Cultivation Program. 1 hour later, in the military command headquarters of Yuan City, Colonel Huang warmly served tea to the elderly man and the young girl. Chief, we must thank you for your timely assistance. I never expected a 5th-level beast to emerge in Yuan City. Without your intervention, our losses could have been catastrophic. Whether Yuan City can be preserved is still uncertain. The elder, named Lu Zhenghua, was a major general of the Central Military District, one of the 5 major war zones, and a 6th-level master, regardless of his status. Colonel Huang lowered himself accordingly. Lu Zhenghua waved his hand dismissively. Colonel Huang, you flatter me. It is my duty. After a brief pause, he added with a smile, moreover, it was not I who intervened, but rather Xiao Bai. Allow me to introduce, this is one of the candidates for our Central Military District's annual Star Cultivation Program. Bai Qiu, at just 22 years old, she is already a 5th-level martial artist. Colonel Huang was immediately taken aback. My apologies. A 1st-level martial artist possesses a vitality value of 110. A 2nd-level martial artist possesses a vitality value of 1010. Each subsequent stage of martial arts requires increasingly significant advancements. By the time one reaches the 5th level, the vitality threshold is an astounding 2000. Thus, the higher the level, the more challenging the training becomes. Many prodigies from top martial arts universities might only reach the 4th level upon graduation, yet Bai Qiu, at the tender age of 22, has already attained a high 5th-level mastery, with her vitality likely exceeding 4000. Such prowess is no wonder she has been selected as a candidate for the Central Military District's Star Cultivation Program. Truly, a pillar of talent for our Huaxia's future. Bai Qiu displayed little reaction to Colonel Huang's praise, merely nodding slightly. Lu Zhenghua, observing this, chuckled and shook his head. Xiao Bai has always been dedicated to her training, her demeanor somewhat aloof. Please do not take offense, Colonel Huang. Colonel Huang quickly waved his hands. Not at all. Not at all. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Zhenghua pondered aloud. The emergence of the rift in Yuan City was utterly unforeseen. Although we have dealt with this 5th-level beast, the rift remains. I will report this matter to the war zone. Personnel will likely be dispatched to establish defenses here, and I hope you will cooperate, Colonel Huang. Colonel Huang nodded. Of course. The consensus is that should the sky manifest illusions, or if a rift appears, the military will address the beast tide and establish a defense line. So Colonel Huang had no objections. Well, Colonel Huang had just begun to speak when bang. The door to the room was kicked open. They turned to see Jiao Yang, bandaged and with bloodshot eyes, storming in. Upon entering, he fixated on Bai Qiu, demanding, "Why did you only show up after my soldiers were nearly all dead?" The room fell into stunned silence. Colonel Huang was the first to react. Glancing nervously at Lu Zhenghua and the others before sternly admonishing, "Captain Jiao, what is the meaning of this? Leave at once." As he spoke, he waved his hand at the medical personnel who had followed. "Quickly, take him back and ensure he gets proper rest." However, when the medical staff attempted to pull him away, they found themselves unable to budge him, exchanging helpless glances with Colonel Huang, indicating their own powerlessness. Colonel Huang, disregarding everything else, quickly turned back to Lu Zhenghua to explain, "Chief, he is the main force in our eradication plan, Captain Jiao Yang. During the Yuan City operation, Lu Zhenghua waved his hand, smiling. "Colonel Huang, you need not explain. I fully understand his current state of mind." He then turned to Jiao Yang. "I regret the losses your squad has suffered. However, 5th-level beasts have often entered the stage of awakening intelligence. Although they are not as cunning as higher-tier beasts, they possess a certain instinct for evading danger. They remain hidden within the rift, and if they do not emerge, even I would have no means to address the situation. Therefore, we have been waiting for the right moment." Jiao Yang fell silent for a moment, coming to terms with Lu Zhenghua's perspective, yet still unable to quell his bitterness. He replied, "But my soldiers are all dead." Lu Zhenghua sighed. "Captain Jiao, you entered the military alongside Xiao Bai. You should understand that from the moment you donned the uniform, there was but one objective, the extermination of extraordinary beasts. You must also recognize that on the battlefield, one could lose their life at any moment. In other words, from the moment you became a soldier, you should be prepared for death, including you and Xiao Bai. Do you understand my point?" Jiao Yang took a deep breath. But, Colonel Huang, hearing Lu Zhenghua mention the relationship between Jiao Yang and Bai Qiu, was momentarily surprised, but also relieved. Yet, seeing that Jiao Yang was still intent on arguing after Lu Zhenghua's patient explanation, he immediately adopted a stern demeanor. "Jiao Yang, I hereby command you to return to your hospital room immediately." Jiao Yang furrowed his brow for a moment, struggling, before straightening his posture to salute and turning to leave. However, upon reaching the doorway, he glanced back. "Commander Huang, I hope the fallen brothers will be well taken care of." Commander Huang nodded solemnly. "Rest assured." After Jiao Yang finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Bai Qiu and Lu Zhenghua, hesitating for a moment. "Chief, during this eradication operation, Jiang Fan has exhibited remarkable qualities and talents. I would like to recommend him for the Star Cultivation Program in the Central Theater." Lu Zhenghua was taken aback, then nodded with a smile. "I will consider that." Bai Qiu opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Zhenghua and Bai Qiu rose to bid farewell, returning to the theater for debriefing. At the entrance of the military district in Yuan City, Lu Zhenghua turned to look back at Bai Qiu. "Are you really not going to say goodbye to Jiao Yang?" Bai Qiu shook her head. "Forget it. We are on different paths now." Jiao Yang and she had entered the army from the same cohort at the martial arts university and had once shared a decent relationship. However, Due to various historical circumstances, Zhao Yang was now a company commander in the Jiang City Military District, while she had become one of the most competitive candidates in the star cultivation program of the Central Theater. What would they talk about upon meeting again? She was not someone who forgot the past easily, but they truly had no common topics anymore. Lu Jinghua did not press the issue, chuckling. That's true. Then let's go? He took a couple of steps, but noticed Bai Qiu's furrowed brow in thought, and asked, What's wrong? Bai Qiu hesitated. Just now, Zhao Yang mentioned recommending Jiang Fan for our star cultivation program in the Central Theater. Do you think we should consider it? Lu Jinghua shook his head. At 17 years old, a level 3 martial artist, he is indeed considered a talent in places like Jiang City. However, as far as I know, his original classification was level 2. He must have only broken through to level 3 during this Yuan City defense operation. A level 3 junior martial artist at 17 is still far from meeting the standards of our star cultivation program. As one progresses, training becomes increasingly difficult. A level 3 martial artist built up over 17 years is not particularly impressive. So let us pass on this. Bai Qiu pondered for a moment. But he single-handedly defeated a level 4 beast on the battlefield. Lu Jinghua suddenly laughed. That level 4 beast was already severely weakened after battling Zhao Yang. Jiang Fan's subsequent kill is not particularly surprising. Now, let us not dwell on it. While our Central Theater's star cultivation program has a standard of level 3, there are simply too many that meet this criterion. We need to be selective. Either the candidate must show exceptionally rapid progress and formidable strength, or possess unique talents, such as being a mentalist or having a transcendent body that requires no awakening for cultivation. Regardless of either case, Jiang Fan does not meet the criteria, so let us not consider him. Chapter 75, Genius Selection Tournament First, returning to Jiang City. Jiang Fan awoke from his unconscious state 2 days later. Despite having absorbed a substantial amount of life energy after slaying the level 4 beast, he could not withstand the exhaustion of his mental energy. Such recovery is not achieved in a brief period. Lying in bed, he remained in an unconscious state, unable to practice the star visualization technique, relying solely on his self-repair capabilities. After 2 days, he had recovered to a considerable extent, which was already a remarkable feat. Jiang Fan is awake. Jiang Fan, can you hear me? Jiang Fan opened his eyes groggily, hearing a crisp voice that resembled Chi-Chi's. Then, he sensed a flurry of activity in the room, as if someone was hurrying over. Jiang Fan, how do you feel? Jiang Fan opened his eyes to see the president of the Martial Arts Association leaning in close to his face, causing him to instinctively recoil. President Wu, please don't come so close. The room erupted in laughter. Jiang Fan propped himself up. I'm fine now, just my head still aches slightly. President Wu quickly supported him. Then rest a little longer. Chi-Chi hurriedly brought over some food. Eat something first. You haven't had anything in 2 days. The aroma of the dishes wafted towards him, and Jiang Fan's stomach growled in response. He devoured several portions of the meal, and the headache diminished significantly. They were currently in the military hospital, with several other injured soldiers in nearby beds, some severely wounded, their cries of agony piercing the air during dressing changes. Jiang Fan recalled something and asked, how did the eradication operation go? He remembered that before losing consciousness, a formidable level 5 beast had appeared. He had felt despair. But then a powerful sword light had severed the beast in two. The figures of an old man and a young man standing in the air remained etched in his mind. President Wu chuckled in response. Rest assured, the Yuan City eradication operation has concluded. Military experts came and swiftly dispatched the rampaging level 5 beast. The battlefield is currently being cleared, and the military will arrange for troops to be stationed at the rift. Jiang Fan sighed in relief and, at the same time, curiously asked, who were those two from the military? President Wu paused, realizing what Jiang Fan meant. One is Major General Lu Jinghua from the Central Theater, a level 6 master. The other is Bai Qiu, one of the annual candidates for the star title in the Central Theater, a level 5 powerhouse at 22 years old. It was Bai Qiu who killed that level 5 beast. At this point, he sighed. At 22, a level 5 high-ranking powerhouse. It's unimaginable. Compared to her, I feel I've merely existed these years. Realizing his words were rather crude, he quickly stopped. When he turned back to Jiang Fan, he found Jiang Fan's brow tightly knitted. President Wu felt a stir in his heart and quickly added, don't lose heart. You're only 17 years old and have already reached level 3. In a few years, reaching her level is certainly not impossible. Jiang Fan shook his head. I was wondering why she, being at level 5, could defeat that level 5 beast with such ease. Moreover, how could she remain suspended in midair like a level 6 master? It is well known that both beasts and martial artists experience a significant enhancement upon reaching level 4. One of the most notable signs being the activation of special abilities, unlike the basic martial arts of level 3. This could be seen through the flight and flame abilities of that level 4 giant lion. However, martial artist abilities are derived from the refined blood of beasts, generally speaking. Human martial artists find it exceedingly difficult to contend with beasts of the same level, and even if they do manage to kill one, it is a formidable challenge. Yet, Bai Qiu's effortless slaughter of the level 5 beast left Jiang Fan perplexed. President Wu smiled. The reason geniuses are regarded as such is due to their unique attributes. Youth and potential are just one aspect. Their formidable combat prowess is their fundamental advantage. They cannot be judged by common standards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan suddenly understood. President Wu continued, regarding the ability to hover. Bai Qiu became a member of the Star Cultivation program at level 3 and is now one of the annual candidates at level 5. Her innate talent is unquestionable. More importantly, she has the support of resources from the theater. It would not be surprising if she could replicate even the rarest beast abilities. Jiang Fan nodded. I see. According to common understanding, a level 6 master can hover briefly, while a level 7 grandmaster can fly. I initially thought Lu Jinghua and Bai Qiu were hovering in midair. Assuming Bai Qiu had reached the master realm. It seems I misunderstood. After President Wu finished speaking, he quickly added, in this Martial Arts Association's Yuan City Genius Selection Tournament, your kill count was the highest. Aside from the rewards, you will undoubtedly receive resource support from the Martial Arts Association headquarters. When you eventually enroll in a top martial arts university and unlock the gene locks from 4 to 6, replicating the abilities of powerful beasts and diligently practicing the corresponding techniques, you might even compete for a place in the star program of the theater. Jiang Fan listened as President Wu began to attend to his emotions once more, hastily gesturing to dismiss the topic. It was merely a 5th rank. Although he did not currently possess such prowess, achieving it was far from insurmountable. His curiosity was piqued, yet he did not hold it in reverence. Upon awakening, the members of the Yi City Martial Arts Association took their leave. The other members of the martial arts associations had long since departed. Their extended stay was solely due to Jiang Fan's previous unconscious state. Now that he had regained consciousness, they felt a sense of relief and deemed their presence unnecessary. Jiang Fan, you are always welcome to visit us in Yi City, they exclaimed. Indeed, our city boasts an abundance of culinary delights. We shall take you to savor them. After exchanging pleasantries, President Li and the others stepped aside, allowing Chi to approach. Jiang Fan, you are set to take the college entrance examination this year. Are you not? With your capabilities, you are certainly eligible for any of the 9 prestigious martial arts universities in China. Have you decided where to apply? Jiang Fan shook his head. Not at the moment. Chi smiled. In that case, how about Kyoto? It is home to 4 of the nation's top 9 martial arts universities, providing ample options. Plus, I'm also in Kyoto, and I can show you around. Jiang Fan returned a faint smile. I shall ponder it further. Chi, having secured the 2nd place in the Genius Selection Challenge, felt a profound sense of fulfillment and was immensely grateful to Jiang Fan. However, noticing his hesitance, she chose not to press the matter further. After the members of the Yi City Martial Arts Association departed, President Wu and his companions lingered in Yuan City for an additional day. That night, after practicing the star visualization technique for several cycles, Jiang Fan finally felt completely restored. Upon recovery, he sensed that his spiritual energy had grown even more potent. What once resembled a speck the size of a sesame seed had now expanded to that of a grain of rice, hovering between his brows. On the 3rd day, President Wu summoned Li Yutong and Jiang Fan. The rewards from the Martial Arts Association headquarters are about to be distributed, and it is time for us to return. It would not do for the main character to be absent. Upon saying this, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Moreover, it is the perfect opportunity to ascertain the extent of your vitality.